Outside the farmhouse, a blonde soldier was yanking a 7 or 8-year-old girl by the arm. She had probably been found hiding in the cellar. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and her thin, frail body trembled uncontrollably, yet not a single tear fell. You villains, when Brother Qigfei comes back, none of you will escape. Perhaps it was this Brother Qigfei who gave her courage, for the girl suddenly sank her teeth into the soldier's arm. The blonde soldier cried out in pain and raised his hand to slap the girl across the face. You filthy commoner, how dare you bite me? Just as Qigfei stepped out of the dilapidated farmhouse, he saw this scene. He hurried forward and caught the soldier's descending palm, his face full of fawning flattery. My lord, why bother arguing with a child? You are here to ask for grain, right? I can tell you where the granary is. We commoners toil in the fields precisely to feed noble knights like you, my lord. As he spoke, he quietly drew the girl behind him. He acted just like a truly ignorant country bumpkin who could not even tell the difference between an ordinary soldier and a knight. Seeing this rural fool daring to stand in his way, the blonde soldier's anger flared even higher. He reversed his spear and drove the butt viciously into Qigfei's abdomen. Qigfei instantly felt his stomach churn, the pain forcing his entire body to double over. Cough, cough. His face twisted with agony, yet a sycophantic smile still clung to his lips, while in the depths of his dark eyes an icy chill only deepened. Still unsatisfied, the blonde soldier jabbed Qigfei a few more times with the spear, but at various parts of his body, before finally stopping, somewhat appeased. Come with me and tell the captain what you know. Yes, yes. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Qigfei turned and leaned close to the girl's ear, his voice gentle. Little Tua, be good. Don't cry, don't make a fuss. Listen carefully, go to the square and find your father and mother then. Remember that. Little Tua's eyes were completely red. Clever as she understood that Brother Qigfei was suffering in her place. But you, I'll be fine, go. Only after watching the little girl walk away, turning back at every step, did Qigfei paste a smile back onto his face, bowing as he stepped forward. Sir Knight, let us go. Humph. The blonde soldier shot Qigfei a disdainful sidelong glance from the bottom of his heart, despising such an incompetent fool who still insisted on playing the hero. Wanderer, he is not your match. I know. Qigfei's mind was taut as a drawn bowstring, and he was unwilling to utter even an extra word. Inside, he was far less composed than he appeared. Even a monkey understands that to capture thieves one must first seize their leader, but this particular king would not be easy prey. Knight Katerina was patrolling the village on horseback. As a knight, she instinctively loathed doing something as base as robbery, yet the brutal circumstances left her no choice. If His Highness learns of what we did today, he will surely be furious. Katerina shook her head with a bitter smile. As she was drowning in guilt and remorse, she saw her soldier approaching with a young man in a headscarf and delicate features. What is going on? The female knight's voice was brisk and cold, devoid of the hesitation she had shown moments earlier. My lady, this commoner says he can lead us to the village granary. Katerina's brows furrowed. You want to lead us to the village granary? Yes, Lady Knight. Our village stored quite a lot of grain last year. As long as you spare the villagers. No, even if you only spare me, that grain will all be yours. I will never speak a word about today. I know how to keep to the rules. The man before her was half bent at the waist, his face plastered with a fawning smile. The sight involuntarily reminded the female knight of those bloated, useless regent ministers in the court. She loathed such people who would discard all conscience and dignity just to survive, even though she herself was on the verge of becoming one of them. Katerina's voice grew even colder. We will take only part of the grain. As long as you cooperate, we will not harm the villagers. Oh, thank you for your mercy and generosity. Your character is truly admirable. For some reason, Katerina felt something off in the way his words sounded. Lead the way. Qigfei extended his hand, pointing toward the center of the village. It is not hard to find. The big warehouse in the central square. Just follow the path straight ahead. But there is quite a lot stored there. Just 1 or 2 people might not be able to move at all. How about I have the villagers? No need. Katerina cut him off coldly and turned to issue orders to the blonde soldier about transporting the grain. Qigfei naturally would not let this opening slip by. Shannon, give me this woman's data. Searching for you. Search complete. Name Katerina. Female, 20 years old. Race human. Alignment order. Class Great Knight. A guardian knight of the Moan royal family. Half a year ago, during the palace coup, she escorted the crown prince she served out of the royal city, then fled all the way here after the outbreak of civil war. Specialization: spear technique, 63 proficient, horsemanship, 61 proficient. Combat skills: knight's charge, shield bearing, unbreakable, taunting, battle cry. Attribute values: strength B, agility B, magic C, intelligence D, luck D, leadership C. Overall rating B. A knight of the crown prince. Qigfei raised his brows, surprised, yet not entirely so. Shannon had very likely known the female knight's identity already, which was why such a mission had been assigned. This female knight's liege was in all likelihood Her Highness Princess Kalinkside, who had been driven out of the royal city. As long as he captured Katerina and pried open her mouth, he could complete 2 stages of his mission at once and return to reality. However, it would not be so simple. Qigfei reviewed the data on the female knight Katerina. An overall rating of B, more than a full rank above his own. From observing the villagers over the past few days, he had found that the physical constitution of humans in this world was generally far superior to that of people on Earth. Ordinary children and elders typically had an overall rating of E, which was already equivalent to a normal adult's physical capabilities on Earth. Villagers who had received some sword training or were particularly robust could reach a rating of D, nearly on par with elite special forces. In the village, only one person had a rating of C or higher, Qigfei himself. His physical abilities already surpassed those of the most exceptional athletes on Earth. With this body, he could dash 100 meters in under 7 seconds. Yet this female knight was rated B. This utterly exceeded Qigfei's understanding of human limits. Hey, are you sure an enemy like this is supposed to appear in a beginner's tutorial? We will not assign you a task you cannot complete. Please make use of every resource and defeat the enemy. Also treat this as a real world. You may do anything you desire to any captives. TCH, that last part was unnecessary. Qigfei spat to the side, and in the distance the other two finally finished their discussion. The blonde-haired soldier gathered the other 6 soldiers and set off for the granary. Katerina turned her horse, no longer sparing Qigfei a glance, and casually instructed, "Thank you for the information. You may go back. We will leave once we have taken enough grain." All right. Oh well, Lady Knight, our village granary is quite large. With just those 7 officers you might not have enough manpower. Qigfei's tone was careful and deferential, as if tactfully hinting to a superior that their fly was undone. Katerina did not even turn her head. This vile man was making her increasingly impatient. "We do not need you to worry. The 7 men I brought are battle-hardened warriors. Do not use your narrow vision to judge them." "Oh, is that so? So that means there is only you left here." The words drifted from behind Katerina, so light, they were almost inaudible, yet steeped in chilling malice. In an instant, a wave of cold dread surged up from her tailbone and crawled along her spine to flood her entire body. She whipped around to see that the fawning man now stood like a straight, unbending pine in winter. Holding a black leather-bound book in his left hand, he brushed a page with his right, and a long sword gleaming with cold light materialized out of thin air into his grasp. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, Qigfei's aura exploded. The turf at his feet rolled outward under the impact. He flung the handbook straight at Katerina, then stamped down with both feet and launched himself forward like a fired cannonball. The wandering handbook flipped open on its own, its pages turning in midair to display its master's current status data. Name Qigfei. Race Wanderer. Alignment Neutral. Class Hero Candidate. Strength A. Agility A. Magic C. Intelligence A. Luck B. Leadership B. Overall rating A. The Great Knight's keen senses made Katerina's hair stand on end. Almost simultaneously, the knight's spear in her hands swept out, batting aside the incoming black handbook. Behind the handbook, a sinister face lunged straight for her. The earlier obsequiousness had vanished like foam, replaced by a killing intent that could freeze the soul. In that instant, Katerina suddenly recalled the very first lesson her instructor had given her when she began knight training as a child. Katerina remembered this: the most supreme hunters in this world often appear in the guise of prey. The man before her swung his long sword straight toward her neck. The female knight felt her scalp tingle, hastily lifting her knight's lance to the side to block. A scene that Katerina could scarcely believe unfolded before her eyes. That plain-looking longsword cleaved her fine steel knight's lance in two as effortlessly as if slicing through butter. It had been half a year since she fled the royal capital, and for the first time this powerful knight, who had survived dozens of ambushes along the way, caught the scent of death. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Katerina simply could not fathom how the man who had seemed as timid as a mouse just moments ago could in an instant transform into a ferocious beast eager to devour anyone in his path. Clang! The clash of metal rang through the sky. Katerina, weighing over 80 kilograms with her full-plate armor, was sent flying from her warhorse like a punctured balloon. Beads of bright red blood scattered through the air as the female knight's body rolled across the ground like a rubber ball, tumbling several times before crashing into a windpeach tree and coming to a halt. The thick shoulder plate had been torn open with a massive gash, and blood gushed out from that rift in an unending stream. The crimson spread across the ground in winding lines, forming a small stream. Half a broken sword was thrust at an angle into that red stream, dividing it in two like a silver reef. Qigfei glanced at the longsword in his hand, now only half its original length, and recalled its appraisal information: Holy Sword Barunk, category weapon quality unique. The hero Barunk was a human raised by an ancient dragon. When he set out on his journey, his dragon mother had given him this longsword seized from an adventurer as a parting gift. This otherwise unremarkable longsword accompanied Barunk through 10 stormy years, severing evil, shattering injustice, and slaying the Demon King. At the end of his journey, the hero returned in glory with his companions, and together they built Wind Peach Village, where this simple longsword was passed down from generation to generation. Effects 1. Greatly enhances all physical attributes of the wielder. 2. This sword will reveal its true power when facing the demon race. 3. This sword possesses a powerful affinity with the dragon race. 4. This sword exerts a natural intimidation over magical beasts. Warning: if the holy sword is used to attack a life form of the Order faction, the blade will shatter. Remark: it is not that the sword chooses the hero, it is that the sword chosen by the hero becomes a holy sword. 7 days ago, when Qigfei first crossed over into this world, this sword was already hanging at his waist. His memory showed that this sword had been given to him by the old village chief on his 18th birthday, as a Qimingafage gift in preparation for the day Qigfei would become a hero and save the world. It was what people called a village good sword. Because of its utterly plain appearance, Qigfei had never paid it much mind, until he just now used the roaming handbook to appraise its origin. Now a sharp pang seized Qigfei's heart. Just as the appraisal had warned, the hero's holy sword was a weapon meant to safeguard order and protect humanity. If used to harm others, it would break. But Qigfei had no other choice. Without this sword, he was barely worth mentioning in a fight, and for the sake of the missions to come, he had to display his strength at this very moment. Even if he could show it only once. Lady Katerina. A startled shout suddenly came from Qigfei's flank. The blonde soldier Lem stood there, eyes wide in disbelief. He had earlier forgotten to confirm a few matters, so he had turned back alone, only to stumble upon this scene. You little son of a... The blonde soldier was about to rush forward when in the blink of an eye his gaze met Qigfei's. Those eyes were calm and indifferent, black like a bottomless abyss. The hot blood surging within him instantly cooled, and the final word lodged in his throat, refusing to come out. His hands merely trembled as he lifted his spear. Qigfei snorted coldly through his nose. Without that female knight, the few remaining small fry were the sort villagers could beat to death with hoes. He flicked the blood from the broken sword and advanced toward the spearhead. With each step he took forward, the blonde soldier immediately retreated 2 steps. Time and again this soldier, named Lem, mustered the courage to fight to the death, only for it to vanish without a trace in those unfathomable eyes. At last Soldier Lem had nowhere left to retreat. With his back pressed against a wooden hut, his body trembled so much he could barely hold the spear in his hands. I am a soldier. I am a soldier of the kingdom, do you understand? Do you even know what you are doing? This is tree. A fist slammed viciously into Lem's abdomen, cutting off his impotent fury. The blonde soldier clutched his stomach and fell to his knees, vomiting up what little thin broth remained in his belly. It was obvious he had not eaten properly in a long time. Qigfei picked up the other man's spear and lashed it down upon Lem's curled-up body. Stop! A weak voice sounded from behind him. Qigfei acted as though he had heard nothing and did not stay his hand. Right arm, left ribs, back, right leg, kidneys. He aimed for all the places where he himself had been struck just now. Stop! This time the voice was far more urgent. Only then did Qigfei lower the spear, wiping its sweat that was not there. Under a nearby tree, Katerina panted heavily. Her helmet, which had been covering her face, had fallen off during her earlier tumble. Her light brown curls hung in a disheveled mess, and her dignified features were utterly bloodless. Her ornate, silver-glinting armor was now smeared with mud and blood, making the usually valiant woman appear utterly bedraggled. Her injured left arm hung limp at her side as fresh blood dripped continuously from her fingertips, seeping into the soil. Captain, Lady Katerina, what on earth happened here? The soldiers who had heard the commotion at the granary finally arrived. Before their eyes stood Katerina, her left arm gravely wounded and bleeding profusely, Lem lying on the ground, his condition unknown, and Qigfei standing alone, perfectly straight, looking every bit the culprit. These rout soldiers who had licked blood from the blade all their lives instantly saw red and raised their weapons ready to swarm him. Qigfei's expression cooled as he lifted his foot and pressed the tip of his boot against the blonde soldier's neck. The hostage's life forced some reason back into the soldiers' minds. They formed a ring around the badly wounded Katerina, their spears still leveled at Qigfei. Qigfei did not fear these soldiers. Though the holy sword had broken, the residual power within it continued to pour steadily into his body. Besides, without that female knight, these soldiers were nothing but a rabble. Even if they came at him in a group, he was confident he could bring them all down within 2 minutes. The only problem was if he truly pushed them too far, these fools might suddenly have the bright idea to seize a villager as a hostage, and then matters would become troublesome. All of you fall back. Cough, cough. Katerina felt utterly aggrieved, as she clearly possessed no small amount of strength, yet today, all she seemed to do was get beaten and play mediator. She fixed her gaze on Qigfei and spoke earnestly. Sir, could you first release the soldier under your foot? He no longer poses any threat. Qigfei paid no heed whatsoever to the subtle signals the female knight slipped into her attempt at negotiation. Not only did he refuse to ease up, he even pressed down harder, making the blonde soldier's neck crackle audibly beneath his boot. Katerina's expression changed at once, and she immediately shouted, "Everyone put down your weapons." But, put them down. Yes, ma'am. The 6 soldiers reluctantly dropped their weapons, kicking them towards Qigfei. Only then did Qigfei step forward, gathering all the spears in one go and tossing them into the nearby, while leaving just one for himself. Watching this scene, Katerina felt a bitter taste in her heart. This man was intelligent, cautious, powerful, and extremely ruthless. Almost the most terrifying kind of enemy imaginable. How could such a monster appear in a backwater like this? She glanced at the sword in Qigfei's hand, unable to comprehend how that seemingly ordinary iron blade could have sliced through her beloved spear. And those eyes, black, almost like... Wait, black. In an instant, an utterly absurd conjecture surged into Katerina's mind, shattering all her thoughts. Her throat worked as she almost instinctively blurted out the question, "Sir, who exactly are you?" Qigfei let out a derisive laugh and tore the towel wrapped around his head free, tossing it aside. The early spring breeze carried the fluttering towel away and stirred Katerina's curls, yet brought not the slightest warmth to her heart. Black, truly black. Melon. No one knew which soldier suddenly shrieked, but in the next second the entire squad was thrown into an uproar. Is this for real? Why would someone from the Melon family be here? A hero. Is he the next hero? So that sword is the holy sword. Quiet, all of you, quiet. At this moment, even Katerina found it hard to draw breath. Nearly the entire continent knew what black hair and black eyes signified. They symbolized that ancient legend, a Melon. What was he doing here? Could it be that the next hero of the Melon line had already begun the holy sword pilgrimage? Impossible. The previous Demon King had been defeated only 20 years ago. How could the next hero appear so soon? Yes, he had to be a fake, he must be. Otherwise, not a single soul here would escape alive, and even His Highness hiding in the safe house would inevitably be dragged into this. Katerina bit down hard on her lower lips, searching for excuses to deny her own suspicion again and again, yet her increasingly pale face betrayed her panic. Qigfei, of course, did not miss this detail. Just as he had anticipated, his appearance combined with the holy sword's immense power was enough to masquerade as a genuine Melon. I have a certain connection to this village. Why are you so nervous? Qigfei's lips curled into a half-smile as a hint of amusement colored his voice. Mr. Melon. Though Katerina fiercely denied it in her heart, she still could not help calling out that surname. At this point, all she wanted was to buy as much time as possible for the scouts lurking nearby. Yet she saw Qigfei raise a finger to his lips. Don't be in such a hurry. Not everyone has arrived yet. A sense of dread surged through Katerina's heart, and as if to confirm her unease, shouts rang out nearby the next moment. Hey, brother Qigfei. Not far away, 3 sturdy youths waved their hands, beaming, as they ran over carrying a bound and gagged dwarf. Brother Qigfei, just like little Tawa, said, we searched the house on the west side of the village entrance and really did catch a rat. The more she listened, the paler Katerina's face became. She craned her neck, trying to confirm who exactly the bound person was, only to meet Qigfei's refined features, now filled with open mockery. Miss Knight, you may begin your explanation now. One of the functions of the Wanderer's Manual is the radar map. Before taking action, Siegfried had already scanned the area to detect any hidden variables. Indeed, he detected a concealed presence. On the map, clusters of blue dots crowded together. These were villagers bearing no hostility gathered in the village square. Meanwhile, dozens of meters away, a single red dot pulsed ominously within a nearby house, marking an enemy. He therefore tasked little Tova with relaying this intelligence to the other villagers, while he himself drew the army's attention away. The plan appeared to unfold flawlessly. Katerina now stammered incoherently, her composure utterly shattered. She had intended to detain Siegfried long enough for the hidden scout to flee and deliver his report to the princess. Yet even the stealthy scout had been captured, a display of mastery that stirred in Katerina a chilling recollection of an ancient rumor. Legend held that every generation of the Milan lineage was blessed by the gods at birth, with a divine miracle known as a divine boon. Among these boons, the eagle eye stood preeminent, virtually universal among all Milans. Renowned as possessing the world's most formidable intelligence-gathering capability, the eagle eye perceived reality with incisive clarity, discerning the subtlest details across vast distances. Its applications span night vision, telescopic sight surveillance, item identification, psychological assessment, blind spot detection, motion prediction, formation analysis, and even magical replication. Truly a multifunctional blade of war. Most terrifyingly, the boon manifested not as a targeted gaze, but as a spherical domain radiating outward from its user, encompassing all within its range. Put plainly, should a Milan stand at the heart of the royal capital, within a day, even the number of dogs kept by old Master John next door, or the illicit dealings flourishing in the underground black market, would be laid bare, down to the precise number of moles upon the favored concubine's buttocks revealed beneath the king's private canopy. If this man before her truly was the current Milan, then unmasking a hidden scout would be trivial. What now? Should she beg for mercy? The Milan's reputation for capricious cruelty was legendary. Would a heroic house scion truly spare them? There remained one chance. He did not yet know the origin of their army. He could not possibly suspect the princess. If she steadfastly claimed they were deserters, the princess would remain untouched. Siegfried, of course, remained wholly unaware of Katerina's frantic inner turmoil. He flipped open the Wanderer's Manual and began scanning the dwarf lying on the ground. Name Bappo. Male, age 36. Race gnome. Alignment lawful. Profession scout. A royal spy of the Moan Kingdom. Sold into the capital as a child by slavers. Raised and trained as a royal agent, he ostensibly served Princess Kriemhild, but had long since been secretly bought by Prince Roderick, operating as a double agent embedded in the princess's inner circle. Architect of this raid. Specialized skills: scouting 69, expert, acting 51, a proficient. Combat technique: breath suppression. Attribute ratings: strength E, agility A, magic D, intelligence C, luck C, leadership B, overall assessment C. Note: gnomes are diminutive yet exceptionally swift, natural-born scouts. Exquisitely gifted in stealth and reconnaissance, born to the vanguard. An overwhelming volume of data. Siegfried's brow twitched involuntarily. Prince Roderick proves intriguing. The order to assault the village must have originated with him. Deploying the princess's own guards to pillage their own nation, thus undermining her claim to the throne. After all, no realm would crown a sovereign who plunders her own people. As Siegfried pondered, a faint knowing curve lifted the corner of his lips. Events seemed far more compelling than he'd first imagined. Ding. You have successfully repelled the invading force at Fengtao Village. Phase 1 mission complete. You have acquired a historical tale jar, available for opening upon mission settlement. A loot drop mechanic. That unmistakable system prompt momentarily diverted Siegfried's focus. He steadied his breath and redirected his attention to Katarina beside him. Once more that vivid, sensual image flickered through his mind, and an involuntary radiant smile bloomed across his face, making the knight shiver with goose flesh. Siegfried addressed the three burly youths. Bind these soldiers. As for this woman, escort her to my chamber. That night the village tapped several casks of barley wine and celebrated exuberantly, honoring Siegfried's triumphant debut as a hero. These simple villagers seemed to have entirely forgotten the armed assault they'd endured only hours earlier. Now the square blazed with bonfires fragrant with fermented grain, while youths danced hand in hand at its center, lost in unrestrained joy. Even elder villager brought forth his lute, the very instrument he'd carried across continents in his youth as a wandering bard. Naturally, neither his playing nor his singing was particularly refined, else he'd never have returned home to become village elder. Siegfried staggered back to his room reeking of alcohol, cheeks flushed deep crimson from generous libations. Yet this impaired state did not hinder his next task. Inside, a solitary candle struggled to cast its amber light into every shadowed corner. Knight Katarina sat bound to a chair, her left arm grievously wounded, yet even flimsy straw rope now held her fast. The moment Siegfried entered, Katarina hurriedly pleaded, "Master Milan, we bear no ill intent. Our soldiers had gone without food for too long, but we acted only out of desperation. We never intended harm to any villager. We took only a portion of grain, never enough to leave the people starving. I swear it upon my honor as a knight. Every word is true." Her voice trembled near hysteria. The proud dignity of knighthood had evaporated entirely. She was terrified. Throughout history, the Milans, heroes all, were infamous for their eccentricities. Many were ruthless or lecherous. Though heroes were at their core benevolent, that compassion extended solely to comrades. Toward enemies they showed no mercy whatsoever. Who knew what peculiar predilections this Milan harbored? He had spared their lives, so he was likely not bloodthirsty, which meant he was almost certainly lustful. Siegfried paid no heed to her explanations. Instead, he reached forward and began unlacing her armor. "Aunt!" A girlish cry escaped Katarina, her delicate porcelain face instantly flooded with crimson. She writhed, straining to rise from the chair, only to be firmly pressed back down by Siegfried's hand. "No, please. I beg you." Her lips quivered, amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. For the first time in her life, this proud knight uttered words of supplication. Were her soldiers to witness their indomitable captain, whose valor surpassed even men's, now wearing such a vulnerable, heartrending expression, they would surely believe themselves trapped in a waking nightmare. Siegfried ignored her pleas entirely, fumbling slightly as he unbuckled her breastplate. Beneath it, twin orbs of flawless ivory nearly sprang into his face. HSS. So the vision spoke true, truly magnificent. As Shannon's recorded projection had shown, beneath her armor Katarina wore a stark, white undergarment, form-fitting, revealing every breathtaking contour of her warrior's physique. Through the garment's taut fabric, Siegfried could clearly trace the taut definition of her abdominal muscles, the elegant symmetry of her obliques, and the slender, exquisite curve of her waist, just narrow enough to encircle with one hand. A body forged in battle, powerful, disciplined, yet exquisitely feminine, the perfect synthesis of strength and grace. His gaze lingered briefly on her greaves, crafted from mithril. Had she truly worn thigh-high white silk stockings beneath them, the effect would have been devastating. Suppressing his rising pulse, Siegfried continued methodically removing her armor. Seeing no sign of cessation, Katarina shut her eyes in despair. Yet even as the tears around her lashes began to dry, the dreaded moment never arrived. Cautiously she cracked them open, only to find the fearsome man holding a vial of healing salve and carefully wrapping a bandage. A wry smile played upon Siegfried's lips as he moved beside her to treat her wounded arm. "You're both hypocritical and self-righteous, either malicious or simply foolish. Fortunately, you've encountered me. I alone recognize your folly for what it is. Intelligence D, foolish words and deeds followed naturally. The village priest refuses to cast a healing rite upon you, so we resort to conventional methods. Bear with it." Katarina's cheeks burned anew. Her princess adored peculiar novels depicting defeated female knights. Katarina, ever at her side, had absorbed their tropes unconsciously. Her tension eased as she hastened to express gratitude. "Thank you, Master Milan. You truly embody the legacy of the heroic house." Siegfried offered a slight courteous nod in reply. The Milan name conferred immense advantage, a prestige he had deliberately underscored, even breaking his sacred sword to project invincibility. A heroic scion could never be rated merely tire. And this knight, who had witnessed his power firsthand, would become the living proof of his identity. "Introduce yourself, knight. You must have quite a story to tell." As Siegfried deftly applied ointment, he spoke casually. Katarina's face lit up, finally a chance to communicate. "My name is Katarina, a knight of the royal capital. You must recall the great civil unrest that gripped the kingdom half a year ago. My liege fell to rebel forces during that upheaval. With a handful of loyal soldiers, I broke through the siege and fled, wandering ever since arriving here only today." Had Siegfried lacked the wanderer's manual, he might well have believed her tale, half-truths woven with practiced fluency. "Where is Kriemhild?" "Edge. Kriemhild Ludwig, the first princess of Mohn, heir apparent to the throne. She is your sovereign. Where is she?" "Sir, I don't understand. I'm merely a deserter, Siegfried fixed her with a gaze so intense, so bottomless black that her thoughts dissolved into blank silence. Her carefully constructed lies crumbled uselessly. This man seemed to know everything. Seeing her falter, he continued calmly, there's nothing extraordinary about it. All one need do is cross-reference which regiments fled the capital on the day of the coup. Elite knights escorting noble-born refugees residing within the city walls. Even a child could deduce their identities. You need not speak, it matters little. I can locate them now. His eyes locked onto hers, rhetorical and certain. Your hideout lies nearby. East or west? No need to answer. Your expression has already spoken. East. Telepathy. Katerina's pupils contracted sharply. She bowed her head instinctively. Siegfried's cold reading mastery stood at 73, a proficiency where even a stoic poker face surrendered its secrets. Katerina, native to this world, knew no such technique. She attributed this uncanny perception solely to the Milan's divine boon, the eagle eye. Siegfried seized her chin, lifting it gently but firmly until her pale, flawless face met his gaze. Where eastward? A forest? No, that's not it. Then a cavern. Yes, an eastern cavern. To my knowledge, only one large enough to conceal troops lies due east. The wind-calling cavern. Ding. You have successfully located Princess Kriemhild. All phase objectives completed. You may now choose to settle rewards and temporarily return to reality. You have acquired a historical tale jar, available for opening upon mission settlement. Wanderer, I am utterly convinced this world suits you perfectly. Siegfried chose not to depart immediately. He required groundwork for what lay ahead. Katerina's heart hammered violently. At last she understood why Siegfried had spared her. His target had never been her, but the princess behind her. Master Milan, the village assault was our unilateral decision. The princess remains wholly ignorant. Pray do not implicate her in this matter. Was it that Gunome Bappo who conceived this ill-advised scheme? Katerina blinked in shock, then blurted, how did you know? Siegfried sighed inwardly. The Drank intelligence assessment proved painfully accurate. He is a spy? Tell me, have you never wondered why your pursuers always found you? Why, after relentlessly hunting you for half a year, did they suddenly cease their pursuit upon reaching this village? Should you truly have plundered your own citizens today, do you truly believe the princess could still ascend the throne? Do you doubt that neighboring lords would march en masse tomorrow, banners raised in righteous vengeance against bandits? Cold sweat streamed down Katerina's brow. She was a guardian knight, not a schemer. She disdained political machinations. Her sole purpose was the princess's well-being. She had never imagined her actions would plunge her sovereign into an abyss. How could this be? It bears no relation to the princess. She knows nothing. Utterly undone, the knight trembled. Had she not been bound, she might well have drawn her blade in penance. Why panic? I am here now. This incident will leave no trace, provided you fulfill one condition. Siegfried lifted a strand of her light brown hair, smiling faintly. You will escort me to meet your princess. Relief flickered across Katerina's face, then vanished just as quickly. May I inquire your reason? She desperately wished to shield the princess from this dangerous man. Siegfried's grin widened. His fingers traced her hairline downward, gliding along the smooth alabaster column of her throat, before hovering featherlight over the soft swell of her bosom. Naturally, to ask whether she'd willingly gift you to me. Katerina shuddered, her cheeks blazing crimson. So, he was lustful after all. Yet this time resistance faded. Her voice, though hushed, rang with unwavering resolve. If my body secures my princess's future, take it freely. No need to seek her audience. From this moment, Katerina belongs to you. Master, command me as you will. To yield herself to a man stronger, wiser, and perhaps the hero yet to be, did not seem a terrible fate. Not so disadvantageous after all. Siegfried chuckled inwardly. This knight was refreshingly forthright. Perhaps he should claim her. No. I am Milan, a future hero. Such bestial conduct is beneath me. Alas, Siegfried remained blissfully ignorant of the Milan's true nature, else he would have indulged his desires without hesitation. Shaking off the dark temptation, he composed himself and spoke gravely. I jest, do not take it seriously. Truth be told, I harbor affection for this place. Since they struck at my village, they must prepare to lose more than skin. Escort me to the princess. I shall aid her escape from this predicament. In exchange, should she ascend the throne, she must punish those who orchestrated this raid. In that instant, the room's temperature seemed to plummet. Siegfried's expression hardened like glacial ice. His words noble, his motives ruthlessly pragmatic. He knew full well that reunifying the fractured realms and restoring the kingdom demanded far more than solitary heroism. He was no true Milan, nor a genuine hero. To correct this timeline, he required alliance with a faction, using its power to achieve his ends. He suspected the next phase would involve forging such an alliance, be it with the crown prince, the second prince, or the princess herself. To him, the choice mattered little. Only the objective remained constant. Katerina's eyes lit with sudden elation. The notion of a Milan personally intervening in politics was unprecedented. Clearly, this master had been deeply provoked. With a hero at her side, securing the throne would be assured. Even reclaiming lands seized by the neighboring empire would provoke no protest from its rulers. Overjoyed, Katerina eagerly agreed, vowing to depart at dawn to present Siegfried before the princess. Master Milan, might I request release from these bonds? They had conversed so animatedly that Siegfried had nearly forgotten. She remained tightly bound. Of course, You'll stay in my chamber tonight. The villagers remained furious. Her voice was barely a whisper, her ears flushed rose pink once more. Siegfried untied the ropes with exaggerated tenderness. White silk stockings. He would never confirm whether those long, mithril-shrouded legs concealed the vision he'd imagined. At that very moment, Shannon's ethereal voice resonated once more within his mind. Wanderer, do you wish to return to reality and settle your rewards? Alternatively, proceed directly to the next phase, for greater rewards upon final settlement. Nonsense, I refuse outright. Return me now. Darkness swallowed Siegfried whole. He pitched forward, collapsing straight onto Katerina. TCH, no transition at all. In the final instant before consciousness dissolved, he felt his face sink into something soft, supple, and resilient, imbued with a rich, intoxicating fragrance. In a haze, Qigfei saw countless illusory lights and shadows twisting and dancing before his eyes like campfires flickering in the wind. The old village chief, Xiao Tua the soldier, with yellow hair Katerina. One figure after another flashed by. The tranquil and harmonious village, the emerald waves of wheat swaying in the spring breeze, the simple smiles of the villagers, the fierce curses, the spears being brandished beneath the clear blue sky, the female knight, with a proud white horse and a gleaming silver helmet. The mysterious traveler's manual, the simple sword glinting coldly, the man's sinister and cold features finally freezing in the moment of him charging towards the female knight with his sword. Qigfei slowly opened his eyes, revealing the familiar ceiling. A desk, a computer, a wardrobe, a lazy chair, a single bed, a room so simple and plain that it lacked any embellishment. Indeed, it was his own bedroom. Everything felt like a dream from which he had just awakened. I'm back. Am I dreaming? Qigfei murmured in disbelief, even doubting whether the 7 days he spent in Winter Village were merely a long dream. Xiangno, he tentatively called out, but the ethereal voice in his mind did not respond. It really is a dream. A sudden sense of loneliness, the source of which he could not identify, engulfed Qigfei, dimming his gaze. I am here. What the hell? Qigfei nearly fell off the bed. Ding, ding. Don't you usually give a prompt before you speak? The calm and ethereal voice of historian Xiangnong echoed in his mind. That was just an imitation of the systems in online novels. Since you have already signed the contract, there's no need for me to continue that foolish act. On this, Qigfei was left speechless. Mr. Traveler, your beginner task has been completed. Please open the Traveler's Manual to claim your reward. Qigfei's brow twitched, and he immediately summoned the Traveler's Manual, excitedly flipping through it. Let's open the jars first. Do I love lotteries? He eagerly took out the 2 extra black clay jars from the item column. Historical story jar only obtainable by completing stage tasks. Category consumable. Quality depends on luck. To understand the great way, one must first know history. History is the condensation of all knowledge, the crystallization of all wisdom. This jar contains everything from the history of myriad worlds. Breaking it can yield an item that exists in fantasy. Note 1. The jar is more likely to contain things you are familiar with. Note 2. Now do you understand why we are called historians? Does this mean anything can be drawn? Qigfei's cheeks twitched. Although he had level luck, he felt uncertain about this kind of completely random lottery. Since anything can come out, let's aim for a platinum star. He picked up the first clay jar and gently squeezed it. The jar cracked, shards falling apart, and a soft white light floated in the air, contracting and expanding. Oh, it really is white. It's white. The light orb landed in Qigfei's hand. It was a bundle of cloth wrapped in a pink plastic bag, soft to the touch, with 2 prominent blue characters written on it, Sophie. Qigfei silently tossed this aside and picked up the second jar, smashing it. A dazzling purple light shot out from the crack, instantly illuminating the bedroom like a nightclub, accompanied by a rhythm of music with ups and downs. It's a drop. It's a drop. There's even sound effects. Qigfei couldn't contain his excitement, shouting aloud, but the next second his smile froze on his face. You are so beautiful. Oh, baby, oh. The addictive melody echoed in the room, making it feel even more like a disco. The purple light slowly settled on the bed under Qigfei's stunned gaze. It was a black sweater paired with white suspenders. Icon battle suit, category equipment, quality rare. You coming from the underworld make me feel so pure and desirous. This feeling I have never had before. Effect: the wearer can gain a 40 proficiency in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Note: please believe me, providing 4 specialties at once is a rare treasure among all equipment. Qigfei silently put away the Ikun battle suit and turned to toss it into the trash can. What the hell are these things? Mr. Traveler, the historical story jar is more likely to yield items you are familiar with. So this is my fault. Qigfei, furious, felt his nose twisting in anger. The 2 jars he had desperately exchanged for yielded such useless items. Wait, Sophie could still be given to his sister, but what use is this battle suit? Do not worry, you still have a chance to light up an ability. You can convert any specialty above expert level into an ability in the Traveler's Manual. Only then did Qigfei slightly calm down. He opened the Traveler's Manual and began to choose an ability. This was not a small task. He actually had over 40 specialties with about 10 above expert level. After looking for nearly 10 minutes, he finally fixed his gaze on a line of indigo text. He ran his finger across the indigo text, which shattered and dispersed, gathering into a light orb that flew into his brow, leaving his head feeling cool. Deceptive Talk, category ability status activated, derived from 81 of the Deception specialty. Exclusive to Traveler Qigfei. Effect increases the credibility of lies by 30. If more than 9 truths are spoken before using it, the credibility of the next lie increases by 100. After activating this ability, the deception specialty disappears. Note: lies are only believed when spoken by honest people. Although Qigfei had many specialties to convert, this deceptive talk was the most helpful for his future tasks. Originally, he planned to rely on his appearance to impersonate a hero and directly enter the power centers of major factions, and with this ability, it would be even more advantageous. If he encounters Katarina again, he wouldn't even need to fight. He could scare her off with just his mouth. Mr. Traveler, you have 10 days of rest ahead. After 10 days, you need to return to Qilin continent for the next phase of your task. Please prepare during this time. 10 days. Qigfei silently made a plan in his heart. At this time, he looked at the clock hanging on the wall, which pointed to 7:00. His sister was still asleep, but as a corporate worker, he had to commute. He tidied up the room, prepared breakfast for his sister, casually grabbed a couple of bites of bread, and without a hint of abnormality drove to the company with his briefcase. Name: Zhu Tsuehua. Do you have your ID card? Yes, here it is. Very well. Please introduce yourself. My name is Zhu Tsuehua. I am 19 years old and I come from. Inside a sleek minimalist conference room, a young man lounges casually in a leather office chair. His features are refined. Pale skin, thick black hair swept into a side part that reveals a smooth, unlined forehead. He wears a deep navy suit, and perched on his nose rests a pair of vintage gold-rimmed spectacles. His jet-black eyes scan the resume before him with quiet intensity. Humph, a gentleman in name only. This impeccably groomed figure is Qigfei. In reality, he works as an HR business partner at an electrical equipment company, essentially a recruiter. His primary duty is interviewing frontline workers, assembly line operators, welders, and the like, luring migrant laborers from across the country dispatched by staffing agencies into grueling 996 work schedules. Before him, Zhu Tsuehua stammers through her self-introduction, her gaze flickering almost involuntarily toward Qigfei. Admittedly, this version of Qigfei is undeniably magnetic. Why did you choose our company? My family needs money. My younger brother is still in school. I'm looking for stable employment, with social insurance and housing fund coverage. As she answers, her fingers nervously twist a ballpoint pen. Hardly a surprising reply. After all, metropolises like Shanghai are few and far between, and most regions of this nation remain underdeveloped. Young people like Zhu Tsuehua, only junior high school educated, barely 18, adrift in the city in search of work, are not rare. Qigfei has already interviewed dozens just this week. Assembly line work is exhausting. You'll typically work from dawn until dusk. During peak order periods, overtime may extend past 11 or midnight. Can you accept that? So late. She recoils visibly, hesitation flashing across her face. The hours described starkly contradict what the staffing agency promised. Qigfei frowns faintly in resignation. Staffing agencies routinely paint factories as earthly paradises, simple tasks, generous pay, deceiving desperate job seekers into signing on. A moment's reflection would reveal the truth. If it were truly paradise, why wouldn't local residents apply? Qigfei's role then is less recruitment and more ideological reconditioning for the deceived. It's demanding at first, but once you adapt, it becomes second nature. We offer meal allowances, housing subsidies, transportation stipends, and full social insurance, plus housing fund contributions, benefits unmatched anywhere else in this city. Look, our factory currently employs nearly 1,000 frontline workers, all diligently fulfilling their duties without complaint. Like you, they arrived from provinces afar, migrant laborers with modest education and limited credentials, yet they've carved out firm footing in this vast metropolis. How? Through sheer diligence. Labor is the sole source of material wealth, the only path to transforming one's circumstances. Sacrifice just a little leisure time, and you'll earn 8 or 9,000 yuan, or even more, per month. At your age, isn't this precisely the time to strive? With effortless fluency, Qigfei slides a grand gilded promise into the young woman's mouth, leaving her eyes alight with eager conviction, practically ready to sign the employment contract on the spot. Since acquiring the ability deceptive discourse, Qigfei has wielded it without restraint in daily life. Already over 50 unsuspecting souls have been lured onto the assembly line within just these few days. He harbors no doubt, had he deployed this power to charm women, he might well become history's most legendary heartbreaker. Of course, HR responsibilities extend beyond recruitment, but Qigfei, a high school dropout with no formal training in personnel or administrative management, entered the company through backdoor connections and could only fill the role of a junior recruiter. After seeing off Zhu Tsuehua, profusely thanking him, the clock shows 30 minutes remain until quitting time. Qigfei, in high spirits, prepares to return to his desk for some light idling before heading home. Mr. Wanderer, I am delighted to see how seamlessly you've adapted to your intent power. Master it thoroughly. Your gear may vanish. Your allies may betray you. Only your intent power remains unwavering, your eternal pillar. Shannon's ethereal voice echoes within his mind. Though every word she utters is couched in formal deference, an unmistakable air of aloof superiority lingers. Qigfei bares his teeth slightly. TCH. I swear your personality shifted the moment the contract was signed. What? Are you discarding me now that the deed is done? That is merely your perception. Fine. Since you're not a system, what are you exactly? If my transmigration wasn't orchestrated by you, then why? Why have I been thrust into all this? That knowledge lies beyond your present need and holds no relevance. As a wanderer, you exist solely under the stewardship of the historians. Yeah, right, he thinks bitterly, but outwardly his expression remains placid. In truth, he has never seen Shannon, only heard her crystalline resonant voice. He even suspects his innermost thoughts are being monitored. However, one detail may be disclosed: wanderers are ordinarily selected and granted cross-world traversal abilities by historians. Yet your power originates from no historian whatsoever. Qigfei frowns sharply. What do you mean? I'm a rogue wanderer. The voice in his mind pauses briefly before replying. Even among the illustrious ranks of wanderers you stand apart, the most exceptional of all. Clearly the historian conceals vital truths, but Qigfei cannot press further. After all, by official hierarchy, Shannon is his superior. Though many questions linger, he suppresses his curiosity and returns to his desk, preparing to pack up and leave. Jing, there's a dinner meeting tonight. I'd like you to accompany me. To Qigfei's right sits a middle-aged man, round-bellied, ever smiling, relentlessly harassing his neighbor. She is a woman of striking poise, fair-skinned, statuesque, with sharp, elegant features, especially her finely sculpted nose. What draws the eye most is not her long legs sheathed in sheer black stockings. No, rather it is the icy, untouchable aura radiating from within. Her name is Yang Jing, newly hired last month into the HR department, and Qigfei's immediate deskmate. Since her arrival, male employees have flocked to the HR department under flimsy pretexts. Qigfei, seated nearby, often finds himself dragged into impromptu heresy trials by starry-eyed suitors. Their interrogations are invariably shallow. What's your relationship with her? Did you exchange WeChat? Can you introduce us? Qigfei certainly appreciates beauty, particularly women blessed with long, graceful limbs. Yet an uncanny instinct warns him steer clear of her. Entanglement would spell trouble. He offers the suitors little assistance, and most, chilled by Yang Jing's glacial indifference, surrender before love even begins. Still, where there are forests, there will always be rotten birds. Take this man, for instance, the deputy sales director, notorious for exploiting his authority to grope female colleagues under the guise of work guidance. Half a month ago, after delivering documents to HR, he became a permanent fixture, ostensibly for interdepartmental collaboration, though the truth is plain to see. Truth be told, sales and HR share scant operational overlap. I'm sorry, Director Zhang, I have plans tonight. Yang Jing's voice matches her demeanor, cool, detached, and utterly devoid of superfluous words. But Director Zhang refuses to yield. Leaning in, he presses his greasy, broad face close to hers. Don't say that. We're all colleagues after all. My secretary canceled at the last minute. Just this once, help me out. And this dinner gathers industry titans. Networking with them could dramatically advance your career. As he speaks, his hand creeps onto her shoulder. For the first time, a flicker of revulsion crosses her otherwise impassive face, yet she offers no further resistance. Nearby colleagues avert their gazes. Such incidents recur too often, and several women present have suffered similarly. Every large enterprise shelters such a leader, incompetent, yet elevated by sycophancy or family privilege, poisoning the workplace for every honest employee. Director Zhang fulfills both criteria. He regularly exploits promotion prospects to coerce female staff or interns into compromising situations. Most dare not oppose him, choosing instead to endure in silence. Yet, seeing Yang Jing's silence, Director Zhang's grin turns lecherous. His arm tightens around her shoulder, his gaze roams shamelessly up and down her long, shapely legs. Yang Jing's face darkens. Her knuckles whiten around the pen she grips, her composure fraying at the edge of eruption. Well, Director Zhang, how industrious you are. But confronting such men requires no heroics, only another figure of equal influence. Qigfei in his earthly form. Siegfried strode calmly toward his workstation, a faint smile playing on his lips as he flipped through the Wanderer's manual. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have ignored such matters entirely. No reward, only trouble. His voice was soft, devoid of inflection, merely a casual greeting. Yet every syllable dripped with veiled mockery, piercing the heart like a stinging slap across the cheek. Yang Jing's bright eyes widened slightly, her expression flickering with surprise. Since her first day at the company, this man had exchanged with her only the bare minimum of necessary words. Why then would he suddenly intervene on her behalf? Had his character changed? General Zhang was left speechless, his face alternating between ashen pallor and furious crimson as he reluctantly withdrew his lecherous hand. He cast a glance at Siegfried, youthful, refined, composed, and unconsciously furrowed his brow. If any ordinary employee dared defy him, it could only be this one before him. The reason was simple: Siegfried too had entered the company through an introduction from senior management. Yet unlike Zhang, who had vaulted directly into leadership, Siegfried had chosen to begin at the lowest rung. By rank alone, Zhang stood above Siegfried, so for the sake of pride alone, he could not afford to yield. Ah, I see who it is. Little Qi. Zhang surveyed Siegfried up and down, clicking his tongue in exaggerated admiration. No wonder you're the nephew of Senior Xie, truly a paragon of refinement. How is Senior Xie faring these days? Senior Xie, a close friend of Siegfried's late father, served both as legal counsel and shareholder of this electrical corporation. 6 years ago, after the sudden tragic deaths of Siegfried's parents, it was Uncle Xie who had taken charge of caring for Siegfried and his sister. Though inwardly seething, Zhang forced a smile. Senior Xie's influence on the board even surpassed that of Zhang's own brother-in-law. Thus he resorted to backhanded flattery. A subtle reminder you're a legacy hire too, don't overreach. Your kind concern is appreciated. Uncle Xie remains robust in health, whereas you Director Zhang bear dark circles beneath your eyes and a sallow hollow complexion. Truly your work must be exhausting. Siegfried appeared utterly oblivious to the barb, responding instead with razor-sharp retort emphasizing the word work with deliberate cutting weight. Zhang's gaze turned icy. As a fellow legacy hire, he hadn't expected Siegfried to show so little deference. Yet a seasoned office veteran, he swiftly mastered his composure and sighed with feigned helplessness. Ah, those top executives are simply impossible to please. I'm utterly out of my depth. Oh, little Qi, you're so exceptionally capable. Why don't I hand this order over to you? You negotiate with the client, and I'll shadow you to learn firsthand. How does that sound? His voice stretched languidly, his broad face blooming once more with that greasy, practiced grin. As his words hung in the air, the office thickened with palpable tension. Colleagues bowed their heads low, lifting only one eye surreptitiously toward the confrontation. Inwardly, they all hoped the gentle, scholarly Siegfried would prevail. Yet Zhang held both rank and 2 decades of corporate cunning, far beyond what this young man could reasonably counter. Director Zhang, little Qi hasn't even been with us long. How could he possibly handle such a major order? A senior colleague seated opposite Siegfried, close friend and trusted mentor, could no longer stand by. He stepped in as peacemaker, urgently signaling his impetuous junior with frantic glances. Siegfried, however, remained unmoved, still absorbed in the Wanderer's manual, never once raising his eyes to meet Zhang's. Name Zhang Yu. Male, age 40. Education, junior high school. Species, human. Deputy Director of Sales, Yali Electric Co. Appointed via internal referral from his brother-in-law. Long engaged in embezzling company assets and harassing staff. Father of 2 children. A habitual gambler and nightclub patron, maintaining 2 mistresses. Statistical profile: Strength E. Agility, Magic. Intelligence D. Luck B. Leadership D. Overall rating E. Luck B. No wonder this fool has clung to his post for so long. Siegfried silently scoffed within. He'd discovered the Wanderer's manual yielded far richer intelligence than Shannon's verbal reports. Indeed, the next page contained incriminating photographs: Zhang Yu indulging in debauchery with executives at private clubs, entering hotels with his mistresses in compromising embraces, syringes, and white powder scattered among sordid scenes. Each image was framed with uncanny precision, so perfectly composed that Siegfried half suspected a professional paparazzo had tailed Zhang Yu around the clock. These ready-made evidences spared him considerable effort. No need to deploy deceitful discourse to oust Zhang Yu. He'd already amassed enough proof to guarantee a lifetime behind bars. Without hesitation, Siegfried tore out the entire page bearing the photographs and said coolly, "Experience. Indeed, I lack precisely that. I shall have to seek your guidance, Director Zhang." Zhang Yu's smile froze instantly. His ears burned crimson. Then as his gaze traced downward, his flushed cheeks gradually paled to ghostly white. He snatched the paper, crumpled it violently, and stepped forward until he loomed over Siegfried, lowering his voice to a venomous whisper audible only to them. "You've been following me. Do you realize this is a crime?" "Of course, violation of privacy. My uncle is a lawyer, so I intend to surrender myself at the local police station, with all this evidence in hand. Oh, and I'll also send a copy to your lawful wife, accompanied by my most sincere apologies." Siegfried's voice rang out clear and resonant, carrying across the entire office. A cruel, knowing smirk curled his lips, not a trace of remorse, only scathing, unrelenting mockery. "You." Zhang Yu's greasy face flushed deep red, his breath ragged, as if he might collapse at any moment, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Yet under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, he dared not betray overt outrage, forcing instead a strained, brittle smile. "Little Qi, we're all colleagues here. What's gotten into you? Can't we discuss this civilly?" Only then did Siegfried lower his voice to a glacial, chilling register, leaving prostitution aside. "Do you know what crime you commit under Chinese law by using that substance?" Zhang Yu's face whitened further. "Still, as you say, we're colleagues. I won't press you. Just do me a small favor, and none of this will ever see the light of day." Siegfried offered a disarmingly genuine smile and effortlessly activated deceitful discourse. Under the ability's influence, even blatant falsehoods resonated with absolute conviction. Panicked and off balance, Zhang Yu blurted without hesitation, "Name it. I'll do it. I'd like to meet Chairman Wang, your brother-in-law, for dinner. Could you arrange it?" "Meet my brother-in-law? For what purpose?" Zhang Yu frowned, bewildered, unable to fathom why this youth sought to involve his powerful relative. Siegfried shrugged, sighing with theatrical resignation. "Uncle Xie prefers not to intervene much in my career. He believes I should hone my skills at the grassroots level." He gestured toward the towering stack of resumes on his desk. "But frankly, I can't endure this hardship any longer." Zhang Yu's eyebrows twitched. He understood now. The boy had hit a dead end with Uncle Xie and was seeking a new patron. A slick, knowing grin spread across Zhang Yu's broad face. "No problem. I'll handle it." Though, he squeezed the strangely textured paper in his hand and winked conspiratorially at Siegfried. Siegfried chuckled softly, replying with quiet, enigmatic assurance, "Heaven knows. Earth knows. You know. I know." Zhang Yu departed, Lightfoot buoyant, utterly convinced. He fully believed Siegfried's words, and already regarded the young man as a promising recruit aligned with his brother-in-law's faction. Siegfried flipped open the Wanderer's manual. The torn page had regenerated seamlessly, its surface again displaying Zhang Yu's sordid photographs. A slow calculating smile curved his lips. Deceitful discourse harmonized with him flawlessly. Though lacking direct combat utility, it functioned universally, its potency scaling unpredictably with context, method, and target. Mr. Wanderer, what precisely are you doing? Shannon's ethereal voice echoed unbidden within his mind. By now Siegfried had grown accustomed to such uncanny intrusions. Are you imposing moral constraints upon wanderers? No, mere curiosity. Siegfried blinked startled. He'd always assumed historians were detached, emotionless, higher-dimensional entities, custodians of history bound solely by immutable laws. Yet Shannon felt profoundly human, vivid, expressive, rich with feeling, hardly the hallmark of an impartial archivist. Objectivity and rationality lay at the heart of historical record-keeping, whether on Earth or among these self-proclaimed higher-dimensional historians. Is she perhaps a disciplinary case, a historian gone rogue, assigned specifically to rein in troublesome, unregistered wanderers like me? While musing inwardly, Siegfried replied, evenly, nothing much, just dining with Chairman Wang to assess whether he harbors vulnerabilities. If not, I'll simply appropriate his shares using my ability. The voice in his mind fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. Is this influence from your past experiences? You've investigated me. Siegfried was slightly startled, then quickly nodded in understanding. Of course, you're a court historian. In truth, even without investigation, one could deduce that his background was extraordinary simply by observing his array of specialized skills. At that moment, colleagues nearby, noticing Zhang Yu's departure, gathered curiously around him. Before any of them could speak, Siegfried offered a refined, affable smile, the persona he consistently maintained at work. Don't worry, he won't be coming back. Really? What happened? What did you two quietly discuss? Hearing Siegfried's words, the young women in the office visibly brightened, clustering closer to learn the details, and perhaps cultivate rapport with this promising, handsome, and remarkably amiable young talent. But Yang Jing had already moved faster than them all. Silently, imperceptibly, she now stood beside Siegfried, her expression cool and detached, as though nothing at all had occurred moments earlier. Thank you for stepping in. You're welcome. Then came a long, awkward silence. Their conversations were always this succinct, brisk, unadorned, and utterly to the point. One never initiated small talk, the other was practically mute. Siegfried couldn't fathom how someone with such a temperament had ended up in human resources, a role demanding exceptional communication skills. All the while, Yang Jing scrutinized Siegfried from head to toe, not with admiration or flirtation, but with the same detached, appraising gaze a mother might cast upon pork cuts at the market, making Siegfried's brow twitch involuntarily. What is this woman planning? He'd sensed something peculiar about Yang Jing since the beginning, yet could never quite place what it was. His intuition whispered that even had he not intervened, she would have effortlessly dealt with someone like Zhang Yu. Siegfried glanced at his watch, 10 minutes past quitting time. He promptly bid farewell to his colleagues and headed home. Another mouth awaited his cooking there. Weil Road, where Siegfried's apartment complex stood. Snack shops, hardware stores, real estate agencies, painting studios, music academies, wet markets, and general supermarkets all lined this single street, collectively fulfilling nearly every daily need of the surrounding residents. In earlier years, before nationwide anti-prostitution campaigns intensified, 2 foot massage parlors operated openly on this very street. Due to the incident with Zhang Yu, Siegfried arrived home an hour later than usual. His younger sister Qi Linger lay sprawled across the living room sofa watching television, her bare feet swinging idly in the air. The moment she saw her elder brother step through the door, she let out an exaggerated syrupy cry. Wow. The sun's rising in the west. Brother, you actually worked overtime today. No, something's off. She knew her brother too well. Rain or shine, he left the office precisely at 5 o'clock, never detained, never delayed, and was invariably already cooking in the kitchen by the time she returned home. Brother never works overtime. Therefore, only one conclusion remains possible. You started dating. Oh my. After 22 years of solo existence since birth, brother has finally found someone. Overwhelmed with excitement, she leapt off the sofa and clung to her brother's neck like a koala. Mom and Dad must be overjoyed in heaven. Our Qi family will finally carry on its lineage. Caught off guard, Siegfried nearly lost his balance and toppled onto the floor. He gazed helplessly at his sister still draped across him. She wore a white school shirt and a crimson necktie. A sliver of snow-pale skin peeked from her collar, smooth as fine jade, while her delicate budding figure rose and fell gently beneath the fabric. Her porcelain face glowed with mischievous curiosity. You've gotten heavier. This child grows in height, but not in width. With one swift motion, he seized the back of her collar and lifted the koala off himself, then fixed her with a stern glare. None of that. I had legitimate business to attend to today. Qi Linger eyed her brother skeptically. You. Legitimate business. What business could possibly matter more than continuing our Qi family line? Siegfried looked at his sister, 8 years his junior, remembering the tearful little girl who once clutched his sleeve. Now she stood poised and graceful, blossoming into young womanhood. Her features were exquisite, her figure elegant. Yes, she'd certainly rival Yang Jing and Catalina when fully grown. Only her intellect remained stubbornly underdeveloped. Brother, your gaze is suspiciously lecherous. Qi Linger noticed the odd intensity in his eyes, instinctively crossed her arms, and stepped back 2 paces, her wary expression that of a startled fawn. Siegfried choked, slightly embarrassed, and averted his eyes. Little know-it-all, go fetch the cutlery. I ordered pizza. Yay. I'll protect Nezuko. On the living room television, a wildly popular anime played, clearly a favorite of his sister's. Siegfried had watched a few episodes at her insistence. Honestly, his sole thought at the time was if only his own sister possessed even half of Nezuko's gentle devotion, he could die contentedly. At the dinner table, Linger held a slice of pizza in her left hand, a smudge of cheese dotting her cheek, while her right hand wielded a dinner knife, pointing emphatically at her elder brother. Brother, it's high time you found a wife. At 22, you've never even held a girl's hand. Mom and dad must fret endlessly in heaven. Who says? Just the other day, I touched a certain female knight's cough. Truthfully, the texture was rather splendid. Siegfried muttered inwardly while listening to his sister continue her scolding look at other Siegfrieds. Dragon Slayers, shrank Valkyries. Yet you? Pathetically incapable even of holding a girl's hand. How is that my fault? I didn't choose this name myself. Siegfried's eyes widened, his heart churning with complex emotion. Indeed, ever since youth he'd drawn attention precisely because of this flamboyant name. Though borrowed, his brief 22 years had been anything but ordinary, turbulent enough to rival the sagas of the Nibelungen Lied and the Bang Bung Bung Chronicles. When Siegfried turned 16, his parents perished in an inexplicable accident, leaving him and his then 8-year-old sister behind. The siblings inherited a modest apartment and a substantial life insurance payout, enough to sustain them comfortably until they entered society. Yet that sum was swiftly swindled away by kind-hearted relatives. Had Uncle Xie not intervened, they might have lost their home as well. That year, 16-year-old Siegfried confronted with chilling clarity just how profoundly dark human nature could become. Still, life demanded continuation. A top-performing student, he abandoned his studies to support his sister, entering the workforce far earlier than peers. Over the years, he delivered food, assembled electronics, emceed weddings, carried corpses for funeral homes, and even served as a forensic sketch artist for the police. Such varied experience forged in him a maturity far beyond his years, and honed an astonishing breadth of survival skills. Of course, Uncle Xie had repeatedly invited him to serve as an assistant, an easy, well-paid position. Yet Siegfried declined each time. At 17, he understood one immutable truth: comfort breeds docile house cats, not ravenous tigers. He glanced at his sister, so prematurely serious, and set down his utensils, dabbing his lips with a napkin. You've always been quietest during meals. Only when troubled do you ramble aimlessly. So what's wrong? Linger bit gently on her dinner knife, reluctant to meet her brother's gaze. Qigfei had always possessed an uncanny precision for such delicate matters. Qigfei and Linger's paternal aunt, the sole living blood relative they shared with their late father. This kind aunt, who had grown up alongside their father, received substantial financial support from him for both her marriage and home purchase. Yet after their father's death, she swiftly conspired with her husband, under the guise of legal guardianship, to defraud the two young orphans of their rightful life insurance payout. Even now, Qigfei vividly recalled kneeling before their aunt's door, clutching his sister, pleading that she show mercy, at least care for the tender Linger, for their father's sake. In response, Qigfei was beaten by his older cousin. Linger, noticing her brother's prolonged silence, ventured softly, "And it's also about the letter of forgiveness." Impossible. Qigfei cut her off before she could finish. Father helped them endlessly. Half the money for their house came from our family. And what did they do in return? They turned on us without hesitation, stole our money, then tried to seize this house too. His voice rose steadily, culminating in a near roar. He rarely displayed such raw emotion, but every time these memories surfaced, the pent-up fury surged forth unstoppable. Linger shrank slightly, knowing full well this topic would ignite her brother's anger. Yet she murmured nonetheless, "It's just a few words on paper. Uncle could get a reduced sentence, and we'd receive a generous reward. Isn't that fair enough?" Qigfei cast her a sidelong glance, a faint wry smile playing on his lips. "So a handful of stinking coins has already bought your loyalty?" "Well, not exactly," Linger pouted. "Dad only had one sister, and we have no other bloodkin left. Today I saw Auntie. She's lost so much weight. Brother, can't we just let the past rest?" "Let it rest." She nodded quietly. "Humph, how magnanimous of you." 3 years ago, Linger's uncle was implicated in a fraud case. During the public trial among 8 defendants, only his evidence, witness testimonies, and material proof was astonishingly thorough and irrefutable, leading the court to name him the mastermind. Then one day before sentencing, the court received an anonymous email containing a detailed account and corroborating evidence of his illegal appropriation of the life insurance proceeds belonging to the deceased parents of the 2 siblings. After verification, the court immediately imposed cumulative punishment, full restitution of all embezzled assets, compensation for emotional distress, and a 25-year prison term. Given their modest means, the aunt's family could not possibly afford such restitution. They sold their home just to scrape together enough to pay the siblings, while debts owed to the fraud victims would likely remain unpaid for generations. Once accustomed to a life of leisure, the aunt now lived in a nearby low-income housing unit, and thanks to Qigfei's gracious assistance, worked tirelessly at his company's electronics factory as a diligent, if humbled, employee. Qigfei picked up his knife and fork again and began cutting the pizza. He understood precisely what his sister meant. His younger sister was at heart an innocent and compassionate girl. He did not disdain that innocence. In fact, he cherished it deeply and wished fervently that she might preserve it forever. Yet across time and culture, kindness alone makes one easy prey. And Qigfei refused. absolutely refused to be the one devoured. He would never commit heinous acts, but should someone truly find themselves in dire straits, he would not withhold aid. Yet if anyone dared exploit his compassion, he would gladly show them, without mercy, what true desolation truly looks like. First, my uncle brought this upon himself. Fine, even if I granted him forgiveness, would the fraud victims spare him? And what of their foolish son, squandering our money on narcotics only to be hauled off to a drug rehabilitation center? Their ruined lives are self-inflicted. What does any of it have to do with us? Linger listened, obediently poised to speak once more, but merely nodded. Yes, good and evil reap their due. Humph. Qigfei let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Linger, do you know why I didn't send Annie to prison as well? Clang. His knife pierced clean through the cardboard pizza box. He lifted the slice, holding it aloft before his eyes, a cruel, icy mockery flickering in his brow. I wanted to watch her weep. The anime's ending theme began playing on the television. The air in the dining room seemed to chill instantly. Linger's eyes darted nervously. She swallowed hard. Her brother had never been gentle. Arrogant, precocious, unforgiving to the last. After their parents' passing, those traits hardened into something sharper, colder. Heaven won't deliver your vengeance. This world grants no reward to virtue, and no punishment to vice. Good and evil reap their due is the hollow wish of the weak. Only when the wicked are broken by the wicked does eternal truth hold sway. He placed the slice in his mouth and pulled. Milky strands of cheese stretched taut between his teeth. Eat. Chastened Linger bowed her head silently, tears shimmering unshed in her wide dark eyes. Only then did Qigfei realize he'd spoken too harshly, and cleared his throat to change the subject. Enough of that. I'm getting a raise soon. Let's go to Disneyland this Sunday, just the two of us. Really? Can I bring Hu and Bao along too? Chun Hu and Chun Bao, nicknamed the Tiger and Leopard Brothers, stood nearly 6 feet tall despite their youth. Linger had recruited them at school. They escorted her to and from classes each day. Sure, bring them all. And your little circle of friends too. Yay, brothers the best. In the deep of night, Qigfei sat at his desk flipping through the travel manual, preparing to return to Chilon Continent to complete the first phase of his mission tonight. He was doing a final check. During this time, he had stored a considerable amount of medicine, food, and various survival tools into his inventory, ensuring that he could handle any situation with composure. Originally, he wanted to bring some modern technology with him, but Xiangnong told him that items not suited for that era's technology could not be retrieved from the inventory, even if brought along. After careful consideration, he felt relieved. After all, he was going to repair history. How could he bring along black technology that did not belong to that era? However, Qigfei still felt it was a pity. Otherwise, he could have simply imported 2 AR-15s from Texas to the other world. Even if he couldn't dominate, at least dealing with small-scale forces like Katarina's would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Moreover, Qigfei discovered that his panel data was different in the other world. On Earth, his panel looked like this: named Qigfei, male, 22 years old, race, traveler, education, high school. An ordinary wage earner lost in the vast sea of people. You have accidentally become a traveler. How will such an ordinary you survive in the perilous tasks ahead? Or perhaps you are not as ordinary as you seem. Expertise: cold reading 73, expert acting 65, expert intimidation 35, advanced 40 more lines. Omitted abilities: deceptive talk, strength, E agility, E magic, intelligence, A luck, B leadership, B comprehensive evaluation, C. Many pieces of information had changed, such as age. In the other world, Qigfei was 20, but on Earth he was 22. However, more significant than age was the change in his top 3 panel attributes. Strength and agility aside, magic had completely disappeared, making Qigfei realize that even if he learned magic in the other world, he wouldn't be able to use it upon returning to Earth. The reason for this change was likely because although he and the Qigfei on Qilon Continent shared the same consciousness, their bodies were 2 different ones. Thus, the data related to the physical body had changed, while the intelligence, luck, and leadership related to consciousness remained unchanged. Qigfei closed the manual and took it to bed. The way to return to the other world was simple: just sleep with the travel manual. If you didn't want to cross over, just keep the book at a distance. Xiangnong, what will happen to this body while I am traveling? Please do not worry. As long as you complete the task, you can return to the current time point. Even if you live in the other world for 1.5 years, in reality, it is just a fleeting dream. I will not monitor you throughout this mission. You can ask questions to my terminal at any time. Oh, so it's just an AI replacing you because it's too troublesome. He's truly a problem child in the history books. Qigfei fell silent for a moment before asking, is there anything else you want to tell me? Given your lack of experience and the daunting task ahead, we will have another traveler currently on Qilon Continent assist you, so I wish you a smooth journey. The voice of Xiangnong gradually faded from his mind, and Qigfei felt he should have fallen asleep. However, something seemed off. Strange, is my pillow really that soft? Qigfei's bedding was all cheaply bought from the online store. It shouldn't be this soft and bouncy. Not only that, but there was also a rich fragrance coming from the pillow. Qigfei, still in a hazy state, reached out to touch his pillow and felt something smooth beneath his hand. The quality of this pillow is really good. It even makes sounds. Wait, sounds. Qigfei suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. In that position, the female knight Katarina was lying on the ground in a thin shirt, revealing a deep valley and a large expanse of snow white due to a loose button. It seemed this was the pillow Qigfei had last night. Qigfei pinched his brow, recalling what had transpired that night, and then sighed in relief. thankfully nothing major had happened. Yet he still felt somewhat regretful. Why hadn't anything major happened? Then he summoned the travel manual and flipped to the task section. As expected, the phase task had already appeared. Phase task: join the camp of 2nd Prince Roderick or the camp of Princess Kalanshida. 01 Gain the trust of the camp leader. 01 Historical correction. Time limit 1094 days, 1095 days. Complete the phase task to choose to end this travel and settle rewards returning temporarily. Traveler Sir, the Xiangnong system is at your service. At this moment, the voice of Xiangnong abruptly echoed in his mind, but this time the voice was no longer ethereal. Instead, it carried a mechanical tone, clearly the so-called terminal. Well, now it's truly a system. It is recommended that you first take care of the female knight on the floor. Someone will knock on your door in 10 seconds. Hearing this, Qigfei glanced at Katarina, who was disheveled on the floor. Indeed, if others saw this, his lifelong reputation would likely be ruined. He needed to quickly get her onto the bed. Why does this phrasing feel a bit beastly? Just then a rapid knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. Qigfei hurriedly moved the female knight to the bed and then opened the door. Outside stood the sturdy young man responsible for watching the gardener scout, panting heavily, clearly having run over in a hurry. Qigfei's expression darkened. This situation indicated that something had gone wrong. Calm down, what happened? Big brother Qigfei, that gnome, he has escaped. How did he escape? Didn't you keep an eye on him? The gnome has been in a coma since we knocked him out. We thought he wouldn't wake up for a while, so we left him in the woodshed. This morning we found he had run away. The sturdy young man's voice grew softer, clearly feeling responsible. He was originally in charge of guarding, but during the village feast last night, he couldn't resist sneaking a few drinks and ended up unconscious. Qigfei frowned. This gardener was a spy and was not one of Katarina's group. Katarina had truly just come to the village to get some food, but this gardener likely wouldn't mind if the whole village perished. If I were him, what would I do at this moment? I should go tell the villagers to lock the doors and windows tightly and don't wander around until I return. Okay, big brother, you be careful too. Qigfei turned back into the room where the female knight was still peacefully sleeping. Qigfei slapped her forehead. Your Highness. Katarina screamed. She had just dreamed of taking a bath with Princess Kellen, who was as usual groping her body, and just as she was about to resist, the princess suddenly headbutted her, and then she woke up. Qigfei looked at the silly girl helplessly. It was no wonder that people around Princess Kalanshida were all such talents. It was no wonder she was sent to this impoverished rural area. Stop sleeping, the scout has escaped. Katarina, still dazed, perked up upon hearing this, instantly becoming alert. That traitor. Lord Melon, please allow me to return and report to the princess. Qigfei did not respond immediately, but took out the travel manual. The next actions needed to be based on the information he had. The intelligence search from the travel manual indeed provided him with the information he wanted. He smiled slightly and ordered in an orderly manner, no, there's no rush. You go bring your soldiers, and then do as I say. When Katarina appeared at the wooden house where the soldiers were held, all the soldiers were astonished. When she excitedly waved goodbye to Qigfei with a flushed face, the soldiers were even more terrified. What exactly happened last night? This was the question in every soldier's mind, but no one dared to ask. According to the villagers, Lady Katarina had spent the entire night in Qigfei's room. And this morning they were released, and Lady Katarina was so warm towards that man. Every soldier had the same thought. Bastard. Really enviable. I know, truly shameful. How could the noble Melon take advantage of someone in this manner? It is not just beastly. Simply worse than beasts. Every soldier looked at Qigfei with more resentment, wishing they could torture him 1,000 times. But they could only think about it. They knew very well that even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Katarina, spirited, led the soldiers to carry out the task Qigfei had given her, completely oblivious to the soldiers' low spirits. Qigfei noticed, however, and he didn't understand why the soldiers had such hostility towards him. Hadn't he already let them go? Truly good intentions met with ingratitude. Qigfei's plan was simple. Since that scout was a spy, he must have a way to relay information or a contact. Therefore, he would use this to his advantage, searching for the rendezvous point with the manual and instructing Katarina to leave false information. As for himself, Qigfei took a black robe from his inventory and put it on, and this was something he had brought from Earth. This large black robe with a hood enveloped his entire body. Well, then I shall go meet that princess. Damn it. Damn it. Those country bumpkins deserve to die. The scout Bobo ran through the desolate wilderness, incessantly cursing. A large bump had formed on his head, the result of being struck by a youth from the village with a burning stick yesterday. Thanks to that, Bobo had remained unconscious all night, and when he awoke the sun was already high in the sky. If it weren't for the fact that the villagers were all drunk, he wouldn't have been able to escape. When I return to summon reinforcements, I will kill all of you. And that Katarina, how could she, being a knight, not even handle a bunch of country bumpkins? She might as well change her profession to work in a brothel. Her body would surely be in high demand. Bobo's incessant foul language combined with his sharp, duck-like voice was particularly grating. His mood was terrible, not just because he had been beaten. More importantly, the plan to pin the blame for the village attack on Princess Kalanshida had completely fallen through. Originally, after executing this plan, he could have collected his reward from the second prince and then lived freely. But now, let alone the reward, it would be a stroke of luck not to be scolded. The thought of extending this tense lurking life made Bobo grind his teeth in anger, and his curses became more frequent, spewing all sorts of filthy words. Just then he spotted a group of people approaching from not far away. The most eye-catching among them was a man in full steel armor sporting a bushy beard at the center of the group. The man had brown hair and brown eyes, his expression serious, and his robust figure towering over 1.9 meters exuded a powerful aura. However, even more eye-catching than the man was the warhorse beneath him. The horse had 6 legs, its coat as dark and deep as the night, with its eyes burning with a ghostly flame, occasionally snorting out gray-black foul air. A magical beast, the nightmare steed. This is a rare magical creature that can be tamed, possessing formidable combat power sufficient to rival an ordinary great knight. Those capable of taming such a magical beast as a mount are even rarer. As far as Bobo knew, there was only one. Roland Pedinin, a golden knight at just 28 years of age. He was Katarina's mentor and the most powerful individual within the princess faction. Reinforcements. Bobo's face lit up with joy as he waved his short arms, eagerly signaling for the friend gesture, rushing toward the main force. Lord Roland has come personally. Just watch how I report, you bunch of country bumpkins, you will all die. Roland's heart was anything but calm on the surface. Yesterday, his proud student had set out with a small team to hunt, promising to return before dark, yet now it was noon the next day, and there was still no sign of them. Roland knew his student well. With Katarina's meticulous personality, if something delayed them, she would certainly send someone back with a message. There was no way there would be no news at all. Then the answer could only be one: something had happened to Katarina. In this remote place, there was no one who could threaten a great knight. The danger must have come from outside. Could it be another pursuer? Tisk, they just won't let it go. To search for Katarina's team, Roland had taken nearly all his forces to follow the trail early in the morning. Finally, after a few hours of searching, he saw the scout Bobo running toward him, shouting. Bobo knelt on one knee in front of the horse. He was already short, and kneeling made him even lower, barely reaching the height of the nightmare steed's legs, making it hard for Roland to see him. Lord Roland, you must stand up for us. Bobo cried, tears streaming down his face as if he had lost his mother. Roland frowned, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. What on earth happened? Where is Katarina? Where are the other soldiers? Where did you all go yesterday? Lord Roland, we went to the nearby village yesterday. Lady Katarina wanted to requisition some food from the villagers there, but those rude peasants not only refused, they actually. Bobo cried, sniffling, weaving a tale of a mob uprising portraying the noble and virtuous female knight who willingly surrendered to spare the villagers from harm. He claimed to have been grievously injured by the mob and had risked his life to return with the news. Those brutes absolutely disregard the laws of the kingdom. I fear Lady Katarina is now. Enough. Stop talking. Roland's forehead throbbed. He never expected that the villagers of that very village would be the ones responsible. When they first discovered that village, they deliberately avoided involving the villagers in danger and chose to camp in a cave. Little did they expect those villagers to repay kindness with malice. Take me to the village. I want to see just how powerful the mob is that dares to lay hands on a knight of the kingdom. Yes, my lord. No need, the mob you mentioned has already come on its own. Not far away, Qigfei walked lightly in a black robe, standing alone in the wilderness and blocking the path of dozens of fully armed soldiers. At this moment, all eyes were focused on him. Qigfei glanced at Bobo. Your acting skills are not to be underestimated. It's just that the plot is too cliched. Oh, one can guess what you'll say. His face was completely obscured by the hood, making it impossible to see his expression. Roland felt a jolt. Until Qigfei spoke, he had not realized the other's presence. Even his senses as a golden knight had failed to detect him. However, he did not show it on his face. Sitting high on his magical horse, he asked, my knight is in your hands. Qigfei pretended to ponder for a moment, spreading his hands. I haven't seen the knight, but I did catch a bunch of robbers from the village. I wonder if they are the same group you're referring to. Roland snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes and releasing the powerful aura of a golden knight. I don't know who you are, but I suggest you release them at once. Given that this place is remote and you are unaware of the world, I can let this matter go. Ah, is that so? Then I would like to see how you plan to hold me accountable. Qigfei removed his hood, revealing his face and a head of black hair, staring directly at Roland with a mocking expression. Qigfei's appearance did not disappoint him. At that moment, he heard dozens of people around him collectively gasp, who, whether it was an illusion or not, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. May Mylan. How could it be? How could it be? Bobo's short fingers trembled as he pointed at Qigfei, mumbling as if in a dream. Roland's expressionless bearded face also showed signs of wavering. He finally understood how his student had fallen into the hands of a bunch of rural villagers. In that village lived a monster capable of crushing thousands of troops. Roland was a golden knight who had been on the front lines of the demon-human war. His knowledge and experience far surpassed that of Katarina. Roland knew that the Mylan family had a tradition: every Mylan would travel across the continent before becoming a hero. During this long journey, they rapidly enhanced their strength, gathered like-minded companions, and forged their own holy sword. And when all these goals were achieved, the hero would be born. The hero is the pinnacle of the human species, a super individual that sweeps away armies and overturns worlds. The ferocious and powerful orcs, the magic-wielding elves, and even the mighty ancient dragons would bow their proud heads in front of the hero. The hero is the greatest weapon that the beings of the Order faction used to combat the demon race, and the only existence capable of contending with the Demon King. At this moment, Roland fell into deep thought, contemplating just how many lives it would take to potentially retrieve Katarina from the hands of this Mylan. On the other side, Qigfei felt a bit weak in the knees. Ever since that knight named Roland had released his powerful aura, goosebumps had risen all over him, and he almost wanted to turn and run. At this moment, Qigfei also fell into contemplation, thinking about how to seek mercy without losing face if a fight were to break out. In the wilderness, a pin drop could be heard. In the vast wilderness, even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. From a distance, it seemed as if Qigfei single-handedly subdued the entire army. Bobo was undoubtedly the most flustered person at the scene. The plan to attack the village was originally his idea, and now the victim was confronting him directly, making it impossible for the story he had just fabricated to hold up. Moreover, the person in question was a member of the Milan clan. On one side stood a valiant family of world guardians, while on the other was merely a slave from the Pooh people. Could the words spoken by such a person hold any weight? Even a fool would know which side to trust. However, Bobo was a very clever, or rather cunning Pooh person, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lurk beneath Roland's nose for so long. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly shifted his gaze and shouted, "Lord Roland, it was him. Yesterday Lady Catalina was kidnapped into his house and didn't come out the entire night." Roland's face darkened instantly. This little bugger. Qigfei cursed inwardly, unable to control the twitching at the corner of his eye. In reality, Bobo didn't even know where Catalina was being held. He was just using this method to incite conflict between the two sides to make his escape. The truth was irrelevant, as explaining it would only exacerbate the situation. Besides, Catalina was attractive and had a good figure. He didn't believe that Qigfei would do nothing. Under normal circumstances, Qigfei could have dealt with such accusations flawlessly, as a clear conscience fears no shadow. Yet ironically, this time his posture was anything but proper. Qigfei's brief abnormality did not escape Roland's keen eyes. The usually composed and experienced Golden Knight at the age of 28 now wore a twisted expression. Although the Milan clan was small in number, it was the most renowned family on the continent. It was well known that this family produced warriors along with the Sea King. These surnames represented Milan's warriors regardless of gender, who were either killers or lechers. Throughout the generations, there have been those among the Milan who would do anything anywhere resembling human-powered pile drivers. Beasts, demahumans, elves, and Pooh people, as long as they were good-looking, these fellows would not care about racial issues. One of the most outrageous was a warrior named Lance Milan, whose holy sword was ironically his own private part. Although they were fundamentally good-natured, they spent years on the front lines battling the demon race to protect the continent. However, people occasionally ponder why such a group would be chosen as heroes. Roland's muscular neck bulged with veins as his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. He glared fiercely at Qigfei, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The behavior of the Milan family truly never changes. Is it that any female, even if she's a curly-haired monkey, won't be spared by you? What? Is the entire Milan clan composed of such scoundrels? Qigfei realized that his reputation had been unknowingly tarnished by the Milan clan. However, this did not prevent him from retorting foolishness that cannot distinguish between loyalty and treachery. You believe such nonsense. Even a curly-haired monkey is smarter than you all. As they exchanged barbs, Qigfei snapped his fingers, and the roaming manual materialized in his hand. Regardless of whether a battle would ensue, he first needed to investigate the personal information of this bearded knight, and then decide whether to charge forward or make a run for it. Name Roland. Age 8. Race human. Faction order. Occupation villager. A common boy from the territory of Count Petinin with remarkable talent. Noticed by Count Petinin, he was brought into the Lord's city and is currently training as a knight apprentice in the Count's castle. Specialization: spearmanship 15, beginner swordsmanship 21, intermediate. Ability stats: strength E, agility, and so on. Qigfei glanced at the burly man over 1.9 meters tall with a beard riding a magical horse, and then looked at the data displayed in the manual. Is this really an 8-year-old? Qigfei felt like he was being played. Xianon, what the hell is going on? The search data from the roaming manual is sourced from the experiences of all roamers and the records of historians. The information has a time sensitivity and limitations. The last update on Knight Roland's information was 20 years ago. Xianong's voice was mechanical and flat, clearly not her own response. Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? You didn't ask, did you? Damn. Well, now there's no need to ponder. He could think about how to beg for mercy. It is said that in Neon there is a unique apology technique called Tsuchishita Za. The general method is to kneel on both knees, bringing both hands together on the thighs, then placing both hands in an inward shape on the ground, leaning forward until the forehead touches the ground. Finally, one must loudly shout "Red Bean Paste Private Marseille" to receive forgiveness. Naturally, Qigfei would never do such a humiliating thing. He drew the broken Belunk holy sword from his inventory. Although the sword was broken, its effects had been reduced by at least 80%. But there was still 20% left. At such a time, even the smallest boost was crucial. Qigfei prepared for a Hitandran, waiting for Catalina to return so they could clarify the facts with Roland together. What he did not realize was that his series of actions had already left a significant impact on Roland. With a magic book in the left hand and a sword in the right, this generation of Milan is actually a magic warrior. In the Killing Continent, becoming a magician is no easy feat. One must possess not only powerful magical power, but also advanced elemental affinity and sufficient intelligence, none of which can be lacking. Having magical power without elemental affinity would mean spending a lifetime casting nothing but small fireballs. Having elemental affinity without magical power means it's difficult to execute even a single blow. Generally, magicians use wands embedded with magic crystals, transforming magical power into spells through incantation. However, those exceptionally intelligent magicians can construct spell formulas on monster hide paper, allowing them to activate recorded spells with just a thought. The magic cast in this manner consumes very little magical power and requires no incantation. Normally, mid to high-level spells that would require several minutes or even tens of minutes of chanting can sweep across the battlefield like a machine gun without any delay. Thus, those who carry a stack of paper or a book are often synonymous with destruction. Because they require no incantation, they can move freely. Such magicians usually undergo warrior training to further enhance their strength. The Adventurers Guild has a specific title for such individuals, magic warriors. Roland frowned tightly. He was deeply wary of the book in Qigfei's hand. As for the broken sword, he ignored it. The Milan clan even had instances of using manhood as holy swords, so a broken sword was indeed a very normal weapon. What made Roland even more uneasy was that since the man opposite him had taken a combat stance, his old companion, the Nightmare Steed, had shown obvious signs of fear. If Roland had not still been riding it, this powerful magical horse would have likely fled long ago. Roland felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. A family of heroes. It seems they are all a bunch of monsters. At this moment, Qigfei, lacking information, chose to remain still and watch the changes. Meanwhile, Roland, fueled by intense imagination, regarded Qigfei as the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered. Both sides fell into a fierce mental duel, and once again the wilderness fell silent. "Roland, can we pause for a moment?" A sweet voice broke the silence in the open field. Qigfei swore he had never heard a voice so melodious in his life. A soldier stepped out from the ranks, and only then did Qigfei notice what set this soldier apart. She had snow-white skin and cherry-red lips with a pair of sparkling emerald-green eyes that would make even the finest jade pale in comparison. The worn soldier's armor and simple helmet could not conceal the nobility and elegance she exuded, and instead they wrapped around her like a blooming wildflower. This person perfectly illustrated that good-looking individuals look good in anything they wear. Qigfei knew at first glance who this person was. Although watching you two bicker is quite entertaining, I'm currently more curious about Mr. Milan's intentions. She was the target of this stage's mission. "Hello, Mr. Milan, my name is Kelenshita, and for now I can still be considered a princess of the kingdom." The soldier smiled lightly, her bright eyes and white teeth resembling a blooming flower. Crinshide smiled radiantly, sending Qigfei's thoughts adrift in a wave of enchantment. Were all people from other worlds this breathtakingly beautiful? A voice, Shannon's, sounded sharply in his mind. "Alert. You have encountered one of the target entities for this phase, Crinshide. Seize this opportunity to complete your objective." The words jolted Qigfei from his daze, and he swiftly reined in his wandering thoughts. She might well become his future employer, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. Surely he ought to make an exceptional impression. Qigfei sheathed his weapon and stepped forward twice, halting before Crinshide with the polished, affable smile of an HRBP professional. "Your Highness, Princess Crinshide, I am Qigfei. Your beauty leaves me utterly spellbound." The young princess shyly returned his smile and extended her hand. Instantly comprehending, Qigfei gently lifted her slender alabaster fingers and pressed a light, reverent kiss upon the back of her hand. The gesture flowed with such seamless grace that no one had time to react before it was already complete. The 16-year-old princess stood frozen in place for several seconds, then abruptly snatched her hand back, hiding it behind her, her cheeks flushed as deeply as a sun-ripened peach. She stumbled backward, her emerald eyes wide and trembling like those of a startled fawn. At that moment, Roland's gaze turned crimson. In one swift motion, he drew his knightly blade and launched himself from horseback, landing squarely before Crinshide as her shield. "How dare you? You insolent wretch! Do you truly believe no one dares lay a hand on you?" Roland's sword hand trembled, not with fatigue, but with raw fury. He had never imagined Qigfei would dare such brazen impropriety, openly flirting with the royal princess before dozens of kingdom soldiers. What on earth provoked this reaction? Qigfei was momentarily stunned. "Alert, the kingdom of Moan has no tradition of the hand-kiss greeting. Your action is tantamount to public sexual harassment of a princess." "But she merely wished to shake your hand. Though our collaboration was brief, it has been a profound honor. May your passage be peaceful." "Silence now." 30-odd soldiers simultaneously raised their spears. They had resolved without hesitation to sacrifice their lives if necessary, to surround and slay this contemptible intruder where he stood. "Your Highness, please step back. This treacherous rogue may yet strike again." Soldiers encircle him. As Roland shielded Crinshide, he issued crisp commands, deploying his troops into a tightening combat formation. In that instant, the veteran Golden Knight revealed his seasoned mastery. Qigfei watched the shrinking perimeter with a face grown cold and still. Alliance with the princess's faction was now impossible. Time to revise the plan: break through the encirclement, then use Katatrina to lure Princess Crinshide, leveraging her capture as a key to enter Prince Second's camp. While rapidly recalculating strategy in his mind, Qigfei scanned for the weakest point in the ring. When at the very brink of crisis, Crinshide stepped forward. "No, I am unharmed. I was simply startled." "Roland, stand down your soldiers. Sir Melon bears no ill intent. But just now, it is of no consequence. I believe Sir Melon merely offered me an unusual greeting, nothing more. Even the light sprites confirmed as much to me." Crinchide moved beside Roland and gently patted his shoulder, calming him. Only then did he signal with a wave. Soldiers lowered their weapons, though the cordon remained intact and watchful. Siegfried exhaled softly. He had already braced himself for the worst. Please forgive my indiscretion, Your Highness. This hand-kiss greeting originates from the Ophis Empire recently adopted there, but evidently unfamiliar in Moan. He delivered the lie with flawless solemnity, even though he had no idea where the Ophis Empire lay. Crinchide covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Truly, the Empire's customs remain as bold as ever. Though startling, this unexpected interlude had swiftly bridged the distance between them. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Crinchide composed herself and asked earnestly, Mr. Siegfried, Katerina, my dear friend, is she truly with you? Siegfried glanced around and spotted a squat, furtive goblin scout who had already slipped far away amid the chaos. He gave a faint, knowing smirk and pointed toward the goblin. For that question, you'd do better asking your friend directly. Bobo was dragged back by a soldier gripping his scruff. His stubby limbs flailed helplessly in midair to no avail. Bobo, what in truth transpired here? Roland's expression darkened. He bore down on the goblin with unmasked pressure. He was no simple brute, merely swept up earlier by fury over his beloved apprentice. Now, with clarity restored, he saw Bobo's tale riddled with glaring inconsistencies. Faced with the Golden Knight's undisguised lethality, Bobo crumpled into a quivering heap, yet still insisted, my lord, what have I done wrong? If nothing, why flee so far? I needed to relieve myself. Just beyond the trees. Bobo's logic was grimly straightforward. Deny involvement in the village assault, outright shift full blame onto Katerina, and thus evade punishment entirely. After all, he'd only proposed the plan. The execution fell solely to Katerina. Now that disaster struck, wasn't it only natural she should bear all responsibility? What Bobo could never have imagined was that Siegfried had never come to investigate the village raid at all. Leaning close, Siegfried fixed the dwarf with a quiet, unsettling smile. Little dwarf, care to guess what Katerina and her squad are doing right now? Bobo's expression froze. Let me offer a hint. I know who you are. I know who commands you. I know your rendezvous point. I know your cipher. I know everything about you. His obsidian eyes locked onto the goblin scouts. Within their depth, Bobo saw his own ashen, hollow reflection. Go on, guess. What precisely is Katerina doing at this very moment? The youth's smile was chillingly serene. Impossible. How could this be possible? His covert service to Prince II was among the kingdom's deepest secrets. He communicated exclusively via coded markers left at designated sites, never appearing in person before any contact. Only Prince Roderick himself and his personal female bodyguard knew his true identity. How then had he been exposed? No matter how hard he strained, Bobo could not fathom the answer, until abruptly urgent hoofbeats thundered from afar. Katerina galloped in on a snow-white steed, having outpaced her entire squad. Waving vigorously from the saddle, her voice rang with unmistakable exhilaration. Your Highness, Master, I bear vital news. It appears all parties have assembled. The current phase objective: join one of the royal heir's factions and earn their trust. Though phrased as two goals, they were in truth inseparable. Joining a faction inherently demanded earned trust, and earning trust inevitably led to formal alliance. Siegfried had devised a plan to demonstrate his capability and secure trust swiftly. Though fraught with unforeseen complications, it was unfolding successfully at last. He surveyed the assembled group, clasped his hands lightly, and offered a warm, inviting smile. Standing while speaking grows tiresome. Shall we retire to the village for conversation? When this large procession entered Fengtao village, the villagers recoiled in alarm, assuming the same band of marauding soldiers had returned for vengeance. Yet upon spotting Siegfried leading the column, their fears dissolved. A few bolder souls even trailed behind, eager for spectacle. En route, Katerina recounted every detail of her mission. Per Siegfried's instructions, she had visited Bobo's rendezvous site at dawn and left a carefully crafted signal. Its message read: ambush the princess's forces here in 2 days. With certainty, assailants would arrive at Siegfried's designated location 2 days hence. They would find no princess, only Roland and his great sword. This was a counter-ambush operation. A success would yield ample emergency supplies from the attacker's spoils. Most crucially, it would end the relentless 6-month pursuit that had driven the princess's faction to the edge of annihilation, effortlessly dismantled by Siegfried in a single day. As Katerina extolled Siegfried's brilliance and prowess, her expression blazed with fervent admiration, as if ready to enshrine him upon a divine altar. Incidentally, she omitted all mention of yesterday's village raid, claiming only to have chanced upon Sir Melon presently residing here while passing through. Mr. Siegfried, how did you uncover Bobo's espionage? Crinchide voiced her curiosity regarding his intelligence source. Siegfried had long prepared a plausible falsehood, flawed perhaps, yet rendered flawless by the skilled deceptive narrative. Before he could speak, however, Katerina answered for him. Why, the eagle eye, of course, the ancestral divine blessing of Sir Melon. I witnessed it myself. With but a glance at my face, he read my memories clear as day, unmasking a mere spy. Child's play for Sir Melon. Crinchide's eyes widened in sudden understanding. She knew of the eagle eye. It featured prominently in the histories of heroes' mandatory study for royal heirs. Yet what astonished her more was her childhood friend's demeanor. From girlhood, Katerina had been peerless, subduing wild boars barehanded at 14, ascending to Grand Knight at 19, 2 years ahead of Roland, a ancient century prodigy. Now that same indomitable woman gazed upon Siegfried with the starstruck fervor of a devoted acolyte. Had she fallen so swiftly? The princess inwardly winced. Meanwhile, Siegfried stood utterly bewildered. Eagle-eyed. What in the nine heavens was that? A berserker's clairvoyant ability from the warrior's creed. Isn't that right, Sir Melon? You can perceive each of our thoughts. Even now, Katarina suddenly turned the question to him, her sapphire eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed. Precisely so. I knew it. Your Highness, you see, it is as I said. A phantom ability, now irrevocably added to his repertoire. The group left the soldiers in the village square and entered the communal hall lively and animated. Dubbed the Assembly Hall, it was in truth the Harvest Chapel's nave, temporarily repurposed as this remained the most dignified space in all Fengtao village. Surely no sovereign princess could be received in the village elder's humble cottage. Within stood a long table laden with roasted duck, chicken, fish, suckling pig, and barrels of barley ale. Upon learning the first princess of Moan had arrived, the village elders sobered instantly and mobilized every villager to prepare this feast at breakneck speed. For a rural settlement, this banquet was extravagance incarnate, not monotonous in variety, though admittedly lacking courtly culinary refinement given the remoteness of the locale. Remember to settle the bill afterward, if short credit will suffice. Siegfried cast a dry glance at Roland, already salivating, and added mildly. Every face present, including Crinshide's, flushed faintly. Absurd. Not even an emperor like Qianlong would dine without paying. At the doorway, little Tova staggered in, bearing a whole roasted lamb, nearly her own size. Siegfried moved to assist, only to be preempted by a pair of slender, graceful hands steadying the tottering girl. Crinshide took the lamb, offering a flawless, radiant smile. Little sister, thank you for your hospitality. Please tell the kitchen staff to distribute the remaining dishes among the soldiers in the square. We have more than enough here. Tova, awestruck by Crinshide's ethereal beauty, blushed deeply and stammered silently. Siegfried gently tousled her hair. Thank you, run along now. And tell everyone the princess will pay the bill. He emphasized the final two words with deliberate weight. Yes, sir, Hirosama. Tova snapped upright, chest puffed, as if entrusted with a sacred commission. Within the vast hall sat only five: Siegfried, Crinshide, Roland, and Katarina, seated around the long table. Bobo, bruised and swollen, stood apart watching the feast with hungry, helpless eyes. Mr. Siegfried, I extend the gratitude of the Moan royal house for your aid. Crinshide had not tasted such a feast in ages, yet lifelong etiquette prevented her from devouring a roasted chicken with the unrestrained hunger of the two nightly starving ghosts beside her. First she offered Siegfried a graceful bow, then with elegant precision wielded her fork to claim her share, matching the knight's pace without sacrificing poise. Watching the trio gorge themselves, Siegfried admitted, frankly, he was reconsidering his allegiance to Crinshide's faction. This phase's ultimate aim was historical correction, reclaiming the four realms, ending civil strife, and unifying the kingdom. Yet relying on this ragtag remnant, it felt less like statecraft and more like joining the National Revolutionary Army in 1949, absurd, desperate, and doomed. How many remain under your command? Siegfried asked once their appetites had subsided. Excluding these soldiers, 10 or so hold the wind-calling cavern. Altogether, 48 souls remain. Katarina's voice faltered. Half a year ago they had fled the capital with nearly 1,000 strong. She had watched comrades fall one by one, until the ranks dwindled, the path narrowed, and hope itself seemed extinguished. Siegfried's expression hardened, not from dismay at their scarcity, but from the chilling opposite. The number remaining was in fact far too high. 48. You still have 48. What do you mean by that? Roland put down the chicken leg that was about to reach his mouth, sensing the underlying meaning in Siegfried's words. No reinforcements, no supplies, and yet you've managed to escape for half a year under the joint pursuit of two major forces. This world is still in the medieval period, and marching into battle requires a large logistical support team. If it were a short distance sprint of 1,000 miles, it might be feasible, but to have nearly 1,000 people escape for half a year without logistical support is simply impossible. How have you managed to hold on until now? This was the question that had puzzled Siegfried all along. Catalina was influenced by Siegfried's serious tone and became earnest. After escaping the royal city, we sent small teams disguised to purchase food from the cities along the way. Because these transactions were conducted in the black market, they went unnoticed. Later, as the number of people in the group dwindled, the pressure for logistics was not as great. If you have any questions, Catalina began to ask, but suddenly realized something was off, quickly turning her head to look at the nearby servant Bobo. Siegfried bit down on his fork, furrowing his brow. Yes, there is a spy among your ranks. This means that every city you settled in is known to the enemy. Oh, why would they allow you to enter and procure supplies? Currently, the situation in the Moan Kingdom is not complicated. The Duke of the Northern Territory, Alvis, stands with the second Prince Roderick, while the Duke of the Southern Territory, Bylon, is an ally of the first Prince Frederick. In the Eastern Territory, Gallo, who is not only a duke, but also the owner of the largest commercial guild in the kingdom, has always been adept at reaping profits for his territory during the Civil War. As for the Western Territory, the Duke Simon should perhaps be called the Principality of Simon. They split from the Moan Kingdom several years ago for various reasons, and during this civil war the Simon family has not shown any stance, not even sending someone to understand the specifics, as if the kingdom's matters have nothing to do with them. Half a year ago, the second prince gained the upper hand during the coup in the royal city and has since completely controlled the royal city of Andres Reyes and its surrounding areas. Meanwhile, the first prince has retreated to the old capital Saint-Mon city, perched by the Rhine River. The Golden Imperial capital and the Chalk Old capital, the two largest cities in the kingdom, face each other across the Rhine River, the mother river of Mon. Strangely, neither side has launched a large-scale war in the past 6 months. What are they doing? Qigfei bit his wooden fork, trying desperately to think. They strike, without fatality, clearly capable of capturing, yet allowing their prey to escape, for over half a year. Why? Often you cannot fathom a person's thoughts, not because you are foolish, but because you and they are simply not of the same kind. Only a kind can understand its own kind, only another schemer can comprehend a schemer's intentions. Suddenly Qigfei had a flash of insight, almost instinctively murmuring, "Oh, they are dividing and weakening the power of the princess faction. To cut the grass is to uproot it. This is about uprooting." The voice was soft yet reached everyone's ears. Roland instinctively moved closer to Clinch's position. Catalina shivered, recalling how Qigfei had ruthlessly manipulated her yesterday. "What's wrong with you? Lord Milan, your expression is somewhat terrifying right now." Expression? Qigfei touched his face and realized he was indeed smiling. "What are you doing?" "No smiling. Do you want me to cry?" "What do you mean by what you just said?" Roland's face was not pleasant. The current situation and the feeling this Milan gave him left him in a gloomy mood. The enemy is driving you out of the power center while firmly grasping your movements. After all, Clinched is the first heir to the throne, and the nobles of the princess faction must be a formidable force. If they directly captured people and took them back, it would undoubtedly cause Clinch supporters to act out of desperation. Thus, they have been relentlessly pursuing you for half a year, without fatal consequences, using this time to gradually turn the nobles of the princess faction into their own forces. Once they completely dismantle my power, they will launch a real encirclement operation, and by then I will be utterly isolated and helpless, forced to voluntarily relinquish the throne. Clinched continued on from Qigfei's words, her tone unwavering. Qigfei raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. It was not surprising that Clinched had already guessed this. How could a princess or heir of a nation be truly naive? Exactly that way, there is no need to bear the reputation of usurpation. I now suspect that there is still a traitor among your ranks. Since Bobo is the second prince's informant, there must also be someone from the first prince's side. Catalina was already dizzy, as she had never been good at this kind of scheming. Roland roughly grabbed Bobo, his actions causing Bobo to grimace in pain. "Speak. Who else? You traitors, His Highness trusted you without reservation, and this is how you repay him." "You don't know. I just passed information to His Highness Roderick. I really don't know anything else. You dare to argue." Roland was furious. This exemplary knight simply could not forgive such betrayal, raising his fist to strike. "Don't do that, Roland." "But he..." "Forget it," Qigfei also urged. "He is merely a pawn, and would you explain your plans to a pawn if you were the player?" "But Bobo, I must remind you, at this point you can no longer return to Roderick. The hunting party in 2 days will be utterly destroyed due to the erroneous information you provided. You can now guess how Roderick will deal with you and how he will treat a pawn that has betrayed him. But this is all your..." "Yes, but who cares?" Bobo's pale face was drenched in cold sweat. He had met the second prince once, as Clinch's brother. Roderick was a versatile, golden-haired, handsome man with about 60% resemblance to Clinched in features. But it was merely a resemblance in features. Their personalities were utterly different. If Clinched was the gentle warmth of spring, Roderick was the blazing sun of summer, mercilessly scorching anyone daring to oppose him. If Bobo returned like this, he would undoubtedly face a gruesome death. The second prince never listened to any arguments, only cared about the outcome. With this thought, he finally stammered, "I don't know much more. I only know that the hunting party has always been jointly dispatched by the two princes. There might really be spies from the first prince in the team. Damn, does this count as brotherly love?" As a good brother who cared for his sister, Qigfei could not understand how these two brothers could be so ruthless. But as a modern person with a decent grasp of history, he knew that the struggle for thrones throughout history, both ancient and modern, was always bloody, and fratricide was commonplace. Even the formidable Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was not exempt. "Milan, no, Lord Milan, I know this is quite cheeky, but can I ask you to help?" "I refuse." Qigfei interrupted Roland before he could finish. Roland was momentarily stunned. He did not expect Qigfei to not even let him finish his sentence. Qigfei spread his hands, fingers resting on his chin. "The Milan family precept is to never interfere in any political struggles, and I have already helped enough." The family precept was nonsense. He did not truly intend to refuse, but used this method to elevate his own worth, gaining direct entry into the power center of the princess faction. Only by holding the greatest power could one hope to accomplish the arduous task of unifying the kingdom within 3 years. This was also why he did not choose the second prince's faction. They were too strong to need him to win. Whether he could gain trust in that faction was uncertain. Upon hearing Qigfei refuse so bluntly, Catalina grew anxious, but she did not dare to plead. After all, he had no obligation, and Qigfei had indeed helped them escape from predicament, just as he had promised yesterday. She glanced at the princess and then at Qigfei, feeling somewhat lost. Clinched had remained silent since earlier, as if making a certain decision. Finally, the princess stood up, removing the soldier's helmet from her head, her golden hair cascading down like silk. She parted her lips slightly, her voice soft yet filled with determination. "Actually, I have never had any desire for the throne. I am the youngest and the first heir should not be me. But everyone chose me, and I do not wish to disappoint them. If my brothers can lead this country better, I would not mind relinquishing the throne. I have lived in the palace since childhood listening to ministers recount how prosperous the kingdom is and how wealthy the people live. I believe this with pride. But during this half-year journey, every city I have seen is completely different from what the ministers described. The people are suffering from hunger and cold, unable to fill their stomachs, while the court ministers can bathe in fine red wine, yet they cannot even get a piece of black bread. I initially thought this was due to the impact of the civil war, but later I found the same scene in cities that were not affected by the flames of war. Clinch's emerald eyes locked onto Qigfei, and this princess of the kingdom bowed deeply. Mr. Qigfei, I do not seek your help in fighting for the throne. I can give up the throne, I can renounce being a princess, I can relinquish everything. If these things could be exchanged for the prosperity and well-being of the people, what harm would it be to give them up? But I lack the power. Tears streamed down her cheeks. This feeling of helplessness had tormented her for the entire half-year. I only ask you to save this country, to save those poor people. You are a descendant of the heroic family. If it were you, you would surely succeed. If you can agree to this request, I am willing to offer you everything I have. Qigfei looked at this incredibly beautiful girl. He was unsure how much of her words were sincere. Many years ago, he had already become immune to such pretty speeches. His first reaction upon hearing her words was surprise at her audacity to use the moral high ground of the heroic family to pressure him. Yet looking at the girl's trembling shoulders and the tears rolling down her face, Qigfei inexplicably saw a reflection in this 16-year-old princess, the shadow of a 16-year-old boy. The same sense of helplessness that he had experienced many years ago. At that time, it was the warm hand of Uncle Xie that pulled him from the mire of helplessness. He was the closest friend of Qigfei's father, the person Qigfei respected the most in the world. To respond to that warmth, Qigfei had long decided to extend a helping hand to anyone in dire straits. So be it. After all, the second prince may not take me in. He sighed softly in his heart and spoke, the southern territory. Qigfei stepped forward to help Clinch, who was still bent over, and chuckled. What do I want with everything you have? Not everyone from the Milan family is lustful. I will help you ascend to the throne, and once that is done, I will become the Duke of the Southern Territory. You save your people in your own way as a queen. Setting appropriate conditions can rather enhance the other party's trust. After all, once the task is done, he would simply walk away. This condition was essentially negligible. Thank you, thank you. On behalf of the people of Moan, I thank you for your help. Clinch could no longer contain her sobs. She had truly feared Qigfei would refuse, even risking her entire future. Your Highness. Catalina's eyes were also a bit red as she stepped forward to support Clinch. Just then Qigfei heard the voice of Shannon in his mind. You have successfully joined the faction of Princess Clinch. Phase 1 of the task is complete. You have successfully joined Princess Kellenzide's faction, completing stage task 1. The trust value system has been activated. Current trust value of Princess Kellenshida 20. Trust value must be raised to 100 to complete all stage tasks. Gaining trust. That's what I'm good at. Qigfei's eyes sparkled as this was right up his alley. Warning. Princess Kellenshida is under the protection of the sun god, whose deceitful tricks will have very limited effect on her. Well, then it's fine. Qigfei tapped his fingers on the long table to gather everyone's attention as he had some important things to clarify. First, I will help you, but there are 2 conditions. Katerina swallowed hard, recalling Qigfei's jest from last night. It wouldn't be me, would it? Qigfei noticed Katerina's unusual reaction, but he ignored this leap in logic from the female knight, and continued. First, I will not provide help under the identity of Milan. To be precise, under normal circumstances, I won't even show my face. The main reason is cowardice. He fears that the real Milan family might send someone to kill this imposter. Second, I will not directly intervene in any wars, but will only strategize for you from behind the scenes. The reason? You all understand, right? Qigfei's expression was unusually serious, as if hinting at a huge secret. Yes, we understand. Frankly speaking, Qigfei had no idea what they were understanding. But one significant advantage of the strong is that they can just present an air of profundity, and the people below will start to fill in the gaps in their minds. Now it was time to think about how to improve Kellenzide's trust. Qigfei was deeply frustrated that he had not heeded his sister's advice to play more of those beautiful girl games, as he might have learned some tricks to charm a character like Kellenshida. Now he could only resort to the clumsy method of working harder and contributing more. Over time, the boss would naturally come to trust you. After finishing their meal, Roland rode his nightmare towards the cave where they had originally taken refuge, where their baggage and a small detachment of about 10 soldiers remained. Among them was another childhood friend of Kellenshida, the wizard Darren. According to the others, Darren's magical talent was considered genius among geniuses, particularly skilled in wind element magic. At just 15 years old, he was the youngest in the group, but his strength was enough to match Katerina. Based on the description, Qigfei conjured an image of Darren in his mind, a proud, arrogant young genius who looked down on others. Typically, children of this age tend to be a bit delusional, believing themselves to be the most special. If they happen to possess some talent, it's even more remarkable, as if their eyes could reach the ceiling. This stereotype came from Qigfei himself. Before he was tempered by society, he too was the type who thought he was the best in the world. So when this young genius, who was barely under 6 feet tall, appeared before Qigfei, he was indeed taken aback. You are Darren. I have met the great hero. Not yet a hero, my apologies. How should I address you, Qigfei? No, that would be too presumptuous. How could someone like me call the future hero by name? I truly apologize. This poor-looking genius boy who looked more delicate than a girl was flustered because he didn't know how to address Qigfei. Qigfei turned his head to look at Roland beside him, his expression quite entertaining. Are you sure? He is a boy. Darren had shoulder-length, smooth, light green hair with bangs hiding his left eye. His features were exquisite, rivaling those of Kelenshita, even appearing 3 points more delicate, which would definitely attract a wave of motherly fans in the conflict nation. Yes, Darren's father is human, and his mother is an elf, giving him half-elven blood. Qigfei then noticed that Darren's ears were pointed but similar in size to a human's, indeed a mix of human and elven traits. So he was a half-elf young boy. Anyway, since everyone is here, let's get started. Qigfei requested everyone to gather in Wind Peach Village as he was about to conduct his first task within this team, rooting out the traitor. The dim room contained a wooden table and 2 chairs. Qigfei deliberately chose 2 of the darkest wooden houses in the village and arranged them as makeshift interrogation rooms. At this moment, a nervously fidgeting soldier was seated here. Ashu had already been waiting for nearly 4 hours. 4 hours ago that Lord Mylan had only asked him a few simple questions about his name and background before leaving, and no one had come back since. Ashu knew that the lords were pulling out nails. This was no secret. Qigfei had gathered everyone in the square before the operation and directly informed them that there was a spy in the team. For this reason, Ashu was well prepared, having concocted a sufficiently convincing lie to conceal his identity. However, the interrogation process was completely different from what he had anticipated. Qigfei did not ask any sensitive or tricky questions, as if he had no suspicion of him at all. Yet he was not granted permission to leave the room, indicating that the interrogation was not over. He could only continue to wait anxiously in the interrogation room. In stark contrast to the quiet here, the neighboring interrogation room was bustling with activity. Ashu could occasionally hear violent fighting and screams coming from next door. Nearly 4 hours of waiting, coupled with the dim and oppressive atmosphere along with the constant screams, brought Ashu's mind to the brink of collapse. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ashu nervously paced back and forth in the narrow room, eager to rush out and see what was happening. Just then a heart-rending scream came from outside. Your Highness. Your Highness, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Spare me, Your Highness. Your Highness. Oh. Then came the distinct sound of a blade cutting into flesh, the sound clear despite the room's distance. Ashu's face instantly turned pale. He rushed to the door just as he was about to peek through the crack. The door opened. Qigfei, clad in a black robe, stood outside, his expression kind and his smile warm. Soldier Ashu, come out. The interrogation is over. Congratulations. Ashu was stunned for a while, then came to his senses. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally over, haha. Thank you, lords. I will return to the team now. Return to the team. Ashu saw a hint of confusion on the face of the man in the black robe, who thought for a moment and then looked enlightened. No, you misunderstood my meaning. What I mean is, Soldier Ashu, congratulations. You can choose your own method of death. The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing as those words hung in the air. Only then did Asher notice Siegfried's expression. The earlier benevolence had vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Asher felt his blood freeze solid in that very instant. Master, you're jesting, aren't you? He attempted a nervous laugh, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to 2 soldiers dragging a blood-soaked corpse past Siegfried's back. Without turning his head, Siegfried fixed his eyes upon the pale-faced soldier before him, and once again offered that bone-deep glacial smile, a jest. The last man who called it a jest is already dead. I don't understand what you mean. You needn't understand. You only need to choose, will you end your own life, or wait for someone else to do it for you? Don't toy with me. I'm a royal soldier, prince's own. By what right do you unilaterally decree my fate? Who the hell are you? A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of Siegfried's mouth. For hours, and at last he broke. It isn't I who decides your fate. It's your fellow soldiers. Asher's face stiffened. In that moment, countless faces flashed through his mind. Could it be them? Impossible. What would they gain by betraying me? Was it truly so difficult to grasp? I simply told them. Asher has confessed everything. Confess now, and all shall be forgiven. And so they spilled it all, every last detail. As for the few who held their tongues, Siegfried flicked his thumb toward the rear. As you've just seen. Asher stared dumbfounded at Siegfried. His disbelief etched so deeply into his features that long seconds passed before he finally whispered, you knew all along. The moment those words left Asher's lips, every trace of theatricality vanished from Siegfried's face, his expression shifting with startling speed. No, I didn't. But I do now. Indeed, it had all been an elaborate ruse, Siegfried's adaptation of the prisoner's dilemma, meticulously engineered from fragments of intelligence at his disposal. Originally, Siegfried had intended to use the Wanderer's Manual to directly identify every traitor among them. Yet the manual was no omniscient oracle. It could retrieve only information previously recorded by other wanderers. He searched each soldier's name, only to meet crushing disappointment. Unlike the earlier search for Bobo, this time yielded no direct evidence pointing to any single spy. Yet fortune smiled nonetheless. Siegfried detected an anomaly in one soldier's dossier. His service record listed prior duty as a personal guard to Crown Prince Frederick. His name Asher. Siegfried decided instantly Asher would be the first to fall. He orchestrated this entire performance, locking Asher alone in a dim claustrophobic chamber, methodically eroding his psychological defenses. When the timing was ripe, he released him. only to have Ashur witness the grisly spectacle of a freshly butchered, blood-drenched corpse, a final devastating blow delivered to a mind already teetering on collapse. Amplified by the art of deceptive rhetoric, every word Siegfried spoke rang with absolute conviction in Ashur's ears, and the slightest tell would not escape Siegfried's mastery of cold reading. Uncover one spy, and the rest would unravel like thread from a fraying seam. Siegfried had braced himself for the worst. Should Ashur prove innocent, he would have no choice but to detain the entire company and interrogate each soldier relentlessly day and night. Under such suffocating pressure, even the most disciplined minds might crack. Yet this brute force method was both agonizingly slow and perilously unreliable, risking false accusations, missed traitors, or even outright mutiny. Lady Clarishide would certainly oppose such measures. Fortunately, the plan succeeded on its first attempt. From the adjacent chamber, Roland, who had heard every word, strode in, his countenance grim. Siegfried did not spare another glance at Ashur, whose eyes had already lost their light. He simply tossed over his shoulder, "If there's anything else you wish to add, tell Roland. The more you reveal, the likelier you'll keep your life." Under Ashur's unreserved confession, 10 spies were uncovered among the 48-strong detachment, all planted by Crown Prince Frederick. This revelation stunned even Roland. Siegfried himself stood speechless. 10. This isn't mere surveillance anymore. They could have seized Lady Clarishide outright. Siegfried surveyed the crowded chamber, his expression a storm of disbelief and consternation. "We never intended harm against Her Highness. Crown Prince's orders were twofold: report on Her Highness's condition and safeguard her life. We began with over 50 men, half have fallen in battle over these past 6 months. Only these few remain." Roland furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before turning to Siegfried. "Master Melon, what is your assessment?" "Master, something here reeks of deception. But as for your royal family's tangled affairs, I haven't the faintest idea. I've known you less than a day." Though inwardly chafing, Siegfried replied soberly, "There is indeed something amiss. With the scant intelligence we possess, the truth remains stubbornly out of reach. Perhaps the Crown Prince retains a sliver of humanity, sending protectors to shield his own sister even as he hunts her down. That defied logic. Isolate them from the main force. They're barred from tomorrow's encirclement operation." Roland sighed, dreading how to broach this matter with the princess. Of the 48 soldiers, 11 were traitors. If one counted those already dead, the number exceeded 50. Over 50 spies had left the capital alongside them, and not one had raised suspicion. At that thought, he glanced again at Siegfried, deep in quiet contemplation beside him. From their first meeting at dawn until now, mere hours had passed, and yet this man had surgically excised every hidden blade within the ranks, pulling the entire company back from the brink. Such mastery left Roland awestruck and quietly unnerved. A formidable enemy inspires dread, a brilliant one inspires terror. Thank the heavens, he is not our enemy. Night fell. Windpeach Village had many vacant houses, normally used by villagers to store odds and ends, now repurposed to shelter the soldiers. These men, who for half a year had slept in caves or perched in trees beneath open skies, now returned to the embrace of civilization, bathed under villagers' guidance, feasted heartily, and claimed their own beds. They understood full well this courtesy stemmed solely from Master Melon's influence, and thus Siegfried's stature in their eyes rose yet higher. Not all soldiers shared this privilege. The 8 who'd looted the village the previous day, led by the blonde soldier Lem, were crammed into a narrow, bedless chamber, forced to sleep on straw mats if they chose to sleep at all. Though resentful, they dared not protest. Guilt weighed heavily upon them, and the incident had been expertly buried by Lady Katerina's discreet intervention. Had it surfaced, Lady Clarishide wouldn't even need to speak. Sir Roland, paragon of chivalry, would have cleaved them all in two with his great sword. Siegfried sat at his desk, 4 ancient parchment sheets laid before him, illuminated by the steady glow of an oil lamp. Torn from the Wanderer's Manual, these parchments contained profiles of the 4 principal figures currently aligned with their party, blending pre-existing records with fresh intelligence gathered that very day. Katerina, daughter of a royal palace, made ineligible for knighthood by birth, yet granted exceptional dispensation due to prodigious talent and her intimate bond with the princess. Current rank, Grand Knight. Though her intellect leaves much to be desired, and she holds leverage over me, thus posing negligible threat. Roland Ferdinand, commonborn son of the Ferdinand March, elevated by sheer aptitude and taken under the Marchioness's patronage. Trained as a knight in the Ferdinand household, he forged deep ties with the Marchioness's daughter, and has since married into the family, fathering a son. What a life, truly a paragon of fortune. At 26 he attained the rank of Golden Knight, the youngest in the kingdom's history. Now only the divine consecration stands between him and the sacred title of Holy Knight. Roland's prowess was beyond dispute. During their daylight confrontation, Siegfried saw not a shred of possibility for victory. Overall evaluation solidly a rank, at minimum, conservatively A+. He clearly dislikes me. Caution warranted. Siegfried picked up the 3rd parchment, its contents markedly sparser. Darren Sheriff, Halfelven youth possessing supreme affinity for wind essence. At 15 he commands 6th tier mid-rank magic, an unparalleled prodigy of arcane arts. Little data here, but from first-hand observation, he proves neither inscrutable nor particularly dangerous. Siegfried lifted the final parchment, the densest of all, covered front and back in meticulous script. Princess Clarishide, a chronicle of her life. Siegfried's expression froze, his eyes locking onto a detail that sent a jolt through him. Divine miracle, Soleil's favor, Princess Clarishide bears the divine blessing of Solaire the sun god. Under this grace her affinity for light and fire elements reaches absolute perfection, and she may commune directly with the light spirits. Light spirits discern malice and pierce falsehoods without fail. Siegfried's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. They can see through lies. I cannot read him. Clarishide gently brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice hesitant. Roland stared incredulous. Even you cannot see through him. You are the Sun Sanctus. Within Clarishide's private chambers, mistress and handmaiden spoke in hushed tones of the enigmatic Melon who had appeared as if summoned from legend. Shoo softly. Lena's asleep. Clarishide raised a finger to her lips, then gestured toward Katerina, sprawled soundly across the nearby cot. Ah, my apologies. But this is impossible. I've never heard of anyone deceiving light spirits, not even heroes. Light spirits are the divine attendants of Solaire, unseen by mortal eyes. As Solaire's chosen Sanctus, Clarishide could summon and direct them within certain limits. Their greatest utility lay in their acute sensitivity to falsehood, hostility, and other forms of spiritual corruption, alerting Clarishide instantly whenever such energies stirred nearby. Indeed, it was their early warning 6 months ago that enabled her swift escape from the capital. Yet before Siegfried, these infallible arbiters of truth behaved abnormally. Some emitted chaotic, meaningless signals, like headless flies, while most remained utterly inert. It was as though the being standing before them was not human at all, because only non-humans elicit no response whatsoever. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Not even Clarishide could fathom its cause. Shaking her head, she murmured, at least for now Master Siegfried shows no hostile intent, and she recalled the warm, steadying hands that had lifted her upright inside the chapel that morning. Perhaps naively she believed a man possessing such hands could not possibly be evil. Roland, having spent the longest time with him today, what is your impression of him? Is something wrong? Your Highness, I hesitate to speak, but there is something I must say. Clarishide smiled faintly. Roland, in private you are, as my elder brother. What secret could you possibly withhold from me? The princess seemed unaware of what "as my elder brother" truly implied. Then forgive my presumption. Master Melon unsettles me profoundly. Whether confronting Bobo at dawn or interrogating soldiers this afternoon, his insight into human frailty and his precision in exploiting it is uncanny. Such tactics belong not to a hero's lineage, but to something far older, far colder. Most crucially, it evokes the presence of another. Roland drew a slow, solemn breath. Your Highness's elder brother, Prince Roderick. The golden capital Andissols, though deep into the night its streets blazed with daylight brilliance. The city was bisected from east to west by the Rhine River, which flowed toward the eastern Rift Sea. Within its bounds, 3 colossal concentric walls, built at staggering human and material cost, divided it into the outer district, middle district, and inner district. At its zenith, the capital housed over 8 million souls, standing unrivaled as the most resplendent metropolis across the entire Chilon continent. Yet all that splendor had long since crumbled into dust alongside the kingdom's irreversible decline. The inner district, also known as the Papal Quarter, served as the residential enclave of the kingdom's nobility, ministers, and high-ranking clergy. Opulent mansions rose in dense succession, encircling the royal palace of Mon at their heart. Ironically, this gilded royal citadel was not the most dominant structure in the district, nor was Andissols chiefly remembered as the capital of Mon. To most, it was first and foremost the holy city seat of the solar deity church and home to the Sunlight Cathedral. Rising directly behind the palace stood a gleaming white spire 70 meters tall, the Sunlight Cathedral. In both height and grandeur, it utterly eclipsed the Mon royal palace before it. A deliberate architectural proclamation: divinity reigned supreme and sovereignty derived solely from heaven. Atop the cathedral burned a colossal golden orb radiant as the sun itself. Its ceaseless, unwavering light bathed the entire capital in perpetual day, indifferent to season or hour. That golden radiance spilled into every alley and courtyard of Andissols, earning the city its enduring epithet, the Golden Capital. Roderick, fair-haired and blue-eyed, stood motionless in his office, gazing upon that blazing sun. Its luminous glow fell upon his impossibly handsome face, lending him an aura of sacred solemnity. We often invoke the fairy tale image of a prince on a white horse to describe a man of extraordinary charm. Yet if such a prince were ever to step from legend into flesh and blood, he would be Roderick without question. The second prince had stood there unmoving for a full hour. Ever since the coup 6 months prior, he had made this nightly vigil a ritual, his eyes fixed unerringly upon the cathedral. Only the fleeting glint of loathing, now and then flashing through those sapphire irises, betrayed that this was no pious devotee offering silent homage to the solar deity. No one dared disturb him in these hours. Dispatches from the front lines, matters of state, all demanded his attention. This solitary midnight interval was the only sliver of freedom he possessed. Then quite suddenly Roderick felt something soft and furry brush against his right ankle. He looked down, and his stern expression softened instantly into a tender smile. A snow-white puppy pressed itself affectionately against his calf. A rare small magical beast known as a snowhound, famed for its intelligence, docility, and exquisite charm, beloved especially among noble maidens. Its innate affinity for ice magic also allowed it to cool chambers during summer, an irresistible luxury for aristocratic ladies swathed in heavy airless silks who feared heatstroke above all else. Roderick had found the pup 5 years earlier during a magical beast hunt. trembling helplessly in a troll's lair clearly destined to become dessert for its captors. He lifted the little dog into his arms and gently scratched the snowy down beneath its chest, drawing from it a low, blissful whimper. Xiao Shui, what brings you here? As if understanding his words, the pup licked his fingertips twice, then turned its tiny head toward the door as though signaling someone's arrival. Precisely then a measured knock echoed at the door, 3 firm raps. Your Highness, I bear urgent news. Enter. The door swung open to reveal an elderly man, silver-haired, bespectacled, clad in sumptuous formal robes. At the sight of him, Xiao Shui wriggled free from Roderick's embrace and bounded joyfully toward the old man's chest. Roderick watched with a faint wry smile. I am the master, yet it favors you more, Alvis. This venerable septuagenarian was none other than Victor Alvis, Duke of the Northern Marches. Duke Alvis cradled the pup as he approached Roderick and shook his head. Your Highness has studied abroad in the Empire for years. Xiao Shui has been under my care all this time. It is only natural that it feels somewhat distant from you. He then gently handed the pup back to Roderick, his manner humble, less that of a sovereign duke than of a devoted elder servant. Enough. No need to console me. Speak plainly. What urgent matter brings you so late? Yes, fresh intelligence has arrived from the pursuit forces. Oh, what do they report? The elder hesitated before replying cautiously. They have confirmed Princess Clinshide's whereabouts and plan to move in for capture 2 days hence. Though momentous, the news elicited no surprise from Roderick. His gaze drifted to the thick stack of documents on his desk, evidence amassed over years against the princess's noble faction, records of oppression, corruption, and embezzlement, some genuine, others forged. Your Highness, shall I order the pursuit forces to stand down? Roderick did not answer. Instead, he lifted his eyes beyond the stained glass window toward the golden-lit capital shimmering beneath the celestial sun. After a long silence, he asked quietly, Alvis, how would you describe Mon today? Uncertain of his intent, the Duke nonetheless replied with deference, under your Highness's wise governance, the realm prospers. Prosperous. Roderick let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Today alone, 8,000 perished of starvation in the outer district, even here in our so-called flourishing capital. Tell me, does that sound like prosperity? Grain shortages brought on by the Civil War compel us to allocate limited supplies first to the inner and middle districts. Once peace returns, all will be restored. Restored? Roderick scoffed. Just 2 hours ago, a lavish noble ball concluded within these very castle walls. Maids still hadn't cleared away the remnants of vintage wines and half-eaten delicacies. Shortage? Yes, of course there is scarcity, but it afflicts only the common folk. Nobles never go hungry. Nearly 2 million commoners dwell in Andesol's outer district. Day and night, their unceasing toil sustains the hedonistic revelry of fewer than 10,000 nobles within the inner district. Do you know the true purpose of that colossal sun illuminating the capital into an eternal nightless city? A divine miracle. A celestial blessing. Nonsense. Its sole function is to rob the people of sleep, forcing them awake earlier to labor longer. Priests of the Solar Church and aristocrats conspired to devise this brutal 18-hour work regime. With fervent dogma, they brainwashed the masses into believing that tireless toil in life would guarantee eternal peace in the solar heaven after death. Yes, this ancient kingdom 5 centuries old had rotted to its very marrow. Roderick never expected answers from the Duke. What truly concerned him was another question entirely. Speaking of the Civil War, one mystery remains. 6 months ago, how did my sister escape? I had ordered every gate sealed. Alvis, do you know how? The Duke's pale whiskers trembled instinctively. He bowed his head. This, your grace, even I find it inexplicable. Inexplicable. Indeed. East gate through which she fled falls squarely under your jurisdiction. If even you are unaware, then the truth may well remain buried forever. Your grace, I humbly beg forgiveness. Cautiously he raised his head to gauge Roderick's expression, only to meet a pair of emerald green eyes luminous as polished jade mere centimeters from his own. Their faces were less than 2 centimeters apart. The Duke could feel Roderick's breath upon his skin, and the lethal intent smoldering in those fathomless green depths. The Duke staggered backward, nearly collapsing. Ha 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 ha. No need to panic. I was merely jesting. Ha ha. Your Highness, truly, is this custom imported from the Empire? Cold sweat streamed down the Duke's brow, yet he forced a strained chuckle, until Roderick cut in softly. Alvis, do you know what I cherish most? Your high dogs. They are clever, obedient, and above all fiercely loyal. Roderick stroked Xiao Shui's fur, his expression tender, as if caressing a child. But, in that instant, all warmth vanished from his face, replaced by ruthless ferocity. Without warning, he seized the pup's throat in a crushing grip. The pup's pink tongue lolled from its mouth, its large dewy eyes bulged grotesquely as it emitted pitiful choking whimpers. The once adorable snow hound now twisted into something monstrous. It kicked frantically, desperate to break free, but its fragile limbs were powerless against his iron hold. A sharp, sickening crack echoed, and the little white body went rigid. Its protruding eyes held only bewilderment, terror, and utter disbelief. Duke Alvis trembled violently and collapsed onto the floor, lips quivering, unable to utter a coherent word. He watched paralyzed as Roderick flung Xiao Shui's lifeless body aside like refuse, then turned his gaze upon him, eyes brimming with murderous intent, so dense it seemed almost tangible. But I despise dogs that wag their tails for others. Roderick stepped forward and hauled the fallen Duke upright. Victor Alvis, you understand, don't you? Your Highness. I. Roderick brushed dust from the Duke's robes, his expression shifting seamlessly back to serene gentleness. You're growing frail. You can barely stand. Young Florian turns 20 next month. He's trained well under me. Let him inherit the duchy then. Yes, by your command. Good. The pursuit forces are no longer your concern. Take this creature's corpse and withdraw. Yes, your Highness. With a sharp thud, the door closed. The vast office stood empty once more, save for Roderick seated again at his desk, his countenance shadowed with grim resolve. So many crises now plagued the kingdom. Xingmei. He called the name into the hollow silence of the chamber. Had Siegfried been present, he would have been astonished. The pronunciation was unmistakably Mandarin Chinese. From the corner's deepest shadows, a figure emerged. Her attire was singularly strange, form-fitting black garb overlaid with mesh-like chainmail resembling silk stockings, brass-plated armor sheathed her limbs, and at her waist hung a folding fan. Its frame intact, but its ribs bare devoid of silk. Her pronounced bust and lithe bearing left no doubt. She was a woman. Though every element of her dress drew attention, most arresting of all was the vivid crimson plum blossom embroidered upon her right shoulder. I am here. Her voice was cool and clear. Her face remained wholly veiled in darkness. Roderick glanced at the flower upon her shoulder. He had never seen its like anywhere in Chillon. Like the woman herself, it was an enigma. 6 months earlier, this woman, who called herself Xingmei, had appeared before him unbidden, declaring she could fulfill his deepest ambitions, and reciting with uncanny precision every detail of his life. Her abilities were exceptional. Though her origins and motives remained shrouded in mystery, Roderick cared little for secrets, as long as his subordinates proved indispensable. Go to constant hold. The net is ready to close. Capture, or elimination. Her words were razor-sharp, stripped of all superfluity. Elimination, including the princess? Roderick fell silent, closing his eyes, his face contorted with anguish and inner conflict. After a long, heavy pause, he opened his eyes, now hardened with absolute resolve. Including her. Understood. Instantly, she dissolved back into the shadows. Use the church's teleportation array, in my name. You'll arrive within a day. A distant faint reply drifted from nowhere and everywhere at once. This time the office was truly, utterly empty, leaving Roderick alone. He leaned back in his chair, weary, his gaze settling upon a painting suspended on the wall. It depicted Moen's founding emperor and his 4 companions standing defiantly before an endless tide of demonic legions. Seemingly stirred by the valor of his ancestors, fire ignited anew in Roderick's eyes. His voice dropped low, half prayer to the painted forebears, half vow to himself. This nation must be reborn. All who stand in my way shall die. Roderick. Crinchide's second day in Fengtao village had begun. As the royal princess, she was not hurried by Siegfried to assist the villagers with chores, as were Roland and Katerina. Siegfried possessed impeccable social intuition. He knew precisely whom he could gently prod, and whom he must respectfully defer to. The princess clearly belonged to the latter category. Yet Crinchide herself was deeply dissatisfied with this arrangement. Watching the 2 knights dragged hither and thither by Siegfried, she puffed out her cheeks in silent indignation. She felt unmistakably excluded. Thus, when Siegfried returned to the kitchen at noon, having finished his morning farm work, he found Crinchide dressed as a rustic village girl, gripping a still floundering fish barehanded and tossing it straight into the boiling pot. Siegfried nearly leapt from his skin. He instantly dragged the bewildered young cook outside and berated him fiercely. Have you lost your senses? How dare you let Her Highness, the exalted princess, enter the kitchen? What if something dreadful happens? Can anything she prepares even be called food? What? She insisted on it herself. Still, absolutely forbidden. From now on, Her Highness is never to set foot in the kitchen again. It would be fatal. At lunch, Crinchide pouted silently, barely stirring her meal and uttering not a single word. Even a blind man could sense the princess's foul mood. A seasoned veteran of courtly politics, Siegfried instinctively detected his sovereign's displeasure, but racked his brain in vain to discern its cause. In his former world, senior executives often relished idleness while feasting upon others' labor, so Siegfried habitually shouldered extra duties to cultivate their favor. That tactic had never failed him. Each promotion and title review reliably placed him at the top of the list. Why then did it falter in this foreign realm? Though baffled, Siegfried proceeded unhesitatingly to his afternoon tasks. His task, in truth, amounted to re-interrogating the undercover agents. Yet yesterday's testimony appeared exhaustive. Their knowledge seemed exhausted, and no amount of bluff or pressure yielded further intelligence. Nonetheless, his proficiency in several specialized disciplines had noticeably improved. Specializations: cold reading 79, expert; acting 75, expert; intimidation 41, advanced; swordsmanship 19, novice. Beyond these, Siegfried possessed roughly 30 other specializations, including culinary arts, sketching, tango, and hunting, though most may be omitted here for brevity. Some of these skills were hard-won through years of worldly experience, others were inherited from this body's prior life. The Traveler's Manual recognized only genuine mastery, not mere familiarity, as a true specialization. Given human limitations, 3 to 4 specializations constitute the norm. Siegfried's extraordinary breadth attests to his peerless talent. Alas, none of these talents could soothe the irate Crinchide. After lunch, Roland and Katerina led a detachment to reconnoiter tomorrow's ambush site. Siegfried treated them with refreshing candor. Throughout the morning he assigned them the heaviest, most arduous labor without hesitation. The two knights rose magnificently to the challenge, far surpassing mere beasts of burden. Roland inwardly recoiled. Though born a commoner and accustomed to fieldwork since childhood, he was now a golden knight and personal retainer to the princess. How could such coarse labor befit his station? Yet he remembered 40-odd mouths consumed food, shelter, and hospitality without payment. Should they refuse to contribute, Melon, the village's devoted guardian, might well draw her blade and slay every idle parasite among them. Katerina, however, embraced the work with cheerful vigor. That morning she carried dozens of massive logs to the mill. Children often perched playfully atop both ends. Raised within the royal palace, she had never performed such tasks before, yet this first encounter filled her with bright-eyed wonder. Thus ended a tranquil, sun-drenched day. At dusk Siegfried went to summon Criminology for dinner, only to find her absent from her chamber. Guided by villagers, he made his way to the woodshed. There stood the princess, still clad in her faded peasant attire, swinging an axe rhythmically against dry firewood. A smudge of ash streaked her cheek, sweat traced delicate paths down her alabaster neck. Around her feet lay a neat pile of uniformly cut logs, evidence of hours spent in quiet industry. Even Siegfried, unfailingly direct as he was, now understood the source of Criminology's discontent. He tapped lightly on the doorframe to alert her, absorbed entirely in her task and unaware of his presence. "Your Highness, supper awaits." Only then did Criminology realize the hour. Setting aside her axe, she murmured, flustered, "Ah, I lost track of time while chopping." A faint blush warmed her cheeks. She remained acutely conscious of her flushed, perspiring state. Leaning against the doorframe, Siegfried gestured courteously, "Shall we? Everyone awaits your presence." They strolled side by side along the village path as the setting sun bathed the sky in radiant molten hues, casting two long entwined shadows across the earth. "Tomorrow Roland and the others depart for the operation. The village may grow busier. Might your Highness consider lending your aid?" Siegfried asked, carefully weighing each word. Criminology blinked, then burst into laughter. Hands on hips, she feigned sternness. "Oh, you truly dare assign agricultural labor to a sovereign princess? I am the crown princess, the kingdom's first heir." Siegfried shrugged lightly. "The firewood you split today will last us through summer." At that the princess clapped a hand over her mouth, her laughter rippling like wind-tossed blossoms. Only then did Siegfried glimpse the rare, unguarded humanity beneath her regal composure, the ordinary, luminous joy of a young woman. Long moments passed before her mirth subsided. Tilting her head, she met his gaze with eyes the vivid green of spring leaves. "Master Siegfried, for half a year, every land I've traversed has brimmed with starving, shivering commoners. Every town I've entered lies hollowed by abandonment. Wherever I go, despair hangs thick in the air. Yet here, in this village, peace reigns. I feel in every villager a fierce love for life, a steadfast hope for what lies ahead. How wondrous, such a place still exists within our realm. Amidst a kingdom ravaged by war, Fengtao village not only sustains itself, but generously hosts dozens of outsiders. A true haven untouched by time. All this is possible only because you are here." Their eyes held, her emerald gaze shimmering with heartfelt gratitude and quiet, unwavering expectation. Siegfried suddenly felt a pang of unease. He waved a dismissive hand. "No, I am merely a passing traveler." "Master Siegfried," she interjected softly. "Thank you." The golden afterglow gilded Criminology's porcelain profile. Her smile bloomed like a masterwork painting, tender, radiant, flawless. She was unquestionably a gentle and righteous soul, the very virtue that had sustained her through 6 grueling months of exile. Even having witnessed unspeakable suffering, confronted relentless hardship, she remained unbroken, her ideals intact. Yet Siegfried, gazing upon that smile, so luminous it dimmed the sunset itself, felt no resonance stir within him. For if noble virtue alone were sufficient, this princess would not have fallen so far from grace. After a long silence, he lifted one corner of his mouth in a mirror-bright, effortless smile. "You're welcome." At dawn the next day, Roland strode forth resplendent, his greatsword gleaming, his beloved nightmare steed prancing, leading Katerina and a host of soldiers with unshakable resolve. The 18th day of Wind Month, year 526 of the Radiant Calendar, February 18th. Today marked Princess Criminology's counteroffensive against her 2 elder brothers. Today marked Queen Criminology's first step toward the throne. The noisy crowd had dispersed, leaving the village considerably quieter. Qigfei was sitting in the command center, flipping through the travel manual. Though it was called a command center, it was essentially a storeroom cleared out to make room for a desk upon which lay an abstract map that even Picasso might struggle to comprehend. Of course, Qigfei would never actually use such a thing to survey the terrain. It merely served to create an air of strategizing, while the information in the travel manual was the key. During this time, he had utilized the search function to consult the map's history and various knowledge about the kingdom and the Qilin continent. Just as he had mentioned in the church 2 days ago, he would not be on the front lines fighting, but rather strategizing from behind the scenes. This reservoir of knowledge was meant to better plan for the future. At that moment, the door of the command center opened, and the servant Bobo entered, placing a cup of aromatic coffee on Qigfei's desk. Of course, Fengtao village did not have coffee. This was brought from Earth by Qigfei. Since he did not have much, he always hid it away to drink secretly, lest the greedy Katerina catch a whiff and come to claim her share. Bobo had now become Qigfei's personal servant, responsible for his daily needs. Originally, Roland had intended to kill this detestable traitor, but under Qigfei's strong persuasion, he had spared his life. This was not due to any saintly impulse from Qigfei. That man had no such inclinations. Rather, he personally appreciated Bobo, who had exceptional acting skills and was able to deceive even Roland for such a long time. It was one thing to deceive Roland, but he had also managed to fool Klein Hishide, who had the ability to see through lies. This demonstrated the remarkable tactics of this scout. Qigfei felt that their faction was currently lacking in talent, and any useful person should be retained as much as possible. Of course, there was a bit of personal sentiment involved. Bobo's short and stout appearance reminded Qigfei of a senior colleague back at his company, evoking a sense of familiarity from another world. Thinking this, Qigfei smiled and called out to Bobo, who was about to leave. "Bobo, don't go just yet. I have something to ask you." Bobo jolted and stiffly turned around, reluctantly inching closer. Clearly, he did not wish to get close to Qigfei. "My lord, what do you wish to ask me?" Bobo's voice was sharp and grating, reportedly due to an injury he sustained from an incident in the past. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I'm just curious about how you managed to deceive Klein Hishide and Roland before." Qigfei's smile was warm and inviting, resembling a benevolent leader. "Could you tell me about it? If it's inconvenient, please do share." "Damn, wasn't this giving me no choice at all?" Bobo cursed inwardly but maintained a respectful demeanor. "Actually, I have been with Lady Katerina for the past 6 months and have never seen Princess Klein Hishide or Lord Roland." Bobo's expression turned nostalgic. For safety, the princess remained in the carriage the whole way. "I only met with Lady Katerina after entering Earl Constant's territory." Bobo spoke at length, yet Qigfei did not respond, causing him to look up in confusion. Upon seeing Qigfei's expression, Bobo was genuinely startled. Qigfei's face was dark enough to drip water. "What did you just say?" Bobo immediately knelt down. "My lord, please spare me. What I said is all true. You can ask Lady Katerina. She can vouch for me." Qigfei ignored him, grabbing the black cloak from the back of the chair and rushing out of the room. Damn it. Why didn't I realize sooner?" He rushed to Klein Hishide's room, but found no one there, only a village ant cleaning the room. "Annie, where is Klein Hishide?" Qigfei urgently asked the ant. "Princess went nearby to hunt with old John and the others today." "What's wrong, Xiao-Qi?" The ant noticed Qigfei's pale face and grew anxious. Why did she have to be out at this moment? Just after Bobo spoke those words, the previously overlooked details and ignored doubts all connected in that moment. Why was the information about Katerina, Bobo, and the more than 40 soldiers all new, while the information about Roland and Klein Hishide had such significant discrepancies? Qigfei had considered this problem before, but he subconsciously dismissed it as a system bug. However, just by linking the source of the travel manual's information, it became clear that this was not a bug at all. The search data of the travel manual comes from the experiences of all travelers and the records of historians. This was Shannon's exact wording. If his guess was correct, then, "Shannon, guide me to Darren's location." Received. Locating. Location confirmed. Darren Hillif is currently right behind you. Qigfei was taken aback, and upon turning around, he discovered the faint presence of the half-elf boy right behind him, seemingly having followed him for a long time, judging by his breathlessness. "Hero, are you looking for me?" Qigfei, momentarily forgetting to retort, hurriedly asked Darren, "Tell me, did you split into 2 groups in the past 6 months?" "Oh, how did you know?" Darren was surprised. A very few people knew about this. To ensure Klein Hishide's safety, Roland had split the group into 2 as soon as they left the royal city. One group was the decoy led by Katerina, while the other was the infiltration team consisting of Klein Hishide, Roland, and Darren, escaping through another small path. The 2 teams had agreed to meet at the border of Duke Balin's territory, which was the Earl Constant's territory. To ensure morale, only the 4 of them knew about this. Just as expected, this was not an exceptionally clever tactic, but it was very effective. Qigfei would have done the same. Thus, Qigfei's speculation was confirmed. The information about Katerina's team was all updated, while the information regarding Klein Hishide and the others was a year or even 20 years old. Moreover, the information recorded in the travel manual came solely from the experiences of every traveler, which meant that there was a traveler mixed within the pursuing team. He had frequently engaged in battles with the team led by Katerina over the past 6 months. "Darren, cast me an acceleration spell." Quick. All right. "Shining in the night sky, please guide me to the path beyond in the name of wind and flowers, by the order of the spirit king of the atmosphere, wind. Come carry him away." Formless magical energy gathered onto Darren's staff, transforming through an obscure chant into verdant magical energy that enveloped Qigfei's body. In an instant, Qigfei felt as light as a feather, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. 4th year wind magic dance of the heavenly wind. He jumped vigorously, and his entire being seemed to lose gravity, soaring into the air, swept away by the fierce winds at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the distance. Only the half-elf boy remained disheveled in the turbulent air. What on earth is going on? Before setting off, the words of the Xia Nong system floated in Qigfei's mind. At this moment, he was racing through the woods at an astonishing speed. To save time, Qigfei disregarded the terrain obstructions and chose a straight line towards the ambush location. This is bad. It's like a flood hitting the Dragon King Temple. If Qigfei guessed correctly, the Wanderer in the pursuit team was probably his helper for this mission. But he didn't know how this guy ended up in the opposing camp. In any case, Qigfei had to hurry. If Roland clashed with that Wanderer, it would be a painful loss for Qigfei regardless of who won. The latter goes without saying, Even a novice like Qigfei on his first mission could thrive by relying on the Wanderer's manual and abilities, so this experienced Wanderer must be even more formidable. Moreover, as part of the Xia Nong organization within the historians, this person was someone Qigfei could trust absolutely. On the other hand, Roland was currently the strongest force in the faction. If he were to be inexplicably taken down, the prince's company could truly declare bankruptcy. The more Qigfei thought about it, the more anxious he became. He summoned the Wanderer's manual and flipped to the radar map to check how far he was from the ambush site. The yellowed parchment depicted the entire terrain and town distribution of the Constant territory. It was detailed enough to even mark obscure villages like Wind Peach Village, something the map sold in the kingdom's markets could never achieve. On the map, Qigfei was represented as an acute triangle with the sharp angle pointing in the direction he faced, resembling the maps in the World of Warcraft game. However, Qigfei was astonished to discover that a flashing red was currently covering that triangle. On the radar map, any creature entering within 50 meters of Qigfei would be marked, yet there wasn't even a rabbit in sight. In an instant, a sharp pain struck his crown. Damn it above. Without hesitation, Qigfei drew the hero's broken sword and swung it upwards without looking. Clang. Roland easily blocked the united strike of 3 knights with one hand wielding his giant sword. What's going on? Why is there an ambush here? How would I know? Wasn't it always your people in charge of the rendezvous? What the hell do you mean? Everyone shut up. Let's charge out. These 3 were all great knights like Katarina, yet even when they attacked together, they couldn't gain any advantage against Roland's sword. At this moment, the forest was filled with shouts and cries. One by one, the pursuers were pierced by the soldiers of Roland's forces with their spears in the chaos. They couldn't even organize the most basic resistance. Most of the pursuers were taken down before they could even draw their weapons, and the pursuit team of over 100 was already showing signs of collapse. This pursuit team had a total of 110 members led by 10 great knights. Once engaged in battle, the soldiers would quickly form battle formations under the great knight's command. This legendary battle formation, designed by the founding Emperor Mon 500 years ago, allowed the army to exert multiplied combat strength. Even if Roland led 300 men, he could only maneuver around. They shouldn't have been so vulnerable. However, they were overly confident. Half a year of Catan Mouse had made them subconsciously think of themselves as hunters, forgetting that the identities of prey and hunter could easily be exchanged. When Roland came to scout yesterday, he set up numerous deadly traps here, all of which he had used against the demon race on the front lines. As soon as the pursuit team entered the ambush site, dozens of different traps activated simultaneously, instantly claiming nearly half of the enemies, including 4 of the leading great knights. Taking advantage of the enemy's panic, Roland jumped out from the bushes to launch a surprise attack, killing 2 more startled great knights. Half of the formation points were lost in an instant, leaving the formation in tatters. This is Roland Paidanang, a model knight skilled in ambushes, surprise attacks, and trap setting. At this moment, he raised his sword and a dazzling golden light burst forth from the giant sword, echoing in his ears the words of that dark-haired man before his departure this morning. Roland, go ahead, tell them from today on the roles of offense and defense have switched. Roland shouted, the golden light emanating from his giant sword blindingly bright, and an overwhelming momentum swept through the entire forest. How is this possible? A great knight on the opposite side muttered in disbelief, his eyes vacant. His weapon slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Damn, this isn't a golden knight. Even a holy knight couldn't achieve this level. Hey, who the hell is this guy? Why is there such a huge discrepancy in the intel? Another great knight turned and fled, cursing incessantly. Useless, there's no escape. That sword. I've seen that sword before. One of the 4 great treasures of the kingdom, the indestructible holy sword, the unparalleled illusion sword. Durandal, he is Roland. The golden sword light swept across the land. At this moment, Katarina was filled with enthusiasm. Just now she had taken down the last great knight, and now she was charging through the crowd with her shield like a mad little wild boar, creating chaos wherever she went. Knight charge! Knight charge! Knight charge! Ha ha ha, still a knight charge. This fierce girl didn't even know where her weapon had gone, only a shield remained in her hand. No wonder she was so excited, as she had been oppressed and pursued by these people for half a year. Finally finding a village to flaunt her prowess as a knight, she was suddenly ambushed, and had Qigfei pin her down and beat her up. This left the Night Star questioning her life, dreaming at night of Qigfei splitting her beloved spear in half. Now she finally regained her confidence as the strongest knight of the younger generation against these pursuers. My journey is from Bailon to Losland. Night charge. Losland is the capital of the Northern Elves, about the same distance from Bailon as Wenzhou to Canada on Earth. With the active performance of the 2 knights, the enemy was soon utterly defeated, with less than 10 survivors remaining from the pursuit team. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield, collect spoils, and capture prisoners. No one in this battle died. Only a few unfortunate souls who happened to be in Katarina's charge path were knocked into the air and sustained minor injuries. Roland sheathed his sword. Beside him lay the great knight, with vacant eyes, still alive, but unconscious. This was Qigfei's order to at least bring back 1 leader for questioning. Roland glanced at him with some pity. This unfortunate soul would be delivered to Qigfei, and with Mei Lan's methods, this guy was likely in for a rough time, probably worse than death. After their cleanup, the group returned to the village. In this battle, the prince's faction annihilated the pursuit team, seized a large amount of equipment and food, and captured several prisoners, marking a great victory. However, on the other side, Qigfei was almost beaten to a pulp. A beautifully engraved soft sword radiating a cold light struck against the hero's broken sword, sparking a flurry of embers. This was the third clash between the two sides, and each time the enemy would emerge from the blind spots of Qigfei's vision, targeting his vital points with a cunning angle. If it weren't for the enhancement of the dance of the sky wind still on him, he would have already turned into biological fertilizer for this otherworldly land. The dance of the sky wind cast by Darren had a truly remarkable effect. This fourth-tier spell not only increased the movement speed of the target, but also enhanced their reaction speed, directly raising their agility level. The effects of the spell would gradually weaken over time. When Qigfei first set off, his agility soared to A, but now it had dropped to B, and in a few more minutes, he would likely revert to his original state. At that point, he would just be a crated warrior, and his demise would be imminent. What to do? What to do? If this continues, something bad will happen. I need to think of a way. While pondering, he narrowly dodged another attack from the soft sword coming from his side. However, this time the blade grazed Qigfei's outer clothing, leaving a shallow wound on his waist. Until now, he hadn't even seen the opponent's face clearly. This is bad, I really can't hold on any longer. In the face of life and death, Qigfei finally came up with a way to break the deadlock. Xiangnong, save me. Seeking help from the historical officer. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the Xiangnong system echoed in Qigfei's mind. Searching for an escape route for you. Oh Buddha, Qigfei had never heard such a pleasant voice in his life. Search complete, no escape possible. Damn it. Qigfei couldn't help but let out a burst of his native language. But you need not escape, simply remove your hood to resolve this crisis. Xiangnong's ancient style of speech sounded so infuriating. Qigfei's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. In this world, my appearance can be used to intimidate. In the Qilin continent, black hair and black eyes are the hallmarks of the hero family, a universally acknowledged fact. So far, no one outside the Milan family has exhibited such genetic traits. Catalina and Roland were both captivated by Qigfei's appearance, falling into a serious state of mental disarray. In truth, all they had to do was strike with a sword, and they could easily bring down this mysterious and powerful Lord Milan. Qigfei immediately removed his hood, revealing his face. In the next moment, the sharp pressure surrounding him suddenly vanished, and he could breathe much more easily. Good. I intimidated them. Qigfei cheered in his heart. The midday sun pierced through the thick foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. 2 finches flew overhead, and the entire forest fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, a cold voice emerged, though the speaker tried hard to conceal it. Qigfei still detected the surprise in their words. Why is it you? Qigfei took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, carefully weighing his words. Each subsequent phrase could either save his life or cost him it. He snorted coldly and said, "You're not bad, there are few who can injure me." The intent of deceptive words was unleashed with full force. The cold voice fell silent for a moment before responding again. How did you end up here? Do you really need to know? You have 2 choices, either drop your weapon and I will spare your life, or we continue to fight, but I won't hold back anymore. Qigfei snapped his fingers, and the travel manual appeared in his left hand, ready to show that he was about to get serious. Your hiding technique is indeed exquisite, it is the best I have ever seen. But I will count to 5. If you do not come out, I will destroy this entire forest. As he spoke, Qigfei slowly raised his short sword, as if gathering strength. 1, 2. Still there was no sound from the surroundings. 3. Please come out. I beg you. Qigfei felt like crying inside, yet his face remained serious, his voice resonant and powerful. 4. There was still no response, and Qigfei's breathing began to grow difficult. 4. For point 5, just as this embarrassing phrase nearly slipped out, a figure leapt down from a tree on his right. The newcomer wore a black mask, a black scarf, and a tight-fitting black outfit covered with a chainmail that resembled stockings. Their hands and feet were protected by brass armor, and at their waist hung a folding fan with only the ribs adorned with a bright red plum blossom on their right shoulder. Qigfei was momentarily stunned. What kind of outfit is this? A national-style female ninja? But he quickly regained his composure. After all, it's another world, such unusual characters abound, and this girl must have extraordinary taste. Since he had already intimidated the opponent, Qigfei thought of pressing his luck. Shouldn't he gather some intelligence after being wounded by a sword? He curled the corner of his mouth into a teasing smile, lowered the broken sword he held in the air, and said in a deep voice, "You're quite obedient. Please introduce yourself, assassin. You certainly seem to have a lot of stories to share." This was his usual first line to interviewees when working as a HR officer. However, the opponent's reply instantly caused Qigfei's brain to crash. "Qigong. Is that you?" "Oh, Qigong. What Qigong? Does this world even have Qigong? Wait, why is she speaking in Chinese?" A dreadful premonition rose from the depths of his heart. He meticulously examined the national-style female ninja from head to toe. What caught his eye first were her long, full, and almost reflective thighs. Those beautiful thighs looked so familiar it seemed he had seen them more than once in the past. Yes, they seemed to belong to the girl who walked past him on his way to work every day, and he couldn't help but glance back at her on his way home. The national-style female ninja took off her black mask, revealing striking and distinct features, particularly a beautiful nose. Jing. Everyone in the village was shocked because Qigfei rushed out in a hurry and returned with a strangely dressed, stunning beauty who, according to Qigfei, was his childhood sweetheart. Of course no one believed such nonsense. How could a rural youth from a small village have such a beautiful childhood sweetheart? But under the influence of deceptive words, the villagers reluctantly accepted this narrative. In Qigfei's room, Xiaonong, why didn't you tell me she was Yang Jing? Qigfei suppressed his anger and asked earnestly. I did say that removing the hood would resolve the crisis. It was you who insisted on pretending. Why didn't you tell me she was Yang Jing? Qigfei's forehead bulged with veins teetering on the edge of explosion. You didn't ask either. You dog, you're just here to laugh at me, aren't you? Mr. Traveler, our historical officers have received professional training and will never harm any traveler. Unless we can't help ourselves. Qigfei's expression twisted uncontrollably. Hello, is this the space agency? Do you have any plans for colonizing Mars? Yes, I am willing to settle on Mars. Let us rewind time and see what transpired in the woods. Yang Jing, are you Yang Jing? Before him stood a woman in a national-style ninja outfit, her long hair the color of deep indigo tied into a ponytail. Her eyes matched her hair the same deep blue. Apart from that, she was identical to Qigfei's colleague at the company, the neighbor who sat to his right, Yang Jing. A few days ago, he had even helped Yang Jing deal with workplace harassment. A faint look of surprise still lingered on Yang Jing's cool, aloof face, but encountering a familiar face in another world had lightened her tone considerably. I recognized you the moment you took off your hood. So you are a roamer as well. It's a long story, haha. I never expected my helper to be you. Oh, what an honor. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude, haha. Boo-hoo. Qigfei had no idea what he was saying. His mind short-circuited, and before long tears welled in his eyes. It's over my lifelong reputation. Yang Jing keenly noticed Qigfei's odd behavior. A scarcely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, as expected of colleague Qi, truly impressive, strong enough to lay waste to an entire wood. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, or like dew, like lightning. Thus should one contemplate them. The man was silently reciting the Diamond Sutra to flee reality. Can't hear it, a monk's heart is detached. How could a mere social death affect this humble monk's spirit? Romer, please think of something better. Something better. At least it cannot get worse than now. The Xiaonong system remained, as ever, infuriatingly blunt, but Qigfei lacked the energy to argue with it. Colleague Qi, finishing tasks must be effortless for you. After all, few in this world can harm you. If you took things seriously, I doubt I'd last even a moment. Yang Jing kept taunting him. She continued relentlessly. Qigfei wondered how that woman could maintain such an expressionless face while speaking such vicious words. With his Buddhist calm shattered, Qigfei slowly raised the broken sword, then placed it to his own throat, his expression strangely heroic. Enough. Stop it. Yang Jing felt the joke had gone too far as she coughed lightly and ceased her mockery. With a single dainty hand gesture, a rose-pink manual materialized in her palm. Let's exchange intelligence first. Romer, Yang Jing requests to exchange information with you. Do you consent? Qigfei produced his own black manual and replied, of course. The two Romer handbooks rose from their hands and without wind flipped their pages rapidly. A torrent of data streamed from the rose-pink manual into the black one. Qigfei felt a sudden influx of information flood his mind. Yang Jing had entered the Qilin continent 6 months earlier. Her mission had been to push history forward to aid second Prince Ludlike in unifying the kingdom within half a year. Over those 6 months, she had assisted the second prince in many matters: intelligence gathering, covert assassinations, the pursuit of Kalingside, and more. With her help, Ludlike had utterly eclipsed the influence of the elder prince. Once Kalingside was eliminated, he would legitimately sit the throne and end the civil war. Yet at this final step, a wild roamer named Qigfei, who had appeared from nowhere, descended from the sky, and through a series of mishaps became entangled with the prince's camp, causing history to shift dramatically. Because of Qigfei's involvement, the civil war could no longer conclude within half a year. Yang Jing's mission was thereby declared a failure, and she returned to reality. 2 days ago, Yang Jing re-entered that world. This time her assigned task was assist Romer Qigfei in completing his mission 01. Yang Jing had been surprised when she saw the name, the same as her neighbors. Few people chose such a melodramatic name. She had asked the Xiaonong system about Qigfei's identity and whereabouts, but Xiaonong only told her that if she continued working for Ludlike, she would encounter the mission subject. The rest would be revealed later. When Yang Jing followed the pursuit troops to this place, she keenly discerned an ambush and decisively abandoned those disposable teammates. While fleeing, she encountered Qigfei, who had rushed in to assist. Because he wore a hood and his face was unseen, Yang Jing assumed he too was an enemy and struck first to seize the advantage. That was how events had unfolded. I see. Qigfei murmured. Yang Jing's 6 months of experience played back in his mind. But the information he received was not limited to Yang Jing's experiences. It also contained a wealth of Ludlike camp secrets. Know thyself and know thy enemy. In any age, intelligence is the decisive factor in war. This was a priceless gift. At the same time, Qigfei's brief, yet turbulent life in that other world unfolded within Yang Jing's memory. Yang Jing was astonished as she had not expected that Qigfei's greatest asset for completing his mission would be his mouth. Thank you. This intelligence is extremely important to me. Qigfei thanked her earnestly. Yang Jing inclined her head lightly, as if to say it was nothing, but her distant brows drew together in a faint frown. Puzzled, she asked, why not choose Ludlike? He has overwhelming advantage and considerable talent, or joining his camp would make the mission easy to accomplish. From the information Yang Jing transmitted, Qigfei already knew that whether a staged mission was completed mattered little. It was merely a mechanism to help roamers perform historical correction or advancement. He could have joined Ludwig's camp and waited for the ambitious second prince to unify the kingdom on his own. He could have lounged by a spring and accepted victory as it came. He could also have switched sides, immediately betrayed Kalink's side to Ludwig, and thus quickly and simply completed the historical correction. Indeed, why did he not take the simplest, most pragmatic path? He was after all a pragmatist by nature. The helpless tears of the princess in the chapel, the girl's radiant smile beneath the setting sun. These images returned to Qigfei's mind. He revealed a resigned smile and shrugged at Yang Jing. No special reason. I wanted a harder challenge. Besides, if there are choices, one should choose the beautiful girl. I'm not a gay man going to Ludwig's camp for fun. Yang Jing rolled her eyes, but she did not press the matter. No problem. You are the primary fighter, your call. Thanks. All right, then I'll take you back and introduce you to everyone. Your profession? Assassin or ninja? And how on earth are you so strong? Qigfei suddenly realized he seemed to be the weakest member of the team. He was a high-ranking leader at the prince's company, yet the weakest among them. That hardly seemed right. He hurriedly asked roamer Yang Jing for advice. Yang Jing briskly flipped to the status screen and showed it to Qigfei. Since they already knew one another, the process of building trust was unnecessary. Name Xingmei Yang Jing, female, 21, race roamer, alignment neutral, rank master assassin, a young woman from the central district of Guangdu. Her given name feels oddly out of place in this world. Specialties: animal communication, 52, proficient karate, 81, master Chinese dance, 65, expert ninjutsu, 12, novice combat skills, breath, concealment, shadow, escape, blade, dance, assassination, moment, substitute technique. Mental power, hidden stat line, strength, B, agility, A, mana, B, intelligence, B, luck, C, leadership, E, overall rating, A. Geez, this is about as strong as Lalan. At least she could wreck 10 of me. Qigfei inwardly whistled. Even ignoring the A overall rating and the long list of combat skills, just looking at the specialties. A master-level karate alone was enough to make him take notice. Animal communication. What was that? Could one even specialize in such a thing? He suddenly remembered how during lunch breaks, he often watched Yang Jing converse with the chubby ginger cat kept at the company. The cat's mews and Yang Jing's replies soothing many tired male colleagues. Good grief, so it really was talking. On the other side, Yang Jing was also viewing Qigfei's status screen. She only glanced, and the expressionless, cool mask of her face gave way to uncontrollable surprise and agitation. She cried out, "What is this? How is this possible? How can there be so many specialties?" Qigfei's specialties section was densely filled, with nearly 40 entries taking up more than half the page. Cold reading, acting, sketching, reasoning, arithmetic, psychology, thick, black studies, culinary skills, hunting skills. So many. How is this possible? A normal person's specializations are usually only 3 to 4. Yang Jing having 4 specializations is already extraordinary, and the ninjutsu is obviously just added to make up the numbers. But Qigfei's list, which filled half a page and covered various domains, showed almost all specializations with proficiency above 40. Qigfei was unaware of his own abnormalities, but Yang Jing understood. 2 years ago, she was selected by Xian Nong to become a wanderer because of her unique specialization in animal communication. In the past 2 years, whether on Earth or in the various worlds she had wandered through, she had never seen any creature with more than 5 specializations. Specializations do not simply mean that you know a little about something. For example, if you can drive, it does not count as a specialization. You must be able to execute cool driving techniques such as launching, drifting, and taking sharp turns to be considered specialized, and even that is only at the introductory proficiency level. If you can outrun that AE-86 on Mount Akina, congratulations, that's at least master-level driving skills. Yang Jing stiffly raised her head. Anyone could see the turmoil in her heart. Is this really still human? What must a person go through to master so many survival skills? What's wrong with you? Qigfei asked in surprise. Could it be that his data was truly that disappointing? Oh no, it's nothing. Did Xian Nong not tell him the purpose of specializations? Could it be that even Xian Nong does not understand what his situation is? After pondering for a while, Yang Jing made up her mind. Although Qigfei had many specializations, almost none were suitable for combat. This time he had chosen an extremely difficult path to complete his task, and if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly die halfway. Yang Jing had few friends, and she was very reluctant to see this friend who shared a similar fate die in this strange foreign world. Therefore she spoke earnestly. I saw your status bar. A clever overall evaluation without a job class is already quite impressive. Job class. Qigfei only then realized that his job class had always been villager, which in the game was the lowest level of soldier without having promoted. In this world, everyone's combat power can be judged from their job class. For example, to compare with the knight profession, a trainee knight generally has an overall evaluation of D. A formal knight. Is C a great knight? Is B a golden knight? Is A holy knight? Is S, and an epic knight, is SS. I am an assassin master of the thief profession, equivalent to the golden knight level. We wanderers can hold multiple job classes simultaneously, but can only equip one at a time. Equipping a job class grants corresponding ability enhancements. If it's a warrior, it tends to focus on strength. If it's an assassin, it emphasizes agility, and knights are all-round, while wizards increase magic power and intelligence. Yang Jing elaborated on the methods to enhance power in this world to Qigfei, who utilized his strong memory to record this vital knowledge. Under normal circumstances, the limit a human can reach is level. Above that is the realm of legends, special job classes, the most representative of which are heroes and demon kings. Qigfei's thoughts flickered, and he involuntarily interrupted. Yes, these two job classes are exceptional SS level. You need to be cautious when impersonating, with your strength. One misstep could reveal you. Qigfei's eyelids twitched. It seems this woman had no intention of forgetting what had just happened. Acquiring a job class is quite simple, just learn the martial arts or magic associated with that job class. Taking my job class as an example, you must first learn the martial art, breath concealment. Once learned, you can become a formal thief and gain that job class. To continue advancing the job class, you must learn the martial arts of the assassin and assassin master. Wizards also promote in a similar manner. It sounds simple, but just learning breath concealment is nearly impossible for common folk. Yang Jing, in the body known as Xing Mei, came from a privileged background and had access to the assassin brotherhood in the royal capital, allowing her to directly attend a systematic training program. Commoners do not have such pathways and can only rely on talent to comprehend it themselves. For instance, Roland, who was a hanging ghost, comprehended half of Knight Charge by himself at the age of 7, becoming a half-formal knight. Thank you, this is really very helpful. Qigfei once again expressed his gratitude sincerely. Yang Jing wasn't a talkative person, and the fact that she spoke so much today was definitely to help herself avoid detours. Such matters cannot be casually asked of Klingside and the others. After all, how could the current Meilana candidate for the hero not know such things? However, Yang Jing did not respond to Qigfei's thanks. Her face showed worry as she hesitated and continued, "There's one more thing." "What?" Seeing Yang Jing's troubled expression, Qigfei also became serious. "Your specializations. As long as a specialization reaches expert proficiency, it can be transformed into intent. After each phase task is completed, you can choose an expert-level specialization for Xianong to help you transform into intent." Yang Jing ultimately could not bring herself to say it outright. She merely repeated the common knowledge of wanderers, hoping to catch Qigfei's attention. This matter was too unusual, and even Xianong had not mentioned it. She did not dare to speak, carelessly fearing some mistake. "I know this," Qigfei replied. A deceptive claim allowed him to slaughter, in front of someone like Roland, a golden knight. He suddenly became curious about what would happen if all these specializations were transformed into intent. Xianong, what would happen if all my specializations turned into intent? Rarely Xianong's system did not respond immediately. After a long silence, when Qigfei thought his system mother had gone missing, Xianong's voice echoed in his mind. For some reason, Qigfei felt that this time the voice seemed to lack that mechanical tone and was infused with a more human-like liveliness, as if the real person was responding. Humans generally use this term to describe that type of being. "God," hissed Qigfei, took a sharp breath. This answer was truly unexpected. "Ahem, it's getting late. Roland and the others probably have finished their work. Let's head back and we can discuss the rest in the village." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Time returns to the present in Qigfei's room. The man was writhing on the bed like a dying maggot, his 10 toes tightly curled together as his head rubbed desperately against the mattress. "Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? What do you mean put down your weapon and spare your life? Are you dumb? Are you dumb? I want to die, I don't want to go back. Oh, let's settle down here. I can't stay on Earth anymore." Just a moment ago, he had focused all his attention on Yang Jing in the woods, but now back in the room and calming down, this man fell into serious mental turmoil. "I was too careless. I didn't expect to meet someone familiar in a foreign world." Ever since Qigfei arrived in the Qilin continent, his wild heart, which had been constrained by a lawful society, was completely liberated, and his innate nature of being reckless and wanting to stand out was fully evoked, as if he had returned to the peak of his 16-year-old self, sneaking into the teacher's office with a gang of friends to steal food tickets. The villagers' flattery, Katarina's admiration, Roland's wariness, the soldiers' fear, and Klingside's expectations. All of these were like an addiction that made Qigfei unable to extricate himself. He truly immersed himself in the identity of the current Meilong, genuinely seeing himself as a future hero. Until a narcotics officer named Yang Jing kicked open his drug den. "I'll count to 5. If you don't come out, I'll destroy this entire forest." Xianong nonchalantly added another jab. Suddenly, Qigfei let out a piercing scream, as if suffering from PTSD, banging his head against the wall. "What's wrong with you?" The door opened at some point, revealing a cool figure standing there. Yang Jing looked at Qigfei, who was in a frenzy with concern. Qigfei quickly turned his head, sat back at the edge of the bed, and crossed his legs, flashing a refined smile, his movements as quick as lightning. "It's nothing, just exercising. But you just... Do you have something to say?" Qigfei's smile was gentle, but carried a pressure that brooked no further questions. Yang Jing fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Qigfei was surprised to find that the cool woman had a slight flush on her cheeks, and was acting a bit shy, resembling a young girl. "Is this some kind of ghost, eh? Is something wrong?" Yang Jing said expressionlessly, as if casually bringing it up. "You don't let this world's affairs leak out." "Oh, so it's about this. I know, but it's not a matter of course." Qigfei halted mid-sentence. At that moment, he realized something, and in the next second, the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. "All right, I'm not the only one who has let loose." Images of Yang Jing's experiences over the past 6 months surfaced in his mind. This cool woman had designed her unique combat attire herself, stitching a plum blossom on her right shoulder with great care. And that soft sword Qigfei had long felt was familiar. Wasn't it the ghost orchid sword used by Li Yuanfang in Detective D. Renjia? Besides that 12 ninjutsu specialization was undoubtedly self-taught during her illnesses. People are like this, you definitely wouldn't want to die alone, but if someone accompanies you in your humiliation it somehow doesn't seem so shameful. Qigfei suddenly appeared in front of Yang Jing, pinning her against the door. Miss Yang, you wouldn't want me to spread your strange quirks around, would you? You know I'm very good at sketching. This dog man was always so precise in exploiting others' weaknesses. Yang Jing's face turned dark immediately. What do you want? Not much, just forget about what happened today, and I won't speak out either. We can keep our distance from each other. As expected of the verbally strong hero, Qigfei nearly choked and couldn't catch his breath. Damn woman, if I could defeat you. Are you trying to take us both down? Fine. When the task is over, the whole company will know that the ice sculpture beauty is actually a sand sculpture beauty. Yang Jing disdainfully glanced at him, responding coolly, let's make a contract. She then tore a blank page from her wanderer's manual and took out a fountain pen, writing the word contract at the top of the page. With a flash of white light, the entire page revealed a series of contract information, including malicious clauses stating that if it were leaked, one would face impotence. At the bottom right corner of the contract were 2 blank spaces for names. Qigfei was taken aback. There were still many functions of the wanderer's manual he was unaware of, with the contract as proof, the historian as witness. When Qigfei signed his name on the paper, he suddenly felt something. He raised his head to look at Yang Jing, only to find that the cool woman was also gazing at him. In a small house in a village on another continent, 2 compatriots suddenly exchanged a smile, and the last bit of distance between them vanished at that moment. Since the princess and her entourage moved into the village, everyone has been having dinner together unless they were on a mission, and now a new member has joined the dinner table. Now let us grandly introduce the core members of the Princess Ascendancy Company. First is Chairman Shida, who was ousted by his 2 brothers from the Moan headquarters half a year ago and opened this branch in this remote countryside. Then there is the head of security, Roland, sitting to the left of the chairman. This golden knight, although only 28, looks like he is 38 due to his scruffy beard and gloomy demeanor, yet that does not hinder him from being a winner in life. After the coup broke out, he gave up his comfortable civil service job, bid farewell to his wife and children, and resolutely escorted the chairman on his escape journey. Next is the deputy head of security, sitting to the right of the chairman. This dashing young lady is already a great knight at a young age, with talents rivaling her mentor Roland. Unfortunately, she lacks common sense and often falls victim to the major shareholders' pranks. Next is the company's mascot, the genius mage, the half-elf boy Darren. He is quite adorable. Finally, there is the major shareholder Qigfei sitting opposite the chairman, symbolizing the company's polar dynamics. Although he has been with the company for less than 3 days, he has already become the most powerful figure under the chairman due to his extraordinary means. He is usually arrogant and loves to bully the inner circle and the deputy head of security. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce the pet standing aside watching everyone eat, is the spy Bobo, placed here by director Roderick. After being caught by the major shareholder, he has suffered greatly and is now the personal servant of the major shareholder. Now the company welcomes a new employee. Yang Jingqing sat quietly beside Qigfei, silently eating her meal, completely indifferent to the curious gazes from the 4 across the table. This woman is the same whether on Earth or in this other world. She is not socially anxious. She is simply too lazy to engage. If all goes well, she will take on the role of the head of the intelligence department and bodyguard to the major shareholder under Qigfei's introduction. The deputy head of security, Katerina, couldn't hold back any longer and raised her hand to ask, "My Lord Melon, who is this assassin lady?" The next second, the eyes of the boss and all the employees turned to Qigfei, making him feel as if he was speaking at a departmental meeting. He had previously concocted a story with Yang Jing to placate the core members of the company, but the same excuse wouldn't work on these sharp individuals. Although it may sound deceitful, it is certainly not omnipotent. Its effectiveness is influenced by multiple factors, including the background environment, one's own state, and the target. For example, if Qigfei were to claim on Earth that he could punch through 10 meters of steel while in a state of extreme anger, others would surely laugh at him as a fool. However, in this other world, let alone 10 meters of steel, even if Qigfei claimed he could barehandedly snap the teeth of a lich lord, there would be believers, at least Katerina would. The story was crafted by the 2 of them, and it was of course Qigfei who told it. He stood up with his palm facing up, fingers together, reaching towards Yang Jing. Then he cleared his throat a few times, resembling a leader about to speak. Her name is Xingmei. She is my companion. The term companion was a last-minute change by Qigfei. It was originally friend, but he felt that word was too distant to reflect the relationship he had with Yang Jing. However, at that moment, the air in the dining room froze. Shida even lost his composure and dropped his knife and fork. Did he just say companion? Not friend. Companion. Roland's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled Qigfei from the other day, facing his entire army unknown in the wilderness. No wonder he dared to stand before us alone. He already has a companion. To ordinary people, friends and companions are not much different. But if the person is Melon, then the term companion takes on a whole new meaning. There is a tradition among heroes of all generations. Before they become heroes, they travel across the continent as adventurers. The purpose of their travels is twofold: to forge their own holy sword and to gather companions of the hero. Each generation of hero teams consists of 5 individuals from different professions. These companions are the chosen ones from various countries and races who, under the leadership of the hero, will surpass biological limits, obtain their own special professions, and become powerful figures in the legendary realm. For heroes, every new companion exponentially increases their strength. When all 4 companions are gathered, the legendary hero is born. No wonder I can't feel his presence at all. The Golden Knight's senses could even allow Roland to spot a rabbit hiding 50 meters away in the grass. Yet since Roland met Qigfei, he has never sensed anything from him, as if this person simply does not exist. This unfathomable fear, akin to a black hole, he has only sensed from one other person thus far. That person is the former hero's companion, a legend living in the present, guarding the front lines of the demon-human war for years. He is known as the Knight of Knights, the Lake Knight, Lancelot. And now this caliber of monster is sitting right in front of him, 2 of them. What if I had really attacked him then? Cold sweat drenched his shirt. Roland had never felt so close to death. In stark contrast to Roland's fear, the half-elf Darren's eyes lit up. This shy boy unexpectedly shouted, "Hero, can I be your companion? I want to be your companion too. My master always says I lack masculinity. Oh, I believe that as long as I am by your side, I will one day become a true man." Qigfei was stunned. He never expected such a reaction. What? You want to be my companion too? Can wanderers really get hired through internal recommendations? Maybe I should ask Shannon later. Just stick with me for now. I will. Cough, observe your talents. The half-elf boy's cheeks turned bright red and tears of excitement began to well up in his eyes. For him, Qigfei's response was almost equivalent to an agreement. The mascot Darren successfully became the major shareholder's second bodyguard. Qigfei in a daze realized he might not need to tell stories anymore. The atmosphere in the room had turned quite strange as everyone looked at him with expressions of shock or admiration. Except for Katerina, who after asking her question began to tackle the roasted chicken on her plate, completely ignoring what the major shareholder was saying. But after all, the story was prepared, and it felt uncomfortable not to share it. Qigfei passionately recounted the thrilling story of how he and Xingmei met, connected, and embarked on adventures together. However, everyone was absent-minded and barely listened. For the first time, Qigfei experienced the feeling of being a department manager addressing a meeting. He glanced at the people, each lost in their thoughts, and tapped the table firmly, signaling that it was time to get to the main topic. "What do you think we need most right now, eh?" "Money." Babo beside him answered immediately. "Right, money. And what else?" Kellen Shida rested his chin on his hand, pondering, before speaking up. "Personnel. Our soldiers are too few. We cannot compete with the 2 brothers at all." "Right." Qigfei slammed the table, speaking in a low voice. "To be precise, it's territory, talent, troops, and funds. The 4 things most crucial for raising an army are all absent in the company now. Among these, the most convenient to acquire is funds. Does anyone have any ideas?" This question is not really directed at the 4 over there who are still unable to repay the village's meal expenses. This question is mainly for Yang Jing. She has been in this world for half a year and must have established her own intelligence network. Sure enough, Yang Jing did not disappoint him. "I have some leads on the money. I will check the authenticity of the information tomorrow and get back to you." "Good, thank you." As expected of our Wanderers cross-border company, the quality of talent is indeed different. As for territory, my father-in-law Kof, Lord Paidanang, is a staunch supporter of the princess. We can go seek his help, and we will definitely get assistance. Winner in life, Roland presented his superior lineage. "No." Qigfei rejected without hesitation. "Why, oi?" Seeing his proposal being rejected so decisively, Roland felt somewhat irritated, his voice raising considerably. "Firstly, the enemies you can think of can also think of, and if nothing unexpected happens, the entire Paidanang territory is surrounded by the enemy. Secondly, getting to your father-in-law's house requires crossing the entire Constant territory. How can we guarantee safety with such a small team? Thirdly, even if we really get to your father-in-law's house, how can a count like Paidanang withstand a joint attack from 2 princes? Fourthly, betting on relying on others is the most foolish act." Roland's face fluctuated between pale and flushed. He never expected his proposal to have so many flaws. After all, he had been a general on the front lines. On the other side, Darren's uncovered eye sparkled with excitement. This is it. This is the spirit. This is the manly image I admire the most." "Then where do you suggest we go?" Qigfei glanced at everyone and directed his gaze out the window. In the vast wheat fields, the green seedlings swayed gently in the warm spring breeze, forming waves of emerald wheat. A cold smile slowly crept across his lips. "We are not going anywhere. We stay here. Constant Count's territory." At dawn the next day, as the eastern sky barely lightened to a pale silvery hue, Yang Jing set off alone, bound for Constant City to verify the authenticity of that intelligence. If the intelligence proved true, the team would resolve both its chronic shortage of funds and its dire lack of talent in a single stroke. The distance from Fengtao village to Constant City exceeded 30 kilometers. Even a master assassin would require an entire day for the round trip. To ensure her return before nightfall, Yang Jing had risen exceptionally early. By the time Siegfried rose from his bed, Yang Jing had already been traveling for nearly 3 hours. Since yesterday, he had delegated all his farming duties to the idle soldiers under his command, freeing up considerable time for other pursuits. Good morning, Lord Melon. Lem the blonde soldier bowed deeply as Siegfried emerged from the house. Today, he served temporarily as Siegfried's personal guard. Though Lem found the notion utterly absurd, the terrifying lord hardly needed protection. Siegfried glanced at him coolly and remarked, tone flat and uninflected. Morning. Nearly recovered. Lem blinked, then immediately lowered his head in deference. Yes, thanks to the villagers' care. During the village assault, Lem's injuries had been second only to Katarina's. Yet that little tiger girl was sturdier than an ox. After Siegfried applied a salve, she'd bounded about the next day, full of vigor. Lem, however, had no such fortune. The village priest refused to heal him, and for 2 days he lay bedridden, fed and tended by the very villagers who brought him food and water, including little Tova, whom he'd nearly beaten just days before. Siegfried smirked, mischief glinting in his eyes. Oh, so they're villagers now, not wretches. Lem flushed crimson with shame, bowing so low his chin nearly touched his collarbone. I am unworthy. I am. Enough. Remember this, it was these very wretches you scorned who saved your life. Yes, I shall never forget. Well then, what is it? Lem withdrew a parchment scroll from his tunic and presented it respectfully. This is the inventory of spoils and prisoners taken during yesterday's ambush, my lord. Please review it. The script upon the parchment was elegant and precise, clearly the hand of the princess herself. Siegfried took the list and arched a brow. Spears, straight swords, suits of armor, nearly 100 pieces in total, along with several enchanted weapons and substantial stores of military rations. A bountiful haul indeed. They must have crushed an elite unit. Remarkable that Roland achieved total annihilation without a single casualty. Sort the spoils into categories, store them properly, and record everything meticulously. Yes, my lord, how shall we handle the prisoners? Beyond arms and grain, Roland had captured 7 prisoners, including a senior knight whom Siegfried himself had expressly ordered spared alive. The rest were likely mere survivors. Siegfried paused in thought, then a cold predatory smile curled his lips. Keep the senior knight. Execute all the others. Bury them alive. What a... Lem's knees buckled. He nearly collapsed onto the ground. He'd heard tales of legendary heroes whose bloodlust knew no bounds. Warriors who left rivers of crimson in their wake more monstrous than any demon king. Yet he never imagined this man before him would show no mercy, even to defenseless captives. Cold sweat slicked Lem's spine. Dropping instantly to one knee, he pleaded urgently. My lord, they are utterly disarmed. Slaughtering prisoners will breed fear among our ranks, tarnish your reputation with the troops, and earn the princess's stern disapproval. I beg you, reconsider. Siegfried had no intention of carrying out the order. He'd merely indulged a theatrical flourish savoring the weight of those 4 words and meant only to unsettle the hapless soldier. He'd always found the phrase bury them alive chillingly majestic, and speaking it aloud was even more exhilarating. After thoroughly indulging his inner drama, Siegfried glanced at Lem, kneeling there trembling like a leaf, and suppressed a grin as he adopted a solemn tone. All right, I was jesting. Look at you quivering like a frightened hare. Yes, my lord, this way please. Outside a dilapidated wooden hut, Lem hesitated, voice laced with concern. Lord Roland interrogated him yesterday, but he refused to utter a word. My lord, proceed with caution. He may lash out in desperation. Call for me if anything arises. Humph. A hard nut to crack. No matter. Even a corpse can be made to speak. A chill prickled Lem's nape, and he suddenly realized his last warning had been painfully redundant. Siegfried wasn't boasting, even the dead yielded secrets to the Wanderer's manual. And so once again it was time for Siegfried's favorite pastime. Interrogation, not torture. He pushed open the door. Inside, damp air hung thick with the sour, musty scent of rotting timber. The hut held only a single chair, upon which sat a man in his 30s, bound tightly, face streaked with dried blood, body crisscrossed with fresh wounds. Clearly Roland had shown no restraint. Hearing the door creak, the man did not lift his head. His voice was hoarse-weary. Don't waste your breath. I know nothing, and I'll say nothing. Name Roy Barrett. Male, 35 years old. Too trivial, omitted below. Siegfried scanned the data displayed on the Wanderer's manual. As expected, Roy's dossier was comprehensive. Once Yang Jing's provisional teammate, every recent movement had been observed and logged by her into the system. Siegfried dragged a chair forward and sat directly before Roy, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to interrogate you. Humph. Then why are you here? To gawk at me? Irk. Roy lifted his head, intending to sneer at this pretentious fool. Yet the moment his gaze met the man seated across from him, his voice choked off mid-sentence. I'm simply here to chat. Siegfried truly had no intention of extracting information. Yesterday Yang Jing had already supplied him with all the intelligence he needed from the second prince's faction. He doubted a mere senior knight possessed deeper insight than Yang Jing, the princess's own trusted attendant. This was in fact an experiment. You are. Roy stammered, stunned into incoherence. Black hair, black eyes. This was unmistakably him. Siegfried offered a sly, courteous smile and introduced himself with practiced grace. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Roy. I am Siegfried. Siegfried. Or if you prefer, you may call me Melon. Roy's pupils contracted violently. He nearly tumbled from his chair. Melon House has entered this civil war. His voice trembled beyond his control. How had their operation been compromised? Why had this simple pursuit turned lethally fatal? Why had a 6-month-long chase abruptly transformed into a death trap woven with invisible threads? Since his capture, Roy had lain sleepless each night wrestling with these questions, yet found no answers. Now he need wrestle no longer. A melon had entered the war. That single fact resolved every inconsistency. Despair washed over Roy, deeper than any he'd felt facing Durandal itself. The failure of the pursuit force was merely his personal defeat. Prince Roderick still commanded the overwhelming majority of the realm's power. But if this melon joined the fray, the balance of power would shatter irrevocably. Roderick would hold not a sliver of hope for victory. Qilin continent's long history had taught all who lived upon it one immutable truth: the melons were monsters, capable of sweeping away armies like chaff before the wind. There's no need to be so tense, Mr. Roy. Lady Mylan never involves herself in political struggles. It's common knowledge. Siegfried spread his hands with unruffled composure. I said I'm merely here for a conversation. Hearing this, Roy's tense expression softened slightly. He raised his dull, lifeless eyes and asked timidly, Lady Mylan, what would you like to discuss with me? As you can see, I am but a defeated general. Though his words betrayed humility, Roy remained acutely attuned to every shift in his surroundings. He had heard countless rumors about the Mylan family, and feared above all that he might unwittingly divulge vital information. Nothing of great consequence. Let's begin with your self-introduction. Tell me, who do you believe yourself to be? Roy blinked in bewilderment, staring blankly at the black-haired man across from him, whose smile was serene yet inscrutable, utterly unreadable. Under pressure, he answered earnestly. My name is Roy, current head of the Barrett family, a Viscount of the kingdom, and a proud royal knight sworn to Prince Roderick. My loyalty is as unyielding as my shield, unbreakable and absolute. These were the very words he had once spoken during his knighting ceremony, to a young Roderick. Yet Roy was met with a derisive snort. Loyalty. Siegfried's expression hovered between mockery and amusement, his brows arching with contempt. Roy's eyes flared crimson. Forgetting fear entirely, he roared in outrage. A knight may be slain, but never shamed. Lady Mylan, even you cannot question my loyalty. He's hooked. Very well, let me see whether its effect is truly as terrifying as I suspect. Siegfried drew a slow, deliberate breath. What followed would determine how he would henceforth confront this intendability, deceitful discourse. You just claimed you were loyal. Is there an issue with that? Siegfried chuckled softly and rose, beginning to circle Roy's chair with measured, unhurried steps. No, not exactly an issue. I simply find it rather nauseating to hear those two words applied to people like you. What did you say? Roy could not fathom that Lady Mylan would insult him so brazenly. As a knight, he could endure any torture, but such slander struck deeper than steel. Take back your words. Withdraw them at once. You are Lady Mylan, the hero. How dare you sully our devotion with such blasphemy? Is it not true? As a royal knight, you served neither your nation nor your people. Not even Princess Clinchide, the rightful heir to the throne, yet aided Prince Roderick's coup, plunging the realm into chaos and misery. Is that loyalty? No, I only, as a son, your late father, the Lord Baron, charged you on his deathbed to swear fealty to the future king. Yet you disregarded his final wish, paying lip service while betraying him in silence. Is that loyalty? As an elder, you hunted a 16-year-old princess across 1,000 miles, relentless and merciless. What kind of loyalty is that? No. Silence. Shut your mouth. Shut up right now. As a royal counselor, you knew full well that Prince Roderick and Princess Clinchide shared blood, brother and sister, yet not only failed to dissuade him, but actively inflamed the fratricidal war. Is that your loyalty? No, no. His protests dwindled to whispers, tears spilled from Roy's eyes. He knew these truths all too well. Yet what could a mere grand knight, a minor viscount, who couldn't even enter the royal palace, possibly do? Roy, you are nothing but a pig burying your snout in the feed your master provides, blindfolded by your own hollow vow of loyalty. You've lived over 30 years. Have you ever once thought with your own mind? This world has grown so mad that one may don knightly armor and call oneself loyal without shame. Roy, what you possess is not loyalty. It is folly. Silence descended upon the dilapidated wooden hut, a suffocating hollow quiet. A choked sob suddenly broke the stillness, then deepened into ragged weeping, swelling soon into wails of raw despair. I know all of it. But what choice do I have? I'm only a grand knight, a petty viscount. I can't even step foot inside the royal palace. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Tears and snot streamed down Roy's face as he began slamming his head against the chair back, again and again, until blood welled from his scalp. The moment had arrived. Siegfried's gaze turned glacial. He stepped behind Roy, bent low, and whispered into his ear like a demon. It's simple. Serve the true sovereign of this land, Princess Clinchide, with everything you are. Deceitful discourse. Augmented effect. After 9 consecutive truths, the next falsehood gains 100 enhanced credibility. Like a grenade hurled into boiling water, Roy's already turbulent thoughts detonated completely. Yes. You're right. You're absolutely right. I am a knight, a royal knight. I must be loyal. I will offer my loyalty. I surrender. I yield. Your Highness. Your Highness. Princess Clinchide, I pledge everything to you. Accept me, Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness. Roy toppled sideways with his chair crawling frantically toward the door like a blood-starved beast. All pain and confusion had vanished from his face, replaced instead by fanatical ravenous fervor. Without a word, Siegfried stepped over Roy's prostrate form and walked out of the hut. Deceitful discourse. Its horror was precisely as he had foreseen. From the moment he first acquired this intent ability, Siegfried recognized its malignant essence. He had long resisted opening this Pandora's box. Today's trial was merely a small experiment, a cautious first test. The result confirmed that the ability possessed genuine brainwashing power. At its core, a lie is an act of cognitive reconfiguration, an assault upon will and perception. Some scoundrels wield lies to convince women they deserve lifelong devotion. Some charlatans use them to persuade customers their wares are worth every coin. Some cults deploy lies to enslave believers' minds, coercing them to sacrifice all for a hollow creed. And worse still, once a certain Führer of the Third Reich spun a colossal lie, hypnotizing an entire nation into marching toward war, the most catastrophic conflict in human history. Siegfried grasped the ability's malignancy from day one. If morality were judged solely by intent, he might perhaps qualify as a good man. But if judged by means, there could be no doubt he was unambiguously, irrevocably evil. He had known this about himself since he was 16, when his blood ran cold forever. An icy, bone-deep chill filled the young man's eyes. Facing the morning sun, he spoke, voice toneless, devoid of warmth or hesitation. Yet this world has never distinguished good from evil by intent or method alone. The sole criterion separating light from shadow is success. Whether through indoctrination or slaughter, it matters not. So long as you win, everything else is justified. Yang Jing has returned, bringing with her an invitation to an auction along with. How can you introduce who this guy is? At Yang Jing's feet lay a man who resembled a wealthy merchant, his body covered in wounds, especially his lower half, which was a bloody mess. He was clearly on the verge of death. Yang Jing spoke flatly without expression. I went to ask him for an invitation, and he said I had to spend the night with him, and then this happened. Yang Jing succinctly summarized this adventure story that could have been elaborated into 4,000 words, causing Siegfried's eyelids to twitch. Oh, I see. Siegfried caught a glimpse of the merchant's lower body, and his heart skipped a beat. I should avoid provoking this woman in the future. He bent down and patted the merchant's face. Hey, old man, answer me one question before you die. The merchant opened his eyes in a daze, murmuring faintly, leg, white, pain. It seemed that was the weapon used in the crime. Old man, where's your vault? You? Who are you? I'm your cousin, remember? You promised to leave your inheritance to me, did you forget? Cousin. Oh, right. The merchant's eyes regained a bit of clarity, clearly experiencing a moment of illumination. He grabbed Siegfried's hand, full of regret. Brother. Hey, big brother. Be careful. Be careful of women. After saying this, the merchant stiffened, his spirit departing. Siegfried was left stunned, grabbing the merchant's collar and lifting him off the ground. Hey, where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the Fing money? Hurry and call the priest. Make him cough up the money before he dies. Siegfried was heartbroken, or it felt like playing a game and not receiving all the rewards, leaving him deeply unsettled. In the evening, the company's executives gathered for a meeting over dinner. Yang Jing, the intelligence minister, and one of the shareholders spoke first. This is an invitation to an auction. However, her statement was abrupt. She stood up to say just this, and then sat back down, confident that someone would explain it for her. Everyone instinctively looked towards the major shareholder, waiting for him to speak. Siegfried picked up the invitation and waved it in the air. This is an underground auction, understand? Clink sighed, I don't understand. Those participating in this auction are wealthy merchants and nobles with vast fortunes, understand? Roland, I don't understand. The deputy captain of the security team, Katerina, suddenly jumped up with a look of realization. I got it, you want to sell the teacher's sword. Roland's Durandal was currently the most valuable item in the company. If it were sold, it could buy an entire earldom. Roland slapped this foolish apprentice on the head, scolding, this is something that can be sold. Katerina sat back down, feeling wronged and holding her head. Siegfried couldn't be bothered with these two fools and continued, the items at this auction are all unspeakable things, and from the list attached to the invitation, there are even slaves. The air in the restaurant suddenly froze. 20 years ago, a woman named Vivian was crowned queen in the royal capital. At that time, at the age of 23, she consolidated most of the power within 5 years, completely sidelining the incompetent old king, and then boldly reformed the kingdom, with the first and foremost measure being the total ban on the slave trade. Of course, the reform faced fierce resistance from the vested interests, but it was violently suppressed by the Rose Knights, which were directly under the queen. This queen forcibly gave a breath of life to the waning Morin, but as a consequence, she exhausted herself and passed away early. At this point, it can be inferred that the woman later referred to as the Rose Queen is the mother of Roderick and Clinkside, the former regent of the Morin kingdom. This year marks the 5th year since the queen's passing, and the previously suppressed slave trade has resurfaced. Clinkside's usually gentle face was tinted with anger, while Roland slammed his fist on the table, nearly overturning all the dishes. These bastards were not punished enough back then. He was one of the last members of the Rose Knights, and the knight's shield engraved with red roses still hung in his room. Clinkside was seething with rage. The prohibition of the slave trade was one of her mother's proudest achievements. To this day, she still remembered her mother without a trace of elegance, boasting to her as a 4 or 5-year-old child. Little Kide, Mom is amazing this time. She might save thousands of people. Don't eat your fingers. Hurry up and clap for Mom. She was a gentle, strict, yet humorous mother like sunshine, and was the last pillar bestowed upon this decaying kingdom. It has only been 5 years, as she has only been gone for 5 years. Klingside's fists clenched tightly, turning pale. She gazed at Qigfei, trying to use her divine light to discern the man's intentions, but found nothing, so she could only tentatively ask, "Mr. Qigfei, you brought this up for a reason, right?" "Well, everyone please calm down." Qigfei gestured for everyone to settle down before speaking slowly. "We will attend this auction and purchase slaves." Bang! Roland slammed his fist down on the table again, furiously shouting, "What kind of joke is this? Do you know what you're saying?" Katerina hurried to pull Roland back. "Teacher Lord Melon must have his reasons for saying this." "What reason could there be?" Klingside remained silent, but her gloomy expression clearly indicated her displeasure. Everyone please don't fight." The adorable half-elf boy Darren teared up, trying to mediate, but his voice was too soft, easily drowned out by the irate Roland. Qigfei watched this scene with cold eyes, sweeping his gaze across everyone, his expert cold reading skills fully activated. "Klingside and Roland will oppose my opinion. Katerina has started to trust me unconditionally, which is good. Darren is still neutral, but worth winning over." Why is Bobo so quiet? This is why he spoke in such fragmented sentences. Some of his methods will certainly face questioning in the future. To avoid this, he must prepare from now on. "Are you all done making noise?" A cold voice perfectly interrupted like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the boiling atmosphere in the restaurant. "Once you're done, let's continue listening." Yang Jing scanned everyone with an expressionless gaze, now understanding why these people were so easily overwhelmed by Roderick. They were simply a rabble. Qigfei threw a grateful glance at Yang Jing, only to receive a disdainful look in return. He coughed lightly and continued narrating his plan at a leisurely pace. Understood. A peculiar atmosphere began to permeate the restaurant. If this atmosphere were to be named, it would undoubtedly be called conspiracy. "Lord Melon, you are truly devious. But I like it." Katerina continued to flatter Qigfei as always. Klingside buried her head low, but her shoulders trembled slightly as she struggled to hold back her laughter. "This isn't quite right. It completely goes against the spirit of knighthood." The model knight Roland, who loves ambushes, was saying these lofty words with an eager expression. A chilling smile blossomed on Qigfei's face. Everyone noticed that whenever this man exhibited such an expression, it signified that someone was about to face misfortune. "I believe this auction will be truly spectacular." The county of Constant lies in the southernmost reaches of the Kingdom of Moan, yet it owes no fealty to Duke Bailon, when instead it is a royal domain, holding status equal to that of any duchy. This remote region bears a celebrated title, Moan's Granary. Spanning less than 400,000 square kilometers, the county possesses the kingdom's most fertile black soil. Its annual grain yield alone accounts for half the entire realm's yearly harvest. When Siegfried first heard this, he was genuinely startled. Such a modest territory sustained half the kingdom's population. What kind of soil is this? How many harvests per year? Still, considering this is a world apart, it seems plausible. Perhaps priests of the Church of Abundant Harvest labor, ceaselessly accelerating growth through sacred rites. Siegfried's party entered Constant City, the county's capital, famed as the city of wheat aroma, where the underground auction would be held that very night. A delicate face peered out from the carriage window, craning curiously to take in the passing scenery. Clinshide was brimming with excitement. As the royal princess, she had seldom left the palace, and for the past 6 months she had been relentlessly fleeing. Never before had she ventured forth with the carefree spirit of a traveler. "Your Highness, please refrain. Even under the concealment of the illusion robe, we cannot guarantee absolute safety," warned Roland, steering the carriage with anxious maternal concern. "It's quite all right. We've already seen the city gate's search warrant. Even without this robe, we'd likely pass unnoticed." Indeed, warrants for the princess and her entourage now plastered every major city's bulletin boards, de facto arrest orders. Though their portraits were so abstract they might have moved Picasso to tears. Siegfried swayed unsteadily atop a horse. Yes, you read correctly, though a carriage stood ready, he chose to ride. He was indulging his long-suppressed fantasy. Ever since youth he had yearned to ride, but opportunity had always eluded him. Now, seizing his chance, he meant to savor every moment. He had strapped an extra saddle onto one of the draft horses Roland drove from behind, while Siegfried rode ahead. Inside the carriage sat Yang Jing, expressionless, and Princess Clinshide, radiant with exhilaration. At the front, Roland guided the reins. Atop the horse rode the theatrically self-absorbed Siegfried, and perched upon the roof crouched the goblin Popo, a spectacle of audacious conspicuousness, as if daring the world not to notice them. Roland had vehemently objected, until Siegfried countered with one sharp retort. "If you were the pursuer, would you ever suspect your targets would stride brazenly into the city?" The senior partner spoke sense, and Roland fell silent. The auction invitation permitted only 3 attendees, Roland, Clinshide, and Siegfried. Yang Jing served as their guide, and also intended to locate the vault of yesterday's deceased merchant. Yes, Siegfried remained fixated on that fortune. Popo had been dragged along against his will. Siegfried feared the goblin might flee during his absence. Though Popo inwardly rebelled, he submitted under the overwhelming authority of his senior partner. Constant City was modest in size, yet undeniably the most prosperous settlement within 100 miles. Its thoroughfares teemed with hawkers and vendors. Some were merchants newly arrived from distant lands, others adventurers returning from guild commissions loudly hawking trophies harvested from monsters. At last this scene infused Siegfried with the authentic flavor of a sword and sorcery world. So far, what had he truly experienced? Tilling fields, interrogating traders, or risking life and limb to bluff before humanoid mechs, pretending with theatrical bravado to be far more formidable than he was. Guided by Yang Jing, the party traversed the bustling market district and entered the residential quarter where an inn awaited them. Urban dwellings here bore no resemblance to rural Fengtao village, elegant two-story houses built of cut stone and red pine, harmonizing beauty with comfort. Laundry hung across balconies projecting from the second floor. Occasionally residents stood there bowing respectfully towards Siegfried's group as they passed below. They were the city's affluent citizens. Roland wore no disguise. Per Siegfried's insistence, he retained his full knightly armor emblazoned with the crest of House Ferdinand. It was to him, the noble knight, that these citizens bowed. Their unhindered passage through the city gates, unmolested by the avaricious guards, owed entirely to this display. Siegfried scanned the surroundings and unsurprisingly spotted a familiar sight. Several gaunt, hollow-eyed beggars drifted listlessly through this affluent quarter, emaciated souls who had wandered in from the slums beyond the city walls seeking scraps of sustenance. Unquestionably, they formed the true majority of this city of weed aroma. Siegfried nudged Roland with a knowing glance. Even the richest soil could not lift them from poverty. Roland's expression darkened. He offered no reply, having witnessed scenes far more harrowing over the past half-year. Both Siegfried and Yang Jing met such scenes with practiced detachment, not from callousness, but because as interdimensional wayfarers they struggled to perceive this world as anything more than vivid fiction. 2 years earlier, when Yang Jing first became a wanderer, such sights had stirred sorrow within her. But after journeying across countless realms, she had long since developed immunity. As for Siegfried, put simply, he was a devoted player of Paradox Interactive's grand strategy games. The party soon arrived before the tavern Yang Jing had named. Its entrance bore a finely carved wooden signboard inscribed with ornate lettering Stallion Banner, a name whose uncanny resemblance raised Siegfried's suspicions. He cast Yang Jing a sidelong, skeptical glance as she alighted from the carriage, certain she had chosen this tavern precisely because its name matched another with near-perfect fidelity. Pushing open the door, a rich aroma of malted ale washed over them, followed by a cacophony adventurers' raucous banter, bards lilting verses, clinking tankards, so lively it rivaled a bustling marketplace. The tavern's plump proprietress, spotting the group, and especially Yang Jing, immediately rushed forward, effusive with warmth. Xiaomei, so these are the companions you mentioned. Oh my, why a noble knight among them. Come in. Yang Jing offered a rare, easy smile as she greeted the woman familiarly. Auntie, please prepare 2 rooms. We'll stay just 1 night. Of course, your room has remained reserved all along. I'll also send up a hearty meal from the kitchen. Her enthusiasm was so unrestrained one might mistake Yang Jing for her own daughter. Siegfried leaned close to Yang Jing's ear and whispered, "Did something happen between you two?" She replied, evenly, "Nothing much. I merely freed her son from prison after he'd been falsely convicted of murder." She delivered this revelation with such quiet matter-of-factness that it implied a saga worthy of 5,000 words. Siegfried stared speechless. Good heavens, your life in this world is extraordinary. Compared to you, I'm utterly insignificant. Yang Jing shot him a look of mild disdain. The exalted Princess Clinchide had never set foot in such a place. Her gaze darted about wide with wonder. She dashed to applaud a wandering bard, then pressed close to a cluster of adventurers engrossed in a game of Qigfei. By the time Roland realized his charge had vanished, Clinchide, armed with innate charm, had already slipped seamlessly into the adventurers' circle, preparing to join their card game. Roland lunged forward, seized her by the arm, and lifted her bodily from the crowd. "Mew, your highness, must you make things so difficult? We are not here for amusement. Look at Melon. He remains perfectly composed." Yet before the word composed left his lips, a boisterous male laugh erupted behind him. "Ha ha ha ha. What's that supposed to mean? I've even punched a grand knight. Is that true? I'm no scholar, don't deceive me. Why would I lie? Not only did I strike her, I squeezed her bosom. Incredible. Brother, may I ask your name?" "I am Siegfried." Roland's temples bulged with veins, his mouth twisted in fury. He gave up entirely, seizing Clinchild's hand and storming upstairs. Meanwhile, Siegfried had already melted seamlessly into the atmosphere, like returning home. "Brother, where have you been striking gold lately?" The adventurer captain waved a hand dismissively and sighed wearily. "Don't even ask. Business has been abysmal lately. This frontier never hosted formidable monsters to begin with. Ever since the kingdom plunged into war, merchant caravans dwindled, and even escort work dried up." Siegfried nodded gravely and clapped the captain's shoulder. "Times are hard for everyone. Just 2 days ago, I saw deserters from the capital, starving after exhausting their rations, raiding villages." Hearing this, the adventurer captain exhaled deeply once more and grumbled, "Tell me about it. Lately our commissions have all been trivial, locating missing persons, recovering lost kittens, or even tracking down the missing Princess Royal. Is this really what adventurers are meant to do?" Siegfried's brow twitched, a shadow of foreboding settled over his heart. "Ah, the capital, that's where life thrives. Years ago, Queen Rosa emulated the neighboring empire and built an underground sewer system. Since that day, not a single adventurer in the capital has known unemployment. The tunnels teem with monsters awaiting slaughter, a veritable treasury." Unaware of Siegfried's unease, the adventurer captain continued, dreaming aloud. If only I'd encounter an ancient dragon. They hoard gold and jewels. Slay one, and your family's fortune is secured for generations. A ranger-clad adventurer nearby burst out laughing. Puffed. Don't delude yourself. With your crank credentials, you'd struggle against a single goblin horde, let alone an ancient dragon. What's wrong with dreaming? As Siegfried searched for an excuse to slip away, the captain leaned in again, clearly drunk enough to consider Siegfried a true brother. Brother, judging by your attire, you're a mage, aren't you? Mages always thrive no matter the era, and they're irresistible to ladies. Siegfried still wore his black robe, hood drawn low over his hair, a garb worn almost exclusively by wanted fugitives or arcane practitioners. Haha, brother, you flatter me. Let me show you a trick or two tonight. With that, Siegfried flicked a golden morn into the air. It spun violently before slapping into his palm, but when he opened his hand, the coin had vanished. Phew, a collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Hey, make way. Move aside. How did you do it? Where did the coin go? A female adventurer, dressed boldly, her attire daring yet refined, darted straight through the crowd and stood beside Siegfried, eyes wide with wonder. Her figure was exquisite, especially the sculpted curve of her hips beneath her form-fitting shorts, unforgettable at a glance. Seeing her enthusiasm, Siegfried shifted his focus, reached toward her, and plucked the vanished coin from her chestnut curls. In that instant, the hall erupted. It was in me. Brilliant, brother. Which elemental affinity do you possess? I'm a mage too. Could you teach me? I'll pay handsomely. Siegfried drained his wooden tankard of mead in one long draught, then rose, and with a brazen grin gave the woman's backside a playful squeeze. She yelped, clutched her rear, and sprang aside, her cheeks flushed crimson. Siegfried roared with unrestrained laughter, staggering upstairs under the weight of dozens of astonished gazes. This wasn't merely rogue behavior. It was sheer unadulterated thuggery. Roland and the others waited in their room for Siegfried's return. He'd been downstairs for nearly 2 hours, utterly forgetting why they'd come. Roland had nearly stormed down several times, but each time he glimpsed Siegfried's smug, arrogant face or heard that shameless, booming laugh, his temper flared beyond restraint. He feared losing control and striking Lord Milan himself, yet dared not send Clinchild, knowing she'd likely just become another drunken liability. Yang Jing sat quietly on the bed, leafing through her Wanderer's Manual, a guide on making a stylish entrance using smoke pellets. She knew Siegfried was gathering intelligence and would return when the moment was ripe. At last, the door creaked open. A reeling, red-faced drunkard reeking of alcohol staggered in, bracing himself against the frame. Roland opened his mouth to curse, only for Siegfried to slam the door shut with a thunderous boom. In that instant, every trace of intoxication vanished from Siegfried's face, replaced by icy severity and a gaze as sharp and cold as tempered steel. Roland stared, dumbfounded, swallowing every scathing retort he'd rehearsed. Something's gone wrong, Siegfried stated tersely. Yang Jing lifted her gaze, her furrowed brow wordlessly demanding explanation. Xingmei, was the letter dispatched? Yes. Yesterday, upon entering the city, I sent it via teleport courier. It was a forged battlefield report addressed to Roderick, written in Yang Jing's handwriting, claiming overwhelming success and Clinchild's confirmed demise. Yet, Roderick saw through it. Yesterday, he filed a commission with the Adventurers Guild to locate Clinchild. What a... Roland cried out, disbelief raw in his voice. Clinchild gripped the hem of her skirt, murmuring anxiously, brother. Logically, Yang Jing's report should have been the first official account, so how could Roderick possibly know the outcome before receiving it? Siegfried drew a slow breath, studying Yang Jing with quiet, unsettling amusement. It seems Prince Second isn't quite as trusting of you as we assumed. He trusts no one. Yang Jing's reply remained calm and detached, as if this revelation had been inevitable. TCH, unbearably difficult to read. Siegfried felt a deep unease. It was as though he were locked in a duel, not with an enemy, but with a chillingly precise reflection of himself. In any case, the fake death escape plan has failed. Xingmei is compromised. The enemy will keep hunting us. Henceforth, all outings demand caution. Roland, leave that great sword of yours behind unless absolutely necessary. And you, this outfit. Siegfried had barely begun speaking when Yang Jing's glacial stare locked onto him. He instinctively swallowed hard. Nothing. Never mind, whatever makes you happy is fine. The wall clock struck 5 in the evening. Siegfried withdrew the invitation from his Wanderer's Manual, his voice low and resolute. Time's upon us. Let's go. No. For the Golden Ear Avenue. Guided by the map enclosed with the invitation, the four wove through narrow alleys until they stood before a vast, stately manor. This street was Constant City's wealthiest district, lined with mansions like this one, inhabited primarily by high-ranking priests of the solar deity church or magnates whose fortunes rivaled kingdoms. Even Constance's ruling count resided here. That an illicit auction could operate so openly within such opulent, conspicuous premises revealed its patronage without a whisper of doubt. At the grand entrance, an impeccably dressed footman in formal tailcoat approached, his features strikingly handsome. Siegfried froze. The footman possessed 4 ears, 2 human-like behind his eyes, and 2 delicate feline ears atop his head, matched by a slender, swaying cat's tail. You're here for the auction, I presume. May I see your invitation? The group now wore formal evening attire and ornate masks. Siegfried wore his hooded robe over it all. Such anonymity was mandatory. The auction dealt exclusively in illicit goods, and every participant's identity remained sealed, even from those seated beside them. save the organizers. You're a half-breed. Roland's low voice emerged from behind his mask, his tone already souring before the auction had even begun. Yes, sir. Should my heritage offend you, I shall summon a human attendant immediately. Half-breeds were offspring of unions between humans and beast folk, bearing traits of both races. Not all resembled humans closely. Most were unsettling hybrids, neither fully human nor wholly beast, despised and ostracized by both societies unlike half-elves who occupied revered positions. A figure like this, whose human features vastly outweighed his bestial ones, was exceptionally rare. Half-breeds dwelled primarily in the beast folk federation of Western Chilon continent, born to human women abducted and enslaved by beast folk. His presence here implied, no need, we bear no prejudice. Tell me, are you enslaved? Clinchild spoke for Roland, her voice taut with nervousness. Yes, madam. I was purchased from the Holy Beast Federation by my master. The Holy Beast Federation was the self-designation adopted by the furry faction. Siegfried stepped forward and handed the invitation to the feline footman for verification. Ah, Lord Lother, we've awaited you eagerly. If you'll permit me, I shall escort you personally. Thank you, we appreciate it. Though I'd much prefer a cat-eared maiden. Hearing gratitude, the footman visibly startled, waving his hands hastily. No, this is my solemn duty. Serving you is my highest honor. Suddenly his gaze fell upon Boppo, partially concealed behind the trio, and his expression faltered. Apologies, but each invitation permits entry for 3 guests only. Siegfried had anticipated this. Bringing Boppo, the puffin scout, was deliberate. He pointed first to Boppo, then to the footman, his smile faint and enigmatic. He is like you. Under the footman's guidance, the quartet entered a sumptuous, brilliantly lit banquet hall. The plight of slaves became starkly evident, though invitations admitted only 3. Boppo entered anyway, because as a slave he was not counted as a person. Boppo had been purchased by the royal household. Though Queen Rosa abolished slavery upon ascending the throne, years of subjugation had etched servility into his bones. He still instinctively bowed and scraped even to soldiers of equal rank who barked orders at him freely. Siegfried's entire strategy hinged significantly on Boppo, hence his insistence on bringing him along. At that moment the hall was already filled with guests. All wore near identical formal wear and ornate masks, some quietly sampling the host's delicacies, others murmuring in hushed tones about their intended acquisitions. Siegfried held his wanderer's manual aloft, and from its pages a torrent of information streamed forth. Counts, viscounts, barons, merchants, priests, every soul present laid bare. As Siegfried scanned the data, a cold, predatory smile curled his lips. Leverage secured. Just then the hall dimmed. From a raised dais on the second floor, a flamboyantly attired man boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's auction. On behalf of the organizers, I extend our most fervent greetings." Thunderous applause erupted below. Clinchild and Roland remained silent, regarding the spectacle as little more than a carnival of beasts. Without further delay, let us unveil our first lot. Ooh, what an electrifying start. A shield borne by a Rose Knight. Starting bid 1 copper morn. The Rose Knights, the elite knight order directly under the renowned Rose Queen, who made waves across the continent 5 years ago. Each Rose Knight is a rare gem, a battle-hardened warrior among whom emerged super talents like Roland, recognized by Durandal. They are the Queen's sharp blade, the kingdom's sturdy shield. This knight order formed by the Rose Queen breathed new life into a kingdom on the brink of death. Now time has passed. The once legendary Queen rests eternally, and the knight order that once swept through the kingdom, feared even by the Emperor Orpheus, has long been fragmented by various powers. Yet the crimson rose etched on the shield remains the pride of every Rose Knight, symbolizing that era of transformation, that hopeful era. A Rose Knight's shield, starting bid at 1 copper morn. Although Qigfei had not witnessed that hopeful era, the yearning for it was palpable, and one could at least see hints of it in Roland. The terrifying power of the Golden Knight was forcibly compressed within a space of less than 2 meters in radius. In his rage, Roland resembled a can of dangerous nitroglycerin ready to explode at the slightest touch. "You damn bastards." Qigfei glanced at Roland in surprise, who was desperately trying to control his explosive emotions, keeping his aura at a level undetectable by others. To be honest, Qigfei hadn't intended to bring Roland along. This volatile knight could very well jeopardize Qigfei's plans. But that fool Katarina was definitely unreliable, and Yang Jing had other matters to attend to. The team was currently short on talent, leaving no choice but for one person to wear multiple hats. He had prepared 2 plans. If Roland didn't explode, they would proceed as originally planned. If Roland did explode, they would initiate Plan B, eliminating everyone present and making off with the money, treating it as a one-time storyline dungeon. Panting heavily, Roland muttered curses under his breath, but ultimately managed to restrain himself, earning Qigfei's newfound respect. Qigfei intended to gauge Roland's performance at this auction to determine whether he would remain a mere thug or become a core figure privy to details in Qigfei's plans. "Haha, I bid 2 copper morns." "I bid 3. What are you doing? This is a relic of the Great Queen from back then." "I bid 5 copper morns." Most of these people were influenced by the Great Reform back then. Now they madly retaliated against the late Rose Queen in this manner. Qigfei found it quite amusing, whether on Earth or in another world such matters were always the same. Just as he was quietly grumbling, a bright and sweet voice resonated throughout the auction hall. "I bid 100,000 gold morns." Silence fell. Qigfei spat out the red wine he had just poured into his mouth. Ha ha, which fool is spending so much wasted money on such a thing? He looked around to see what the big spender looked like, thinking he might flatter them for a chance to get some money. Not far away, a girl in a black evening gown with gray hair stood on tiptoe, raising her hand high. Qigfei's smile froze instantly as he rushed over in 3 steps. What are you doing? This is my mother's belongings. How can it fall into their hands? We don't have that much money to buy it. But according to the plan, we don't need to pay anyway. Oh well, that's true. Anyway, no need to pay. The host was momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly for a long time before reacting. Did the lady just say you want to bid 100,000 gold morns? Gold morn, as the name implies, is the official currency of the Morn Kingdom. 1 gold morn is equal to 100 silver morns, and 1 silver morn equals 100 copper morns. A piece of black bread on the market is worth about 2 copper morns, and 1 gold morn is enough to support a family of 3 in the capital for a year and a half. 100,000 gold morns. Not to mention this shield, it would be enough to buy this entire manor directly. However, before the host could get a response, a somewhat flamboyant voice rang out again. I bid 150,000 gold morns. Everyone gasped in shock. What is happening? Are they so rich they have nowhere to spend it? Qigfei raised his hand, adding another 50,000 in one breath, as he had long wanted to experience the thrill of such extravagant spending, especially since he didn't have to pay. He had to enjoy himself. This gentleman. Are you sure? The host was sweating profusely, feeling he had encountered 2 lunatics today. I must remind you that malicious bidding will incur severe penalties. You can still retract your bid now. Qigfei held up the invitation and waved it over his head, shouting loudly. I am the president of the Luxial Commerce Guild. Today I am sponsoring this auction, I remember. My name is Luxial. Tisk, so it's that nouveau riche. Tasteless stuff, that's why I said such country bumpkins. Forget it, let him spend money on this thing if he wants. Whispers arose around them, indicating that this infamous merchant was quite well known in the vicinity. Seeing Qigfei's confidence, the host no longer hesitated and knocked the gavel. Since no one else is bidding, congratulations to Mr. Luxial for acquiring this item. The auction continued with the following items being various antiques, paintings, magical equipment, and other unremarkable goods. However, this battle mage's arm guard starting bid 1,000 gold morns. I bid 800,000. This porcelain from the ancient Turing dynasty starting bid 20. I bid 1,800,000. Qigfei and his 3 companions stood at their respective sides, wildly bidding, turning the auction into their bragging competition. At this point, not just the host but all attendees were bewildered. What is happening? Are they here to cause trouble, creating chaos on the territory of Count Constant? Are they tired of living? The host was close to tears, as these 4 had practically monopolized all the items of the night. He had contemplated stopping the auction several times, but there were major items in this auction, and the Lord had specifically instructed that it must not be messed up. He also considered calling the guards to expel these troublesome rascals, but one of them was particularly tall and intimidating, and tearing the face would probably yield no advantage. The host swallowed his grievances, steeling himself to continue with the auction. After all, if these people couldn't produce the money afterward, they wouldn't be able to leave this manor. At most, he could just hold another auction tomorrow. Meanwhile, Qigfei checked the time and felt it was about right. He placed his finger on his temple and called out in his mind, Hey Yongjing, can you hear me? Not long after, a cool voice echoed in his mind. I'm here. They were originally part of the Record Keeper Xiang's organization, and after signing that contract, they could communicate like this directly in their minds. The downside was that occasionally some personal thoughts would uncontrollably flow into the other's mind. Have the arrangements been made? Thanks. Could you check where that rich merchant's vault is? Get lost. Just as their conversation concluded, a black-clad maid hurriedly approached the host, whispering a few words in his ear. The host's face clearly showed surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, putting on a warm smile, and exclaimed, We just received some news. We have decided to temporarily add a special item before the main attraction of this auction takes place. Temporary edition. What is it? I don't know, it's not on the list. Amidst whispers, a provocatively dressed maid brought a uniquely shaped glass vial to the stage on a tray. The transparent vial was emblazoned with a series of letters not belonging to this world. Chanel. What is that? A healing potion. You're joking. No healing potion comes in this color. And the auctioneer did not explain immediately, instead allowing the guests in the hall to murmur among themselves for a while. This was his tried-and-true technique, to stoke curiosity first, thereby maximizing profits during the bidding phase. Only once the murmurs had gradually subsided did he continue, This exquisite luxury called perfume has been graciously provided by a noble lady from the capital city. As for its effect, I believe a demonstration will speak far more eloquently than words. With that, he uncorked the bottle and poured its rosy liquid onto the necks and arms of 2 attendants standing beside him. These 2 attendants, strikingly beautiful and clad in alluring attire, now glided through the crowd with mesmerizing grace. Indeed, they too were commodities available for immediate purchase by any guest who took a fancy to them. Wherever they passed, an intoxicating, heart-soothing fragrance lingered, subtle yet unforgettable. And this is extraordinary. And buy it, immediately. I must have it. I absolutely must. You will buy it for me. And the crowd erupted into commotion, especially the female guests who proved utterly defenseless against its allure. Meanwhile, sharp-eyed merchants had already begun discerning the true nature of this so-called perfume. And this perfume holds unexpected promise. Perfume. Ah, this is gold. Liquid gold. A faint involuntary smile flickered across Siegfried's lips as he sat quietly in the shadowed corner of the hall. Indeed, the substance was his, or rather acquired from Yang Jing under less than honorable circumstances. When he'd first seen her withdraw the bottle of Chanel from her inventory, intrigue had taken root in his mind. Though Shannon had insisted that artifacts of anachronistic technology could not be retrieved from inventory, perfume appeared exempt from that restriction. After persistent persuasion and Yang Jing's increasingly exasperated scowl, he finally secured the bottle of Chanel. 2 replacements would be owed later. Her current mission was to negotiate with the organizers for the last-minute addition of this item to the auction. Judging by the outcome, the negotiation had succeeded splendidly, a remarkable feat for the famously impassive beauty. I trust you now grasp the value of perfume. Yet do not rush. What we shall auction is not this single bottle. Here the auctioneer paused deliberately before declaring, but its formula. At that moment Siegfried distinctly heard the collective intake of breath around him. How much did you bring? Not nearly enough. I came for the final lot. Who could have foreseen such a windfall emerging mid-auction? Forget the final lot. We'll spare no expense to secure the formula. And the audience, especially the merchants, had erupted into feverish agitation. They understood well that the production cost of this perfume was likely negligible, and that widespread diffusion would inevitably invite imitators. Yet they grasped even more keenly that whoever seized the formula first would dominate the nascent market, potentially ascending to become one of the foremost mercantile powers in the kingdom of Mon, or even across the entire continent. As for whether the perfume would sell, foolish question. Just observe the noble ladies present. Their longing was palpable, almost dripping from their lips. The opening bid for this item is 500,000 Mon gold coins. Bids must rise in increments of no less than 10,000. Though steep, I trust its worth is self-evident. 500,000 was merely a floor. The true value lay in acquiring the craft itself, then introducing it exclusively among nobles and aristocrats. Annual returns would dwarf that sum manyfold. And should one succeed in developing an affordable variant for commoners, the profits would swell into astronomical figures. 550,000, 600,000, 700,000. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than bids erupted like wildfire across the hall. Siegfried joined the fray, each time raising the bid by precisely 10,000, just as enthusiasm seemed to wane, drawing waves of derisive laughter. Many assumed this nouveau riche had already exhausted his funds earlier and could now only afford miserly increments. Watching the numbers spiral ever upward, Siegfried's composure began to crack. In over 20 years of life, he had never imagined wealth could flow so effortlessly. Was this the privilege of a transmigrator? Exhilarating beyond measure. Then a calm, unhurried voice cut through the din. Enough. I bid 1 million. For the first time, absolute silence fell. Every gaze turned toward the middle-aged man who had spoken. He was portly, broad-shouldered, and unmistakably the portrait of affluence. A cigar rested between his fingers, white smoke curling lazily from his lips. His name flashed upon Siegfried's traveler's manual. Courtman. Siegfried's brow twitched. His target had taken the bait. Courtman, slave trader, supplier of tonight's grand finale, and the true objective of the entire operation. The so-called perfume formula was nothing but a decoy. Siegfried possessed no such formula, not even for Chanel. Had he possessed it, he would have manufactured and sold the perfume himself, not wasted time at an auction. He'd already chosen the brand name Chanel. The corpulent man rose, removed his mask, bowed deeply to the assembly, and announced in a resonant voice, "Greetings, I am Courtman. The grand finale tonight is proudly presented by our guild. You are doubtless aware of our line of trade. I humbly ask for your goodwill, and in return all patrons shall enjoy exclusive discounts on future purchases with us." Though his gestures were impeccably courteous, his tone dripped with hauteur, as if the formula were already his possession. A hush descended upon the room. They were not silenced by promises of discount, but by fear of the power behind the Slave Traders Guild. That a guild composed entirely of commoners could monopolize the abhorrent trade of slavery within the southern marches implied the existence of an immense, unseen patron. Indeed, Courtman and his guild were but a single limb. The true architect, the sovereign hand guiding the entire slave trade, remained veiled in shadow. Now Courtman had spoken, having remained silent all evening, yet acting decisively the instant the formula appeared. The conclusion was inescapable: that figure coveted the formula above all else. And what kind of greed is this? Already commanding such vast enterprise, and still insatiable. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you wish to die? Whispers flitted through the crowd, outraged yet trembling with restraint. Outmatched in influence and standing on hostile ground, open defiance risked fatal consequences. Siegfried seethed inwardly. He'd estimated the formula's value at no less than 3 million. Yet this fat fool had slashed half that potential with a single utterance. Damn cur, blocking another's fortune is worse than killing his parents. Just wait until I settle this with you. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million 3 times. Sold. And this time the auctioneer struck his gavel with unusual haste, as though desperate to seal the deal before further bids could arise. And strike away. There will be no formula, but the coin will remain. At last the auction approached its conclusion, signaling the imminent arrival of the much-anticipated grand finale. Every breath in the hall stilled. More than half the guests had come solely for this final lot, and arrived bearing half their fortunes, determined to claim it at any cost. The final lot. And accompanying the auctioneer's triumphant cry came the sharp, ringing clatter of iron chains. A muscular humanoid guard strode forward gripping two heavy chains, each leading to a girl of breathtaking divine beauty, a pair of young high elf twins. A matched pair of high elf twins. Opening bid 3 million Moan gold coins. Minimum increment 100,000. Under the dim lights of the auction hall, two strikingly similar beautiful young girls were roughly dragged onto the stage by iron chains. Clad in deliberately torn prison uniforms, their fair bodies exposed to the air resembled statues carved from exquisite jade emanating a soft glow. Even though they wore tattered clothes and their faces were smeared with mud and dust, their beauty could not be concealed. Both girls possessed deep blue eyes as clear and profound as the ocean, their cheeks pale and delicate as pearls, while their cherry-red lips incited an irresistible urge to kiss them. Their ice-blue hair gleamed like a curtain of water, dazzling and captivating. The girls huddled together in fear, their pointed ears trembling incessantly. They saw the crowd below, where those who laid eyes on them breathed heavily, their eyes behind masks gleaming with a desire as fierce as that of a lustful beast. Is this what elves are like? Qigfei was also taken aback. He had thought that Kalanshida was the ultimate beauty, but it seemed he was still too young. This was indeed a different world. The crowd momentarily fell silent in awe of the two elven girls, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. What followed was a frenzied bidding war akin to the roar of a mountain or a tsunami, with the once noble and elegant aristocrats now devoid of any decorum. Men raised their bidding paddles like a tide, surging toward the stage, eager to catch a glimpse of the fleeting beauty beneath the torn prison garments. As Kalanshida had remarked, this was a revelry of beasts. You might wonder why such madness for merely two beautiful elves. The answer is complex and begins with the magical mechanics of the Qilin continent. We previously mentioned that magic in this world is not so easily wielded. One must possess three essential elements: magical power, intelligence, and elemental affinity. If one had to choose the most important among these three elements, it would undoubtedly be elemental affinity. Every living being in this world has elemental affinity, and the degree of affinity directly determines the level of elemental magic one can wield. To use humans as an analogy, every human possesses affinity for the four basic elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, yet most have low affinity for these elements. No matter how hard they strive to learn magic, they can only manage basic spells. Such individuals are abundant in the kingdom. The magic they wield can only be called tricks, not true magic. Qigfei affectionately dubbed those without elemental affinity muggles. In contrast, the small fraction of humans with high elemental affinity are sought after by powerful factions and sent to prestigious magical academies to train as mages. If humans rely on luck for their elemental affinity, elves are entirely different. Every elf is born with a significantly high affinity for a specific element, making them natural mages. Not only do they possess affinity for the four basic elements, but they also have access to higher elements like thunder, forest, and ice, which humans cannot attain. Their elemental affinities are so pronounced that they manifest in their hair color. For example, the two ice-blue-haired elven girls before us are likely kin to the Ice Elf King from the pure northern forests. There are many ways to enhance magical power, but methods to improve elemental affinity are nearly non-existent. Elemental affinity is so rare that whenever a potion capable of increasing affinity appears, ambitious adventurers will fight fiercely for it. And elves are one of those potions. Don't misunderstand, this potion does not mean cooking and consuming elves, but rather refers to the offspring produced by mating with elves known as half-elves. Half-elves embody the creativity of humans and the elemental affinity of elves. In fact, the three supermages known as elders in the human kingdoms are all half-elves. Our dear little brother Darren is one such half-elf, a young 6th-tier mid-level mage. His achievements have already surpassed 80% of human mages. His light green hair is proof of his high-level wind elemental affinity. Imagine what would happen if a family raised an elf. Elves have long lifespans and can produce half-elves generation after generation, leading to the emergence of an entire magical army comprised solely of half-elves after 100 years. By then, it wouldn't just be about dominating one realm, even establishing a kingdom would be feasible. Moreover, elves are known for their breathtaking beauty and eternal youth, excelling in both magic and archery, making them ideal as either playthings or bodyguards. These young twins, being so young, would be even easier to train. Now you should understand why these people are so frenzied. The so-called otherworld is not something to yearn for. If one is not the protagonist, they can only end up like these elven girls, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, Qigfei is the protagonist. 200 million. An icy voice echoed throughout the auction hall. The farce had been enough and ample evidence had been gathered. It was time to take action. A man in a black suit and had stepped forward from the shadows, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. He stood there as if he were the main character of the world. The host's face twisted in anger, yet he suppressed his fury due to professionalism and reminded him, Mr. Loxel, I previously stated that random bidding would lead to punishment. Did you not hear me? I said 200 million. I want these two elves. Are you insane? The kingdom's tax revenue in 10 years doesn't even amount to this. Oh, where are you getting the money from? The host's nose was crooked from anger. He had never seen someone so unreasonable. This person truly did not want to live. Really. I don't know how much the kingdom's tax revenue is, but I do know that today you won't earn a single penny. Enough. I've had enough. Guards. Guards, drag this madman out. The doors on either side of the auction hall burst open, and 2 squads of fully armed soldiers rushed in, grabbing Qigfei's arms to drag him out. To be dragged out meant being taken outside and executed. This person would be thoroughly eradicated from the domain of Count Constant. In the midst of the fierce struggle, the black hood slipped away, revealing short hair as dark as night. Silence fell. The previously agitated host fell silent. The crowd that had mocked and discussed Qigfei fell silent. The soldiers gripping Qigfei's arms fell silent. The entire world grew quiet. No moment tonight had been as silent as this. The man with black hair stood like a black hole, quietly absorbing all sound and all gazes. Even the dazzling brilliance of the 2 elven girls was crushed under this black hole. Qigfei slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing a youthful visage brimming with a gentle smile. This was not the face of the merchant Loxhill. No one here recognized this smiling young man. Yet they recognized the black hair, recognized the pair of eyes filled with mockery and derision. They watched as the gentle smile on the black-haired youth's face twisted uncontrollably, gradually transforming into a chilling smile. What do you want? You're not Lord Hill, and the host had barely uttered the question before he wanted to slap himself. What a foolish, self-evident remark. Of course he wasn't Lord Hill. Lord Hill? Ah, you mean that merchant. He's dead. NAS for me. Shall I introduce myself? No, Mr. Melon. My eyes have failed me. I spoke rashly, thoughtlessly. Is that so? Judging by your demeanor, you seek far more than mere verbal amusement. Qigfei spread his arms wide, palms upturned, and laughed with unrestrained arrogance. Ha ha ha. Let me share a secret. I am not yet the hero. Feel free to test your luck. In the moment the words left his lips, the 2 soldiers standing behind him, those who'd just gripped his shoulders, stiffened, abruptly frozen in place. 2 heads tumbled cleanly from their necks, rolling with eerie precision into Qigfei's outstretched palms, a sight of unspeakable horror. Twin crimson geysers erupted from the severed necks, transforming the opulent, elegant banquet hall into a macabre rainstorm of scarlet blood. The black-haired youth stood bathed in the gory downpour, cradling the 2 severed heads, his gleaming white teeth bared in a savage, triumphant grin as he roared, "Come on!" In that instant, every soul recalled the chilling truth. Melon's hero was none other than the god of slaughter. And the 2 corpses collapsed limply, and only then did the crowd truly awaken to terror. How did they die? And the hero? Why is the hero here? And I didn't. I bought nothing. Mercy, your heroic grace. So did I. I merely came to observe. And they shrieked, wailed, and surged wildly in all directions. Yet with Qigfei blocking the exit, they pressed themselves desperately against the surrounding walls, fleeing as far as possible from that demonic figure. Qigfei ignored them, because truth be told his own knees were trembling violently. And Yongjing, what in the world have you done? Didn't you ask for a stunning entrance? Stunning me defeats the entire purpose. And those 2 soldiers had been slain by Yongjing. Though the method remained unknown, the perpetrator was unmistakably her. Qigfei had earlier entrusted her with engineering a grand, awe-inspiring entrance. After all, she excelled at such theatrics. Yet judging by current events, grand and awe-inspiring was utterly out of the question. Sinister and malevolent, however, was undeniably achieved. This spectacle bore no resemblance to a heroic debut. Even a demon king would seem tame by comparison. Still, though clutching 2 severed heads and quaking at the knees, Qigfei possessed one extraordinary virtue: unshakable composure. He flung the heads aside, deliberately clearing the path, then recited flawlessly the names of every attendee present. Viscount Stuart, Baron Morton, Mr. Benedis, Father Prinhall, all you wretched scum. And I have recorded each of your deeds tonight. Should any of you breathe a word of what you witnessed, to anyone by any means, and I swear your fate shall eclipse theirs in sheer, abject horror. No reply needed. Seal your lips. And you now have 10 seconds to clutch your heads, feign panic, and flee this hall. 10 seconds, and those still remaining will die. And the nobles and merchants seized this lifeline, stampeding toward the exit like a panicked herd. They fled in blind terror, yet not a single scream escaped their throats, for the fearsome Melon had commanded silence. Now a portly figure swept along in the throng, was jostled helplessly toward the doorway. Qigfei's gaze swept coldly over the slave trader Courtman, attempting to slip away amid the chaos, and let out a disdainful snort. And Roland. Act. From a shadowed corner of the hall, a knight's long sword flashed through the air, cold, lethal, precise, piercing Courtman's formal collar and pinning him fast. Courtman's heavy, fleshy body was lifted clean off the floor by the sword's momentum, slammed upright against the wall. And Mr. Courtman, where pray do you think you're going? Courtman's corpulent frame convulsed violently. He nearly fainted from sheer dread, and inside he seethed with bitter injustice. He was but a low-ranking overseer, merely managing accounts for the guild. The large-scale dealings, the vile and damnable transactions, they were all orchestrated by the guild master. If the hero intended to slaughter, surely he ought not target him. And heroic grace, I beg your mercy. I repent my trade. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Had he not been pinned to the wall, he'd already be prostrated, knocking his head upon the floor in frantic supplication. And that formula I offered, it's exceptional. A mere million is far too little. That formula belongs to you. I had no idea. I swear it. Had I known, would I ever dare haggle with you? Knee's trousers were soaked through, reeking sharply of urine. Qigfei wrinkled his nose in disgust. N. You dared traffic in slaves, yet lacked the courage to face death. N. I deserve death. I deserve death. Pinned to the wall, Courtman began slapping his own face, hard repeatedly, his already swollen cheeks ballooning grotesquely within moments. Siegfried reached to withdraw the sword, but after 2 futile attempts realized he couldn't budge it. Then he withdrew his hand with an awkward, nonchalant smile, and continued smoothly, rest assured, I won't kill you. Today I've come to negotiate. To kill you outright would be a terrible waste. In turning away, Siegfried ascended to the second-floor balcony, where Clinchild and the others awaited him. The host knelt on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Sean felt as though he'd encountered a specter. In what should have been a flawless auction had first descended into madness, then erupted with 3 intruders. He prided himself on patience, waiting until the very end to intervene. Yet when he finally struck, he'd smashed his fist against solid iron, shattering his own knuckles. For the first time, he cursed the auction's anonymity rule as sheer folly. Had he known this man was Melon, Sean would have surrendered every lot without hesitation, even if ordered to gift them all away. Now it was too late. He'd provoked a monster. His life hung by the slenderest thread. Host, let me see. Sean, is it? Was it you who sought to drag me out? Sean buried his face in the floor, paralyzed, unable to utter a single syllable, shaking violently instead. Don't stay silent. That's dreadfully dull. Siegfried seized Sean's hair and yanked his head upward. Tell Constant, play while you still can. The days are numbered. Siegfried's presence at this auction served 2 purposes. First, to establish contact with Courtman. Second, to send a stark warning, through the auction's organizer, to Count Constant. Melon stands within his city, fully aware of his illicit slave trade. Unsurprisingly, the Count would likely spend sleepless nights haunted by the specter of Melon descending upon his estate. What followed would thus be inevitable. He would mobilize every available soldier to garrison the Count's residence, thereby weakening the hunt for the princess and easing Siegfried's burden. The Count's estate would fall, but not in this manner. For now the priority remained raising funds and gathering loyal talent. Siegfried rose, sparing not another glance at the cowering Sean. I'll spare your dog's life. See that my message reaches its destination. Take Courtman. We leave. After leaving the manor, the group of 4 split into 2 teams. Kriemhild and Roland departed first for the Stallion Banner in escorting the Elven twins and the spoils looted from the manor. Siegfried took Popo and Courtman to their merchant guild to discuss business. Hiroshima, just what exactly are you planning to do? Did I not already say? To discuss business with your guild. Inside the carriage, Siegfried and Courtman sat facing each other. Courtman was utterly bewildered. The hero had spoken in riddles the entire journey. Business? What kind of business? Does a hero ever lack coin? Wherever such divine figures stood, local lords would rush forth with their entire families, eager, obsequious, and unfailingly compliant. Was commerce truly necessary? Courtman deeply suspected this man intended to follow him straight to the guild's headquarters, and then dismantle the entire organization in one fell swoop. At that thought, cold sweat broke across Courtman's brow, and his bladder tightened unbearably. Siegfried sensed Courtman's unease, and pointed toward Popo, who was driving the carriage. Relax. I hold no objection to slavery. See for yourself. He is a slave. Isn't that right, Popo? Yes, yes, my lord. I am your most loyal servant. Popo instantly turned, beaming with ingratiating laughter, his posture so abject it made Siegfried's stomach churn. This was meant to be performance, but Popo was merely acting as himself. He had long since ceased being a slave, yet the marrow-deep servility remained unshaken. This Perlin scout unsettled Siegfried profoundly, as though deliberately debasing himself. Siegfried could not fathom how such a temperament had taken root. Siegfried believed a person might lack intelligence, kindness, or ability, but never dignity. He held this Perlin scout in high regard, according to the Wanderer's manual. Popo possessed leadership rated at Class B. In Siegfried's long-term plan, should Yang Jing ever depart, the post of intelligence director would pass directly to Popo. Loyalty could be cultivated, skill could be trained, but a commander who so thoroughly degraded himself was utterly unfit to lead. No subordinate would ever obey such a hollow authority. A shadow fell across Siegfried's mood, yet opposite him Courtman suddenly felt as if storm clouds had parted. So the Hirosama does not oppose the institution of slavery. Of course, not many heroes' companions were once slaves themselves. Then he seeks me over the formula's price. At that thought, Courtman nearly struck himself. His employer had granted him 2 million gold mon to acquire valuable items at the auction, purchase low, resell high through the guild. The greater the savings, the larger his personal cut. So he schemed to seize the formula at an artificially low bid and pocket the remainder. But instead of plucking wool, he'd grasped the tiger's tail and drawn blood. Hirosama, I am prepared to pay 3 million gold mon for that formula. Does that suit you? Siegfried's brow twitched. Courtman had misunderstood yet again. He waved dismissively. I did not come to discuss the formula. But since you raised it, have 3 million loaded onto the carriage later. Oh, then what precisely did you wish to discuss with me? To speak with a slave merchant is naturally to purchase slaves. You wish to buy slaves. A hero purchasing slaves. Had heroes truly grown so desperate for companions these days? Could it be that Lady Mylan is rather unpopular? Well, judging by his arrogant, overbearing demeanor, he indeed seems to have few friends. Siegfried immediately discerned Courtman's impolite musings, and shot him a glacial, piercing glance that snapped Courtman upright in his seat. How many slaves does your guild hold? Heir, precisely. I cannot say. Roughly 200 perhaps. 200. A veritable empire. This is our breakthrough. Take me directly to your market. I require no small number. Heir Hirosama, may I dare inquire what purpose do you intend for so many slaves? What purpose? Why, to raise an army and seize the count's domain, of course. Siegfried lifted his gaze, studying Courtman with a strange, unnerving intensity. You wish to know? Courtman's heart froze. He frantically shook his head, jowls and belly quivering violently. No, I do not wish to know. Not in the slightest. Then lead on, without delay. No. 67, Golden Ear Street, Hoover Guild Headquarters. Hilton Hoover reclined in his executive chair, gleefully tallying the guild's daily profits. Once the largest slave trader and trafficker in the Kingdom of Moan, he commanded several elite mercenary bands. These bands raided populations across the continent, and the Hoover Guild sorted the captives, by race, by skill, by utility. Some were sold to the Empire as cheap labor, others to royal households as sworn fanatically loyal retainers, still others to nobles whose tastes veered into darker, more perverse realms. In that era, when slavery was lawful, widely accepted, and ruthlessly profitable, the Hoover Guild, backed by overwhelming force and an expansive trade network, eclipsed even the Caraway Guild to become the undisputed premier mercantile power of the kingdom, its dominance absolute and unchallenged. All of it collapsed 20 years ago, when Queen Rose seized absolute authority. That iron-willed sovereign launched merciless raids against every Hoover Guild branch across the realm. The very mercenaries who had once terrorized the continent crumbled before the Rose Knights. Hilton himself narrowly escaped death during the purges. His vast commercial empire disintegrated overnight. Queen Rose used the Hoover Guild's ruin to proclaim her reformist resolve, bloodily, irrevocably. Those were Hilton's darkest years, hiding trembling in nameless, sunless corners. That crimson rose clung like a curse. Each night, he dreamed of spectral reapers bearing rose-adorned shields bursting through his doors to sever his head. Yet he endured. Queen Rose was dead. Her death came sudden, shocking, without warning. So much so that Hilton initially feared it, a trap designed to lure him from hiding. Ha, you are finally gone. No matter your imperial authority, your strategic genius, your radiant charisma, you died before me. These were the first words he spoke upon stepping once more into the sunlight. Hilton resumed his old trade, gathering surviving lieutenants, and under the strong patronage of Count Constant, re-establishing his guild in this remote region. This time, he had learned caution. He diversified beyond slave trading, cloaking illicit operations beneath layers of legitimate enterprise. He was certain, even should that queen rise again from her grave, she would find no trace of wrongdoing to seize upon. Elated, Hilton stretched luxuriously in his chair and sighed, deep and contented. Oh dear, how much did today's merchandise fetch? Those elven twins had arrived through highly discreet channels. He had no idea how they had been captured from the fearsome ice elven king, but it scarcely mattered. What mattered was profit. Hilton's pulse quickened. Though nearing 60, the image of those delicate, pitiable sisters ignited an unquenchable fire within him. His mind wandered, imagining how he would spend the night entwined with those two exquisite beauties. Indeed, he had never intended to sell them. The auction was merely a ruse, to swindle foolish nobles out of their fortunes. Just as they celebrated their victory and prepared to take the twins home, Hoover Guild mercenaries, disguised as bandits, would ambush them en route. Gold girls' lives, they would carry away none. Such was the reach of Hilton's influence, or rather the hidden power behind him. As Hilton sank deeper into reverie, the office door crashed open. Master, disaster, what is the meaning of this? Did I not command you to knock before entering? Hilton glared furiously at the dim-witted secretary. Were it not for her modest allure, providing occasional relief from work, he would have dismissed her long ago. The secretary recoiled, startled by his shout, frozen in place, flustered and speechless. Seeing her cower again, Hilton shook his head, faintly amused. Timidity and absolute obedience. These were among the few virtues she possessed. Hilton stepped close, softened his expression, and slid his hands around her waist. His fingers roamed eagerly over her body. Night was long, and before the elves returned, Hilton decided to indulge himself with this secretary. His voice dropped smooth and gentle. There, don't cry. Knock next time. You really must learn to remember. Now, what is it this time? Surely another minor incident, a slave deceased, another escaped. This secretary lacked all judgment, reporting every triviality without distinction. A delicate flush rose to the secretary's cheeks. This was not the first time, but resistance was unthinkable, impossible. Master, the auction lot, it was seized. Hilton barely registered her words, his hand already tracing her smooth thigh. A man's mind, especially in such moments, moves slowly. Naturally, just another petty. What did you say? Hilton jolted upright, voice shrill with shock. Every trace of lethargy burned away. Explain, immediately. Where is Courtman? Was he not entrusted with delivering the cargo? Rage contorted Hilton's weathered face. His fingers dug deep into the secretary's shoulders, bruising flesh. Tears streamed down her face, but she dared not pull away. Weep. I don't know. I heard it from an employee who fled the auction site. Fled? Fled from what? What exactly happened? At that moment, knuckles rapped sharply on the door. Hilton turned, and there stood a broad, heavy-set man. His face was pale with residual terror, his corpulent frame trembling, damp stain darkening his trousers. It was Courtman. Courtman. Master, I've returned. You're back. Where's the cargo? What in blazes happened to you? Hilton exploded with 4 rapid-fire questions, sending Courtman into even more violent convulsions. Master, perhaps you should see for yourself. No need to trouble yourself. I've come on my own. A voice laced with mockery drifted in from beyond the door. Hilton turned and saw a young man with black hair and eyes holding a book in his hands. A scholarly smile graced his features as he offered a courteous, refined bow. Mr. Hoover, I have a proposition I believe you will find most compelling. In that instant, Hilton's blood ran ice cold. The Adventurers Tavern, the Stallion banner. Roland gazed upon the spoils piled high across the room, plunder seized directly from the auction hall. Every item offered for sale that day now lay before him, including the Rose Knight's shield, a truly bountiful haul. Clinchide sat cross-legged on the floor, sifting through the trove with mounting excitement. With the discerning eye of one long immersed in aristocratic circles, she appraised each antique and piece of gear, meticulously recording valuations in her portable notebook. The more she examined, the brighter her eyes gleamed. The unexpected fortune would not only settle the village's debts, but also allow their party a well-deserved respite. Yet Roland's heart remained heavy, utterly devoid of joy. He held a celebratory mug of mead, yet the golden liquid within had not diminished by a single drop. Upon the bed, 2 elven maidens with hair the color of glacial ice huddled together, trembling. Though they had long since fled the auction hall, and though Roland had severed the chains around their necks, the terror in their eyes showed no sign of abating. Even with the barrier of language and imperfect communication, Siegfried's party had after all saved their lives. Surely they ought not fear their rescuers so profoundly. The source of the problem was unmistakable. Siegfried Mellon. Is he truly a hero? Roland murmured the name softly, a question he had already posed to himself countless times. The image rose unbidden in his mind, a man cradling a severed head, laughing wildly amid blood-soaked chaos. Perhaps some heroes relish slaughter, but only when it serves justice, when evil falls beneath their blade. A true hero holds life itself sacred. Oh, without that reverence, one cannot bear the title. But Siegfried. Roland felt an uncanny certainty. To that man the world itself seemed unreal, and thus life held no weight for him. In the very instant the 2 guards exhibited signs of anomaly, Roland stepped before Clinchide, shielding the princess from that horrifying sight. Had Roland not fought alongside frontline forces against the undead cord of the demon race, had he not learned to sense the chilling aura of death as life ebbed, he could never have detected the guards' corruption so swiftly. At that moment he sensed no fluctuation of magic or qi, meaning the guards had fallen neither to sorcery nor martial skill, but to something far more sinister. To those twin sisters, Roland's party likely appeared scarcely kinder than slave traders, perhaps even more terrifying. At least slave traders do not cradle severed heads and laugh uproariously. As Roland brooded, the princess's voice, tinged with quiet bewilderment, reached his ears. "HM, what is this?" Roland turned toward the sound. Clinchide, still cataloging the spoils, had just drawn forth a black tapestry embroidered with a strange skull. One glance, and his pupils contracted violently. The wooden tankard slipped from his grasp. Clatter. "Fool, can you not even pour tea properly?" Steaming tea spilled across the floor as Hilton erupted in fury, glaring at his flustered secretary. He regretted ever hiring this clumsy woman as his secretary. Capable, intelligent women were plentiful. Why of all people had he chosen such a dolt? "My deepest apologies, Lord Siegfried. Our staff has behaved disgracefully. I shall discipline her severely." Yet to Siegfried his deference bordered on groveling, as if he yearned to kneel and kiss the man's boots. Siegfried did not spare Hilton a glance, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Instead, he leafed calmly through his Wanderer's Handbook, its pages revealing Hilton's entire history of the past decade. Alas, the last 5 years remained blank. Apparently no Wanderer had contacted him since the passing of the Rose Queen. This gap struck Siegfried as significant. Every great upheaval across the Chillon continent likely bore the unseen hand of Wanderers like himself. He closed the handbook and replied coolly, "There's no need. I didn't come here for tea. How can that be? A noble of the Mellon family gracing my humble shop. It is an honor beyond measure. I must extend every courtesy befitting a host." Siegfried lifted his gaze, fixing Hilton with a peculiar, unnerving stare. "Hilton, if you're counting on Constant to send troops to your rescue, abandon that hope. He's barely holding himself together." Hilton froze, a bead of cold sweat tracing a path down his temple. Lord Siegfried, I don't understand what you mean." "Don't understand." Siegfried let out a mirthless chuckle, then picked up a biscuit from the low table and crushed it between his teeth with a sharp crack. Hilton's opulent fur coat, along with his belt and trousers, split cleanly down the center. His shriveled frame and flaccid anatomy were instantly exposed to the air. His garments lay in tatters, but his flesh bore not a single wound. A strike of supernatural precision. Hilton collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen, sweat streaming down his neck. "Hilton, do you understand now?" I. The merchant magnate, once dominant across the kingdom, realized with utter despair even the combined guard of the entire Earl's estate would fall before this monster like chaff before a scythe. "No need to tense up. I've made myself perfectly clear. I'm simply here to purchase slaves." Yes, I understand completely." "Good. Take me to your market. I wish to inspect your wares in person." "Ah, yes, right this way, my lord." The secretary retrieved a fresh overcoat from the wardrobe and handed it to Hilton. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She was clearly on the verge of losing composure. It was absurdly amusing how the tyrannical, swaggering master cowered before this young man like a docile rabbit. "Courtman, you clean this up. My lord, please follow me." Dressed anew, Hilton reappeared with his ingratiating smile restored, and his address shifted seamlessly from Mr. Siegfried to Lord Siegfried. Yet inwardly Hilton cursed Siegfried's ancestors to the 18th generation. "You Melons are all bastards, freaks, damn things who'll rot in hell. Poor House Melon. Unjustly slandered for a phantom kinsman who bore no relation to them whatsoever." They exited the trading company's building side by side. Outside Bobo waited. The stout round little Bobo beamed and scampered forward the moment he spotted Siegfried, then froze mid-stride, his grin petrifying on his face the instant he recognized the man beside him. Siegfried had expected Bobo to bow deeply and blurt out some obsequious greeting. "My lord, greetings." Yet the clever, thick-skinned goblin stood there stunned and pale with dread. Siegfried frowned faintly. They'd grown familiar over the past few days, though not quite close enough for banter. Bobo certainly possessed the nerve for light-hearted teasing. "What's wrong? Have I mistreated him lately? Has he been haunted?" Siegfried soon found his answer. "Oh, isn't that Bobo? Lord Hilton?" Siegfried turned startled. There stood old Hilton striding forward with effusive warmth, as if greeting a long-lost friend, and deftly crouching to pat Bobo's head. "Huh, it's been ages. Weren't you taken away by the Moan royal household? How on earth did you end up here?" I am." Bobo, usually quick-witted and articulate, stammered helplessly under Hilton's casual inquiry. The sharp-tongued goblin couldn't even muster a coherent sentence, so profound was his terror. "Ah, I see. You were cast aside by the royal household then. So you've returned to me. Huh. Excellent. Excellent. I've been needing extra hands." Siegfried grasped the truth halfway through. Bobo was a goblin slave sold to the Moan royal household, so who had owned him before that? Judging by this reunion, master and servant had not seen each other in over 2 decades, and judging by Bobo's reaction, their bond had been deeply, indelibly intimate. Siegfried glanced between the smugly triumphant Hilton and the quaking, terrified Bobo, and said, voice laced with quiet irony, "So, you two know each other?" Hilton's wrinkled face lit up with unrestrained delight. He wasn't foolish. He knew precisely why Bobo stood there, because he had become Lord Melon's slave. The tension coiled tight and his chest finally eased. He'd feared Siegfried might arrive to champion slave emancipation. After all, heroes supposedly waged war for justice. But now it was clear Lord Melon harbored no objection to slavery whatsoever. So why quake like a coward? Indeed, the adage "birds of a feather flock together" held true. Hilton and Courtman, though separated by a decade, shared identical thoughts at that very moment. The instant they laid eyes on Bobo, the enslaved goblin, they both classified Siegfried as one of their own. Hilton now found Siegfried far more agreeable, even sensing a rare kinship, a soul-deep resonance, a lamentable sense of having met too late in life. "My lord, you must know, this goblin was once mine. His family lived in dire poverty, unable to raise him, so they entrusted him to my care. I looked after him for a time, until he caught the eye of a noble in the palace and was taken into service. Who would have thought he'd pass through so many hands only to land in yours? Truly fate has woven a thread between House Melon and I." "Ha ha ha." The old man burned with fervent enthusiasm, practically ready to swear brotherhood on the spot, completely forgetting the earlier incident in his office. "Still, this fellow is merely middling among goblins, utterly ignorant of shadow magic, and his stealth skills are unremarkable. Goblins are a subrace of demihumans grouped alongside dwarves, halforcs, and goblins under the broader classification of demi-human clans. Like dwarves, goblins are short in stature, but unlike dwarves, whose entire race possesses stocky barrel-shaped builds, goblins resemble ordinary humans in proportion, merely shorter. Indeed, they stand about as tall as human children. Long-lived and slow to mature, a 36-year-old male goblin, like Bobo, appears outwardly no older than a human youth of 15 or 16. Their most striking distinction from humans lies in their ash-gray skin and 6 symmetrical fleshy tendrils growing from their faces. These tendrils enable precise detection of magical currents in the air, so even with eyes closed, a goblin can run without colliding with walls. Goblins possess an exceptionally rare affinity for shadow essence. The only other beings known to share this trait are dark elves and the fallen angel court of the demon race. They can conjure shadows beneath cloudless skies and vanish into them, their tendrils granting them near-perfect infiltration, slipping undetected into any fortress. Put plainly, capturing a goblin while in stealth is virtually impossible. Unless, of course, you belong to the Melon family, whose members wield eagle-eye, granting omniscient battlefield awareness. Or, Siegfried studied Bobo's face, utterly bare, not a single tendril remained. Only 6 faint, nearly invisible scars. Or, this goblin had suffered cruel mutilation, his magical sensing tendrils had been brutally severed. "My lord, let me tell you, this one used to dream of becoming a bard, saying constantly nonsense verses day and night. Can you imagine the noise his voice makes?" Hilton rambled on, oblivious, while Siegfried knelt, his tone unusually gentle. "Bobo, can you still sing?" I used to be able." "Huh, my lord, you jest. What song could such a dwarf possibly sing?" "I grew tired of his racket, so I scalded his throat with boiling water." From that day onward, the trading house grew blissfully quiet. Honestly, his current pig-like squeal sounds far more pleasant. "Is that so, Bobo?" Siegfried's voice remained soft, calm, gentler than he'd ever spoken to the goblin. He hoped for once to hear the truth from those lips. Bobo's face paled. Head bowed, fists clenched, he trembled uncontrollably. Siegfried could even hear the grinding of his teeth. Finally, he raised his face, a grotesque, forced grin uglier than tears. Yes, my voice really does sound like a pig's squeal. Forgive me for offending your lordship's ears. Aha. Siegfried frowned faintly, displeased. He had not received the answer he sought. He had already resolved should Bobo speak the truth, Siegfried would abandon his plan immediately and execute Hilton on the spot. So, that is your chain. He gestured vaguely ahead with his chin. Enough reminiscing. Lead the way. Right away, this way, my lord. Hilton guided Siegfried to the warehouse's rear courtyard. Guards stationed at the entrance, astonished to see their master personally escorting a client, hurriedly swung open the heavy doors. Beyond loomed a wide corridor descending deep underground. Siegfried stepped forward without hesitation, not the slightest concern that they might ambush him below. Reliable intelligence director Yang Jing was watching over the principal shareholder's safety from the shadows and discreetly helping Siegfried project an aura of effortless dominance. Siegfried regarded Yang Jing's psychic abilities as nothing short of miraculous and found himself enviously salivating. That was how one truly lived in another world, drawing one's blade at injustice, acting without delay. Unlike himself, who could only resort to bluster and empty posturing. Just as Siegfried prepared to descend, he noticed another warehouse directly opposite, identical in appearance yet unguarded. Something about it felt profoundly discordant. An inexplicable creeping unease stirred his curiosity. He pointed toward it and asked, "What purpose does that warehouse serve?" Yet Hilton's reply sent chills racing up Siegfried's spine. "My lord, what are you speaking of? There, what warehouse?" Hilton's confusion was genuine. Siegfried, a master of cold reading, could vouch for it. There are only three possible explanations: either something is wrong with me, or with him, or with that warehouse. He instantly contacted his teammate via mental link. "Yang Jing, did you see that?" "Yes, that warehouse is anomalous. I'll investigate. Cover me." "Understood." Ignoring Hilton's bewildered expression, Siegfried turned toward the mysterious warehouse, when suddenly historian Shannon's voice pierced directly into Siegfried and Yang Jing's shared channel. "Wanderer, male or female, the target entity is extremely dangerous. It exceeds your current capabilities and bears no relevance to this mission. Restrain your curiosity. It will prolong your lives." Siegfried's eyes widened. Shannon's terminal interface had always struck him as a slightly mischievous AI, responding only to system prompts or direct queries. Yet this time Shannon herself had broken protocol, intervening directly to warn them of mortal danger, her tone uncharacteristically grave. Normally the terminal's voice was mechanical and emotionless, any shift in effect signaled not the standard client, but historian Shannon's true self manifesting in person. For her to rush and connect urgently and issue a personal warning, what did that signify? Siegfried's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. "What is it?" Historian Shannon fell silent, weighing whether to indulge these curious youths. After a long pause her voice returned. "It is the altar of the Reaper. Like every being in this world, the deities of the Qilin continent are also divided into two factions. One faction stands in the camp of order. For instance, the sun god Solaris, who is the chief deity of the sun god church and the state religion of the Morn Kingdom. Just listen to the name of the golden capital Anders Solaris, and you will understand how powerful this faction is within the kingdom. Another example is the goddess of harvest, whose harvest churches are scattered across villages throughout the Qilin continent. Although not very powerful, her followers are numerous. Almost every farmer believes in the goddess of harvest. After all, everyone hopes for a yield of 1,008 per mu. Additionally, dwarves worship the god of craftsmen, the empire venerates the god of truth, and the orc alliance follows their beast god. Elves, on the other hand, do not believe in gods, they only worship their elf king. These deities are the reliance of many beings on the Qilin continent. In times without heroes, people relied on the divine miracles granted by these gods to combat the demon race. Those who stand in the camp of chaos are what one would call evil gods. They are labeled as such not because of their madness or bloodlust, but simply because they assist the demon race in fighting against humans. Like the righteous gods, they are also merciful to their followers, granting divine miracles to warriors seeking breakthroughs provided they sincerely worship their own. It is not uncommon for beings from the order camp to worship deities from the chaos camp. People care about which camp their deity belongs to, but the deities do not concern themselves with whether their followers are human or demon. The god of death is one such representative. He has a wide following in both the demon continent and the Qilin continent. After all, both humans and demons are bound to die. At the same time, he is the deity worshipped by all undead beings in this world, with the undead court of the demon race venerating the god of death as their chief deity. If nothing unexpected happens, this warehouse in front of me is likely the stronghold of those god of death worshippers lurking in the kingdom. Siegfried feels as if he has entered a den of poison. A small Hoover Chamber of Commerce is involved in human trafficking and cult worship. Is this place really nurturing pests? This feeling is akin to entering what should be a novice dungeon only to accidentally encounter a boss that one cannot defeat at this early stage. Siegfried once played a game called Soul 3, and due to a careless mistake he accidentally killed an NPC old woman, triggering the boss fight with the dancer ahead of time. Siegfried is not the type to look up strategies to play games. He stubbornly battled the dancer for 3 days and nights, finally uninstalling the game after breaking 2 controllers. Now he finds himself experiencing that same infuriating feeling in this other world. The novice village is designed like a novice village. Isn't it ridiculous to have so many flashy things here? Indeed, there is no game balance in this world. He suspects that Hilton cannot be seen because the old man is from the Order camp and is not a follower of the god of death. He and Yangjing can see because they are outsiders, their alignment being neutral. Qigfei awkwardly retracts his gaze and says to Yangjing, I think this has nothing to do with us. Let's report it to the Adventurers Guild later. Agreed. These two outsiders are both cautious about their lives. Hilton feels a bit flustered, suspecting there may be something unclean in his residence. My lord, what exactly happened? Nothing I must have misseen. Let's go. Qigfei has no intention of revealing the truth to Hilton. Let those despicable human traffickers enjoy their camaraderie with the cultists here. Through the passageway to the underground, the environment here is damp and dark, filled with a disgusting odor of excrement mixed with mold. Qigfei sees that many black iron cages are piled around with those pale, emaciated, low-level slaves inside. The travel manual indicates that most of them are humans and ugly halfworks with an overall evaluation not exceeding D grade. These low-level slaves have limited use and are generally sold at a low price to landlords as serfs. In cages measuring less than 2 meters long and wide, 3 to 4 slaves are crammed inside, and some even have 7 or 8. As soon as these starving slaves see Qigfei, they immediately rush to the edge of the cage with dozens of hands reaching out simultaneously in an attempt to grab his ankles. The guards following Hilton immediately raise their whips and fiercely strike those withered hands. They cry out hoarsely, producing a series of incomprehensible syllables. Fearing they might conspire a rebellion, Hilton orders that the tongues of these low-level slaves be cut out, rendering their throats mute. But Qigfei knows very well what these poor souls want to say. Please, take me away. Qigfei always felt he was not a good person. He understands the weak, but does not sympathize with them. If necessary, he would step on others to achieve his own goals. Yet how can a person's dignity be so trampled upon? A fierce anger ignited within him. Qigfei looked at Hilton, who was boasting about this slave market beside him, his face involuntarily showing a hint of malice. Old man, how will you die? I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Hilton, you don't intend to just let me see these, do you? These slaves are emaciated and mostly afflicted with diseases, truly not meeting the requirements for forming an army. My lord, don't worry, these are merely our most inferior goods. What comes next is the main event. Under Hilton's guidance, Qigfei arrived at a spacious and bright corridor. Here, magical luminous stones are set every 5 steps. The environment is clean and tidy, and even the air is fresh, evidently designed with a ventilation system. On either side of the corridor are individual cells where the slaves are kept, which are considered high-value goods. Qigfei observes them as the travel manual continuously displays information on these high-level slaves. From stunning half-elves to powerful halfworks, from noble young ladies to knights captured in defeat, all types of people are present. Qigfei is very satisfied. The high-level slave market is essentially a talent market. My lord, how about it? Do these goods meet your expectations? Let's take a look. If Qigfei suddenly fell silent as he noticed a pair of crimson vertical pupils staring intently at him from a cell nearby. It was a girl as delicate as a porcelain doll with long white hair like satin and crimson eyes that shone brighter than the luminous stones. Her neck and cheeks were covered with scale-like rocks, and 2 sharp dragon-like horns pierced through her bangs, pointing towards the sky. The white-haired girl stared at Qigfei expressionlessly, unwaveringly, her gaze sending chills down his spine. What is this? Half-dragon. Half-dragonkin. He looked down, and the travel manual had already displayed the girl's information. Name Fafnir, female, 199 years old, race ancient dragon. Ancient dragon. Siegfried nearly dropped his traveler's handbook in shock. He scrutinized the white-haired girl and the handbook back and forth, suspecting yet another system glitch. Name Fafnir. Female, 199 years old. Race ancient dragon. Alignment neutral. Class none. Daughter of the Dragon King Albion, the youngest living ancient dragon. Additional information unknown. Specialization unknown. Martial techniques unknown. Innate talent dragons forge heart, all else unknown. Statistical profile. Strength S. Agility S. Magic S. Intelligence D. Luck S. Leadership E. Overall evaluation S. Note: an ancient dragon, seated unchallenged at the apex of the food chain. Legend holds that ancient dragons dwell upon sacred peaks beyond the sea. Their lifespans are infinite. They existed long before humankind or the demon clans first drew breath upon this world. This primordial race wields power rivaling that of gods, and indeed to dragons themselves, their ancient dragon ancestors are divine. According to Siegfried's knowledge, ancient dragons are lethargic beings, so profoundly ancient that nothing stirs their interest. They take no part in continental affairs, observing year after year like detached spectators, as order and chaos wage eternal war. Then why had this juvenile ancient dragon appeared here, within the slave market of this remote earldom? Truly astonishing. The Hoover Trading Consortium truly outdoes itself. First a death god, now an ancient dragon. What celestial being won't grace our doorstep? My lord, we discovered this half-dragon girl 3 months ago, quite by chance near these parts. Hilton, the venerable merchant, proved once again why he dominated the bazaars. Though Siegfried concealed his fascination, while Hilton instantly sensed his deep interest in the dragon maiden. We initially left her be, but for reasons unknown she persistently trailed our caravan. The expedition's overseer, fearing for her safety as a lone girl wandering the wilds, brought her back with us. That, of course, was pure fabrication. The moment the overseer laid eyes on such a breathtaking half-dragon girl, his gaze turned bloodshot with greed. He dispatched every mercenary in his retinue to capture her, only for them all to be slaughtered without exception. Terrified, the overseer fled alone on horseback, galloping straight back to the city. Yet upon arriving at the consortium's headquarters, he found, astonishingly, that the girl had followed him all the way, flying silently behind. From that day onward, she took up residence within the consortium, selecting for herself the most luxurious cell available, speaking to no one and feasting extravagantly day after day, ruthlessly exploiting the consortium's hospitality. Hilton naturally refused to endure such indignity and promptly ordered her rations slashed. That very night, 3 patrolling guards vanished. Their armor and weapons were later discovered neatly arranged outside her cell. The consortium attempted repeatedly to discard her, yet each time they escorted her beyond the city gates, she reappeared the next morning, right back inside her cell, as stubborn and inescapable as dried gum. Hilton was nearly reduced to tears. Her daily sustenance cost more than the consortium's entire staff combined. He prayed nightly for some noble patron, anyone, to finally relieve him of this divine burden. Now that patron had arrived, and not just any patron, but a figure of extraordinary stature. This maiden is exceptional, radiant in beauty, formidable in strength, ideal both as a companion and as a personal guardian. She will surely prove an invaluable ally on your journeys. Merchant Hilton's silver tongue could recast misfortune as blessing, and he mentioned not a single word about her exorbitant meals. Siegfried, indifferent to the old man's flattery, stepped forward, meeting the ancient dragon girl's gaze directly. The white-haired ancient dragon slowly rose from the floor, staggering unsteadily toward the iron bars, as if utterly unaccustomed to her human form. Shannon, this girl. Siegfried was about to ask the system whether approaching her posed mortal danger, when suddenly the white-haired ancient dragon extended her delicate porcelain-like fingers, seized 2 iron bars, and wrenched them outward with terrifying force. The entire cell door warped, instantly tearing open into a gaping breach wide enough for 2 people. Siegfried stood frozen, speechless. She stumbled out, her gait bizarre and uncoordinated, limbs moving in stiff synchronous motion, swaying side to side. Less a dragon, maiden, more a penguin spirit incarnate. Under Siegfried's stunned gaze, she flashed a guileless, radiant smile, 2 tiny translucent fangs gleaming with innocent charm. Summoning courage, Siegfried reached out to stroke her head. Shannon had issued no warning, implying no immediate lethal threat. Yet the very next instant her words froze him utterly in place. Daddy. His hand hung suspended midair. Siegfried glanced around, bewildered. No one else was nearby. Old Hilton had already scurried far away the moment she'd torn apart the cell door. Did she just call me that? Wait, what did she call me? Did I mishear? Daddy, catch me. At last. She lunged forward and clamped her arms tightly around Siegfried's waist, utterly unaware of her own prodigious strength, nearly crushing his spine. Her command of human speech remained halting and disjointed, her syntax strangely fractured. Siegfried's jaw dropped wide open, not only from sheer astonishment, but because her embrace was threatening to squeeze his internal organs into paste. Cough, cough. You, loosen your grip, your honorary father is about to expire. Only then did the white-haired girl release him. She waved her tiny fists playfully, still wearing that same childlike grin, clearly not the least bit repentant. Siegfried noted her intelligence stat remained at D. Oh no, just like Katarina, she's that kind of simple. He turned and summoned Hilton, who'd been cowering at a safe distance. Hilton approached reluctantly, casting a wary glance at the white-haired girl. My Lord Melon, you truly are peerless, to subdue her so effortlessly. I'll take her with me today. At those words, Hilton's wrinkled face lit up with unrestrained delight. Of course, my lord. I'll have her contract brought to you immediately. In the kingdom, slaves were bound by formal indentures. The holder of the contract became their legal master. Yet, given the white-haired girl's nature, that parchment was little more than ceremonial ornamentation. Hold on, I'm not finished. I intend to purchase every slave here. On the carriage ride back to the inn, Popo drove in silent shock. The evening's events had left him deeply unsettled. Siegfried, however, had endured tenfold greater upheaval. Inside the carriage, the white-haired girl sat perched upon his lap, swinging her thick, luxuriant dragon tail, while crunching enthusiastically on potato chips imported from Earth. Evidently, the Hoover Trading Consortium had pampered her exceedingly well. Her tail was so stout it rivaled a water barrel in girth. Why are you staring at me like that? Across from Siegfried, Yang Jing watched him with an inscrutable, unsettling gaze, saying nothing yet communicating volumes through her expression alone. I didn't. I swear I didn't. It's not even biologically plausible. Siegfried nearly shrieked. What on earth was happening? He'd never even held a romantic relationship. How could he possibly have a daughter? And an ancient dragon at that? To explain is to conceal. Enough. Just be quiet. Siegfried refused to engage further with Yang Jing. Instead, he looked down at the doll-like ancient dragon girl seated on his lap, forced a smile, and asked gently, Little sister, your name is Favner, isn't it? Nana, why do you call me daddy? Daddy you are. So I call you daddy. No, wait. What I mean is, why do you believe I am your daddy? Unconsciously, Siegfried's own diction began to mirror hers. Daddy's scent. You are daddy. Does my body carry the scent of her true father? You must possess something belonging to her father, don't you? Yang Jing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Though teasing Siegfried relentlessly, she knew full well this girl could not possibly be his biological daughter. Siegfried's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, he did possess something potentially relevant. A flash of white light, and a broken sword materialized in his palm, the sacred blade of the hero Bluffing. Bluffing, the legendary hero who lived a millennium ago, had himself been raised by ancient dragons. The sword, its daddy's. Found it. The white-haired girl Fafnir cried out in elation, thumping her thick tail against the carriage walls so violently that the entire vehicle shuddered. It was confirmed. She was the daughter of the hero Bluffing. At No. 1, Jean Sui Street, the residence of Count Constance. Count Constance is already 48 years old this year. He is dressed in a loose bathrobe with deep-set eyes, a pale complexion, and a pronounced beer belly, looking entirely like a man consumed by indulgence. Perhaps it is a cliché, but most of the lazy aristocrats who have inherited their fortunes without effort are like this. At this moment, there are 3 people in the master bedroom of the Count's residence. On a large bed spacious enough for 4 people lies a stunning young woman, covered only by a thin veil that fails to conceal her alluring curves. The woman is curled up at the head of the bed with her delicate feet trembling slightly as she watches the unfolding events in the room with a look of panic. The auction's host Sean is kneeling on the ground, trembling, facing the pale-faced Count Constance. Not long ago, Sean had barged into the Count's bedroom, disregarding the guard's attempts to stop him, interrupting the impending carnal pleasure of the 48-year-old Count. Count Constance flew into a rage, ready to drag this ill-mannered fool out and have him executed. Yet he noticed that this ordinarily well-dressed and polite host now appeared disheveled, drenched in sweat, and his eyes betrayed uncontainable fear. Something has happened. Count Constance immediately suppressed his anger to inquire about the situation. Then he heard the most shocking news of his life. Sean clutched his hair tightly, his voice almost breaking into tears. "My lord, I warned you before that Hilton is a harbinger of doom. His slave trade is extremely risky, and collaborating with such a person will yield no good results." "Enough, shut up." Count Constance desperately tried to maintain his composure, but the terrifying reality made it impossible for him to stay calm. I've been targeted by a Milan. How is that possible? How did he discover these matters?" He glanced at a covered vanity mirror on the dressing table and made a decision. "You two get out. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone today. Especially you, Wayna. If you dare to speak carelessly, your man will be doomed." Yes, I understand." The commoner woman named Wayna nodded vigorously. Count Constance had long desired her, and had recently found a way to force Wayna to submit using her husband as leverage. Unfortunately, before anything could begin, they were interrupted by the dire news brought by Sean. Sean and Wayna left the room one after the other. Count Constance could no longer hide his inner turmoil, scrambling to the vanity to pull down the cloth covering the mirror. It was an oddly shaped vanity mirror with a crying skull at the top and a crescent-shaped scythe wound around the mirror's body, piercing through the skull from above. He began to chant a strange prayer before the mirror. "Death is the equal ending for all beings. We long for death, we fear not death, and we live towards death." Then he tentatively asked, "Bishop, are you there? I am your devout follower, Constance, and I have an urgent matter to report to you." For a long time the mirror remained unchanged. As Count Constance grew anxious and started to stomp his feet, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror, and a dark shadow whose features were indistinguishable emerged. A smile crept onto Count Constance's face. "Bishop, the devout lamb Constance greets you." "Cut the nonsense, Constance. You better have something urgent to say." The voice of the bishop on the other side was hoarse and cold. He was in a terrible mood. Count Constance, that fool, had contacted him in an extremely unsafe manner. The magic mirror divination does not belong to any elemental magic. It is classified as a form of dark magic in the kingdom and can easily be sensed by the priests of the sun god. Usually he would contact Constance through a secure channel, taking precautions to prevent magical fluctuations from leaking out. However, Constance clearly had no awareness of this nor the ability to do so. Count Constance trembled, his speech becoming stuttered. "Master, there is a... Hurry up. I don't have time to waste on you. It seems a Milan has arrived in my city." After Count Constance spoke, he heard a series of crashing sounds from the other side of the mirror as bottles and jars fell and shattered. Then there was a long silence. An oppressive stillness filled Count Constance's bedroom. After a while, a voice finally came from the other side. "Are you?" "Sure. I don't know. I haven't seen him with my own eyes. But one of my subordinates saw a black-haired, black-eyed man at today's auction who publicly killed 2 guards in a very bizarre manner, and then... Then what?" Count Constance swallowed hard. "He took those 2 ice spirits away." "What did you say?" "They'll send someone to look for them right now." "Look for them? If the other party is really a Milan, what can your idiots find? Are you looking for death? Then, what should we do?" "What to do? You asked me what to do. I want to ask how you idiots handle matters. Why did you let a Milan target us?" I don't know. The invitations to the auction were all sent out secretly, and every participant is recorded." Count Constance was almost in tears. He felt truly wronged. This was originally arranged perfectly. First use the guests at the auction to cover the whereabouts of the 2 spirits, then employ Hilton's hand to retrieve them, and finally quietly eliminate the slave traders to complete the retrieval. Escape the pursuit of the Ice Spirit King without anyone being the wiser. Who would have thought that a Milan would suddenly appear? This family usually operates in the Orpheus Empire and rarely comes to a kingdom like this where magical beasts are scarce and weak for training. Who knows why this Mylan came here to travel? The shadow from the mirror sighed. What else did that Mylan do? He said, my days are numbered. Bishop, why are you silent? You must save me. Be quiet. I will evacuate all the believers in the city in the next few days. After all, you are a noble of the kingdom, and without evidence that Mylan cannot do anything to you. Okay, is there anything else I need to do? If you don't want that Mylan to directly attack the Count's residence, then do nothing, including your usual dealings. Alright, I understand. I apologize for disturbing you late at night. Before Count Constance could finish his words, the mirror returned to its original state, reflecting his pale face. Damn it. The necromancer Bishop Robert smashed the mirror in front of him with a punch, helplessly roaring, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How did he discover this? How did he find out? Robert clutched his head tightly, pulling at his light gray hair. He could no longer contain his inner fear and anger. My days are numbered. That sentence from Mylan was not meant for that fool Constance. It was clearly a warning to himself. The appearance of Mylan signifies the total collapse of the plan. This deeply hidden archbishop of the necromancer cult is at risk of exposure at any moment. This plan had been in the making for 3 years, a full 3 years. The entire necromancer cult had practically mobilized, running around various places in the Qilon continent for this plan. Finally, after paying a huge price, they captured the 2 ice spirits, and the plan had finally reached its final stage. But just at that moment, the most terrifying accident occurred. Mylan. It was precisely to prevent this accident that the cult chose this remote, noble territory in the kingdom for the altar. No, this is not an accident. This monster appears out of nowhere. It's simply cheating. How can such a being exist in this world? Robert looked at the hair on his palm and suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with bitterness, helplessness, and madness. Ha ha. So what? So what? The plan will not end. We have prepared for so long. How could it be terminated because of you alone? Just wait for that great one to descend here. Even if you are a hero, do not expect to leave unscathed. The adventurers in the stallion banner. Fafnir, a young ancient dragon girl, sat before the elven twins, waving her stubby arms and chattering animatedly in Elvish. The twins, reassured by Fafnir's fluency in their tongue, relaxed their guard and warmly welcomed this new companion into their circle. 3 women, collectively well over 300 years old, tumbled playfully on the bed, laughing and teasing one another. So, who exactly is this child? Ever since Siegfried brought Fafnir home, Kriemhild had not ceased asking this very question. She's a relative's child. But she calls you father, and she's a half-dragon. And don't dare lie to me with that straight-faced solemnity. The princess's gaze locked on a Siegfried, eerily mirroring Yang Jing's, yet carrying an indescribable subtle weight. Siegfried gave up. He'd originally intended to deflect the matter with his skilled deceptive discourse, but this situation was simply too absurd. Even that art would be powerless here. He sighed and said, fine. It's no great secret. Her name is Fafnir, not a half-dragon but a true ancient dragon. What? Kriemhild stared stunned. Could this adorable little girl truly be one of the world's most formidable beings, an ancient dragon? But according to the texts, ancient dragons are colossal, their bodies vast enough to blot out the sky. Yet she looks utterly human. Why should that surprise you? Even humans master transformation magics. Surely an ancient dragon wielding such arts is hardly extraordinary. Though judging by this young dragoness's appearance, her mastery must still be quite rudimentary. She hasn't even managed to conceal that thick, unmistakable tail. On the bed, Fafnir wrapped all 3 girls in her coiling tail, giggling merrily. Goodness, her tail alone occupied half the bed. So, why does she call you father? Fine. It seems the most critical question remains stubbornly unevaded. It's like this: I share certain ties with the ancient dragon sovereign, her mother. I am in effect her stepfather. I'm not fabricating anything. I bear Albion's holy sword, both son-in-law and heir to Baramok. After all, even the most distant kinship is still kinship. Though Kriemhild remained deeply skeptical, no more plausible explanation presented itself. Indeed, how could a 200-year-old ancient dragon possibly have a 20-year-old father? Meanwhile, Roland stood aside, gripping tightly a black banner cloth. His expression was grave, so heavy with solemnity that he scarcely noticed the new arrival. That very emblem upon the cloth was enough to command the utmost seriousness from a golden knight. Once Siegfried and Princess Kriemhild had finished conversing, Roland spoke. Everyone, there is something vital I must discuss with you. Though he addressed the group, his eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Siegfried. Siegfried felt a chill crawl up his spine under that bearded knight's intense stare. What's with that look? Did my impersonation of Melon get exposed? What is it? Roland unfurled the black cloth upon the floor. It bore an embroidered sigil, a skull pierced through by a crescent-shaped scythe. Siegfried's brow twitched sharply. The death cult. Wasn't that exactly the same symbol emblazoned upon the eerie warehouse behind Hoover Trading Company? Roland instinctively straightened his posture, gazing deeply at Siegfried. You clearly recognize this sigil, so you must also understand its meaning. Oh, yes. Of course I do. Xing may please enlighten everyone about this cult. Siegfried's face contorted. Truth be told, he knew absolutely nothing. Desperately, he shot pleading glances toward the cool, composed Yang Jing beside him. But she ignored him entirely, offering only a disdainful glance before returning to her traveler's handbook. Today's lesson: how to execute a dazzling exit using flash spell. Just as Siegfried began frantically scratching his head, Roland stepped forward to explain. This sigil is the Lich Sigil, the emblem of the necromantic cult, a splinter sect of the Church of the Reaper. Once the continent of Qilin hosted only the Church of the Reaper, a so-called heretical faith that was in truth not malevolent. They laid to rest tormented spirits and conveyed the final wishes of the departed through spirit communion. Though their ultimate aim was to procure corpses for necromantic research, their methods remained just and reverent. Then one day schism tore the church asunder. One faction upheld the original doctrine, affirming death as a natural facet of life, not to be forcibly altered. The other, however, grew virulently hostile toward the living, declaring death the sole, authentic state of existence. That faction became the necromantic cult. In recent years, they've wrought atrocities across the continent, sacrificing lives to their deity, transforming the living into undead abominations. Siegfried listened in silence as Roland spoke. The Paragon Knight's expression was stern and resolute, as if he longed nothing more than to draw his greatsword and purge every heretic from the earth. Yet Siegfried's sole thought was, what does this have to do with me? Why are you staring at me like that? Still, given Roland's earnestness, he dared not appear flippant. I see. What is it you wish to say? I've clashed with them on the front lines of the human-demon war. These are madmen. Wherever they appear, calamity follows. So, Siegfried instantly grasped Roland's intent. He raised a hand, his expression firm and unyielding. This matter. You will not interfere. Preposterous. With barely dozens of men and rifles charging headlong into battle against a cult. That wasn't bravery, it was suicide. Even Shannon had declared this affair irrelevant to him. Involvement or not would not affect their mission. Their enterprise, the Princess Kriemhild Ascension Company, existed solely to secure the throne for their patron, not to wage war against fanatics. Justice belonged to true heroes, not mercenaries. Roland stared dumbfounded at Siegfried's unwavering countenance. The boisterous adventurers had long since vacated the tavern downstairs. Outside, leaves whispered softly in the breeze. The city's night lay hushed and serene, yet within Roland's heart a tempest raged. Yes, he had understood the moment he saw that banner. Whether attending auctions or negotiating with slavers, all had been mere camouflage. Melon's true quarry was the necromantic cult operating in the shadows behind them. A hero's blade pierces evil without hesitation. To eradicate darkness, Melon would spare no means. What profound conviction. He refused even Roland's aid, choosing instead to confront the entire cult alone. Is it because he fears for the princess? Because he knows my death in combat against these cultists would shatter her path to the throne? A burning flush surged across Roland's face. Shame overwhelmed him. He nearly wished for a crack in the floor to vanish into. I mistook you for a scheming villain. I was a fool. A true hero could never embody evil. He snapped upright and bowed deeply, 90 degrees from the waist. This was no formal knight's salute reserved for oaths of fealty and honor. This bow was personal, offered not as a knight, but as a man expressing reverence and contrition. In his entire life, Roland had rendered such a gesture only once, before the Rose Queen herself. Neither his father-in-law nor Princess Kriemhild had ever received such homage. Today that list gained a second name. Lord Melon, I humbly beg your forgiveness for all my prior insolence. You are truly worthy of your lineage, the scion of a heroic house. Your courage and loyalty shame me. Should your battle demand aid, Sir Roland pledges himself as your vanguard. Yes, very well, then, thank you. Siegfried's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The knight's cascade of revelations left him utterly astounded. Phew, what in the world is happening tonight? The following morning, Siegfried was roused from sleep by the raucous chatter and tall tales of adventurers downstairs. Adventurers, like all professionals, kept shifts. Some monsters emerged only under moonlight, demanding their hunters adjust their circadian rhythms accordingly. As a result, the Stallion Banner Tavern enjoyed quiet only in the dead of night. At all other hours, it reverberated with the drunken laughter, jests, and quarrels of its rowdy patrons. Thus, though the tavern offered lodging, few ever chose to stay. The very notion of sleeping soundly amid such chaos seemed absurd. Siegfried sat up, cradling his slightly throbbing head. He had retired late the previous night, and now awakened before dawn, leaving him with barely 4 hours of rest. Nor had his slumber been restorative. He pulled back the blanket to find Fafnir curled tightly against his abdomen, fast asleep, her luxuriant tail draped heavily across his thighs, numbing them both. Well then, someone can sleep through this. The girl had clung to him, stubbornly refusing to take the adjacent room. Resigned, Siegfried had shared his bed with her for the night. It was a sensation long forgotten, just as Cheelinger used to cling to him in days gone by. Soon after, the others too stirred awake one by one. Bearing dark circles beneath their eyes, the party gathered their spoils, bid farewell to the warmly effusive innkeeper, and set off back toward the village. At parting, the innkeeper embraced Yang Jing with tender maternal affection. Truly, she treated her as her own daughter. Incidentally, the young man Yang Jing had rescued from the death cell lingered furtively in the kitchen, his gaze fixed upon her, utterly captivated by the formidable, radiant Starplum heroine. Alas, when he'd earlier declared his intention to court the heroine, the innkeeper had seized him by the ear before the entire tavern and scolded him aloud. Just look at yourself in a puddle first, you insolent pup. Do you truly believe a bumbling simpleton like you could ever be worthy of my little Maya? The poor fellow had narrowly escaped death, only to lose his mother in the process. By noon, voices rang out across the village. They've returned. I'll inform Lady Katerina at once. Good heavens, how much have they brought back? Why the surprise? The Princess Royal Lord Roland, and even the hero himself joined the expedition. Such bounty was inevitable. TCH, what's your pride about? What does it matter to you? Where's the hero? The sentries on patrol spotted the carriage racing toward them from afar, and gaped in awe at the sheer volume of spoils piled within. Under Roland's unrelenting whip cracks, 2 pack horses bore 5 passengers and a chest of plunder across 30 kilometers, reaching Windpeach village before afternoon. The exhausted beasts collapsed the moment they reached the stable. Had it not been for Kriemhild's solar prayers, restoring their strength mid-journey, the carriage would surely have broken down en route. One could hardly blame Roland. His schedule that day was relentless. Tomorrow marked the appointed transaction with Hilton. He needed today to muster his forces and finalize battle plans, ensuring absolute precision. In truth, the spirited Katerina had waited at the village gate since dawn, but after hours without sight of them, hunger overcame resolve, and she retreated to eat. She had always loathed solitude, and having been excluded from this mission by Siegfried, she now greeted her dearest friend with unrestrained joy, forgetting courtly decorum entirely. The 2 girls settled anywhere they pleased, chattering animatedly about the mission's events. How splendid! The city is so lively. Far more thrilling than the countryside. And let me tell you, those wretches, trafficking people and desecrating the late queen's relics. So you're terrible. What happened next? Tell me. Afterward we split up. I've no idea what Master Siegfried did, but when he returned he arrived with an ancient dragon. An ancient dragon? Katerina's expression cycled through astonishment, envy, and acute regret. Why hadn't she gone to the city? She'd missed every exhilarating moment. In private, they were always thus, devoid of hierarchy, indistinguishable from ordinary, inseparable friends. Back in the royal palace, they'd even bathed together, often playfully comparing sizes in the steaming bathhouse, though victory, overwhelming and undisputed, always belonged to Katerina. Where's Lady Mylan? Only then did Katerina notice Siegfried, and the legendary ancient dragon maiden had not returned with the others. A modest merchant caravan escorted by hired mercenaries advanced along the road to Constant City. Originating from the Duchy of Garave, their cargo consisted of rare spices destined for the wealthy patrons lining Golden Ear Street in Constant City. Suddenly, a mercenary swordsman, his senses prickling, jerked his head upward. There, suspended in the sky, hovered a figure with vast leathery wings. Behind him trailed a thick serpentine tail, scaly, powerful, coiled with primordial might. All birds fled in panic. Fearless sparrows, usually bold and territorial, now scattered in frantic synchronized flight from their own domain. The figure surveyed the caravan with glacial indifference, gazing down upon the earth as if sovereign of the heavens themselves. Full alert. Hostile contact. Every mercenary drew steel instantly. Fighters raised broadswords, shielding merchants and goods behind their armored ranks. Rangers knocked arrows and aimed skyward, ready to unleash a volley. Yet deep down they knew at that distance neither arrow nor spell could reach him. What is that? A half-dragon? Don't be absurd. Have you ever felt such overwhelming dread radiating from a half-dragon? Every soul in the caravan stood rigid, locked in terror, eyes fixed on the sky. The creature above terrified them so profoundly they nearly bolted, though none understood why. The reason was simple as humans. The crown of creation perched atop the food chain. They rarely experienced the primal, paralyzing awareness of being watched by a true apex predator. That figure in the sky was the apex, the most formidable species on this continent. Yet curiously, he held no interest in them. After a single sweeping glance, he beat his wings, a violent gust erupting downward. Take cover. The caravan was thrown into chaos, men and horses tumbling headlong. Then, with a streak of incandescent crimson light, he pierced the air and vanished beyond the horizon. Siegfried had genuinely failed to notice the caravan, his full attention absorbed in memorizing the terrain below. Had he seen them, he would certainly have reminded Fafnir to flap more gently. Fafnir lay nestled across Siegfried's back, her small arms clasped tightly around his chest. Her embrace, the sole means by which he soared through the skies. Her diminutive frame, concealed entirely by Siegfried's broad back, created the illusion of wings and tail sprouting from him. At that moment, a chocolate bar dangled from her lips, her fee for serving as aerial transport. Siegfried had declined riding with Roland's carriage, not only out of compassion for the weary pack horses, but also to study firsthand the geography and resource distribution of this earldom. After all, this land would soon become the company's headquarters. Lord Constan's earldom was without question an exceptionally fertile land. Siegfried gazed down from the air and observed that nearly 1/3 of its expanse was blanketed by rich black soil. Black soil, coveted even on Earth, where it was proverbially said 1 tael of soil equals 2 taels of oil. It was precisely this vast expanse of 1.9 million square kilometers that earned the nation the title Granary of Europe. Though the earldom's black soil did not rival that scale under the divine blessing of the Harvest Church's priests, whose sacred arts accelerated ripening, the grain yield attained truly staggering figures. Ample provisions were Siegfried's first reason for selecting this land as his base. Second, the earldom bordered Roland's homeland. Seizing it would effectively grant him control over Count Ferdinand's domain as well. Third, according to intelligence brought by Yang Jing, the armies of both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince drew the bulk of their grain supplies from this very region. The implications required no further elaboration. Conflict with those two was inevitable, and thus every opportunity to undermine them was to be seized without hesitation. Siegfried cast one final glance toward tomorrow's meeting site with Hilton. It was the same grove where Roland had previously ambushed Roderick's pursuing forces. Tomorrow Hilton would arrive there, delivering all his slaves to Siegfried as promised. Indeed, the very same woodland. After surveying the entire earldom from above, Siegfried instructed Lady Nana to fly back to the village. As a wayfarer, all he witnessed was automatically synchronized into his manual. Today's aerial reconnaissance, topography, hidden trails, subtle contours, was now precisely charted onto his radar map. He descended upon the village square, landing before the stunned, near terrified gazes of the villagers. Evening, the council table. Roland, head of security, meticulously outlined tomorrow's tactical plan, where to strike, when to strike, and whom to strike first. He approached such matters with unwavering seriousness. In truth, no grand strategy was needed against such rabble. Roland alone, charging headlong, could likely dismantle them in a single furious assault. Once Roland concluded his remarks, it was time for the principal stakeholder, Siegfried. He proceeded to expound the broader strategic vision. While Roland mastered tactics, Siegfried commanded strategy. Together, they had, however, precariously revived this faltering enterprise. Kriemhild listened with gentle smiles as each spoke. Though she stood as the faction's sovereign leader, she seldom voiced her own counsel. She knew such restraint risked casting her as mere ornament. But her mother, while still alive, had imparted a profound truth. The most exceptional leader often assumes the humblest role within the team. Hey, oh my, 5 small heads peeked in through the doorway one after another. They were Tova, an energetic 80-year-old girl from Fengtao village, Darren, a 50-and-a-half half-elf youth whose delicate beauty rivaled any maiden's, Favner, a young dragon girl whose extraordinary social grace had instantly won everyone's affection, and Charlotte, and Emily, twin elven sisters nearly identical in appearance. These 5 children, of divergent races, ages, and origins, yet remarkably similar in stature, formed an instant bond, christening themselves the Fengtao Mayday Quintet. Their laughter and play would soon become the village's most radiant hallmark. Harmony among species, a dream pursued across millennia by countless heroes and sages across this continent, had quietly taken root not in palaces or battlefields, but among these innocent children in a remote hamlet. Such strategic councils were inherently tedious. Even adults struggled to stay alert, let alone children. After a brief, curious glance, the children quickly lost interest, and led by squad leader Tova scampered off to explore elsewhere, giggling all the way. Their joyful echoes faded into the distance, and Siegfried, mid-speech, felt his own spirit lift, warmed by their irrepressible vitality. He raised his thumb toward the direction of their fading laughter, offering his closing summation. Hear that? That is the very purpose for which we strive. The following morning, the Hoover Mercantile Guild marched forth in full force, merchandise, mercenaries, and all. Move faster. No dawdling. Listen well, you beasts. I've got splendid news for you. A noble patron has taken special interest in you. Along the shaded forest path, mercenaries gripped thick iron chains in one hand and whips in the other, berating the chained beasts ahead of them. Men and women who bore the same faces, the same flesh, as if they were livestock, not kin. Whenever a slave lagged, a whip cracked sharply across their back. Dozens of heavy chains branched into hundreds of slender ones, binding over 200 souls into a single shuffling mass. Like cattle driven to pasture, they trudged forward in lockstep, tethered and obedient. Though vastly outnumbering their captors, though some possessed martial skill, though the guild's vigilance had slackened to its absolute nadir, not a single spark of rebellion stirred within them. Generations of bondage had broken their spines. They had long since internalized suffering, and learned with grim certainty that numbness was the sole shield against pain. Hilton reclined in the lead carriage, cradling his female secretary, eyes alight with pleasure as he admired the woodland scenery. Today he would consummate the largest and most pivotal transaction of his life. 200 low-tier slaves, 50 high-tier slaves, and 5 million gold mon, exchanged for 2 elves and a favor. To any seasoned merchant, such a deal was sheer folly. Elves, though rare and revered, were never worth 50 elite slaves, let alone an additional 5 million gold premium. Yet Hilton deemed it invaluable. Utterly so. Had Lord Constant not insisted so fiercely, he would not have bothered retrieving the elves at all. Only the favor mattered. His partners were no bloated nobles, mere parasites who offered only coin, while Hilton Hoover lacked for nothing less than wealth itself. The Hoover name demands glory, immortal, unassailable glory, a prestige no petty noble could ever aspire to touch. And today's esteemed guest, he is the key to that legacy. That fool courtman actually suspects a trap. Does he not grasp? How could the hero possibly need deception to destroy me? My lord speaks absolute truth. Oh. Hilton's hands roamed freely over his secretary's body while she endured his advances with forced smiles and stifled whimpers. The portly schemer who tried to sow discord between him and the hero had been relegated to the very rear of the column. He had all but forgotten he was a slaver, lost instead in reverie, imagining himself standing shoulder to shoulder with the hero, envisioning the house of Hoover eclipsing every noble house to reign supreme across the continent. Hilton nearly burst into unrestrained laughter. He opened his mouth, gathered breath deep into his dantian. A A silvery black arrow gleaming like starlight pierced the hush of the grove, shattered the wooden carriage door, and buried itself deep within his gaping mouth. The flash of cold steel silenced his laughter mid-breath. Name Crinchild. Female, age 16. Race human. Alignment law. Class Solar Saintess. First princess of the Moan Kingdom, heir apparent to the throne. In this realm where sovereignty flowed from divine mandate, the title of Solar Saintess conferred both exalted status and absolute authority. Specializations: Theology, I-65. Mastered Statecraft, 45. Advanced. Prayers: Sunlight, Healing Saintess, Aura, Purifying Flame, Descent of Holy Light. Divine Boon, Soars Favor. Chosen of the Sun God, soars, possesses ultimate affinity with light and fire elements, and may command light sprites within a defined radius. Additionally, bearers of this boon possess attributes: Strength A, Agility A, Magic A, Intelligence B, Luck S, Leadership A, Overall Rating A. Note: under no circumstances should she be permitted near a kitchen. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quick, check on Lord Hilton's condition. Though mere mercenaries, the guards reacted with disciplined urgency, instantly forming a defensive perimeter around Lord Hilton's carriage. My lord, are you unharmed? Inside the carriage, Lord Hilton was drenched in cold sweat. The arrowhead hovered less than 2 centimeters from his throat. Had he twitched his tongue, he would have tasted the metallic tang of rust. Fortune had intervened, the shaft lodged at the last instant. Had it pierced further, his brainstem and throat would have been severed in one brutal stroke. Terror seized him, and he erupted into frantic, breathless shouts. Who dares? Who is the wretch that seeks my death? Do you know I am a confidant of Lady Mylan? My lord, no enemy has been sighted. Then find them, now. Find what? Your grandfather stands right here. What, eh? The mercenary captain recoiled in shock. The grass beside him had just spoken. Ambush. No sooner had the cry escaped his lips than figures surged forth. Not from concealment, but from the very earth, from thickets behind gnarled trunks, even from shallow craters. Clad in identical plate armor and round-helmed visors, they advanced with leveled spears toward the mercenary guard. The Royal Army. How could the Royal Army be here? Ask me. I ask you. The mercenaries were caught utterly off guard, bewildered not only by the sudden assault, but by the enemy's immaculate uniformed bearing. For a suspended moment they hesitated, uncertain whether to counterattack. After all, they were mercenaries, hired hands, not martyrs. Their duty ended where their lives began. To raise arms against royal troops was treason, punishable by the scaffold, not just for oneself, but for one's entire bloodline. Yet in the next heartbeat, choice vanished. From the forest's deep shadows a figure emerged, tall, broad-shouldered, his stern countenance framed by thick, grizzled whiskers that lent him an air of weathered age. Roland held a plain knight's sword in his right hand, in his left a shield carved with a vivid crimson rose. Today he was the Rose Knight. The mercenaries knew well this famed knighthood's iron creed: no trafficker in human flesh ever walked free after crossing their path. Every Rose Knight campaign culminated in merciless, blood-soaked suppression, the only language ruthless slavers understood well enough to flee before the first blade was drawn. Surrender was futile. Only battle remained. Damn it, I'll die fighting you. A red-scarfed mercenary lunged forward, weapon raised, charging straight at Roland. Roland did not move. He watched, cold still, as the man rushed headlong like a moth to flame. Then in a single flick of his wrist, golden light flashed, a blade's arc gone before the eye could track it. The scarfed mercenary froze mid-stride. His upraised sword hung suspended as if gripped by an invisible hand, refusing to descend. His crimson headscarf split cleanly in two, drifting slowly downward. You are. He never finished. His body cleaved vertically, collapsing in silence onto the blood-soaked earth viscera and crimson spray, scattering like shattered fruit. Martial art arc flash. A gold knight. He's a gold knight. The seasoned mercenary captain recognized the technique instantly, its hallmark unmistakable. Arc flash was legendary for its blinding speed. By the time the opponent perceived the flash of steel, the wound was already dealt. Among Gold Knight's arsenal, it ranked among the deadliest and most difficult to master. Mercenaries by nature were opportunists, cowardly when confronted with invincibility. At once they scattered like startled crows, abandoning Lord Hilton where he stood. Yet in Siegfried's design, no soul, not even these slaves, would leave this forest alive today. Knights charge. A sharp, commanding cry rang out, youthful, fierce, and radiant. Then came the sickening thud of bodies flung skyward. Katarina stood alone at the rear, both hands gripping her rose-embossed shield, alone, sentinel blocking the mercenaries' retreat. She's alone. Take her down together. Driven by panic, the mercenaries surged forward as one. Oomph. Katarina sidestepped the descending strike with effortless grace, then reversed her grip, slamming the shield downward with crushing force. The mercenary's skull shattered like a melon pulp and gore bursting outward. She whirled to face the next foe, only to see the cunning band had used their fallen comrade as cover, slipping past her to flee into the distance. Katarina's gaze hardened. She drew a deep, resonant breath, her chest swelling visibly, then unleashed a thunderous guttural roar. Nearby fleeing mercenaries halted mid-stride, as if ensnared by unseen strings, then turned, eyes blazing with irrational fury, and began to close in once more. Martial art taunt cry. Though every fiber screamed to flee, their bodies betrayed them, overridden by surging hatred and vengeful impulse, as though Katarina were the architect of their deepest, most personal loss. Weapons converged from all angles. Katarina stood motionless, neither dodging nor flinching, then slammed her rose shield hard into the ground. Clang! A massive shimmering shield-shaped aura pulsed outward, then vanished. An invisible barrier now enveloped her entirely. Blades struck her waist, abdomen, even her skull, but rang with the harsh ringing timbre of metal striking metal. In that instant her entire body had become as unyielding as the shield she bore. Martial art unbreakable. Their wrists numbed from impact, but under taunt cries' compulsion, they pressed on reckless and relentless. Oh dear, trouble. Katarina stiffened. A few beads of nervous sweat glistened on her brow. Unbreakable lasted only a fleeting moment, after which came 2 seconds of utter paralyzing immobility. Now she stood defenseless, exposed, vulnerable, incapable even of raising a hand to block. As steel descended, her mind raced, not toward survival, but toward how best to explain her humiliating defeat to Roland. Then, a violent gust tore through the clearing, hurling mercenaries aside like chaff. Roland strode forward, rotating his sword wrist with practiced ease. That last strike had required precision, repelling enemies without harming his own apprentice, a delicate, taxing feat. Master, how many times must I say it? Never activate Unbreakable unless allies stand nearby. Why won't you learn? Roland shot her a look of exasperated disappointment. This girl's head was harder than his had been in youth. And yet for knights such stubbornness was often the first sign of greatness. He raised his shield and crossed it over his sword before his chest. This was the Rose Knight's solemn salute, reserved by tradition only for the dead. Atone for your sins, beneath these blooming roses. Seriously, is he more dramatic than I am? From atop a towering frost pine, Siegfried surveyed the battlefield, pausing occasionally to mutter dry commentary on Roland's impassioned theatrics. A longbow rested across his back, the very weapon he'd used moments earlier to fire the signal arrow at Lord Hilton's carriage. Indeed, Siegfried was no stranger to archery. In his school days, he'd been the star of the archery club. Thus, there had been no risk of killing Lord Hilton outright. His shot was merely the opening salvo of the operation. Your archery mastery has increased. Current proficiency 58. Shannon, the system, reappeared after a long silence, asserting its presence. Its functions had long since been eclipsed by the Wanderer's manual. Siegfried sometimes forgot he even had a system mother. Thumbs up. Let's rendezvous with Yang Jing. With practiced ease, he slid down the trunk and tossed the bow to Boppo the gardener waiting below as lookout. My lord, you truly are the hero Tobe. Master of stratagem, wielder of stealthy arrows. Truly beauty and brilliance entwined, the living embodiment of chivalry and valor. I prostrate myself before your magnificence. Boppo launched into immediate effusive flattery, though his literary education clearly fell short. Siegfried's temples throbbed visibly at the overwrought prose. Enough. Silence. Ah, yes, sir. Siegfried regarded the eager gardener, expression unreadable. Do you know why I brought you along? Of course. To serve as your devoted personal attendant. Boppo scratched idly at a faint scar on his cheek and grinned sheepishly. Siegfried said nothing, merely turned away, face impassive. Arg, what's happening? What is this? Ugh, show yourself. Face me like a man. Buffed. One by one mercenaries collapsed, hands clamped over gushing throats, blood pooling thick and fast, merging into a sluggish crimson rivulet. This eerie slaughter had persisted without pause since the ambush began 10 minutes prior, and still they had not glimpsed their assailant's face. The Hoover caravan numbered hundreds, the forest trail narrow and winding, stretching over 100 meters between its head and tail. Roland and Katarina alone could not encircle so vast a force. Thus Siegfried divided the operation. They would strike the heavily guarded front, ensuring Lord Hilton's capture, while he and Yang Jing handled the stragglers at the rear. Now Yang Jing moved as shadow incarnate, leaping silently between boughs, vanishing into foliage, reappearing elsewhere in the blink of an eye. Forests, dense with shade and silence, were the master assassin's perfect arena. She dissolved into darkness, traversing the battlefield at speeds too swift for mortal eyes to follow. Only the single pink plum blossom embroidered on her left shoulder offered any trace of her presence, and seeing it meant one thing. You were already dead. Af. More mercenaries fell. Each collapsed faster, sharper, more silent than the last. At first some swore they glimpsed a black blur, soon even that illusion faded. They were no fools. They noticed a grim pattern. Each fallen comrade accelerated the shadow's pace. An assassin master. Cursed fate. How could an assassin master be here? Assassin master, exclusive martial art moment of darkness. Yang Jing swept her indigo blade across throats like a reaper through wheat, her face serene, untouched by emotion, as if the act of killing belonged to someone else entirely. It was grim work. She bore it alone, 20-odd mercenaries eradicated in silence. What about her comrades? They were watching from the trees. How is this possible? How? Unawares, the last mercenary found himself standing amid a field of corpses. He stared at the carnage, voice raw with despair. Who are you? Why do you slaughter us? Why? That question, you may pose it to Yama should he exist in this world. A sardonic voice echoed from behind. The mercenary twisted to strike, just as a blade burst from his chest. He looked down, watching crimson drip steadily from the tip, each drop blooming like a dark flower upon the soil. He coughed blood, his vision dimming, his strength ebbing, then crumpled lifelessly into the pool beneath him. To the end he saw no enemy. As the body fell, Siegfried's black-robed figure emerged from the gloom behind it. In his hand gleamed a short sword, blood sliding languidly from edge to hilt, slick and warm in his palm. Siegfried glanced down at the corpse. His first kill. Yet whether it was the visceral shock of heads rolling at the auction, or the battlefield's suffocating gravity, he felt no surge of horror or revulsion. Instead, an uncanny calm settled over him, unexpected, absolute. As if this body had long since grown accustomed to slaughter. Ahead, Yang Jing's form coalesced from shadow step by deliberate step. Siegfried dismissed further reflection, wiped phantom sweat from his brow, and donned the triumphant grin reserved for those who've just claimed a kill, then strode toward Yang Jing as she materialized from the dusk. Ah, what a grueling battle indeed. Yang Jing regarded him with undisguised disdain. Truly, we are extraordinary. Yang Jing's contempt deepened, sharpening into glacial scorn. We cut down 28 in flawless tandem, absolute domination. Yang Jing stared at him as one might regard spoiled kitchen waste. Ahem, shall we join the main force? He changed subject hastily, just before receiving a well-deserved rebuke. Up ahead at the caravan's head, Roland and Katerina had subdued every foe. The remaining mercenaries, broken in spirit, dropped their weapons and prostrated themselves, foreheads grinding into dirt. Spare me. I'll do anything, anything. The slaves watched, faces numb, until a flicker of disbelief stirred. So even these haughty mercenaries could kneel just as they had. Hey, over here. Katerina spotted Siegfried and Yang Jing first, waving both arms enthusiastically. Roland turned at the call. Far off, a man in flowing black robes smiled warmly. Beside him, a woman in sleek black combat gear stood cool and composed. Spring sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling their forms in shifting gold, while behind them sprawled a wide, silent expanse of corpses. Two irreconcilable realities overlapped in that instant, serenity and slaughter, evoking a primal chill. They strolled unhurriedly, as if time itself bent to their stride, as if the world revolved around them alone. Roland's breath caught. Not a speck of blood stained their clothes, not even a trace of dust. Even he, battle-hardened and formidable, bore splatters of crimson after such a fight. A tremor ran through him, his voice uncharacteristically thin. So this is the hero's party. Worthless. A pack of worthless fools. Inside the carriage, Hilton screamed hysterically, his wrinkled face contorted with fury, every trace of his former dignity as a merchant prince utterly erased. I paid you handsomely. What good are you? What good at all? He suddenly whirled toward his female secretary, who cowered trembling in the corner, his bloodshot eyes blazing with venomous accusation. I am speaking to you. What use are you? What use are any of you? Lifting his leg, he kicked the frail woman without hesitation. Bruises marred her bare thigh as she clutched her head, tightly stifling her sobs with desperate silence. Selfishness. Scapegoating. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The old man embodied humanity's darkest flaws in their rawest form. Having quite the party, aren't we? The carriage door swung open. A young man in black robes stood outside, his brows arched with icy, mocking disdain. Hilton's heart plummeted into an abyss. Ever since the ambush, he had clung to one delusion: the hero would never deceive him. The hero had no need to lie. This was merely a misunderstanding. Now every self-deception crumbled before the brutal weight of reality. Hilton's eyes widened in horrified disbelief. You lied to me. How could you lie to me? You are the hero. How dare you betray a 16-year-old man like me? Facing the near-mad elder, Siegfried merely shrugged. Before slaughtering livestock, our village always stuns them first, with a club. You. Eyes blazing crimson, Hilton lunged forward, fingers curled like claws. But Siegfried struck first. A sharp kick landed squarely in the old man's abdomen. Hilton's body shattered through the carriage wall and hurtled out the opposite side, scattering splinters and dust. Can't beat mercenaries, but can't even handle a 16-year-old comrade. Heave-a-ho, heave-a-ho. From the forest emerged Clinchide, shouldering a colossal greatsword nearly her own height. The hilt gleamed with gold, studded with countless magic crystals whose radiance shimmered from afar. Durandal, a weapon of mythic grandeur and exquisite luxury. As the 7th-ranked operative in this mission, Clinchide, like Siegfried, had observed the entire affair in silent stillness. Though blessed with dual ratings in strength and speed, this delicate young lady had long yearned to join the fray, only to be jointly vetoed by Roland and Siegfried. After all, who would feed the staff if the boss perished? Her assignment was twofold: carry Durandal just in case, and then, with serene grace and regal poise, the resplendent princess raised the massive blade high above the awestruck, bewildered slaves. Clang! 10 thick iron chains snapped instantly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Clinchide's face. She had not expected these bonds, which had shackled over 100 souls, to yield so easily. Be broken. Are we free? The slaves exchanged stunned glances, dazed, disoriented, uncertain what freedom even meant. Clinchide planted the greatsword deep into the earth and spoke, her voice both powerful and honeyed. Yes, you are free. No chain in this world shall bind you again. From this day forth, live as your heart's command. The girl shone with radiant vitality. Her luminous emerald eyes sparkled with gentle mirth. A halo of pure sacred light bloomed behind her, bathing the land in its warm, tender glow. Old wounds and fresh scars alike faded beneath that pristine white radiance. To the slaves she appeared angelic, so breathtakingly beautiful they felt instinctively drawn to follow her. Prayer sunlight healing prayer saintess halo. Clinch-eyed saintess of the solar cult now blazed like the sun itself, her gentle light nourishing the slave's long-numbed spirits. Katerina stroked her chin, murmuring in admiration, "Truly remarkable, Your Highness," wielding 2 prayers simultaneously. Indeed, the final step appears to have succeeded smoothly. Roland nodded in agreement. Siegfried glanced at Clinch-eyed, bathed in golden light, then at Popo the goblin crouching silently beside him. He smiled, or rather his expression had never changed, a cold rictus grin fixed upon his lips. "Yang Jing, what do you make of these slaves?" "Parasites." "Precisely." The 2 wanderers exchanged the words wordlessly within the silent corridors of their minds. One bore decades of experience, the other possessed profound insight into human nature. Together they saw through the slave's essence, and knew with chilling certainty that this was far from over. "What in blazes are you doing?" A hoarse, furious voice erupted. Hilton staggered upright, clutching his stomach, disheveled pale, yet his gaze burned with undimmed malice and madness. "Have you forgotten who fed you, who clothed you, who kept you alive all this time? Me, I Hilton Hoover. Without me you wretches are nothing, utterly meaningless. Stop gawking, seize your weapons and cut them down." The slaves, still entranced by the saintess's halo, jolted awake in panic. They flailed wildly, some stumbling to the ground. Chains severed, no master to guide them, they had even forgotten how to walk. "Worthless fools, I'm right here. For my shield now." As if summoned by divine decree, the slaves snatched weapons from fallen mercenaries and surged toward Hilton, encircling him in a tight, desperate ring. Turning their backs on those who had liberated them, pointing blades toward those who had freed them. Several beast folk slaves hesitated, faces twisted in anguish, yet still advanced, claws bared toward Clinch-eyed. "Everyone, why? What are you doing?" Roland's eyes bulged with horror. He had never imagined the situation would collapse so catastrophically, too far away to intervene in time. The chains had never truly broken. In truth, Hilton needed no iron fetters to enslave them. This was the true method of Hilton Hoover, the continent's most infamous slave magnate. He himself was the unbreakable chain. Just as Popo, though freed from his cage for 20 years, still knelt like a dog before this old man. Absurdity unfolded before their eyes, and Siegfried finally burst into unrestrained, thunderous laughter. "Ha, ha, 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 what a pack of obedient curs." He strode forward, wagging a single finger with theatrical flourish. "Clinch-eyed, remember this well, once humans grow accustomed to generations of bondage, they devolve into spineless parasites. Creatures without backbone or will." "Parasites? You mean us?" A young half-beastman bared his teeth defiantly, his spirit not yet fully crushed by servitude. "Who else could I possibly mean? If you lack even that basic self-awareness, I truly envy your serenity. No thinking required, just trot along on your master's leash. What blissful ignorance! By what right do you speak thus? Have you ever walked in our shoes? Can you fathom our suffering?" "Precisely because fools like you rot from within yet remain blind to your own decay, I deign to warn you. Consider it a mercy." Siegfried pointed at each grimy, hollow-eyed face before him, his barbs unrelenting. "Behold these lapdogs, beaten, humiliated, stripped of dignity, living worse than beasts. Yet none of it matters. After all, the noble master will toss them a scrap of bread. Among you were battlefield veterans, elite warriors, nobles' sons with lofty dreams. You could have resisted. You could have lived freely. But why bother, when the noble master will toss you a scrap of bread, eh? Are you all fools? No, you're clever. Cleverer than anyone. Is life not delightful when food arrives without effort? When the kingdom crumbles, and even diligent labor yields starvation, why strive? Better to stay caged. After all, the noble master will toss you a scrap of bread. Food means survival. Survival, that is the highest grace." Siegfried's machine gun barrage of icy words echoed through the woods, mercilessly exposing the ugliest, most festering truths buried within the slaves' souls. The young half-beastman's neck flushed crimson, but he could utter not a single retort. Though Siegfried exuded no aura, the saintess's halo dimmed, nearly extinguished. There, standing motionless, blazed a black sun. "What do you know?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. "We didn't choose this fate. We once." Siegfried waved dismissively, impatient. "I have no interest in your past. If you claim you are still human, prove it. Prove it. Dogs gnaw bones. Humans eat meat." He jabbed a finger toward the wrinkled old man in their midst, flashing a grin of razor-sharp white teeth. "There, see that beast." Every slave instinctively turned, staring at Hilton, now trapped inside the very circle meant to protect him. Their eyes ignited with crimson fire, a nameless primal fervor flooded their minds, dissolving reason. Psyche ability, deceptive rhetoric, secondary effect activated. "Well, what are you doing?" Hilton watched the ring tighten, his lips trembling, his face ashen. "Look closely. I am your master. Hilton Hoover. You wretched peasants exist only because I feed you. Do you understand?" He realized in despair that the human wall meant to shield him had become an airless prison, locking him in with absolute finality. Just as he had done to them for so long. "Without me you cannot survive. Do you comprehend? Please, let's talk. Tell me what you want. I'll give it all to you. I'll add extra meat to every meal, no more whippings." Agreed. The wall closed in. Terror shattered Hilton's last vestige of composure. "Stay back. Fall back, you damned vermin. Withdraw now." Eyes burning crimson, the slaves descended, tearing into Hilton's flesh with their teeth, devouring every drop of blood, every shred of meat, as if consuming the very source of their torment. Aerofort. A shriek of unspeakable agony pierced the heavens. Siegfried patted Popo's bowed head and chuckled. Hey, lift your head, listen, hear it. That squealing, like a pig at slaughter. How absurd. Ha ha ha. The goblin raised his face, tears streaming unchecked from his eyes. Through blurred vision, he smelled the coppery tang of blood, heard Hilton's gory guttural screams, and saw the black-robed youth reaching out to him. It was a black son. Publicly available intelligence named Roland Ferdinand. Male age 28. Race human. Alignment lawful. Class Golden Knight. Formerly the Queen's Rose Knight, currently the Princess's Guardian Knight. After the coup, he abandoned his lands and wife, without hesitation escorting his sovereign into exile. A Paragon Knight is seldom a devoted husband. Specialization swordsmanship, 83 the master, military tactics, 79 a expert, strategic planning, 56 proficient. Combat techniques knights, charge, arc, flash, unshakable resolve. Ability metrics strength S, agility S, magic B, intelligence B, luck A, leadership C, overall rating S. Enhanced metrics Durandal empowered strength S, agility S, magic B, intelligence B, luck A, leadership C, overall rating S. Note: while numerous sacred knights attain rank, Roland Ferdinand stands alone as the sole rank Golden Knight. Whether it's a dog or a slave, I have long ceased to care about such things. I am an outlier among the Pooh people born with little affinity for dark elements. The other children easily learned dark magic, while I couldn't even sense the most basic flow of elements. The elders said I had blasphemed the shadow goddess, which is why I am being punished. The village children always bullied me, relishing the moments when I was fertilizing the crops by sneaking behind me and pushing me into the manure. Only my parents treated me with some kindness. They always told me that once I grew a bit more, my affinity would improve, and I would surely become an excellent scout in the future. But I knew they were lying to me. They had no hope for me at all. The evidence was clear, as my younger siblings always had more snacks than I did. But I did not care. I never wanted to be a scout. My dream was to become a bard, a free and great bard. I would join a team of adventurers and compose songs to spread their heroic deeds across the continent. I heard that in the eastern part of the Orpheus Empire, there is a city called the City of Sacred Song, where there is a school dedicated to training bards. Once I come of age, I will go there. You fools can remain in the shadows forever. Looking back, I was really foolish, as the distance from the village to the empire was tens of thousands of miles, and I didn't even know where the City of Sacred Song was. However, I did eventually reach the City of Sacred Song, but as a slave. It was around the year I turned 9 when a group of mercenaries raided the village and kidnapped the villagers. They probably heard rumors that the Pooh people were the most excellent scouts and wanted to capture us to sell to the military of various countries. But those mercenaries were too foolish. Knowing that the Pooh people were the best scouts, they still thought they could succeed. Well, they did succeed. They only captured one Pooh person, and that was me. The others hid in the shadows at the first sign of an attack. When there were no shadows, they created them using magic. Except for me, I couldn't use any magic at all. To this day, I still remember the sight of my father holding my sister in the fiery chaos, while my mother held my brother as they leaped into the shadows, leaving me alone to hide in the cellar. Perhaps in their eyes, it didn't matter whether I was in the family or not. In the end, I was discovered by the mercenaries. They brought several skeletal dogs with them. I had heard those were called Tindalos hounds in poetry. They are beasts that are very sensitive to the scent of living things. The mercenaries soon found me hiding in the cellar. They were ecstatic, as they had made such a ruckus only to nearly return empty-handed. I became their only gain from this expedition, so instead of being mistreated, they treated me like a treasure. They agreed to all my requests, which was even better than how my parents treated me. At the time, I felt a bit proud. I had them buy me many poetry collections, something my parents had always considered useless and never bought for me. So I could only memorize the poems recited by passing bards and copy them into a notebook. I carried that notebook with me everywhere, even holding it close while hiding in the cellar. I also insisted they take me to the City of Sacred Song. They refused, so I threatened to bite my tongue to death. Ha ha ha. In the end, they relented and really took me to the City of Sacred Song Chiente. It was truly a place I had visited in my dreams. The streets and corners were filled with bards playing and singing, while the audience surrounded them, occasionally tossing coins into the instrument cases on the ground to show their appreciation for the bard singing. I sat in the carriage hearing music and singing coming from the shops and homes around us. I said I wanted to go out and take a look, but this time the mercenaries did not agree. They tied me up and wrapped cloth around my mouth to prevent me from biting my tongue. It was at that moment I realized I was now a slave. Slaves have no rights. All they must do is obey their master's commands. The City of Sacred Song was so close to me, right before my eyes. But the City of Sacred Song felt so far away, and I would never be able to walk its streets. When the mercenaries found out that the Pooh person they had worked so hard to capture couldn't even use a single dark magic, they were furious enough to almost kill me. To be honest, it was quite amusing to see those guys in such a fit of rage. Of course they didn't kill me, but they did give me a good beating because I had previously taken pleasure in teasing them. For the next 3 days, they didn't give me a drop of water. I desperately tried to squeeze saliva from my mouth to moisten my throat. I had to take care of my voice, or how could I become a bard? Finally, just when I was about to lose consciousness from thirst, they gave me water, but it had a foul odor. I remember one of them being particularly sweet, and probably from too much sugar. Then I was taken to the Hoover Chamber of Commerce where President Hilton personally received me. He scolded the thoughtless mercenaries and inquired about my health with concern. Bullshit for a moment, I actually thought this guy was kind and amiable. He arranged for me a room that was reasonably nice, if only the walls weren't made of iron bars. My life as a slave officially began, but to be honest, I felt it was no different from my life in the village. Perhaps the treatment was even better. I no longer needed to do farm work for my family, nor was I forced to learn magic spells that I couldn't see. I had plenty of time to practice singing in my room, and the food was quite good, much better than what I had at home. But then my voice became hoarse. Maybe it was because I really couldn't sing well. Hilton forced hot water down my throat with a funnel, and I remember he was laughing happily at that moment. Come to think of it, my voice wasn't really that terrible, but at least my screams were quite popular. Afterwards, they burned my notebook, and I was very sad. It was then that the thought of escaping first arose in my mind. I figured out the guards' patrol patterns and used a fishbone to pry open the lock to sneak out. My whiskers sensed the magical fluctuations around me, and I easily avoided all the patrols, almost escaping. So close. The beautiful fox girl living near me sold me out. She called the guards claiming I had escaped. Hilton did not order a search, but instead stationed people at all exits. Oh, just as I stepped out the door, a large number of guards blocked my way. This time Hilton used scissors to cut off all the whiskers from my face, and I could no longer sense any magical fluctuations. Now I was just a short, weak, and mute waste of a person. But Hilton was very happy. He said I brought him a lot of joy, so my meals became even better. By the way, that fox girl became Hilton's personal female slave for this achievement, as she often came running to me decked out in gold and silver to thank me for giving her all this. It seems I wasn't completely useless. I could still contribute a bit. Later I was bought by the Royal Secret Forces and underwent harsh training, where a single mistake could cost me my life. The instructors often increased my training due to my small stature. Alas, fate played tricks on me, and I ended up becoming a scout. Later the queen named Vivian appeared, abolishing the slave system and restoring my freedom. But what good did that do? I still had to risk my life to complete dangerous infiltration missions. If captured by enemies, I would either be tortured or silenced by my teammates. Queen Rose. What difference is there between her and Hilton? She liberates slaves to gain her own reputation, while Hilton sells slaves for profit. It's all about interests. Oh, what's the difference? There is no difference. I have decided that as long as I can survive, I will do anything. I can betray the only person in the court who has shown me kindness, Clinchide, because I must follow Roderick, who is stronger than him, to survive. I can also betray the powerful Roderick because Siegfried Melland is stronger than him. Speaking of Lord Melland, it's quite strange. He always tries to probe my true feelings indirectly. I won't be fooled, or after all, he wants to use me. Once I'm no longer valuable, he will kick me aside, just like the others. It must be like that, right? As long as I can survive, one day, I will return to the city of sacred song. For that I am willing to do the most despicable things and endure the greatest humiliations. As long as I close my eyes, lower my head, and act obsequiously, everything can be resolved peacefully. It's okay, or I can endure it, or I've lived this way all along. So don't look at me with that gentle expression. Hey, lift your head and listen. This pig-like scream, how amusing, ha ha. This candidate for hero really has a terrible personality. Oh, I understood that the first time I locked eyes with him in the wilderness. This guy is a scoundrel, a thorough scoundrel, far worse than Hilton's despicable evil. But he wasn't wrong. Hilton's screams really were quite funny, like a pig being slaughtered. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Why am I crying? No, that's not right. My tears had long dried up many years ago. Why are you reaching out to me? Why are you showing me this scene? Why are you smiling so gently? What do you understand about me? What exactly do you know? Disgusting. Disgusting. Bobo, there is no chain in this world that can bind a Pooh Scout. Your chains have long been broken. From today on, go fly freely. What is this guy talking about? It's so nonsensical. Crack, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I really thought I heard something shatter. Don't touch my head, it won't grow taller, you know. What do you want to say? I actually already knew. That night at the Hoover Chamber of Commerce, I understood your meaning. I comprehend it. Lord Melland, I have never encountered any good fortune in my life. Even after becoming a Royal Scout, I still had to survive in a hellish nightmare. However, perhaps at the moment I locked eyes with you in the wilderness, that was the first time fate showed me mercy. Currently available public information, name Bobo, male, 36 years old, all race, Pooh faction, order class, Shadow Vanguard. The Pooh Scout who has broken free from his chains can no longer be bound by overwhelming talent. Specialized skills: reconnaissance 85, survival unique 62, acting 51, assassination 41, singing 39, combat skills silent, and deadly eyes on all directions, ears hear, all come blend into the shadows. Ability data: strength C, agility S, magic D, intelligence B, luck C, leadership B, overall evaluation A. Note I said they are born scouts. Bobo, no chain in this world can ever bind a gardener scout. And your chains were unshackled long ago. Begin today to soar unbound and unafraid. Siegfried gazed tenderly upon Bobo, who wept uncontrollably, uttering at last the words he had long yearned to convey to this gardener. And he gently stroked Bobo's head, then turned away, leaving behind a towering, resolute silhouette. Like many antagonists, the warmth vanished from his face the instant he turned, replaced by icy indifference, as though all that tenderness had been mere theatrical artifice. Bobo, the chains of your past have been severed, and from this day forth I shall be your chain. Siegfried had at last transformed this prodigiously gifted gardener into a fiercely loyal subordinate. And he had sensed Bobo's extraordinary potential early on, a gut instinct honed over years as a personnel officer renowned for his uncanny accuracy in reading people. Events unfolded precisely as he had foreseen the moment he employed deceptive discourse to fully dissolve Bobo's inner turmoil. He distinctly felt the gardener's aura surge dramatically. System Shannon revealed Bobo's newly attained true vocation Shadow Vanguard, a Class A vocation equivalent in rank to Master Assassin and Golden Knight. This vocation belongs to a rogue subclass. Upon becoming a rogue, one may specialize as either an assassin, mastering silent elimination, or a scout, excelling in reconnaissance and infiltration. With all essential tasks completed, the rest could be entrusted to Roland. And without glancing back, Siegfried strode out of the forest, leaving only a profoundly solemn silhouette behind, like a lone paragon bearing the weight of all infamy upon his shoulders. And no, I truly am magnificent. And at that very moment, an impeccably untimely crystalline voice pierced his thoughts. Apologies for interrupting your dramatic soliloquy, NTCH. What now? And intelligence indicates Hilton holds vast real estate assets and undisclosed deposits. Only he knows their location. Siegfried's face instantly drained of color, pale as the dying Hilton himself. Incidentally, Hilton is on the verge of death, and over 100 slaves encircled Hilton in dense seething layers, each burning with ravenous hatred, desperate to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Yet the space was limited. Most slaves could not even glimpse Hilton's face. They could only sullenly spit toward his direction. Though more often than not their spittle landed upon fellow slaves' heads, it still brought a measure of grim satisfaction. And then a voice erupted, frantic, almost incandescent with urgency. Halt! All of you, halt! Do not harm my dearest friend. And with crank physical strength, Siegfried forcibly carved a path through the hulking ranks of anthropomorphic warriors. He cried out, voice cracking with raw desperation, "Stop at once, you fools! My money, my money!" And the slaves recoiled in shock. What had befallen the hero? Why did he weep as though his own mother had perished? And damn it! Get out of my way, you witless dirt-eaters! Siegfried kicked aside a half-beastman who had been ferociously gnawing at Hilton's body. Hilton lay disemboweled and mangled beyond recognition. No patch of unbroken flesh remained upon his frame. A grotesque chunk had been torn from his desiccated cheek, exposing bleached bone beneath, an utterly harrowing sight. He was unmistakably beyond saving. Even Hua Tuo Reborn could not restore him. And Siegfried wailed as if mourning his own father, ignoring the gore and filth as he lifted Hilton's ruined form, screaming with visceral anguish, "My dearest friend. What monstrous fiend did this to you?" And already gasping his last breaths, Hilton choked entirely under Siegfried's frantic onslaught. Siegfried wept even louder, cradling Hilton's shattered body while pouring forth a torrent of grief and sorrow, professing the unbearable pain of losing a brother in arms. Every word he spoke was in fact truthful, for the dearest friend he mourned was not Hilton himself, but Hilton's fortune. Nay, and thus the follow-up effect of deceptive discourse activated seamlessly. "Hold on, you will not die yet." And at those words, Hilton miraculously drew a ragged breath, and a flicker of lucidity returned to his eyes. Ecstatic, Siegfried unleashed a dazzling cascade of rhetoric, a masterful barrage of psychological persuasion, that left the half-dead Hilton utterly disoriented, compelling him in his final moments to reveal the location of his hidden wealth. Hilton exhaled his last breath in Siegfried's arms. In truth, he died fulfilled. At least in that fleeting moment, Siegfried truly regarded him as a sworn brother. To amass such fortune. Of course he was a sworn brother. And Roland watched from the side, his expression twisted, lips twitching violently. I have never encountered such brazen audacity, not in my life. Indeed, the heroes of House Melon are all afflicted with peculiar afflictions of the mind. Crinshield's emerald eyes shimmered with quiet amusement as she gazed upon Siegfried kneeling on the ground and wailing as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, then suddenly burst into soft, lilting laughter. Crinshield's trust in you has increased. Current trust 65 in system, Shannon's voice chimed. Clearly her employer Crinshield was deeply impressed. The operation had not only liberated the slaves, but also secured a staggering fortune. Though the Hoover Mercantile Guild had long since declined, its hired mercenaries little more than third-rate rabble, it retained vestiges of its former prestige. Hilton's entire fortune would suffice to purchase an entire viscountcy. As Siegfried had predicted, this plan resolved both chronic financial shortfall and acute talent scarcity in a single stroke. And alas, Siegfried heard none of Shannon's notification. He was wholly immersed in the profound, shattering grief of losing a beloved kinsman. With solemn, reverent gravity, Siegfried personally dug Hilton's grave and erected a stone marker inscribed in Chinese characters, "Beloved friend, sworn brother." The freed slaves found Lord Melon's behavior deeply unsettling, yet none dared voice their doubts. Thereafter, the 200-strong procession marched triumphantly back to Fengtao village. Incidentally, none of the surrendered mercenaries were spared. Roland delivered them all to keep Hilton company in the afterlife. Two reasons dictated this decision. In first, Queen's edict: anyone involved in slave trading or complicit therein faces immediate execution, enforceable on the spot by the Rose Knights regardless of number. Second, the village simply could not accommodate so many souls. And no matter how prosperous Fengtao village might be, sustaining hundreds of additional mouths was impossible, especially given the acute shortage of sleeping quarters. Thus the leadership swiftly resolved to relocate, guided as it happened by the late Mr. Hilton himself, the spacious premises of the Hoover Mercantile Guild, stood ready to serve as their new headquarters. The slaves found the turn of events profoundly bewildering, and yet after all their wandering, they had circled back to where it all began. Currently available: Intelligence N, Unbreakable Supreme Sanctity, Peerless Illusory Blade, Durandal Category Weapon Rarity, Epic, one of the 4 divine treasures of the Morn Kingdom, formerly wielded by a legendary hero. Legends claim it is a blade that never dulls. No substance exists it cannot cleave. And legends claim it is a sentient weapon, responsive only to knights of absolute moral purity. Legends further hold that each successive wielder embedded a personal magic crystal into its blade, thereby augmenting Durandal's power across generations. Effects: N1. Enhances the wielder's physical attributes by 1 tier. N2. Transcends into a legendary weapon when confronting undead entities. N3. Fortifies the wielder's mental resilience, rendering them highly resistant to fear, confusion, charm, berserk, and other debilitating mental afflictions. And note, should you find yourself in dire straits, seek this blade. Their wielder is likely the most upright soul in all the world. However, before heading back, a job interview fair needs to be held. At this moment, the square of Fengtao Village was crowded with people, with 2 lines extending from the square to the village entrance. Qigfei and Yang Jing sat at the front of the queue, each at their own table, conducting ability tests and personality checks on each slave. These 2 were human resources personnel back on Earth, and now returning to their old profession was like riding a bike for them. What is your name? What special skills do you have? What kind of job are you looking for? What are your future plans? The slaves had never seen such a scene before, and were all nervously stuttering, just like you would on your first interview. But in reality, this was just superficial talk. The 2 of them were directly searching for each interviewee's specialties and ability data using a travel manual. Simple-minded with developed limbs evaluation. Complete your occupation is infantry. Next. But I want to be a mage. My mother said mages are very popular with women. The rough-looking man in front clearly was not satisfied with the job assigned by the human resources fellow Qigfei, protesting with his muscular arms. With your intelligence rating of E, you still want to be a mage. But my mother said, take him to the infantry camp. The deputy security captain Catalina, standing next to Qigfei, immediately stepped forward, lifting the rough man with one hand and taking him to Roland's infantry training camp. Oh, you can use magic? Yes, my lord, I'm skilled in fire magic and was originally a class adventurer. Very well, you are assigned to the magic division with a monthly salary of 10 gold mon. Thank you, my lord. A girl with freckles on her face bowed to Qigfei and excitedly ran towards the group of mages. This group is known as the Magic Division, consisting entirely of mages. Due to the peculiarities of magic in this world, mages are mostly intellectuals. Such individuals on Earth would be considered researchers, and they are all highly skilled talents that need to be compensated well to retain. As for the previous rough man, his replaceability was high. There are plenty of people in the village with mere brute strength, thus, he wasn't deemed as important. By the way, the infantry camp offers a monthly salary of 50 silver mon, which is even lower than the military pay of the kingdom. Major shareholder Qigfei remarked, the company is just starting, there are still many expenses. As employees, we should consider the bigger picture and not be so selfish. Qigfei brought excellent corporate culture from Earth to this other world. Even the usually aloof Yang Jing almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Financial management, 69, negotiation, 51, a business opportunity, grasping, 35. Qigfei raised his head in surprise. These 3 specialties were not typical for a slave, and there seemed to be a particularly rare specialty among them. In front of him stood a woman around 25 or 6 with a tall figure and beautiful looks. She bit her lip, nervously clutching her skirt, her fingertips turning pale. Isn't this Hilton's secretary? What is your name? I am Susan. Qigfei fell into deep thought. It seems Roland ultimately couldn't bear to deal with this secretary either, as she could be considered a victim of Hilton. Roland had left her in the carriage, but she seemed to have followed the group all the way to Fengtao Village, as it was truly hard for someone as weak as her to survive in this world. Seeing Qigfei silent for a long time, Susan became even more anxious, her eyes turning red as she sobbed, my lord, I can do anything. Please, please don't leave me. The woman with tear-filled eyes resembled a discarded kitten, making Catalina feel a pang of pity. Lady Mylan, she hasn't done anything wrong, please accept her. She also said you can do anything to her. Qigfei's eyes twitched angrily, rebuking, if you don't speak, nobody will think you are mute. This tough girl's head must be problematic. Vulgar intelligence D. He took a breath, gazing at Susan, and asked, do you have anything you want to do? This was a rare opportunity to regain freedom, and don't you think it would be a pity to just give it up? Freedom. What does freedom really mean? I have been an orphan since childhood, and to fill my stomach, I had to compete with stray dogs for a piece of leftover black bread. Later, I was picked up by my master and treated like an object. Even when I cried and begged for mercy, my master would only laugh and continue to invade me. My lord, I have never experienced freedom. What is it? Is it a piece of black bread that can fill my stomach, or is it a life free from invasion? My lord, all right, I got it. The atmosphere is making you depressed. Qigfei quickly raised his hand to interrupt Susan's dark narrative. If this continued, he would be in trouble. I understand you are quite familiar with the business of the Merchant Association, right? Yes. Good, then starting today, you will be the president of the Hoover Merchant Association. Next. What does it take to redeem a person? A sudden change, a sincere heart, or just a word? Qigfei didn't know. Because he had never thought about saving anyone, he merely aimed to place everyone in the most suitable positions based on their abilities, nothing more. But perhaps sometimes it's just such a bland remark that can save a person. The woman in front curled up, covering her face and bursting into tears. Her exposed thighs were bruised and battered with hardly a whole spot. Utilizing people to their fullest. Utilizing people to their fullest. Perhaps today is the first time she is treated like a person. Susan, with Catalina's support, returned to her room, a special treatment for high-skilled talents. The others would have to squeeze into tents for the night. This was also Qigfei's arrangement. This man only measures a person's value by their abilities, disregarding the past and experiences, focusing solely on capability. He took in Susan not out of pity or sympathy, but purely because she was a useful person. He could understand Susan's pain and confusion, but would not sympathize with her tragic life. Yes, Qigfei understood the weak, but he did not sympathize with them. Even during his weakest moments, this man could still take care of his sister while waiting for a chance to take revenge on his uncle and aunt. He had been a weak person for a period, which is why he understood the weak. But he was ultimately a strong person, one who could confront fate head on, and therefore, he did not sympathize with the weak. He was willing to extend a hand to those seeking help, but his inner thoughts had never changed. If I can do it, why can't you? Currently available public information: named Darren Hillif, male, 15 years old, O race, half-elf, alignment order class, wind element 6th rank, intermediate mage. A pitiable genius mage, a 15-year-old intermediate mage, the disciple of the elder of wind flowers Merlin. If he could overcome his small flaw of cowardice, his achievements would be limitless. Specialties: wind element affinity 100, quick calculation 61, spell structure deconstruction 42. Magic: great tornado dance of the wind, breath of the gale, atmospheric barrier. Ability: data strength D, agility D, magic S, intelligence A, luck A, leadership D, comprehensive evaluation A. Note: without a doubt, he is the next generation's elder of windflowers. Under the intense overtime efforts of Yang Jing from Qigfei, the interview conference finally concluded that night, with nearly every slave receiving a suitable job. For those slaves who had no particular skills and were in poor health, Qigfei also showed humanitarian spirit in arranging their care. He invited the priest from the village's harvest church to heal the sick slaves. These individuals would recuperate in the village until they regained their health, at which point they could choose whether to settle in Fengtao village or follow the company to seek their fortunes. Qigfei's arrangement was not out of a sudden realization of conscience. His main purpose was to demonstrate to others that even if you became disabled and useless later on, the company would not abandon you. Only in this way could the slaves go all out with peace of mind. The compensation for sacrifice soldiers on Earth is actually based on this point and humanitarianism. The trust level for you has increased, current trust level 70. The princess was evidently very pleased with Qigfei's actions, and the trust level rose again, leaving only 30 progress to complete the stage task. One thing left Qigfei very astonished. There were actually no healing spells on the Qilin continent, though only prayers or divine arts possessed the ability to heal injuries. Among them, the priests of the Sun God Church excel in healing, dispelling curses, and purification, while the priests of the Harvest Church specialize in curing, detoxifying, and dispelling diseases. In gaming terms, the former excels in instant healing, while the latter focuses on sustained recovery. However, instant healing has significant side effects. Although it can restore injuries in an instant, it simultaneously consumes a large amount of the target's stamina. Basically, after a single holy light healing, although the injury is healed, the individual is utterly exhausted and cannot continue fighting. In contrast, the Harvest Church's Earth's healing has a slow recovery effect, but no side effects, allowing it to restore both injuries and stamina, making the target increasingly vigorous in battle. This also answered a question that Qigfei had: why the Sun God Church suppressed the Harvest Church's preaching in the kingdom. The Harvest Church's chapels are spread throughout the continent, and you can almost find them in the cities of any country except Mon. In the Mon Kingdom, however, one can only see a few small chapels in small rural areas like Fengtao village. In the cities, not only are there no chapels, but even the priests of the Harvest Church are nowhere to be found. The reason is simple: to monopolize the medical market. The healing divine art of the Harvest Church not only has better effects than that of the Sun God Church, but can also dispel diseases. For the common people, diseases are the greatest enemy, while curses and such are far removed from them. Although the curse dispelling and purification abilities of the Sun God Church are powerful, they are utterly useless to the common folk. If such a church were to grow strong in the kingdom, it would inevitably affect the interests of the Sun God Church. In fact, half of the Sun God Church's funding comes from their healing divine art each year, and the Sun churches in the cities can almost be considered the only designated hospitals in the Mon Kingdom. This led Qigfei to think of a word: oligopoly. Damn, how impressive. I've seen media oligarchs, energy oligarchs, financial oligarchs, and metallurgical oligarchs before, but a medical oligarch is truly a first for me. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The medical resources of an entire country were actually monopolized by a single organization. The situation of this country could no longer be described as critical; it was practically terminal cancer. Qigfei had a vague premonition. His true enemies in the future might not be those two princes. Deep into the night in Constant City, the city had been quite restless these past few days, with the noble lord nearly mobilizing all the guards in the city to protect the noble estate, even offering high prices to hire adventurers to patrol around the estate. Now, other than on Golden Spike Street, guards were almost nowhere to be seen patrolling. This directly led to rampant thievery in the city, and the mud-footed folks from the slums nearly emptied out to flood into the residential areas. The residential areas at night were brightly lit. After all, you might have just extinguished your oil lamp, and a pickpocket with 70 lockpicking proficiency could sneak into your house preparing to feast. 67. Golden Spike Street, Hoover Commerce. Qigfei guessed incorrectly about one thing: the survivor of the merchant caravan was not just Susan, but another person also escaped Roland's punishment. In the inner courtyard, Cotman was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking as though he had been pulled from water. He looked thinner, though he couldn't tell if it was an illusion. Yes, this fat man survived. He was one of the 2 remaining survivors of Hoover Commerce. As the second-in-command of Hoover Commerce, Cotman was neither as quick-witted nor as bold as President Hilton. However, he possessed a specialty that even Hilton admired greatly, which allowed him to become the first under the president and ultimately enabled him to escape this ambush. Specialization Risk Control 42 Advanced. Cotman had sensed the impending danger behind this transaction early on. He had repeatedly warned Hilton that this might be a scam, but Hilton, under the influence of deception, was completely immersed in fantasy and did not believe him, insisting on taking everyone to the trading site to their deaths. Cotman was relegated to the back of the group for insisting on his opposing views, but this became his opportunity to escape. 5 minutes before the ambush occurred, Cotman keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere. He secretly left the group and observed from a high ground in the distance. As expected, the transaction was indeed a scam. The Hoover merchant caravan was wiped out in an instant, and President Hilton was devoured alive by the frenzied slaves. Cotman was terrified and fled from the small woods back to Constant City, without stopping running from noon until deep into the night. This fat man probably had never done such intense exercise in his life. However, at that moment, the excitement in his heart far outweighed his fear. In the inner courtyard of the Commerce, a cart loaded with goods stood still, and Cotman was continuously loading the treasures from the warehouse onto the cart. President, don't blame me. I already warned you, but you didn't believe me. Now that you're dead, these things are better off with me than rotting here. You've treated me quite well over the years. Go in peace. I will use this money to rebuild the Commerce. Cotman was ecstatic with anxiety, fear, excitement, and anticipation mixed together, making his mental state extremely exhilarated, akin to a euphoric feeling of liberation. He strode back and forth between the warehouse and the cart, calculating how to find himself a few female secretaries while loading box after box of gold moan onto the cart. He was so engrossed that he completely failed to notice that the entire Hoover Commerce had undergone a strange transformation. Beneath the courtyard's grass and under the tiles of the residence, eerie black smoke seeped through. This black smoke twisted and spread up the walls and onto the roof, enveloping the entire residence. If guards happened to pass by at that moment, they would be astonished to find that the luxurious and extravagant Hoover Commerce building had completely disappeared. All that remained was an empty plot of land. Unfortunately, the guards were all stationed at the Earl's residence at No. 1, Golden Spike Street, not far from No. 67 Hoover Commerce. Cotman loaded the last box of gold moan onto the cart and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. All right, it's time to set off. The next step is my era. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, climbed onto the cart, and raised the whip to set off. However, he found that the 2 pack horses in front were bizarrely turning their heads backwards, staring at him intently. Their eyes showed no sign of life, resembling 2 soulless corpses. No, it wasn't like they were corpses. The 2 pack horses were already dead. Cotman's hand, which was wielding the whip, froze in midair as a chilling sensation spread from his tailbone to the top of his head. Thud! His plump body slumped down, softly falling off the cart. He realized that he no longer heard any sounds around him. The bright moon and the stars in the night sky had completely vanished, leaving only an unfathomable darkness. A strong sense of fear surged in his heart, and Cotman screamed at the top of his lungs, only to discover that he could no longer make a sound. Crack, crack, crack. His cervical vertebrae emitted a sound under unbearable pressure, as if he were being controlled by some indescribable force, slowly twisting his neck at an unnatural angle to face backward, just like the 2 pack horses. What appeared in Cotman's sight was a warehouse, a building identical to the slave warehouse. However, Cotman knew clearly that the entire Hoover Commerce had only one warehouse. What was that thing standing there? The door of the strange warehouse was wide open, with several torn seals fluttering in the wind stuck on the door frame. He felt his consciousness being drawn towards that eerie warehouse. No, it was no longer a warehouse. What Cotman saw was a gigantic skull. The wide open door was the skull's massive mouth, and his soul was slowly being drawn out from his body by that giant mouth. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Cotman desperately tried to save himself, but despairingly found that he couldn't even move a single finger. His body became cold, his vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to dissipate. Now Cotman truly experienced the feeling of being lost in the void. Bang! In his blurred vision, Cotman saw that giant skull slowly closing its mouth. That was his final memory. In the golden royal capital of Androsors, a map of the kingdom lay on Roderick's desk, detailing the current territorial influences of the major nobles. On the map, several chess pieces carved from crystal were placed, depicting elegantly dressed ministers, fully armed knights, a valiant and handsome prince, and a noble and graceful princess. This was a popular tabletop game in the Orpheus Empire known as war chess. Players must utilize the unique functions of each piece to capture the opponent's fortress. the first to either conquer the enemy's fortress or annihilate all opposing pieces wins. Prince Roderick was intently focused on the game before him. As a true prince, his appearance surpassed that of the pieces carved in crystal, and his pensive demeanor was enough to make any noble maiden's legs tremble. Years ago, when studying abroad in the Empire, he became infatuated with this game upon first encountering it, and his exceptional military mind allowed him to quickly master its intricacies. For 3 whole years, the War Chess Society at the prestigious Taurus Military Academy was utterly crushed by this novice who had just emerged from obscurity. It is said that in a bid to restore their dignity before this foreigner, the professors of the academy personally entered the fray, yet none could withstand Roderick's prowess for more than 30 moves. Roderick greatly enjoyed this game, even commissioning craftsmen to carve a special set of pieces upon his return from studying abroad. Is something troubling you? Why has your highness been so pensive these past few days? Sir Fran Alvis, the next Duke of the North and Roderick's guardian knight and childhood friend, sat anxiously beside him, watching Roderick deep in thought. From a young age, this prince was different from others. Although his talent in combat was unremarkable, he possessed an extraordinary strategic vision and tactical planning. No matter how complex the situation, Roderick could see through its essence, precisely inserting the knife into the core. The evidence of this lay in the current state of the kingdom. The prince's faction had been cut into disarray, and the eldest prince could only cling to survival under the support of Duke Bailon, relying on the old walls of the chalky capital. Nobles from all over flocked to the royal capital to pledge their loyalty to their new ruler, and the Morin royal family, having declined for 200 years, now showed signs of a return to power. Yet Roderick found himself lost in thought, pondering over his own chessboard. Fran felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted to inquire about the situation, but knew that if it was something that troubled Roderick, knowing it would not help and remaining silent was the best way to assist his prince. Roderick gazed at the kingdom's map, occasionally tapping his slender finger on the table. War chess typically required a fixed board, but Roderick never used one. For him, his chessboard was not a small wooden board, but rather the Morin kingdom and the entire Chilon continent. Since the outbreak of civil war 6 months ago, he had navigated this board, named Morin, with skill, manipulating all factions at will. In his estimation, this internal conflict would conclude within 6 months. Indeed, everything thus far had been unfolding along the trajectory he had set. However, recently, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable anomaly in his chessboard. This feeling first arose 4 days ago with the arrival of a battle report. The intelligence on the spies was inaccurate. The pursuing troops were annihilated. At first, Roderick was surprised, but did not take it to heart. He merely raised the threat level of the Golden Knight Roland. But the subsequent irregularities made him acutely aware of the severity of the situation. His personal maid Xing Mei sent a report that contradicted another spy's report and then completely vanished. Also missing was the mole planted beside Kalanshida the scout, known as Bobo. These two seemed to have coordinated their betrayal almost simultaneously. Now even Fran could sense that something was amiss. Following that, another classified letter was urgently delivered to the palace. The information in this letter struck like a thunderbolt, leaving even the composed and wise Roderick unable to hide his shock. Milan has appeared in Constan. The letter contained only this short sentence. Yet this short sentence triggered the activation of teleportation arrays in 9 cities, costing nearly 100,000 gold to transport it from the Earl of Constan's territory to Roderick's hands within half a day. The so-called Milan held such value. With Bobo missing, Xing Mei betraying him, Kalanshida going into hiding, and Milan appearing. Roderick's keen intuition told him that behind this series of anomalies was a hand-to-hand that was recklessly wreaking havoc on his chessboard, systematically dismantling the high edifice he had built over the past 6 months. To be frank, Roderick did not care about Kalanzide's whereabouts, nor did he care about the betrayals of Xing Mei and Bobo. He was indifferent even to the emergence of Milan. He did not care, because these people were merely pieces on the board. On the board named Morin, there were too many pieces, each harboring their own objectives, as they came to Morin from all corners of the world. Now even an unusual piece like Milan had appeared on the board, but what of it? No matter how powerful a piece may be, it is still just a piece. Even if this piece is strong enough to consume all others, it remains fated to be discarded by the player and stored away in the box. All along, Roderick had sat alone before the chessboard, manipulating each piece to firmly grasp the entire game in his hands, with no one being his opponent. For on this board, there was only one player, Roderick himself, while all others were mere pieces. Yet now Roderick faintly sensed that a vague figure seemed to have appeared opposite him, where once there was nothing. This figure toyed with the crystal piece, symbolizing the king, gazing at him with a mocking expression that was half smile, half sneer, and said, "Come. He'll play with you for a while." A surge of intense exhilaration rushed to Roderick's brain, and a fierce, menacing smile could not be contained on his handsome face. Sure, indeed, players never cared about the lives or deaths of the pieces, nor did they care about the board, or even the entire game. What they cared about was the other player sitting opposite them. The game was merely a means for them to vie for victory. If conditions allowed, Roderick would have no qualms about directly picking up a weapon and confronting his opponent. The surging adrenaline made his palms slightly damp. How long had it been since he felt this excited? He stared at the position of the Earl of Constan and murmured, "Who are you really?" "Your Highness, what are you saying?" Fran, sitting beside him, felt a slight sweat on his forehead. Just when Roderick had smiled, the temperature in the entire office suddenly spiked. This was the effect of Roderick's divine miracle, the sun god's favor. But what made Fran sweat was not the temperature, but the ferocious and menacing smile on Roderick's face. In Fran's memory, every time Roderick exhibited such an expression, it meant that many people were about to meet misfortune. Roderick did not respond to his friend's question. He took a deep breath to calm his turbulent heart and asked meaningfully, "Fran, what kind of person do you think I am?" "Upright, brave, with unparalleled wisdom and strategies. You are the most outstanding person I have ever met, and your future achievements will surely surpass those of your mother." Fran stood straight and answered firmly and decisively, "Is that so? But I feel like I am a treacherous, malicious person who stops at nothing to achieve my ends. Please don't make such meaningless jokes." Fran's expression tightened. The only flaw in his prince was his self-deprecation. He often liked to portray himself as a villain. "This cannot do as a guardian knight. I must not let my prince develop such a misguided notion." Roderick looked at his serious childhood companion with a hint of amusement and shook his head helplessly. He gazed out the window at the brightly lit royal capital towards the direction of the Earl of Constan and spoke softly to himself, "Upright, brave, with unparalleled wisdom and strategies. My kind, is that who you are?" A sneeze suddenly erupted from the sleeping Siegfried, disrupting his dreams. He scratched his nose, rolled over, and continued to sleep soundly. Previously, Qigfei planned to stay in Fengtao village for just one night before relocating the hundreds of people to the Hoover Chamber of Commerce in the city, but reality proved that this was not very feasible. First of all, bringing hundreds of people into the city would certainly attract unnecessary attention, and the newly established company led by the princess cannot withstand such scrutiny. Moreover, there is a bomb within the Hoover Chamber of Commerce, that strange warehouse, the Altar of Death. Without dealing with that bomb, Qigfei dared not reside there, so early this morning, he sent Yang Jing into the city to assess the situation of the altar. If that doesn't work, they can move elsewhere. After all, Hilton has plenty of properties. Come with Nana. Come. Wait for me. Where are we going to play today? In Elvish, hey. I am the captain. The 5 adorable little elves from Fengtao village ran past laughing and playing, having fully adapted to village life. Today they will venture into the nearby mountains to hunt under the guidance of their squad leader Tua. Although there are no adults accompanying them, one need not worry about any mishaps. After all, the company's strongest combat force, the ancient dragon Fafuna, is also part of this team. I hope they don't disrupt the ecological balance around here. Qigfei felt a bit concerned about the potential destruction of nature near Fengtao village by these little rascals. In the past couple of days, the pair of twin elf sisters have gradually lowered their guard against others. With an imprecise translation from Fafuna, Qigfei learned that they had been captured by a group of necromancers. He felt a sense of foreboding and immediately resolved to rid himself of this hot potato. Necromancers. Aren't they just the crazy lot from the undead cult? Normal necromancers wouldn't dare show themselves in the kingdom, right? Aren't they afraid of the Sun God Church coming to investigate? These 2 elf girls were clearly entangled in something serious. Although Qigfei didn't know how they ended up at the auction, it didn't matter. He wasn't interested in the schemes of the undead cult. He just wanted to complete his tasks quickly and return to Earth to enjoy air conditioning and play video games. I walk my own sunny path, and you cross your own bridge of sorrows. Please don't come knocking on my door. That was something even the historian Shannon found troublesome. His meager strength might not even suffice to be a snack for those cultists. It's better not to return to the Hoover Chamber of Commerce. I'll have Yang Jing check which land in the city has the best feng shui. The early spring sunlight was warm and gentle, and the sky was clear without a cloud in sight. 1. Drink. 2. Roland's rapid infantry training was in full swing. On a nearby open lawn outside the village, 150 infantry soldiers were divided into 6 groups for their drills. Most of these soldiers were slaves, but a small portion were the village's youth. These sturdy youths had grown up alongside Qigfei and had longed to follow the brave hero to save the world, thus voluntarily joining the infantry battalion. Adhering to a principle of nepotism, Qigfei appointed each of these youths as a squad leader with a monthly salary of 15 gold morin. There was no hesitation, it was preferential treatment. Although Qigfei was no longer the original Qigfei, he still inherited the memories of his predecessor. The scenes of playing in the mud with these boys during childhood were still fresh in his mind. Qigfei felt grateful to these villagers who willingly gave up their peaceful and prosperous rural lives to follow him into battle. Roland was the commander of this infantry battalion. He was responsible for developing training plans and conveying them to the instructors of each squad. The instructors were former soldiers of the kingdom's army, including Lime Ashu and that brainwashed Knight Roy. During the day, they trained the soldiers in combat skills, while at night Qigfei would gather everyone in the square for collective indoctrination using the deceptive talks. I know it should be called ideological education. Roland was also busy. He practiced with the soldiers during the day and locked himself in his room at night to write letters to his wife, whom he hadn't seen in half a year, to assure her of his safety. For the young lady from the Paidanang family, her husband had been missing for more than half a year, and upon receiving Roland's first letter of assurance, she immediately sent back a reply. Miss Paidanang spent a fortune using a teleportation array to send Roland a washboard, and apart from that, she didn't write a single word. From the pale expression on Roland's face upon receiving this gift, it was clear that this rough man with a sturdy build was under his wife's strict control. Tisk tisk tisk, is this what being a son-in-law is like? How pathetic, the major shareholder casually commented from the side. According to that big mouth Katerina, Roland originally did not want to be a son-in-law. He had the capability to be granted his own territory. But the old Count Paidanang had only one precious daughter and could not bear to marry her off to a distant land. On the day they got engaged, the fierce old count brought a huge entourage to block Roland's path, personally holding a knife to his neck. Either become a son-in-law or a corpse, you choose. Thus Roland was forced to lead the life of a son-in-law. Yang Jing returned on the third day. However, it shouldn't take so long to check on the Hoover Chamber of Commerce. If there were no surprises, this woman probably enjoyed a comfortable stay at the public horse banner for 2 nights. The proprietress treated Yang Jing like her own daughter. Why did you take so long? The pickpocket gang in the slums caused significant trouble for the residents, so I dealt with them. Qigfei was already accustomed to the thrilling and exciting life of the heroine Xingmei. No wonder she is an experienced traveler, as she's more like a protagonist than I am. What about the main issue? You haven't forgotten, have you? Hearing this, Yang Jing's expression darkened. Qigfei felt a sinking feeling in his heart and hurriedly urged, what happened? The warehouse has vanished. All that remains in the inner courtyard is a carriage filled with gold coins. What? A carriage filled with gold coins? Did you bring it back? Cough cough, are you sure? That thing was already quite strange. I am sure, I asked Shannon. Qigfei furrowed his brow, clearly sensing that something was quietly happening in the dark corners unknown to him. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us, and it's fine if it disappeared. Let's start moving into the city in batches tomorrow. Yang Jing turned to leave, but Qigfei called out again, there's one more thing I need you to do. Yang Jing turned back, still expressionless, but Qigfei could feel her mood rapidly deteriorating. He gave an awkward smile and quickly tore off a page from the travel manual, which contained a name list. These individuals have agility levels above B. I picked them out from the infantry. Please train them with Bobo to become. He pondered for a moment before saying agents. Not scouts nor assassins, but agents. Qigfei used this modern profession to describe those he was about to train. He wanted the master assassin and the shadow vanguard skilled in infiltration and investigation to train this special unit, turning them into the most powerful intelligence organization in this other world. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Although the information search function in the travel manual is powerful, it lacks timeliness, and Qigfei urgently needed a pair of eyes to observe the latest trends in this world. History has long proven to the world the importance of rapid and accurate intelligence acquisition in war. After all, it's a secret organization, so the name shouldn't be too fancy. Let's call it the Hidden Guard. After assigning the task, Qigfei prepared to leave. He had recently assigned too much work to Yang Jing, who she had been running around tirelessly for him day and night, and even his thick skin felt a bit stretched. This was because there were limited personnel, and many matters were inconvenient to discuss with Clinkside. They could only be handled by himself or Yang Jing. He had to remain stationed at the headquarters, thus this tool could only be Yang Jing. However, Plum Blossom Inner Guard. Yang Jing's voice was powerful, startling Qigfei. This cool woman had never spoken so loudly. What? Only then did he notice that Yang Jing's expression was strange, very strange. Her gaze. No, she was glowing. I think the Hidden Guard. Plum Blossom Inner Guard. How about we? Plum Blossom Inner Guard. Okay. Yang Jing waved her white fists in celebration, seemingly thrilled to have claimed the naming rights, causing Qigfei's face to twitch. This woman was completely immersed in her own world. It dawned on him that she was also suffering from severe late-stage chinibyu. The Plum Blossom Inner Guard is perhaps something no one would expect. That this secret organization, which would make the entire world change countenance in the future, was founded in such an absurd and ridiculous manner. As the leader of the faction, the princess, however, can do very little. Her usual task is to use divine arts to heal the soldiers injured during training, but sometimes even this job is taken away by the village priest. Clinchita felt excluded again, so she personally asked Zigfei if there was anything she could do. But Zigfei replied, Your Highness, it is enough for you to occasionally stroll around the training camp. Clinchita was puzzled by his words, but still went. Since that day, the muddy-legged foot soldiers in the training camp trained as if they had gone mad. Usually these guys were cautious during practice because they feared pain, so they held back, lacking any real combat effectiveness. However, ever since they witnessed Clinchita gently using the Sun Divine Art on an injured foot soldier, practice became the most popular activity in the training course. Each of them regarded their opponents as love rivals, wishing for the other to perish quickly so that they could monopolize the prince's gentle affection. As a result, practice turned into a life-and-death struggle, and the training speed of the foot soldiers significantly increased. Unfortunately, Clinchita was unaware of this and still felt useless. When people have too much free time, they tend to overthink, and when they overthink, foolish things often happen. Finally, the little princess slapped her forehead. They'll cook tonight to reward everyone. She called for Favna, who also wanted to reward her father, and the two girls snuck into the kitchen and knocked out the guard soldier. This soldier was specifically arranged by Zigfei to guard against Clinchita. But what should I make? Nana, meat. Daddy loves it meat. I see. Then let's make a pot of meat stew and invite everyone to eat together. Nana, there's meat. Oh, Nana is so great. The white-haired little loli puffed out her chest proudly, and Clinchita cooperatively applauded Favna. The two girls worked together. Favna went to the woodshed to fetch a bundle of firewood, while Clinchita took a large black iron pot from the cupboard, then began to pray. Praying, the sun is eternal, and people must revere you for generations to come. My lord, all the people of the earth shall come to praise you, worship you, praise the sun. Klin Shida radiated a dazzling light, her emerald eyes tinged with a sacred golden hue. A golden fireball the size of a human head gradually took shape in front of her and flew towards the firewood. That was the powerful attack divine art of the sun god cult purifying flame. Boom. A golden heat wave swept through the kitchen. Qigfei watched with twitching eyes at the sight of a covered in dirt Klin Shida and Favna. So this is the reason you two flattened the kitchen. The two girls drooped their shoulders and nodded sheepishly. At that moment, Qigfei's first reaction was one of relief at having survived. Thank goodness they didn't manage to finish that pot of food. But we still made the soup. Favna nodded vigorously and then pulled out a pot of dark red, thick, bubbling, and suspiciously looking substance from behind her. Let's eat together, the beautiful princess said with the softest, sweetest smile while uttering the most dangerous words. Damn it. Qigfei's pupils shrank, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I just remembered there are things I haven't finished at the foot soldiers' camp. He turned and dashed away. Yang Jing decisively raised her long white leg and kicked him in the lower back, sending Qigfei tumbling forward. It's alright, I'll help you with it. Just take care of the plum blossom guards. Ugh. Yang Jing kicked Qigfei back down to the ground as he was trying to get up, and in 3 steps, she swiftly left the dining room, locking the door behind her. Qigfei lay on the ground in shock. Damn this stinky woman. He never expected that his most trusted comrade, a fellow from Earth, would betray him like this. No way. I need to find a scapegoat. By the way, Bo. Qigfei's words were abruptly cut off as he looked around, noticing that the gardener was nowhere to be found in the dining room. No way. This ungrateful little shorty has gone silent on me. Right as a model knight, Roland would surely be willing to step up for me. Roland, you go. His words were cut short again. Roland did not come. Ever since he received the washboard, he had been staying in his room every night, sweet-talking and writing letters home to please his wife. The captain of the security team couldn't even ensure his own safety, let alone care for the major shareholder. During Roland's absence, the foot soldiers' training was handed over to Katerina, so this fierce girl did not come either. Qigfei suddenly realized he was the only one at the dining table today. Favna came over holding a bowl of meat soup, swaying her body as she approached him. Daddy, here, drink. The girl's smile was innocent and bright, her crimson vertical pupils sparkling with anticipation, while her plump dragon tail wagged vigorously, showing her confidence in her cooking. Give it a try, I made it myself. Klin Shida also came over, looking at Qigfei with the same expectant gaze. Since Qigfei had stopped her last time she tried to cook, this pot of meat soup was also her debut work. Guarding against the day and night of family thief is hard to guard against. Qigfei never imagined that the first life and death crisis he encountered in this other world would actually come from his friends. Looking at the innocent expressions of the two girls in front of him, he suddenly felt that a certain saying was particularly true. Often the most terrifying thing in the world is not the true villains, but those well-meaning people who are unaware they are doing evil. Under the gaze of the two beautiful girls, Qigfei trembled as he took the bowl of brownish liquid, took a deep breath, and said, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the heavens. Then he brought it to his lips and took a sip. So salty. How much salt did they put in? Huh. Why does it also taste like chocolate? Did Favna add that? Qigfei looked at the soup in surprise, a piece of greasy meat floating on the surface. How should he put it? Although this bowl of soup was filled with a myriad of flavors, surprisingly, it was not that difficult to swallow. But where did they find such fatty meat in the village? After drinking the soup, Qigfei adjusted his mindset and spooned a large piece of meat into his mouth. The tender, juicy meat melted in his mouth, bursting with flavorful juices. Oh Buddha, this was definitely the most delicious meat Qigfei had ever tasted in his life. Kobe beef would be mere pig feed in comparison. Qigfei chewed carefully, trying to discern what kind of meat it was. Beef. It doesn't seem like it. Could it be monster meat? But that can't be right. The nearby monsters were scared away by the village's holy sword long ago. While he was pondering, the large piece of meat suddenly twitched in his mouth. Twitched. Qigfei was horrified and immediately tried to spit it out. However, the piece of meat seemed to have grown legs as it hopped down his esophagus and slid into his stomach. He looked pale as he glanced at Favna, about to ask what kind of monster this meat came from, only to see Favna's swaying dragon tail. The thick, plump tip of her dragon tail was missing a small segment, replaced by a white bandage tied into a bow. This? Could it be? The white-haired girl immediately raised her left hand, vigorously shaking her tail, proudly proclaiming, this is Nana's tail meat. Qigfei's expression twisted uncontrollably as he rushed forward, grabbing Favna's soft cheek and pulling it, shouting hysterically, are you kidding me? This is dragon meat. This is cannibalism. Woo, it hurts, Daddy, please let go. Favna protested with her little hands flailing, and Klin Shida hurriedly came to mediate. Mr. Qigfei, please calm down. Eating dragon blood and flesh, coexisting with dragons. Mr. Wanderer, you have formed a soul pact with the ancient dragon Favna, and the life form of this body will gradually change. Sharon's voice echoed in his mind, but Qigfei, overwhelmed by fear, barely heard those words. He gritted his teeth, gripping Favna's soft face, attempting to vent his inner unease. Klin Shida pulled on his hand while hugging the flailing Favna, causing the dining room to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Jing, peering through the window to watch the commotion, took out a traveler's notebook and recorded the scene. This warm little episode was later adapted by Palace artists into a timeless masterpiece, the hero teasing the evil dragon. Currently available public information: name Charlotte Emily, female, 56 years old, race elf, faction order, Profession Level 5 Mid-Tier Ice Elemental Mage, twin sisters born in the ice-cleansing forest, beloved children of the Ice Elf King. If they were returned to the Elf King court, they would surely gain the friendship of the elves. Specialization Ice Element Affinity 90, Charm 61, Spell Deconstruction 32, Magic Ice, Shield Technique Ice, Crystal Snow Dance Freeze. Don't go. Strength D, Agility C, Magic S, Intelligence B, Luck B, Leadership C, Overall Evaluation B. Note: among the Elf Kings of Rosalind, the Thunder Elf King is the most powerful, followed by the Ice Elf King. The Qilin continent, as a medieval fantasy world, is free from the pollution and clamor of Earth. Especially in the remote Fengtao village, the air is fresh, the environment tranquil, and the scenery delightful. Here Qigfei could wake up naturally and sleep beautifully every day except for today. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. My stomach hurts so much. At this moment he crouched over a portable toilet, clutching his belly, his neck flushed red. This state had persisted for 2 hours. He had been awoken by a violent stomach ache in the early hours of the morning, and there was no doubt it was due to that pot of dragon meat. He anxiously rummaged through the replacement paper rolls in his inventory. Damn, I wonder if the replacement bags are enough. Ooh, I definitely don't want to use the open pit toilet. This portable toilet was brought from reality, as this world had no flush toilets, and people had to manually clean up after using the restroom. In the slums, excrement is basically just dumped onto the streets, making the thoroughfares reek, and often leading to epidemics. In the wealthy districts, specialists come daily to collect waste and transport it to the outskirts for burial. In rural areas like Fengtao village, however, feces are typically stored for use as fertilizer. Every household has a pit, after using it they shovel the waste to the village's larger pit for composting. If you find it troublesome, you can also go directly to the large pit. It's convenient and quick, and you can just pull up your pants and leave afterward. But there's a risk of falling in. Qigfei, not wanting to dig through feces or fall, and thus brought the portable toilet as his first item prepared from earth. There are only 6 bags left. Originally the replacement bags were surely enough, but just 2 days ago Yang Jing had snatched a large portion from him. Miss Yang Jing comes from a privileged background and has never experienced the hardships of rural life, so when this cool beauty first saw the village toilet, her face darkened. She somehow found out that Qigfei had a portable toilet and then gleefully seized it. Qigfei wiped himself, lifted the bag containing his waste, and headed outside the village, intending to find a random place to dispose of it. He had no desire to go near that large pit. He didn't even want to look at it. At that moment the sky was just beginning to turn pale, and even the hardest working villagers were still asleep, but he spotted a familiar face at the village entrance. A stunningly beautiful blonde girl was sneaking around, peering here and there, not knowing what she was up to. Isn't that Kellen Shida? Your Highness, what are you doing? Qigfei asked curiously. Bang. Kellen Shida was startled, and something she was holding dropped to the ground. Qigfei focused and was taken aback. It was a bag of paper rolls identical to the ones in his hand. He suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Jing took so many. It turns out she wasn't the only one using them. But it seems even the saintess has her needs. Pardon me. Qigfei approached with a radiant smile, intending to boost their trust by discussing their shared predicament. Your Highness, are you also? His flirtation abruptly halted. He noticed Kellen Shida biting her red lips, glaring at him with a flushed face, her emerald eyes even glistening. It seemed she was muttering something about the sun always shining and that people should revere her for generations. Prayer. A massive golden fireball quickly coalesced, streaking across Qigfei's cheek at a speed almost too fast for the eye to see, shooting towards the pale dawn. Qigfei's smile froze completely as a few singed hairs fell from his ear and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Kellen Shida shot him a glare filled with embarrassment and anger, picked up the paper bag from the ground, and left without a word. Kellen Zide's trust in you has decreased. Current trust level 60. Trust is like this. It takes great effort to cultivate, yet can be lost in an instant. Why did this happen? Qigfei was dumbfounded. Mr. Wanderer, you deserve to be single for 22 years. Qigfei pondered all morning, but could not understand why his trust level had inexplicably dropped. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and thus the Meihua guard suffered. Run. 50 more laps. Huff huff. Yes. You? Running so slowly, haven't you eaten? Speed up. Yes. I'm very sorry. Huff. Bobo stealthily approached Yang Jing and quietly asked, Madam, what's wrong with Lord Milan today? Meihua Madam is the codename Yang Jing chose for herself, and she demanded that all guards refer to her this way. Without looking up, Yang Jing replied succinctly, Blockhead. Bobo was puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. Blockhead? What does that mean? Qigfei stared grimly at the 10 Meihua guards undergoing physical training. His stern demeanor was not merely an expression of anger. He needed their assistance for the upcoming plan to conquer the Earl's estate. These 10 were carefully selected from all the slaves and villagers, not only possessing physical capabilities, but also solid psychological qualities. They typically serve as ordinary infantry, yet they also undergo special training covertly. No one must see their faces aside from Qigfei and Yang Jing. No one knows who these 10 are, not even Bobo has the authority to know. Their only means of recognizing each other is the little plum blossom embroidered on their left shoulders. After selecting these 10, Qigfei spoke to each of them individually. He used the deceptive words to turn each guard into a steadfast loyalist to himself and Yang Jing. This is a secret force directly controlled by the 2 wanderers, independent of military structure. Naturally, Qigfei did not create this force to rebel. As the tasks progressed and the prince's influence expanded, many things would undoubtedly not be achievable through normal means. And who would handle the dirty work? Naturally, it would be these individuals before him. Qigfei had decided from the beginning to form a dedicated team for such tasks, one that he would not inform Kalanshida about. After all, that gentle princess would never permit such wickedness, yet Qigfei was precisely the type to stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Yang Jing, observing Qigfei's grim expression, transmitted softly, "Is the plan finalized?" Yes, the superficial aspects have already been conveyed to Roland. In a couple of days, Kalanshida will enter the city openly as the princess. That's too dangerous. Risks always exist. What do you want these guards to do? Qigfei's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Have you seen Let the Bullets Fly? Don't speak in riddles, just tell me. Kalanzide's task is to enter the city as the princess and inspect it, bringing warmth to those poor villagers in the slums. Does Hilton have plenty of money? Distribute it to them. Are you suggesting? A look of shock appeared on Yang Jing's cold features. Although she had some understanding of Qigfei's nature, she still didn't expect this plan to be so ruthless. Yes, our Meihua guards will go and retrieve that money. Qigfei's smile turned cold, his tone devoid of warmth, but dressed as Earl's estate guards. Yang Jing swallowed hard in silence. Even she felt a chill run down her spine under Qigfei's current demeanor. If they realized that the so-called hero is actually this kind of person, I wonder what they would think. Qigfei turned to glance at Yang Jing, his expression filled with scorn. The so-called heroes and tyrants have never truly existed. They are merely constructs created by people to satisfy their inner needs. People's admiration for them is in essence a hatred of their own cowardice and helplessness. In fact, upon closer examination, most of them are just like me. The crowd. Yes. In the bustling downtown of Constant City, Qigfei briskly walked down the busy street, pulling at the black hood covering his head. People around him turned their heads looking at him, and the woman beside him with expressions of surprised curiosity and even a hint of lewdness. My Lady Mylan, are you going to register an adventurer team? Katerina asked excitedly. Today she had replaced her heavy knight armor with a more casual outfit. She wore a white inner lining and lightweight leather armor with brown knee-high boots on her feet, and a black belt around her waist from which hung a knight's longsword. This outfit was the most ordinary attire for a female swordsman, initially chosen to help conceal her identity at Qigfei's request. However, Katerina's ample bosom was simply too prominent. While it was well concealed by armor, once she donned this lighter outfit, her tall and proud shape immediately became apparent. This directly led to a significant increase in the number of people turning to look at them. The attempt to conceal their identity was in vain. It would be a miracle if the news didn't spread throughout the city. In such a small town, even a dog giving birth to quadruplets could become news, let alone a strikingly beautiful and alluring female swordsman. Before long, a crowd of single male adventurers would likely rush over to invite Katerina to join their teams. Qigfei cast a worried glance at the female knight and replied, "Yes. I suppose so." To be honest, he didn't want to bring this fierce girl along. The reliable ones were all busy, and the princess who was not busy was angry and hadn't spoken to him for days. Among the few capable fighters left, Fafina and Darren were utterly unreliable, leaving only Katerina. Qigfei sighed helplessly. His combat power was simply too feeble, and without someone to protect him closely, a minor mishap could lead him to meet his parents in the afterlife. Have you thought of a team name? How about Sunshine Rose? Or Light of Redemption? Or to be more direct, how about Savior's Team? Katerina excitedly babbled in Qigfei's ear, causing his brow to twitch. But he couldn't blame her. The Adventurer Guild held special meaning for heroes. According to historical records, the person who founded this largest neutral organization in Qilin was the first hero, Star Savior Mars. The initial purpose of this first hero in establishing the guild was to ensure that after his death, there would still be successors to protect the weak commoners. The guild indeed lived up to expectations, not only inheriting Mars' will, but also growing and thriving. Now the guild categorizes adventurers into a total of 8 levels from E to SSS. Newly registered novice adventurers are classified as E and D levels. If these newcomers do not perish during missions, those who pass the guild's assessment of strength and character can generally be promoted to C level within 5 years and to B level within 10. However, adventurers starting from a level cannot be promoted solely based on strength and character. They must also achieve certain accomplishments. For example, hunting down a powerful monster that threatens the world, or beheading a certain number of demon kin on the front lines, or even saving a city from being destroyed by a demonic army, all by oneself. Only those who possess such accomplishments are qualified to apply for promotion to higher-level adventurers. Although promotion is difficult, there are currently more than 10 S-level adventurers registered with the guild. They come from various races and backgrounds. Some are companions of former heroes, while others are ancient monsters who have survived for centuries. What they have in common is that they all stand at the pinnacle of this world, powerful enough to shake the heavens, and they have all fought bloodily against the demon kin for order. Yet, even so, none among them has been promoted to the final SSS level. To achieve this rank, one must meet a specific requirement: save the world. Indeed, this is a level that only heroes can attain. Throughout history, heroes have had an unwritten tradition of forming their own adventurer teams within the guild, and this hero's team is the only SS-level team in existence. In fact, the rule that a team can have a maximum of 5 members also stems from the tradition that heroes only have for companions. In Katerina's view, Qigfei was about to form his own SS-level team. And since he brought her along, it implied that she certainly had a spot among the 4 members. How could this not excite her? Haha, the prince must not have expected that I would become the hero's companion first. Once I become an S-level powerhouse, I will challenge my master and take Durandal. This foolish girl was already thinking about how to betray her teacher, and if Roland found out, she would probably be scolded on the spot. The two arrived in front of a building with a peculiar shield sign. Shining star sword and shield. The building bearing this unique emblem was none other than the Adventurer Guild. These oddly styled sword and shield were the arms of the star savior Mars. Qigfei was of course not here to form a team, he was here to deal with a potential threat. Previously, Count Constant had been terrified after receiving Qigfei's warning, nearly hiring all the adventurers in the city as his guards. While this reduced the prince's search efforts, it caused significant trouble for the current siege plan. Hundreds of adventurers with various specialties could easily surround the Count's mansion. Qigfei's purpose for coming was to persuade the guild to withdraw these adventurers. The guild acts as a manager for adventurers, able to directly assign tasks to suitable adventurers and can also rescind ongoing missions. I wonder what kind of person the guild leader here is. What expression will they have upon seeing my Lady Mylan? I wonder if the guild leader recognizes me as the fake Mylan. With various thoughts, the two entered the guild building. The guild leader of Constant City, Robert, had recently developed a severe anxiety disorder. The specific symptoms manifested as fits of rage, cursing someone one moment, trembling in fear, and murmuring to himself the next, and then laughing maniacally and rambling, causing the guild staff to avoid him. Recently, some had even considered seeking out a priest from the church, suspecting that the guild leader was possessed by something evil. Robert had originally been an extraordinary middle-aged man with a cultured, wise, and weathered face adorned with beautiful silver hair admired by the receptionists. However, now he had deep-set eyes, a waxy complexion, and would occasionally pull out tufts of his silver hair in agitation, leaving large patches of baldness on his forehead, looking like a dying old man with none of his former grace. Nevertheless, this current appearance suited his actual role better. Archbishop of the undead cult Robert Daniel. Robert did not understand why he had pulled out all his hair and still could not comprehend the situation. Why were there no people at the Hoover Trading Company? He distinctly remembered that there were hundreds of slaves and dozens of mercenaries underground, so why had the soul-collecting array only captured 3 souls that night? 2 of which were horses. Not enough. Not enough. It's simply not enough. He suddenly roared, flipping over his desk in a fit of hysteria, kicking and trampling the overturned table. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You all deserve to die. Woo. Woo. While kicking, he suddenly held his head and began to cry. How could this happen? The altar I painstakingly set up only captured 1 human soul. How am I supposed to account for this to the Lord, Robert? How will you make amends to the Lord? The Death God altar of the Hoover Trading Company was built with immense effort by the undead cult. That altar could only be seen by their followers, and ordered beings could neither see it nor sense it. The cultists used this characteristic to avoid the Sun Chich's searches. As a soulless population trafficking organization, the Hoover Trading Company had a densely populated underground where slaves died, imprisoned every day. Their souls would be automatically absorbed by the altar, while their corpses would be secretly collected by the cultists to make living corpses. It could be said that the Hoover Trading Company was the most suitable place in Constant City for the Death God altar. However, a recent unexpected appearance of Mylan had led the cult to completely lose those 2 ice spirit girls. They were a crucial part of the plan, and logically the cult should have gone to any lengths to retrieve them. Yet the problem was that even at any cost they couldn't get them back. There was simply no opportunity whatsoever. The opponent was Mylan. Even if the top few death servants from headquarters came out, they might not gain any advantage, let alone him, a small bishop from a remote area. To compensate for the loss of the spirit girls' souls, the cult had to use the full power of the altar to activate the soul-collecting array to extract the souls of all beings in the Hoover Trading Company. To this end, they would completely lose this secret hideout and bear the risk of being detected by the Sun Church at any moment. Yet for such a great cost, they only gained a dead fat man of 11 and 2 broken horse souls. The altar, which had cost nearly half of the funds of the undead cult's Moan branch to establish, had actually only yielded 3 worthless souls. How could Robert bear this? Why was there no one? Why was there no one at all? Aya! Just then the sound of urgent and chaotic knocking came from the office door. Bang, bang, bang. Huff, wait a moment. He took a moment to calm himself and replied in a low voice. The room was in disarray. He planned to tidy up before opening the door. His recent behavior had been too erratic, attracting the Church's attention. He couldn't let this continue. However, the person outside apparently couldn't wait and burst through the door. Robert was immediately filled with anger, scolding, "Sandy, what are you doing?" The receptionist, named Sandy, looking pale, trembled so much that she could hardly speak. The guild leader outside. "Someone wants to see you." Robert's expression darkened. The people from the Sun Church had come. If it doesn't matter, they probably won't find anything. All right, I understand. Let the church folks wait in the hall first. I'll tidy up the room. No, it's not the church. Not the church. Who could it be? Robert glanced at the panicked receptionist, feeling somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Why was she so frightened? He picked up a cup of hot water from the coffee table and handed it to Sandy, saying, "Don't worry, take your time to explain. It's Mylan." Bang, the teacup fell and warm tea splashed everywhere. Robert's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Indeed, the visitor was more terrifying than a ghost. "Are you certain? Did you truly see him clearly? And yes, absolutely. He summoned me specifically to the inner chamber before removing his hood. Black hair, black eyes. There is no mistake. Robert felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His head bowed low, his face drained of all color. And I'm a fool. I'm utterly foolish. So that's it, he's arrived. How could I have forgotten him entirely? That instant clarity struck Robert like a bolt of enlightenment. Every prior doubt dissolved, every loose thread now woven into perfect coherence. He had long suspected that this sudden enigmatic figure, Mylan, had come expressly for the cult, using Lord Constant merely as a stepping stone to trace deeper connections. Mylan had first identified the slave traders through the auction house, and from them uncovered the hidden shrine of the Grim Reaper concealed within Hoover Trading Company. Though Robert could not fathom how Mylan had sensed the shrine's presence, the sheer number of miracles surrounding him defied rational explanation. Their very existence was supernatural, rendering any feat they accomplished unsurprising. The sudden total evacuation of Hoover Trading Company, undoubtedly his doing. He saw through the cult's entire scheme from beginning to end. I've been dancing on his palm this whole time. Robert had clung to a sliver of hope. His public identity granted unparalleled cover for infiltration. After all, who would suspect the guild master of adventurers to be a heretic? Thus, even knowing Mylan lurked nearby, he dared activate the soul-grasping array, recklessly, yet with cold confidence. His methods were immaculate. He trusted himself to withstand any scrutiny. Indeed, the Sun God Church's inquisitors had never once laid hands on tangible evidence against him. Over the past 2 days, Robert had withdrawn every cultist from the city and incinerated all incriminating records, pushing Mylan's perceived threat to its absolute zenith. Yet even so, he had underestimated. Only days had passed, and Mylan had already appeared at his threshold. Robert staggered upright, his voice hoarse as he instructed the receptionist, and, "Sandy, please ask him. Ask Mr. Mylan to wait a moment. I need to prepare, just a moment longer." Understood, and Sandy hurried away. And Robert steadied his breath, fingertips brushing the rust-flecked iron ring upon his left ring finger, then glancing toward the cloth-wrapped rod resting silently in the corner. Within that iron band slumbered dozens of ravenous, vengeful spirits. The rod, both arcane staff and blunt instrument, was his oldest companion from his days traversing the continent. Before joining the necrotic cult, Robert had been an elite or rank adventurer, a mage warrior by vocation. And though the odds were vanishingly slim, he resolved to gamble everything. To risk it all might yet grant him escape, but to submit quietly before Mylan would seal his doom beyond redemption. "You, NMR. Mylan, you came up yourself." At the doorway, Sandy had just stepped out, only to recoil slowly back inside, her voice trembling with astonishment and alarm. "The guildmaster bears immense responsibilities. I apologize for my unannounced arrival. It was rather abrupt of me." And Siegfried entered the office with an air of cultivated charm and easy grace. Behind him stood Katerina, her expression stern, hand resting on her sword hilt, radiating the formidable aura of a true hero's comrade. His gaze swept across the disordered office, the overturned chairs, the spilled teacup, the damp stains spreading across the floor, and he offered an awkward, apologetic shrug. "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." And Robert's skin prickled. He nearly crushed the ring to unleash the spirits. And damn it, these uncouth brutes. How is it that Mylan attracts only such riffraff? And Siegfried's composure flickered. He'd intended to wait politely in the antechamber. But then he recalled the Mylan household's infamous reputation. Arrogant, unrestrained, utterly indifferent to decorum or convention. And to stand apart too starkly might arouse suspicion. So he'd barged in boldly, disregarding propriety, only to realize the moment he crossed the threshold that the room held unmistakable tension. To ease his own discomfort, he feigned casual observation, his eyes lingering a beat too long on the rod-shaped object tucked in the corner. That meaningless glance froze Robert's blood. He released the ring, abandoning resistance, as futile. There was no point. At less than 10 paces, any sudden movement would see him slain before the ring shattered. Even if he succeeded, he'd gain no more than a single second of life. Robert forced a smile, wretched, ghastly, as he stammered in, "No, not at all. We are the ones embarrassed, Lord Mylan. Please be seated. I'll have Sandy brew fresh tea at once." Watching the guildmaster's expression, more harrowed than a man mourning his own mother, Siegfried muttered inwardly, "And does it really warrant this much dread? I merely walked in. Why does he look as though death itself has claimed him? I won't devour him, and no tea, thank you. I've come seeking your assistance, guildmaster." Assistance? And Robert's heart lurched again. This was not unfolding as he'd imagined. Mylan showed no sign of exposing his true allegiance. Yet that uncertainty unsettled him more deeply still. He could not fathom Mylan's intent. "And it would be our highest honor to serve you, Lord Mylan. What may we do for you?" Siegfried stroked his chin, weighing his words carefully in. "You appear to be providing protection for Lord Constant." In clatter, the freshly poured tea crashed to the floor, and Sandy recoiled in panic. She knew Constant well, tyrant, rapist, oppressor, whose crimes stained the city like rot. And yet the Adventurers Guild, the People's Shield, guarded him. This was why Mylan had come, to restore justice, to cleanse corruption. That truth had haunted Sandy since the moment she entered. She'd handled every contract, dispatching guards to Constant's estate, making her the first target should Mylan investigate. Robert shot her a venomous glare, waving her off before offering a bitter, hollow laugh. "Yes, As you know, the kingdom is embroiled in civil war. Economic hardship grips us all. Many adventurers go weeks without work. Even the guild's operations teeter on collapse. Hence our acceptance of Lord Constance's exceptionally generous commission. Lord Mylan, our political neutrality is absolute. I assure you our adventurers provide only protection, nothing more. Siegfried arched a brow, amusement dancing in his eyes, and oh, protection. From what precisely? And well, I confess I'm uncertain. Likely petty thieves perhaps. You may not know. Lately the city has grown quite. And from me, and the tone dropped like a blade. Robert felt his pulse stutter to a halt. No, absolutely not. And you seem remarkably well informed. And Robert flinched, realizing too late that his reaction betrayed his ties to Constant. Had he known nothing, his response would have been confusion, not terror. And Mylan wasn't probing. He was playing with him. Guildmaster, I shall pretend I never saw your connection to Constant, and forgive whatever transgressions you've committed. Siegfried crossed one leg over the other, leaning back into the sofa before continuing, voice soft, but edged with lethal finality, and, however, starting tomorrow, I wish to see no adventurer within sight of Constant's estate. Otherwise, and he left the sentence unfinished, merely narrowing his eyes, cold black and brimming with killing intent, so palpable that even Katerina instinctively drew back. Robert's undergarments were drenched in sweat. Since Mylan's entrance, his flesh had not ceased crawling with gooseflesh. In this world, the living must exude vitality, the dead decay. All things that exist emit their own unique qi. Ordinary folk may remain oblivious, but as a necromancer, Robert perceived qi flowing through every grain of dust, every breath of wind, every silent stone. Yet this man, black-haired, black-eyed, radiated no qi whatsoever. He stood there as though erased from existence itself. In all his years, Robert had never encountered anything so profoundly unnatural. Was he even human? Cold sweat traced paths down his temples as he nodded frantically in. I understand completely. I'll rescind every assignment immediately. Rest assured, the guild will suffer no loss. A far more substantial commission awaits you soon. Prepare your adventurers accordingly. Satisfied with the negotiations' progress, or at least what he considered negotiation, Siegfried rose to depart. But the sudden motion sent Robert's nerves into violent revolt. His body launched upward from the sofa, like a spring slamming headfirst into the ceiling. Thud! Knee's skull met plaster with a muffled, sickening crunch. And Katerina's cheeks puffed, her delicate features twisting as she fought desperately, not to laugh, but to maintain her role as the stoic swordswoman. Siegfried's lips twitched. He stared dumbfounded at Robert, suspended upside down in the ceiling, then sighed inwardly, utterly speechless. He finally grasped the truth. The Mylans were no ordinary heroes. And though born of the heroic bloodline, those who met Mylan for the first time did not respond with admiration or awe. They responded with terror, deep primal bone-deep fear. Katerina had trembled. The auctioneers had quailed. Now the guildmaster hung from the ceiling like a startled bat. Perhaps their guilt made them skittish, but even so this was absurd. They treated Mylan not as a hero but as a force of nature, like plague, wildfire, or flood. Siegfried's curiosity burned hotter than ever. Who truly were the Mylans? And I'll consult the Traveler's Compendium later. Publicly available intelligence, in-house Mylan. Also known as the heroic bloodline. Not because every Mylan inevitably becomes a hero, but because their probability of attaining that title far exceeds all others. Of the 258 heroes recorded since the first hero's emergence, nearly half bore the name Mylan, rendering the surname itself synonymous with heroic destiny. They require no divine blessing, no sacred ritual. From birth, they manifest multiple, sometimes dozens, of divine miracles, each harmoniously coexisting across disparate domains, an impossibility that itself constitutes a miracle. Each Mylan is a darling of the world. Even those who never ascend to heroic rank effortlessly rise as continental titans, shaping history with mere presence. Note their intellects tend toward eccentricity. Many are outright eccentrics. And note too, as the price of overwhelming power, each Mylan may bear only one child. No second conception is possible regardless of effort. This biological constraint effectively curbs their proliferation, preserving balance in a world already strained by their extraordinary nature. After dismissing the black-haired harbinger of misfortune, Robert collapsed helplessly onto the floor, hunched hollow-eyed and gaunt as if aged a decade in a single breath. Events had inexorably spiraled toward catastrophe. That melon seemed to see through his schemes with uncanny clarity, each move striking precisely where he was most vulnerable. First, she abducted the Elven twins, then she emptied the Hoover Trading Company's vaults. Now, she had marched straight into the Adventurers Guild and seized command over all adventurers, wresting authority from his very hands. Until recently, Robert could cloak the cult of the Undying's operations as official guild commissions, dispatching adventurers as unwitting agents while he manipulated the grand design from the shadows. But now the king of adventurers had appeared, and before a true hero, a mere guild master was less than dust. Should Melon so much as raise a finger, not only would every adventurer in Constant rush to his banner, but likely the entire realm of Moan would answer his call. Ha! Robert suddenly erupted into wild, guttural laughter, bending forward and backward, tears and snot streaming down his face. He rolled across the floor like a madman, letting cold tea soak his silver hair and shattered porcelain pierce his back, trifles compared to the agony consuming him from within. A mountain built to 9 run, yet toppled by the final basket. Water drawn in a bamboo basket, vanished before it reached the well. It is always you, always you. Why must such people exist? Arg. Over a decade ago, a melon hailed as the strongest hero in history, the most brilliant of all time, had unleashed a cataclysm upon every hidden power on the Chilan continent. Countless ancient sects were exposed beneath his eagle, i.e. countless orders crumbled beneath the edge of his holy blade. At its zenith, even the cult of the Undying proved no more than an ant straining against a mountain, shattered in a single clash with all 27 Death Sentinels slain and its core forces nearly annihilated. The surviving cultists labored in despair until divine revelation granted them an altar, a sacred construct capable of evading the eagle-eye scrutiny, preserving the last ember of their faith. Today the cult commands but a fraction of its former strength, yet another melon has already emerged. This one wields no overwhelming might, yet possesses an insight so profound that even his predecessor paled beside it. Robert could not fathom why Siegfried spared him, or what purpose Melon intended for him. One truth, however, burned with absolute clarity: if this continued, the cult of the Undying would be erased forever. Blood soaked through his back, staining the puddles beneath him crimson. He writhed like a monstrous thing drowning in its own gore, knowing death was certain, yet still lashing out in futile feral defiance. Twisted black mist seeped from his pores, jagged white bones burst through flesh glistening wetly in the air. A voice cold and inhuman rasped from his throat: "Will not abandon the plan, continue execution." Dawn broke the next day. A covert unit, black-clad, black-veiled, bearing plum blossoms upon their shoulders, slipped silently into Constant City. 10 operatives strong, they bore weapons of extraordinary refinement. Their nocturnal cloaks had been blessed with wind magic, rendering wearers weightless as thistledown. Their arsenal included enchanted longswords, spell scrolls, crossbows, sleeve daggers, shurikens, soporific darts, and toxic gas grenades, alongside medical kits, signal flares, disguise kits, and vast reserves of gold and silver. Such an armory could never be borne by one man, unless he possessed a traveler's manual. Indeed, Siegfried had torn 10 blank pages from his own manual, each front inscribed with an inventory grid, each reverse mapped with a radar schematic. Through binding contracts, he temporarily lent these abridged manuals to the 10 inner guards. The inner guards stood stunned at first glimpse of the manual's powers, but quickly accepted it as inevitable. After all, this was the ancient House of Melon. Possessing wonders beyond mortal reckoning was only fitting. Then a seismic rumor spread like wildfire, within days echoing through every alley and tavern of Constant City. Princess Clinchide, the first princess of the kingdom of Moan, heir apparent to the throne, holy maiden of the solar deity church, and the kingdom's most treasured jewel, had vanished during a coup 6 months prior. Now she would arrive in Constant City. Hey, you heard? The princess is coming to our city. Of course I heard. Everyone's talking about it. Even the dogs on the street know by now. I wonder what she looks like. Is she truly beautiful? What kind of question is that? She's famed as one of the 4 treasures of the realm precisely because of her peerless beauty. Of course she is exquisite. Oh, I absolutely must go see her. When does she arrive? This evening, they say. Really? Is that true? Mom, you're not pulling my leg, are you? You fool. Would your own mother lie to you? Even the adventurers in the main hall are buzzing about it. Whoa, we'd better prepare right away. With a sharp slap, the innkeeper smacked her son's head and snapped, "Prepare for what? Do you think a royal princess would ever deign to stay in our rowdy, clamorous tavern?" Well, Starplum Mist does love staying here. The innkeeper's eyes flared. She seized her son's ear and roared, "So you still pine after my little May?" A low growl escaped her lips. Ow, ow, Mom, it's me, your son. Meanwhile at No. 1, Golden Ear Street, the Earl's Manor, Constant sat haggard, an unshaven, bloodshot eyes sunken deep, his waist visibly narrowed. Since receiving Melon's message, he had lived in perpetual dread, amassing every loyal force he possessed to garrison the manor. Yet none of it brought even a sliver of inner peace. Death was never the greatest terror, waiting for death was. Constant had long delighted in falconry. His trained hawks excelled in noble hunting tournaments each year. Now at last he understood the hawk's torment. Melon was training him. Constant feared not exposure of his slave trade patronage. Slavery itself was an ancient sanctioned institution. In truth, when slavery was outlawed, the kingdom's economy suffered gravely. After Queen Rose's death, the crown deliberately turned a blind eye to its resurgence. Given Constant's rank, even public exposure would warrant little more than a fine and a formal apology. Melon could not lawfully execute a sovereign vassal over such matters. But his crime ran far deeper: collusion with a heretical cult and worship of an alien god. That was treason of the highest order. A capital offense punishable by burning at the stake, one for which Melon could slaughter Constant's entire bloodline without consequence. My lord, rumors swirl that Princess Clinchide will arrive tonight. Shall we make preparations? The elderly steward watched Constant with quiet concern. His master's demeanor had grown increasingly erratic. Every servant sensed it. Repeated inquiries had been met only with furious dismissal. If even the steward, who had raised Constant since childhood, dared not press further, the rest of the staff remained utterly silent. I know. Enough noise. Go arrange it yourself. Yet, your grace, to neglect greeting the princess would breach protocol grievously. Court ministers would surely seize the chance to impeach you. Constant's black soil had long been coveted. Royal factions schemed endlessly to reclaim it. Then announce I am bettered in and unfit to receive guests. But can you not let me have a moment's peace? The steward opened his mouth, then closed it, exhaling only a weary sigh. Again, his master refused to confide in him. Then I shall withdraw. Should you require anything, please call me at once. The steward bowed and departed. Constant did not glance up, not once. Waiting outside, the valet rushed forward. What did his grace say? Before the steward answered, the valet already knew. The steward's troubled expression spoke volumes. With a resigned sigh, he asked faintly, what exactly is troubling his grace? The steward fell silent. To the servants, the earl seemed merely anxious. But the steward, who had watched him grow from boy to baron, recognized the truth. This was not anxiety. It was terror. He simply could not comprehend what force, what entity, could reduce a sovereign lord, a direct vassal of the royal house, to such abject fear. Inside the chamber, Constance sat with trembling fingers interlaced, his gaze darting again and again to a strangely shaped mirror, desperate for it to ignite with light. Constant knew full well the princess's arrival demanded his personal reception. As a royal vassal, he would greet even a palace envoy in person. As a consummate frontier lord, he would normally mobilize the entire city in jubilant welcome, deploy heavy troops to seal off the slums, ensuring no filthy peasant dared intrude upon Her Highness's path. He would spend nights with the steward crafting the perfect itinerary, ensuring the princess beheld only the city's most resplendent vistas. He would prepare exquisite local delicacies as farewell gifts. Then the moment she departed, secretly relay her route to the two princes, allowing those eager elder brothers to reclaim their beloved sister. Thus he would fulfill his feudal duty flawlessly, while currying favor with both princes. Whichever ascended the throne, the Constant lineage would be remembered as loyal, indispensable, and wise. That was how he ruled, or rather how every Constant earl had ruled for centuries, deftly balancing between crown and nobility, dancing gracefully upon the razor's edge of fragile equilibrium. Yet he forgot such delicate balance collapses at the lightest touch. Melon, Melon, Melon. That name hung above him like a steel blade, certain to fall, yet impossible to predict when or how to evade. Greet her? Huh. Constant dared not even step beyond his own door. How could he possibly stand before her? Why has the high priest not contacted me yet? Just then Golden Ear Street erupted into chaos. She's here. The princess is here. Saddle the carriage. Hurry. Wait for me. Wait for me. Hey, ride your own horse. The commotion swelled into clamor. Hooves thundered, wheels rattled, voices surged, flooding the earl's manor like a tide. Once serene and stately Golden Ear Street now echoed like a fish market. Unbidden, Constant turned toward the window, where a luminous full moon hung low, casting silvery mist across the sky. Tonight was the night of the full moon. Siegfried stood cloaked in black atop the city wall, gazing down upon the teeming masses choking the gate. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Two torch-bearing guards spotted the intruder and drew swords ready to strike him down on the spot. Behind them, two black figures, bearing plum blossoms, flashed into view. In perfect synchrony, each clamped a hand over a guard's mouth, while a sleeve dagger snapped forth from the wrist and slashed downward. A flash of cold steel. Irk, MMPH. Shock contorted their faces. Their choked gasps drowned effortlessly beneath the city's roaring din. The inner guards dropped the corpses and knelt before the black-robed figureheads, bowed. Director, section cleared. Siegfried did not turn. He merely waved a dismissive hand. Instantly, the two figures dissolved into shadow. Director indeed. Yen Jing stepped calmly from Siegfried's own shadow, muttering under her breath. Better than your plum blossom, lady, Siegfried retorted without missing a beat. He tilted his head toward the sky, marveling at the impossibly large moon. Tisich. This world's moon isn't half bad, though still no match for Earth's. Say, don't you think, humph? Here. Yen Jing pressed a round amber-brown disc into his mouth, cutting off his rambling. Siegfried pulled it free, astonished. You brought mooncakes. Earth's mid-autumn festival falls in 2 days, Yen Jing replied, glancing askance. Right? I'm off for 3 days this week. Eat up. Tonight will be long. Thanks. To celebrate mid-autumn in a foreign world lifted Siegfried's spirits markedly. He took a hearty bite. Ugh, what is this? Leekendegg mooncake. Not tasty. Yen Jing blinked, genuinely puzzled. Her favorite variety. Siegfried's mouth flooded with the bizarre taste, his expression frozen in perfect mimicry of the infamous elderly man on Subway with phone meme. I thought 5-nut mooncakes were unbeatable. Turns out there is something worse. Yet he kept chewing, bite after deliberate bite. Who truly eats mooncakes for flavor? It is the sentiment, the memory, that sustains us. We'll visit Disneyland this Sunday. Want to come along? Beneath the dreamlike moonlight, Siegfried spoke softly, evenly. Once this mission ended and he returned home, he would take his younger sister and her friends to the park. He'd been hoping for just such a companion of her age. Yen Jing paused, then murmured, and with that her silhouette melted into the night. Siegfried hastily swallowed the last morsel, wiping his lips. The pure moonlight spilled down, illuminating Constance's ramparts, revealing wherever it fell the sprawled corpses of guards. Each bore a single precise slash across the throat, blood welling forth, merging into a crimson river. Not a living soul remained upon the wall. On the night of the full moon, mid-autumn, when mortals feast and give thanks, death walks freely. Siegfried's face flickered in shifting light and shadow as he gazed upon the surging crowd below, his lips curling into a smile both chilling and serene. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Currently public intelligence. Full moon night. The Qilong continent experiences one full moon each month. Under its light, vampiric and lupin races gain terrifying power. Thus in Qilong, the full moon inspires neither joy nor reverence, but dread. Kalala. The half-open city gate was slowly pushed open to its fullest extent. The wide-open gate was a courtesy extended by the Mon nobility to welcome guests. Under normal circumstances, the city gate of the Lord's castle would only be opened halfway, allowing for a swift closure in the event of a sudden enemy attack. When distinguished guests arrive, the gate would open 2/3 of the way, a privilege generally reserved for the Lord's close friends or nobles of higher status. The gate is fully opened only in 2 scenarios: when the Mon royal family arrives or when a hero enters the city publicly. In both cases, the local lord must receive them in grand attire without any hint of negligence. "Ah, they're here. Should keep it down, I'm not blind." "Wow, how impressive." "Hiss, the royal soldiers are truly different from our city guards. Oh, look at that formation, look at that equipment." TSK. By the way, why hasn't the carriage of the Earl arrived yet? Amidst the curious gazes and discussions of the crowd, a luxurious and elegant carriage slowly entered, surrounded by over 100 fully armed soldiers. The magnificent carriage was adorned with a golden lion wearing a crown and holding a giant sword. This was the emblem of the Mon royal family, also the military flag of the kingdom's founding Emperor King Ludwig during his conquests against the demon race. Inside the carriage, Qin Shido was dressed in a magnificent red court gown, her face adorned with light makeup, and her golden hair styled up, revealing her delicate pink ears and snowy white neck. Just as Roderick personified the Prince Charming, Qin Shido could be said to embody Snow White at this moment. She listened nervously to the sounds outside the window. She hadn't worn something so formal in over half a year. During this time, she felt more like an ordinary girl than a princess. Free from the complexities of royal etiquette, she had cast aside the responsibilities of a princess and left all troublesome matters to Roland and Qigfei, exploring this unknown world like a child. Having witnessed countless hardships and faced the reality of the kingdom, she also saw truly beautiful things. The brief half-month spent in Wind Peach Village was Qin Shido's happiest memory since her mother's passing. For the first time, she felt a palpable urge to protect something. What was it she wanted to protect? The simple and warm smiles of the villagers, or the joy of those 5 children, or perhaps the carefree daily life with Mr. Qigfei and the others. Qin Shido couldn't quite pinpoint it, but she knew very clearly that once this carriage door was opened, she would never be able to return to such times. To protect is to lose. With a click, the carriage door slowly opened and the thunderous cheers filled the carriage. Even so, the little princess felt it was time for her to grow up. This. Oh my. Oh no. It's a feeling of excitement. A treasure. Indeed a treasure. Long live the princess. Long live the saintess. After Qin Shido stepped out of the carriage, the noisy crowd momentarily fell silent. Then came the roaring cheers like a tidal wave. In fact, the influence of the Mon royal family had long since diminished, and Qin Shido's high popularity was due not only to her stunning beauty, but also because she was the saintess of the Sun God Church, one of the candidates for the next pope. On the nearby main road, 3 pure white carriages engraved with the sun emblem were parked, and the commoners who were there were driven away by white-clad clergy. From above, it looked like 3 square white holes had opened on a black canvas, indeed giving a sense of a divine realm. 3 elderly men, wearing white high crowns, stepped down from the carriages. One of them had a chest-length beard and wore an embroidered white robe, while the other 2 donned red clerical robes, bowing to Qin Shido standing on the carriage. Cardinal Anthony of the Church, stationed in the Earl of Constance's territory, Cardinal Field, Cardinal Doris, welcomed the arrival of the saintess. The surrounding clergy knelt in unison, loudly proclaiming, "We welcome the arrival of the saintess." The high-ranking clergy of the 3 cities under the Earl of Constance were all gathered at this moment. In front of the royal carriage, Roland, riding a nightmare and carrying Durandal, couldn't help but frown. This bunch of zealots. Earlier during their escape, Qin Shido had sought help from the church more than once, but was turned away for various reasons. Roland suspected that the second prince had offered the church some irresistible benefit, causing the Sun God Church to abandon their own solar saintess. Pretending to be deaf and mute before now they come out to offer their flattery, Katerina coldly mocked. Although Qin Shido was the saintess of the church, those around her held no goodwill toward it. The reason for this could be traced back to Qin Shido's mother, the Rose Queen, who despised 2 things in her life: slave traders and the church. Qin Shido showed no unusual reaction. With a radiant smile, she greeted the enthusiastic crowd while being supported by her attendants as she stepped down from the carriage. After responding to the crowd from all directions, she turned her gaze to the clergy, who had been kneeling for quite some time. "Everyone please rise." "Thank you, saintess." Only then did the 3 bishops straighten up, their expressions devoid of any displeasure, as if they hadn't just been ignored. "Your Highness, the Holy Communion is ready. You may proceed to the Lord's Church at any time," Cardinal Anthony said respectfully, drawing a sun emblem on his chest. However, Qin Shido did not respond, merely looking around with a puzzled expression. Roland stepped forward at the right moment, his expression cold and stern, saying, "Where is Constance?" "The princess arrives, but does not come out to greet her. What does this mean?" Cardinal Anthony's white beard trembled. As a cardinal, he possessed strength comparable to an A-class adventurer. Yet Roland still exerted a pressure on him akin to a mountain. This feeling was even enough to rival that of the Church's several saints. The strongest golden knight in history. He instinctively lowered his head and replied, Your Highness the Earl of Constant is unwell and cannot. He's here. The Earl of Constant has arrived. A distant sound of hurried hooves echoed. The old steward leaned out of the carriage, anxiously shouting. As soon as he dismounted, he prostrated on the ground, trembling, as he said, "The Earl's arrival is delayed. Please forgive the Saintess, Your Highness." "Where is Constant?" "He sent only a single servant to welcome me." Roland's tone was icy, his fighting spirit radiating like a tsunami. "No problem, he was responsible for putting on a stern face this time." The old steward's forehead was dripping with sweat as he hurriedly explained, "It is not that the Earl intended it. He has indeed been unwell recently and is unable to come out. Please forgive him, Your Highness." Katerina's lips twitched, slightly struggling to maintain her composure. Haha, that fool of an Earl was scared sick by Lord Melon. He really has no guts. This foolish girl had already forgotten that she had seen Qigfei's performance was not much better. Clinchita gently helped the old steward up, leaving him utterly shocked, trembling even more. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp. The princess of a nation, the saintess of the church, personally helping an old steward. "It's all right, you being unwell is beyond one's control." "Katerina." "Yes. Please do me a favor and check on Earl Constant." Clinchita instructed in a neutral tone. "Of course." She then turned to the red-clad Cardinal Field and asked, "Mr. Field, could you please guide my knight?" Cardinal Field was taken aback. He never expected the topic would be directed towards him. "Your Highness, I and Cardinal Anthony. With you around, you can also use divine arts to treat Earl Constant. Oh, I am counting on you." Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline Clinchita's words left him speechless. Field's brow twitched, as refusing after the Saintess had said so would be a great disrespect. He was quite certain that the fierce-looking bearded knight was likely looking for an excuse to strike. Cardinal Anthony's eyes narrowed and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. This Saintess was utterly different from the rumors. Just upon meeting her, she had forcibly taken a cardinal from his hands. Moreover, it was that Field who had repeatedly offered assistance to the Saintess. Among the candidates for Pope, Field was known to be a staunch supporter of the Saintess. Is it a coincidence? No. Her words were very definite. Has she grown during the 6 months of fleeing? Or is someone else manipulating everything behind the scenes? For some reason, Anthony felt as if a pair of cold eyes were watching him from here, a chilling sense of dread that felt all too familiar. It was a strange feeling of being toyed with by someone. Half a year ago, during the Divine Council, a man had made him experience the same sensation. Prince Roderick. But he shouldn't be here. Although it's a bit late, I would still trouble the two gentlemen to show this little girl around the city. I have always been quite interested in Constant City, known as the City of Wheat Fragrance. Her sweet voice interrupted Anthony's thoughts, and he realized that the Saintess was looking at him with a half-smile. He quickly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "As you wish." A grand procession began, consisting of over 100 people embarking on a peculiar night tour. Each person coming to welcome her felt a strange sensation, yet they couldn't pinpoint where it originated. Sitting back in the carriage, Clinchita could no longer help but clench her fists and lightly swing them in front of her chest. She was very satisfied with her performance just now. This time Qigfei had tasked her with attracting the attention of both the church and the Earl's residence, as well as finding a way to drive away that red-clad Cardinal Field. These were the two most challenging parts of the plan, and only she could accomplish them. I wonder what Qigfei is looking for that red-clad cardinal. Although Clinchita was curious about this matter, she did not ask, as she was still sulking over that morning's incident. Normally, shouldn't she pretend not to see such things? Why did that man come over so casually to greet her? Wasn't he just deliberately trying to embarrass her? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed and angry she became, and her fondness for Qigfei rapidly declined. Clinchita's trust in you has decreased. Current trust level 58. What? Qigfei was startled, and the expression on his face almost collapsed. My little ancestor, what's wrong with you now? He felt incredibly unlucky, even getting caught in the crossfire while lying down. But fortunately, at least tonight, someone was definitely worse off than he was. Qigfei turned around, his smile chilling as he looked at the red-clad cardinal, who had already lost all color in his face. You agree, don't you, Mr. Field? Before a weathered wooden hut in the slums, Wayna dragged her weary body home. Her expression was pained as she hesitated for a long time at the threshold before forcing a faint, passable smile and stepping inside. Mommy, you're back. 5-year-old Pete, his cheeks still plump with childish softness, dropped his chores the moment he spotted his mother and bounded over, beaming. Pete, were you a good boy today? Did you trouble Daddy? Wayna lifted her beloved son into her arms and felt with a pang how markedly lighter he had grown. Grief flickered across her face, impossible to suppress. I washed Daddy's clothes, swept the trash, and even mopped the floor. Wow, Pete is truly remarkable. You've worked so hard. Mommy's the one who worked hard today. Wayna's breath caught. Gazing at her son's radiant smile, she found herself utterly unable to utter the truth. Today, once again, she had secured no employment. Cough, cough. Wayna, is that you? A man's voice drifted from the inner chamber, weak, strained, punctuated by ragged coughs. Pete, sweetheart, take these to the kitchen for Mommy. I'll go check on Daddy. She handed him several dark loaves of bread and walked toward the inner room. Inside lay a man with sun-bronzed skin, sharp-edged features, and sinewy forearms, evidence of an once virile, striking presence. Yet all that strength had now been erased by pallor and frailty. Upon seeing Wayna, the man struggled upright and offered a faint smile. I knew it was you the moment I heard your voice. Cough, cough, cough. Weina rushed to the bedside and steadied her husband. Lie down. You're far too ill to force yourself. Cough, cough. Sorry, I just undergone treatment today and thought I felt stronger. Weina froze. What? The divine rites still failed. Her husband shook his head bitterly, then fell silent for a long moment before murmuring, and you? Did you find anything? Weina mirrored his expression, silent, sorrowful, and slowly shook her head. He sighed helplessly and gave a self-mocking laugh. Heh, I've brought only ruin upon you both. His name was Pitri. His father and grandfather had been Kostan City's most renowned blacksmiths. He inherited their masterful craft and their forge. Adventurers seeking custom weapons would line up outside his shop each month, stretching all the way to the city gates. Pitri's skill earned him wide acclaim. Introduced through friends, he met the beautiful and radiant Weina, and they swiftly fell in love, welcoming a son whom they named Pitri as well. Neighbors affectionately called them Old Pitri and Little Pitri. They purchased a 2-story house in the residential district, a life rich in warmth and contentment, until one day Pitri fell ill without warning. At first only a mild cough, but soon the disease worsened relentlessly, fever, bloody coughs, a slow, inexorable draining of vitality, until he could no longer lift a hammer. To treat him, they spent every coin they owned summoning Sun Church clerics repeatedly to administer divine rites. Each time symptoms eased briefly, only to surge back with cruel swiftness. The church's fees were exorbitant. To pay them, the couple sold every piece of gear in the shop, then their house in the residential district, and finally, even their ancestral forge. They moved destitute into the slums. To sustain the family and afford further treatments, Weina searched tirelessly for work, rising before dawn, returning after dusk. Yet with the kingdom in turmoil and the economy in freefall, jobs were scarce beyond hope. Then one day a servant from a count's estate appeared at their door. The count, having long heard of her plight, felt profound compassion, and graciously offered Weina a position, a generously paid role requiring only that she disrobe and join the count upon his bed. Trembling with terror, Weina accepted, not out of desire but desperation. The only alternative left to her was to enter a brothel as a courtesan. Yet even this degrading task remained unfinished. That very night, just as the count prepared to violate her, he was interrupted by a flamboyantly dressed master of ceremonies. Weina dimly recalled the count's fury, not mere anger, but raw panic. She too had been paralyzed with fear, their conversation fragmented in her memory. Only scattered words lingered. Words like slave trade, Hilton, and Melon. Weina wondered if she misremembered, but she was certain she had heard that legendary name, Melon, the lineage of heroes. For an instant, she dared imagine heroes arriving to save them. Yet days passed, money dwindled, her husband's condition deteriorated, and no hero came. Weina lowered her lashes, biting her lower lip until it bled. A sentence formed in her mind, one she longed to speak, yet feared to utter. Yet she knew it must be said. Pitri, perhaps we should. Darling, let's stop the treatments. Weina jerked her head up and met her husband's tender gaze. He had spoken the words she dared not voice. Pitri clasped her hand and pressed it gently against his chest, smiling faintly. You see for yourself, I'm beyond healing. We've spent so much on clerics already. Little Pitri is still so young. To continue these futile treatments will cost us everything, life and fortune alike. He paused, then added softly, I know how hard you've fought for me lately. I know what you've endured. It's my fault. I've failed you. Tears streamed silently down Weina's cheeks. She buried her face in his chest, stifling her sobs, refusing to let her little boy see such a broken mother. Pitri stroked her long hair with gentle hands, his own nose-stinging voice thickening with emotion. My father owns a cottage in a nearby village. Tomorrow take our son and leave this place. Weina, my dearest love, promise me you'll protect little Pitri. Her body trembled violently, her nails bit deep into her palms, drawing blood. Inside, a silent, desperate cry tore through her soul. Someone, anyone, save my husband. Save us. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp, resonant rapping shattered the heavy, suffocating silence within the hut. The couple exchanged startled glances. Night had fallen. Why would anyone visit now? And in the slums, visitors rarely bore goodwill. Pitri shook his head at his wife, signaling her to ignore the visitor. I'll open it. I'll open it. Little Pitri skipped cheerfully toward the door, still innocently mistaking this hovel for their old home in the residential district. Pete, don't. Weina didn't even wipe her tears before rushing forward, but she was too late. The door swung open. In that instant, Weina's mind flooded with grim visions. She snatched the dinner knife from the table and approached the threshold, trembling blade held tight. Yet standing there was a soldier, golden-haired, broad-shouldered, stern-faced, holding a bulging money pouch. Gleaming armor covered his frame, emblazoned with a golden lion gripping a colossal sword. The moment he saw Weina, the soldier clenched his right fist and struck it firmly against his left breast. The formal salute of the Mon Kingdom's military. Soldier Lem dispatched by Her Royal Highness the Princess to deliver relief aid to the slum dwellers. This is your stipend. Please accept it. At No. 1, Jeansway Street, the residence of Count Constant Roy, dressed in the attire of the Count's guards, walked toward the barracks with a large jug of wine in hand, his expression calm. Being the first person brainwashed by Qigfei and a powerful knight, he was naturally selected as an inner guard of the Plum Blossom and underwent training for covert assassination. Although this training was dark and vastly different from the knightly education he had always received, he managed to endure it. Roy felt like a sinner, and sinners were unworthy of being knights. The role of an assassin suited him better. The gentle prince and the valiant hero forgave him, and he decided to dedicate his reclaimed life entirely to serving those two lords. With the powerful physique of a great knight, Roy's transition training progressed rapidly. He had already mastered various stealth techniques and assassination methods, and with just a bit more training in the corresponding martial arts, he could change his profession to that of an assassin or scout, which is why the task from the Count's residence was entrusted to him. As Roy approached the guard barracks, a cacophony of curses erupted from within. Damn it, it's all that Count's fault. I can't even see the princess. Exactly who knows why this guy is so bold, yet acts so timid. Our nobles are always like this, they strut around like peacocks, but when it matters they can't stand up to anything. Right? Huh. Roy adjusted his expression, putting on a warm, naive smile, as he strode in looking like a country bumpkin. What are you brothers chatting about? It sounds lively. The three guards inside instantly fell silent, watching Roy warily. They were good brothers from the same village, which allowed them to openly curse their lord. They wouldn't dare do that in front of outsiders. After all, slandering the lord could cost them their tongues. Roy casually found a chair to sit in, opened the wine jar in his hands, and a strong aroma of wine instantly spread throughout the tent. The three guards raised their eyebrows. They hadn't had any alcohol in a long time, as the Count had strictly forbidden guards from drinking during this period to prevent drunken mistakes. This is no way for a person to live. They won't let us drink or go home. We're just stuck guarding this broken house. I really don't understand what the Count is worried about. Who would dare to attack the Count's residence? One soldier with a yellowish complexion and an outgoing personality relaxed a bit upon seeing Roy's innocent smile and shared his dissatisfaction with the lord. Isn't that right? He called all the troops he could muster from the Count's territory and even hired a large number of adventurers. I heard he's even recruiting mercenaries lately. Really? How many people could that possibly be? Roy asked, feigning surprise as he poured a full cup of wine for the soldier. I know about this. Bro, can you pour me a cup too? The other two soldiers, seeing Roy's enthusiasm, also eagerly approached. Roy poured each of them a cup of wine, and as the three soldiers drank, their cheeks turned red and their voices became slightly unsteady. Damn, this wine packs a punch. Bert, brother, let me tell you, there are at least 100 people patrolling outside. And that's just what's visible. Who knows how many more are hiding in the shadows? Really? That's insane. Roy nodded along, subtly continuing to extract information. Where are all those people hiding? The yellowish soldier leaned closer and whispered, I heard from a maid in the residence that our Count has almost taken over every vacant house on Qigfei Street, and they are all hiding assassins. What? Roy was genuinely shocked, not expecting the Count to go to such lengths for self-preservation. It's been better these past couple of days. I heard all the adventurers in the city were gathered here, and the whole Qigfei Street was sealed off tight. Hiss, what is the Count planning by gathering so many people? Roy poured another round of wine for the three soldiers. He had already gleaned the information he wanted and was ready to leave. Well, the three of us just got reassigned from the neighboring city recently, so we don't know much about the details. Oh, forgive me, I haven't asked for the names of you three brothers yet. The three soldiers stood up one by one, buoyed by the wine. Trevor. I'm Mike. Franklin, just call me Afu. Roy also stood up, preparing to take his leave. I'm Roy, just arrived a couple of days ago. Thanks for your enlightening answers, brothers. I have to go patrol, so I'll take my leave now. Hey, no need for thanks. We should be thanking you for such good wine. Which village are you from, brother? We'll come back and treat you to a drink. Roy chuckled heartily. I was reassigned from Bama City to the west. My hometown is in Shimu Town, a small nameless village. You guys must. Roy stopped mid-sentence as he saw the obvious surprise and confusion on the faces of the three soldiers. In that moment, Roy realized he had said something wrong. All three of us were born in Shimu Town too. How come we've never seen you before? Yeah, whose child are you? Roy suppressed the urge to facepalm and sighed inwardly. In such times, a large village would only have around 100 people, and smaller ones might have just a few dozen villagers. Children from the same village grow up, playing together, knowing each other inside and out. It was impossible for a stranger to just appear out of nowhere. The mission is ruined. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Roy's innocent smile faded, replaced by a cold, killing intent that mixed with the overwhelming presence of a great knight sweeping through the tent in an instant. Without warning, he raised his left hand, and a sharp hidden blade shot out from his wrist, piercing straight through Trevor's throat. Trevor's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground. On the other side, Mike and Franklin were stunned by this sudden strike, standing there dumbfounded, forgetting to draw their weapons. But Roy would not give them the chance to react. He swiped his right hand across his left shoulder, revealing a shimmering silver longsword in his grasp, concealing the page of the travel manual against his shoulder, overlapping it with the plum blossom. Bastard! What are you doing? Mike and Franklin finally snapped back to reality, screaming in a panic and drawing their weapons. However, their response was too late. Roy's longsword, imbued with the enchantment of sharpness, glinted coldly and effortlessly sliced through their throats as if cutting through paper. Splash! The splattering blood extinguished the oil lamp, splattering across the tent. Mike and Franklin fell to the ground with expressions of confusion, anger, and disbelief. They could not fathom why this brother who had just been so naive and friendly suddenly turned to kill them. Roy looked at the three innocent guard corpses on the ground, his expression incredibly complex. He had initially wanted to create a complete false identity to increase the credibility of his background, but he never expected to run into fellow townsfolk. If you're not sure whether the other party can see through your lies, it's better not to lie at all. The words of Lord Mylan echoed in Roy's ears. He had not understood the meaning of this phrase, and the price was 3 innocent lives. My sins have become heavier. Roy sighed helplessly, sorting out his emotions. Now was not the time for self-reflection. The tent flap was lifted and 2 inner guards dressed in black attire bearing the plum blossom insignia walked in. What happened here? It's a long story, but clean up the scene for me, and also. He paused, and added, from now on I am Trevor, you are Mike, and he is Franklin, we are friends who grew up together in Shimu Town. Understood? Understood. Roy stepped out of the tent, gazing at the luxurious and elegant Count's residence, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. No matter how solid your exterior is, what meaning does it have if there's a hole inside? At the entrance of the city in an unassuming house. Mr. Field, don't be so nervous, come have some tea. Qigfei smiled kindly as he poured a cup of hot tea for the red-clad Lord Field. Of course Field didn't even dare to take it, trembling slightly as he cautiously asked, who are you? Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. It's been a long time since I've done this. After all, everyone seems to recognize me at a glance. Qigfei shrugged helplessly, then fixed his gaze on Field's eyes, asking word by word, do I need to introduce myself? Field felt his scalp tingle under that dark gaze and quickly shook his head. No need, Mr. Mylan. Your family is known throughout Bylon to Roseland. Field felt an intense fear, not because he had done anything guilty, but purely because the man in front of him could easily crush him. It was like being trapped in a cage with a tiger. Even if you were told that the tiger only ate vegetables, you wouldn't feel safe. He had originally intended to take the knight, named Catalina, to the Count's residence, but the knight insisted on finding someone first. Field didn't suspect anything after all. Catalina was the personal guard of the princess. But he could never have imagined that the knight was looking for such a monster. Had he known, he wouldn't have come, even if it killed him. Qigfei chuckled coldly in his heart. People are like this. On the surface they praise heroes for their greatness, but when these world-shaking superhumans actually appear before them, their feelings are never admiration, but fear. This is probably the otherworldly version of loving the dragon while fearing it. You don't need to be so nervous. I never harm good people. Ooh, I just want to have a chat with you. Beside them, the guard Catalina had a strange expression. From what she knew, those who had spoken with Lord Mylan seemed to have poor outcomes. Field's expression relaxed a bit. It seemed that this Mylan had no ill intentions. Moreover, he hadn't done anything wrong, so why be so afraid? With this thought in mind, the red-clad Bishop Field adopted a respectful posture and proactively initiated the conversation. Then, forgive my intrusion, Mr. Mylan, have you been caught up in the internal conflict? This question was very important. So important that Field was willing to be impolite to get the answer out first, because it would directly relate to the position of the Sun God Church in the upcoming civil war. Current signs suggested that this Mylan was likely involved with the princess. If the church continued to side with the second prince, a conflict with this Mylan was inevitable. Having a conflict with a candidate for a hero was tantamount to asking for death. Qigfei was not surprised by this question. He raised an eyebrow and delivered the answer he had long prepared. It's not so much being involved. I'm merely helping my companion out of danger. The path after that is for her to walk herself. Companion? Are you saying you chose the princess as your companion? What's wrong with that? Why do people in this world react so strongly to that word? It was the same when I introduced Yang Jing during the dinner meeting. Does companion have some special meaning? Qigfei was puzzled. He decided he needed to make up for his lack of knowledge about common sense later on to avoid making a fool of himself in the future. On the other side, Field's respectful demeanor was starting to crack. Is this not being involved? They're practically wearing the same pair of trousers. He felt both anxious and excited. Because he had been a staunch supporter of the princess from the start, and now that the princess had the hero's help, it was almost a done deal that she would become the next pope. No, not just the pope, but also the next Queen of Morn. Field felt that his rise to power was at hand. He immediately straightened his expression and pledged his loyalty. Mr. Mylan, I have always supported the princess, or rather the lady. I have more than once proposed sending troops to aid her. This is something my colleagues in the church can attest to. And we know that. Qigfei waved his hand to stop Field's impassioned declaration. I didn't come to you for this matter. Not for the lady. Field was a bit confused. If it wasn't for Crinshide, then what did this Mylan want with him? Qigfei lifted his teacup and took a sip before slowly speaking. Well, the thing is, I have some questions that I need a high-ranking clergy to answer personally. Personally? Field keenly caught a certain unusual word in Qigfei's speech. I have always been curious, what exactly is divine magic? Is it the power granted by the divine through devout faith? But what's the principle? Magic is a means of converting magical power into other energies through incantations or spells. But what about divine magic? Why can a few devout prayers unleash such powerful abilities? This does not conform to the conservation of energy. And what exactly are the so-called miracles? Can they be obtained merely by devoutly believing in the divine? But how does the divine distinguish whether a believer is devout? Ultimately, do gods really exist? In what form do they exist? Tell me, if a priest once believed in the sun god and then switched to the god of death, would his original divine magic still be usable? Or if a priest simultaneously believed in 2 deities, would he obtain 2 kinds of divine magic? Qigfei tossed out question after question, with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet his passionate words caused Field's blood to gradually run cold. No, something is off about this Mylan. It wasn't just a superficial difference in power or appearance, but something deeper and more fundamentally wrong, very abnormal. He abruptly looked towards the door, but what appeared in his line of sight was a face so cold it sent shivers down his spine, accompanied by a pair of mocking pitch-black eyes. "Mr. Field, tell me, what would happen if I changed your faith to the god of death?" "I'm very curious," the gentle magnetic voice caressed Field's ears, shattering the last semblance of calm he had. He flipped the table over his lips, moving rapidly, the instinct to survive telling him that if he stayed here any longer, he would face something more terrifying than death. A dazzling sphere of light rapidly coalesced in front of him. It was the precursor to the sun god's spell, illumination of the sun. The greatest use of this divine magic was to provide light, and at night this dazzling brilliance was enough to draw all nearby priests and guards. Just then a petite girl with white hair jumped down from the ceiling beams. The girl pressed her small palm with sharp nails firmly against Field's mouth, using an impossible leverage to pin Field directly to the ground. Field, nearly 6 feet tall, found himself unable to move under the grip of the petite girl, only able to emit muffled cries for help. Fafnir pressed Field's head down with one hand and raised the other high, her thick and plump tail slapping against the ground with a thud, as if showing off, shouting at Qigfei, "Daddy. Nana has him pinned down." Qigfei stroked Fafnir's head in satisfaction, then crouched down, gently whispering to Field, whose expression was twisted with fear, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We have all night to chat." "Then Lord Meilon, I shall return to the church first." Field bowed respectfully to Qigfei, his face glowing with vitality and his eyes sparkling, making him appear a decade younger. His attitude towards Qigfei was no longer one of fear, but rather one of genuine respect and admiration. Qigfei cheerfully patted his shoulder and said, Thank you for your hard work, comrade. For the country, and for His Highness, this is what I ought to do." The two stood facing each other, both filled with a sense of reluctant parting. The bizarre scene made Katerina's scalp tingle. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a loyal cardinal of the church gradually transform into a devoted follower of the princess under Qigfei's magnetic voice. No, to be precise, he had completely become a different person. The original Field was a taciturn middle-aged man, but now he resembled a warm and outgoing neighbor, seemingly eager to greet anyone he encountered. This should be a positive change. It should be good. Katerina reassured herself in her heart, but her slightly trembling lips had already revealed her true thoughts. In a strict sense, Katerina was the first person in this world to interact with Qigfei. She had always believed that although Lord Meilon's methods were somewhat extreme, his nature was kind. However, this thought was shaken after witnessing all of this. Although Katerina was somewhat thick-skinned, she was not an idiot. She couldn't help but begin to doubt, suspecting that she might have also been brainwashed. On the night of the village attack, she may have already ceased to be herself. Once such thoughts arose, they would uncontrollably occupy her mind. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the female knight, and she began to avoid Qigfei's gaze. After Field left with a beaming smile, Qigfei put away his pretentious expression. He glanced at the terrified Katerina behind him and smiled faintly as the deception continued to operate. "Rest assured, I won't employ such methods against kind-hearted individuals. Of course, who counts as a kind-hearted person is for me to define," he silently added in his heart. Under the influence of deception, Katerina's spirit relaxed somewhat, and she hesitantly asked, "Lord Meilon, Field has always been a devout follower and has never done anything wrong. Do you think there's anything wrong with him being this way now, sunny and cheerful? Isn't that what a follower of the sun god should be like?" "Well," the female knight was momentarily speechless. "Haha, I'm just joking. Indeed, Field is not a bad person, but the sun god church he belongs to is one of the greatest blights on this country. Regardless of his personal character, it does not change the fact that he is part of this medical oligarchy. This group of charlatans wields vast capital, controls the economy and politics of this country, and plays tricks with the ancient and ridiculous notion of divine right. The tithes they collect each year do not satisfy them. They even exploit the assets of the patients. It is quite amusing to mention that the holy scriptures of the sun record that the sun god Soros is the primordial god who created everything in this world. Hey, but this fellow is just unable to make money. Truly, no matter the era, oligarchs are simply despicable." As Qigfei spoke louder, he showed no pretense in his disdain and mockery. He held no goodwill towards these charlatans monopolizing medicine. Originally, he genuinely wanted to convert Field into a follower of the god of death, to undermine the Sun Church in this city, seizing medical resources from their hands. However, after much thought, he felt that such an act was simply inhumane and not something a protagonist should do. Although he was indeed curious about what would happen if he brainwashed Field into a cultist, the kind-hearted him decided to temporarily set that idea aside. After all, there are plenty of charlatans who I can try later. "My lord, what is an oligarch?" "Qigfei." The female knight no longer showed fear as she gazed at Qigfei with admiration. Although she hardly understood what Qigfei was saying, one thing became clear to her. Field is not a good person. The Sun God Church is not a good organization. Just like the queen of that year, Lord Meilon also greatly despises the church. The princess is a good person. Only good people would hate the church, so Lord Meilon must also be a good person. The reasoning of someone with an IQ of D is that simple. Qigfei sighed, feeling that this must be what it's like to play music to a cow. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Katerina and pulled out the travel manual to flip through. The 10 pages in the hands of the Plum Blossom Guards came from this very manual in Qigfei's hand. Anything they wrote on paper would display in the manual, allowing Qigfei to see the positions of these subordinates on the radar map and to issue commands to the corresponding subordinates. This text messaging-like function was developed by Qigfei himself. Ever since Yang Jing showed him the contract feature, he had been pondering how to make the manual more interesting. Currently, no reports had come from the guards indicating that their operations had not yet concluded. At that moment, the white-haired little dragon girl waddled over holding a pocky chocolate stick in her mouth while patting her belly. Daddy Nana is hungry. Qigfei was somewhat speechless. In order to lure this little ancestor out, he had already offered all the snacks he brought from reality. Fortunately, it was the Hoover Chamber of Commerce. If it were anyone else, you would have gone bankrupt by now. He silently grumbled in his heart. The princess is truly beautiful and so gentle. Did you see? She even went to help the old steward of the earl herself. Yes, I wonder who she will marry in the future. Nonsense, of course it will be the hero. My grandmother said that our princess of Moan has often been married off to the heroes of the Mei Lan family since ancient times. I've heard about this. It is said that the two daughters of the previous king were both taken away by Mei Lan. The crowd at the city gate gradually dispersed, but the discussions remained loud. Qigfei glanced at the round moon in the sky and said to Fafna and Katerina, "The night market is still open at this hour. Let's go take a look." Nana wants to eat roasted suckling pig. I heard that the gold ear-oat porridge from Constant City is particularly delicious. My lord, I can buy it for you. Katerina, with a serious face, extended her palm upwards towards Qigfei. It's the first time I've seen someone so righteous ask for money. Qigfei. It turned out that no matter how petite Fafna appeared, she was indeed a genuine ancient dragon. This girl was satisfied only after devouring all the roasted suckling pigs at the night market, letting out a contented burp. Qigfei pained covered his deflated wallet and returned to the public horse banner with sadness. Yang Jing had already returned before him and was currently practicing new ninjutsu in her room. Kelenshita and Roland were staying at the church for these few days. As a saintess, she had to spread the divine revelations to the lost lambs here, which meant teaching theology classes. And as a princess, she needed to divert the church's attention to ensure the subsequent plan to infiltrate the earl's mansion went smoothly. Thus, the long full moon night came to an end, the most peaceful night before the storm. The next morning, Qigfei was awakened as usual by the noisy adventurers downstairs. Recently, these guys had gone to protect the earl's mansion, giving the tavern a rare moment of peace, but now they were unemployed, so they returned to continue their drunken revelry. Qigfei moved the heavy dragon tail that was pressing on him, clearly feeling that it was getting heavier. Daughter, why not lose some weight? So delicious, Fafna mumbled with her thumb in her mouth as she dreamily spoke. Qigfei sighed in exasperation. He snapped his fingers to summon the travel manual. The reports of the guards' actions appeared one by one. Roy Bennings John, Earl's Mansion infiltration completed. Lytton Mond, City Defense Camp infiltration completed. Foul Rex Jonah Southern City Gate blockade completed. Mandy, no abnormalities in the bustling area. Qigfei reviewed the battle reports one by one, and it seemed there had been no accidents. The guards had successfully completed their tasks. Moi. He suddenly frowned. Strange, why are there only 9 reports? The 10 Plum Blossom guards had only sent back 9 responses. Qigfei quickly flipped to the map. He needed to see what the missing guard was up to. If he found that this kid was in a tavern in the bustling area, that guard's good days would be over. Qigfei's pupils constricted. Yang Jing. Yang Jing. What? The voice of Yang Jing in his mind was somewhat annoyed. She hadn't been awakened by the adventurer's noise, but was disturbed by Qigfei. However, Qigfei couldn't care to apologize and urgently transmitted, "Quick look at the map." He quickly sent the image from the map to Yang Jing's travel manual. Yang Jing, although very impatient, summoned her travel manual anyway. She took one glance, and all her sleepiness vanished. On the radar map, the 9 pink dots symbolizing the Plum Blossom guards flickered and jumped. Guards carrying the pages of the travel manual would be marked on the map regardless of distance. However, if a dot disappears, it only signifies one thing: the holder has died, the contract is dissolved, and that page of the travel manual has completely detached from the mother copy, becoming an ordinary piece of parchment. Now on the map, there were only 9 dots representing the 10 Plum Blossom guards. One guard was dead. What happened? Yang Jing's cold voice carried a hint of seriousness. A well-trained, well-equipped member of the Plum Blossom Inner Guard had quietly died. Don't know. That Inner Guard didn't even manage to send a message before dying. Qigfei's face was unprecedentedly grim. The strangeness of this situation was beyond his understanding. This feeling as if someone had stabbed him in the back made his mood extremely gloomy. He was usually the one doing the stabbing. Do you know where this Inner Guard died? A rough location will suffice. Probably in the slums. The deceased Inner Guard was named Caroline, and her task last night was to ensure the kingdom's military operations in the slums proceeded smoothly. The soldiers did complete their mission, so Caroline shouldn't have encountered danger at that time. Qigfei fell silent for a moment before transmitting, "Could I trouble you to investigate this? Today is the day to seize Count Constance's residence, and Qigfei had too many tasks to handle. He absolutely could not allow anything chaotic to disrupt the implementation of the plan. However, he also couldn't spare the time. There were too many things that required his personal attention, so he could only entrust this dangerous task to Yang Jing. All right, make sure to stay safe. If there's danger, transmit immediately, prioritizing your escape." Qigfei reminded with concern. For him, while the plan was indeed important, Yang Jing, his companion from Earth, was far more important. If necessary, Qigfei would not hesitate to terminate the plan to prioritize rescuing Yang Jing. Yang Jing's emotions remained largely unaffected, her response still brief and cool. Qigfei ended the transmission, and his expression gradually darkened. His intuition told him that the one who killed the inner guard Caroline was someone he knew, perhaps even someone he had seen. At that moment, a vague suspicion started to form in his mind. Suddenly, a fierce expression surfaced on his handsome face, and a strong killing intent filled the room, accompanied by chilling words. I want to see just what you are daring to stir trouble above my head. The main hall of the public horse banner tavern was always very noisy, and today it was particularly lively. No, perhaps the entire city of Constant wouldn't be quiet today. The reason was simple. Anyone could find out by asking around in the city. Are you serious? A ranger-style adventurer looked incredulous. If you don't believe me, I'll ask Roddy myself. This guy has been living in the slums to save money. Hey, Roddy, is what he said true? The adventurer, named Roddy, raised his flushed face, burped loudly. Today, he had ordered a lot of food and drinks, almost filling the entire round table. Burp indeed, you can see for yourselves. As he spoke, he drunkenly took out a bulging pouch from his waist filled with gleaming coins that were almost overflowing. Holy crap. My God. All the adventurers surrounding Roddy gasped in astonishment. The money inside was enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably in a wealthy neighborhood for a lifetime. Even a great adventurer would need 3 to 4 years of toil to earn such a sum. Are these all from the princess? No doubt about it. Burp, I saw with my own eyes those soldiers distributing relief funds to the people in the slums. I live there too, and it seems I've also been considered one of the poor. Burp. Roddy hung the pouch back on his waist and continued, no wonder our Princess Moan is so beautiful and kind-hearted. Burp. I'm even thinking of signing up for the kingdom's army. Huh, why are you all looking at me like that? Roddy, it's unethical to claim relief funds that aren't yours. Right, it's ill-gotten wealth. As your good brothers, we've decided to share this sin with you. What are you all planning? Roddy's eyes widened instantly, and he sobered up a bit. Brothers, Roddy says he'll cover everyone's bar tab for this month. No, I didn't say that. I never said such a thing. Roddy, I knew you were generous. I got his pouch. A curvaceous thief girl raised the pouch high and cheered loudly. Hooray, give it back to me. The tavern was in a frenzy, and the public horse banner remained as lively as ever. No. 6. Jean Sway Street, Sunshine Church. Cardinal Anthony, stationed in Count Constant's territory, was having breakfast with Saintus Clinched. Clinched tucked away a loose strand of hair and blew on the spoonful of golden oat porridge before putting it into her mouth, displaying a blissful and satisfied blush on her face. Anthony squinted slightly at the stunning girl before him and said, Your kindness, Saintus, is a blessing for the kingdom's people. The Lord must be pleased to have such a devoted follower like you. Mr. Anthony, what are you talking about? Clinched continued, eating her porridge, not even lifting her head. The Saintus' good deeds have spread throughout the city. Even the surrounding villages might have heard of it. Clinched seemed to have completely misunderstood Cardinal Anthony's intentions and continued to happily drink her oat porridge. Unperturbed by being ignored, Anthony continued with a smile. I just have one thing I don't understand. It seems every lamb in the slums received relief funds, and that's quite a sum. Where did you gather such a large amount of charitable donations? The old cardinal's intentions were revealed. He was not concerned about the money itself, but rather the source of such a large sum. Who had helped Princess Clinched during her half-year of evasion? How had she escaped the grasp of the second prince? His intuition told him that the answers to these 3 questions would point to the same person, the source of all the incongruities. At that moment, a letter was tucked inside his clerical robe pocket containing a short command from Roderick, find my sister's helper. It was gifted by Mr. Hilton. Clinched replied cheerfully and almost without hesitation to the cardinal's question. Anthony's gray beard twitched, and the warm smile for the first time appeared to freeze. Hoover, the Chamber of Commerce. It was impossible for the church to be unaware of the shady dealings of that Chamber of Commerce. Anthony had long discovered Count Constant's slave trade with the Hoover Chamber of Commerce, but he and the entire church had reaped enough benefits from it. The shrewd President Hilton had arranged everything. He would donate a large sum of money to the church under the guise of charity every now and then, and would occasionally visit to seek theological advice from Cardinal Anthony. Because of this, the church had turned a blind eye to the various illegal activities of the Hoover Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, Anthony suddenly recalled that the shrewd President Hoover had not appeared before him for over a week. Yet all of Hilton's money had ended up in the Saintus' hands, being distributed to those in need. What did this mean? Did it mean Mr. Hilton had turned over a new leaf and donated all his assets? Bullshit. It meant the entire Hoover Chamber of Commerce had been wiped out. Even more frightening was that the Hoover Chamber of Commerce had been silently eradicated, and Count Constant hadn't even reacted at all. No, he did react. He mobilized almost all the available forces of the Count's territory to defend his mansion. Anthony's mind raced, pondering who possessed such great power. Roland was promoted to a holy knight. No, even a holy knight wouldn't cause Constant to react so violently. His reaction seemed more like a desperate struggle. S-level. The cardinal's heart suddenly jolted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There were only a few S-level figures in the entire Chilon continent, and the current Pope of the Sun God Church was one of them. In an era without heroes, these individuals were the pinnacle of the world. Their words held enough power to rival that of a nation. The opponent was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Pope. Elder Windflower Merlin. His student is the Saintus companion. No, that doesn't fit Elder Windflower's character at all. A possibility rapidly surfaced in Anthony's mind, only to be dismissed. The Windflower Elder was notorious for being a scoundrel, one who would only smile while conjuring a flower from the remains of a dismembered student curious only about the color. The old cardinal was completely lost in mental conflict, failing to notice that clinched across from him was watching him with a smile that was neither here nor there. This response was what Qigfei had taught her. As things unfolded, just as Qigfei had anticipated, this single statement was enough to make the sun god church wary. Just then a hearty laugh echoed in. Lord Anthony, I'm back. Ha ha, what a lovely day. The city is bustling with excitement. Field entered the church with a vibrant smile amidst the shocked expressions of the priests. The second bomb that Qigfei sent to the church had arrived. We often see an outgoing and cheerful person suddenly become taciturn overnight, due to certain reasons, yet we never witness a typically reserved individual suddenly become enthusiastic and talkative. Before him, Field seemed like a different person altogether, greeting everyone passing by with enthusiasm, his smile bright and vibrant. To those unfamiliar with him, he would appear as a friendly and talkative cardinal, but for the priests who knew Field well, this scene was nothing short of eerie and terrifying. Anthony gazed at the transformed Field, the creases on his face seeming to deepen as a strange sensation akin to being toyed with surged within him once more. In a low voice he asked, Field, have you been drinking? How could that be? The Lord says drunkenness is the gravest sin. How could I possibly drink while on duty? Field quickly waved his hands, his expression one of astonishment, seemingly perplexed as to why the cardinal would entertain such a thought. What were you up to last night? The elder cardinal's expression grew increasingly grim. If it weren't for drunkenness, there was no way to explain Field's current demeanor. Were it not for the divine radiance still emanating from Field, Anthony might have suspected that this cardinal had been swapped out. Of course, I was with the Knights of Her Highness the Saintess visiting Count Constant. Alas, the Count is not unwell. He merely caught a cold with the change of seasons, and he will be fine in a few days. After that I went to the slums and residential areas to treat the injured lambs, and I just returned now. Phew, I'm so tired. These words were true. Under the gentle guidance of the brave one, he felt as if he had been reborn. This world blessed by the divine was so beautiful, yet those poor lambs were unable to bask in the Lord's radiance due to their inability to pay the redemption fee, which felt terribly unfair. As a cardinal, the earthly messenger of God, he believed he had a duty to assist those pitiful lambs. Anthony furrowed his brow and looked at Field, who was empty-handed, and asked in confusion, what about the redemption fees you collected? The church's income primarily comes from four sources: tithes, donations, redemption fees, and indulgences. As for donations, there's no need to elaborate. Tithes, as the name implies, are 1/10 of each believer's income given to the Lord. If you don't give, you're a heretic who must face judgment. These funds, along with the central taxes from the kingdom and the local taxes from the noble lords, weigh heavily upon the people of Mon. Indulgences are sold to wealthy merchants or nobles who have erred at a hefty price, yet they are very useful. As long as the crime isn't colluding with heresy or betraying the country, the church can bail you out of jail. Redemption fees are the medical costs. As the only legitimate medical institution in the kingdom, the church receives astronomical sums in redemption fees each year. One could say that donations or indulgences are mere trifles, while redemption fees are the very essence of the sun god church's establishment. Nonetheless, these poor lambs cannot possibly afford such exorbitant redemption fees. Field spoke in a calm tone, as if stating the obvious. Cardinal Anthony's eyes widened in surprise and his voice became increasingly agitated. The glory of the Lord is precious. How can it be granted to these lambs for free? Offering it freely would make them unaware of the value of salvation, and they would cease to revere the Holy Lord. Understood. Next time I will definitely collect it. Field yawned, casually brushing off the remarks before turning to leave. Wait a minute, you. This was not good. Very bad. The sudden arrival of the princess, the hidden S-level threat, the drastically changed Field, and the strange feeling of being manipulated surged once more. Everything made Anthony feel that something significant was about to occur in this city. Years of experience warned him that the situation was urgent and that he needed to act swiftly. But alas, Mr. Anthony, I will trouble you to continue showing me around the city today. A sweet voice came from behind, interrupting the elder cardinal's shout. Clinched stood elegantly in a deep red court gown, the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows of the church, casting a holy and dignified glow upon the sun saintess. But Anthony was unable to extricate himself. At that moment, similar conversations were unfolding in the various guard camps of Constant City. Hey, did you hear? The princess is giving money to the mud-legged folks in the slums. Nonsense, the entire count's territory knows that. What the hell, I just saw a few filthy commoners moving into the duplexes in the residential area. What's that? I saw an old man covered in sores entering Honey. What? Honey? That brothel in the Golden Spike district. How is there another establishment called Honey in our city? Damn, I've been patrolling diligently, and I haven't even seen a single lady from there. How come these lowly scum can just waltz in? I really don't know what our princess is thinking. Isn't it obvious? She's trying to win over hearts. Haven't you seen how she's been pushed into such a situation by the second prince? To strike back, she needs people to serve her. Stop rambling about nonsense, just tell me what to do. What do you mean what to do? That's a full bag of gold, Moan. I've stood guard for most of my life, and have never seen so much money. I heard it's a bag for each person. That princess is indeed generous. Hey, these mud-legged folks probably haven't paid taxes before, right? What nonsense. How could they possibly, do you mean? But won't this provoke the princess' disdain? Alas, do you really think the princess cares about the lives of these lowly folks? She just wants someone to do her bidding. At worst, just give me the money, and I'll be her soldier from now on. Exactly. Besides, this money originally doesn't belong to those mudlight folks. We're just reclaiming unowned property. Well said. Hey, you go contact the other camps and see if they have any ideas. The more people the better. The law doesn't blame the masses. Got it. When do we strike? Immediately. Before long, all the soldiers of the city defense camps surged forth, with even a significant portion of the guards stationed at the count's residence abandoning their posts to join this grand robbery. Greed and jealousy easily cloud a person's judgment. These people only knew that a group of commoners had moved into clean, comfortable houses, and they saw an old man entering a high-end brothel. What they did not know was that these clean houses were built by those very commoners. What they could not see was that the old man covered in sores was there to redeem his daughter. Of course, they were even less aware that among them were a group of internal guards bearing plum blossom insignia. Author's note: today, I finally finished revising the beginning. I quickened the pace and added some settings and character illustrations. I hope to receive some feedback around the 20000 word mark. If anyone is interested, you can take a look. The new plot is quite interesting, I feel. How should I put it? At the time I wrote it, I felt it was fine, but now looking back at that beginning, it's simply a pile of dog poop, especially the part dealing with Mr. Zhang at the company. It makes me want to vomit. I truly don't know how you all managed to endure reading it, and even gave good reviews and gifts with a clear conscience. I am so grateful to all of you. Starting tomorrow, I will resume regular updates, probably. The author has to work during the day and cannot slack off just yet. There may be occasional missed updates, so I apologize in advance. From here on, the story in this volume will be filled with climaxes. Those who can't wait can stock up on a few chapters before reading. The boss of this volume has already appeared earlier, and everyone can guess who it is. I have emphasized more than once how powerful the Mylan family is. Although there is a purpose for padding the word count more so, I want to give everyone a warning: don't be too surprised by the methods the enemy uses against the protagonist. Lastly, I would like to thank Celia username 11065425 1996 AI Tian Hei Renyong, who loves stewed chicken, with Matsutake CL Little Bad Boy Sin-san, who does not like school, and many other big shots for the gifts, especially Celia, who showered me with gifts during the hiatus. I am very grateful. I never intended to make money from writing. I just wanted to write down the stories in my head. If these stories can be liked by you all, it is my honor. Actually, gifts are not necessary, but please leave more feedback and comments, otherwise I wouldn't know what the readers want to see or where my shortcomings lie. Alright, I still hope that one day I can support myself through writing and no longer have to work for my boss. I will place the newly added settings, character illustrations, and scene images below. For those who do not want to go back to read, you can look here. Alright, everyone can analyze and see which one in that conversation is the instigator among the internal guards. Character illustrations: Qigfei Roderick clinched the one on the cover, Katarina. Other characters have not found suitable ones for now. Scene illustrations: Fengtao Village, Wheat Fragrance City, Constant Golden Capital, Andres Reyes. Additional setting: history story jar obtained only by completing phase tasks. Type: consumable. Quality depends on your luck. To know the great path, one must first understand history. History is the essence of all knowledge, the crystallization of all wisdom. This jar contains everything from the histories of countless worlds. Breaking it will yield an item that exists in fantasy. Weina had long known that the luxurious life of silk and satin belonged only to the nobles, and that the passionate journey of demon hunting was reserved for the powerful adventurers. Fate would only smile upon that very small portion of people. Most people on this continent were swimming in the vast ocean. The so-called middle class was hardly different from the impoverished. A single calamity could easily rip away the shiny and dignified facade. When the tide recedes, you will find that everyone is swimming naked. Yet even so, Weina still held on a hope for life. She thought that perhaps her husband's health would suddenly improve, perhaps her son would display astonishing magical talent, and perhaps one day the family could return to the residential area to live a simple yet prosperous life. When the soldier in shining armor with golden hair appeared at her doorstep, for a moment, she truly saw hope. Sir, we have always paid taxes while living in the residential area and have never defaulted. Please don't take our money, it's for my father's medical treatment. In the slum, in the shabby and dilapidated room, Weina knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to the count's soldier before her. Little Peter clutched the soldier's leg, tears welling up in his eyes as he pleaded. Whenever he got lost in the residential area before, he would cry like this, seeking the soldier's help. The kind soldier would patiently escort him home, so the boy believed that as long as he explained the situation clearly, this time the soldier would understand as well. Trevor, what are you doing? Hurry up. Outside the house, another accomplice could no longer wait and urged loudly. There were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers pouring into the slum at that moment, and the number was only increasing. The amount of money issued by the princess was limited. Every second wasted meant a loss in profit. How could that not make one anxious? Roy held a bag of golden moan, looking at the mother and son before him, faintly hearing the weak call of a man from within the house. He fell into deep thought, not questioning the legitimacy of the plan. As an inner guard, he would never doubt any orders from Lord Mylan or Madame Meiwa. He was merely wondering how many families like this one existed in the country, how many people were in a more desperate situation than this mother and son. He already knew the answer. Even while in the capital he had known. But before this, he had never confronted the people wallowing in the mire. Roy took a deep breath, coldly withdrew his leg from the little boy's embrace. Let go. This is Lord Count Constan's order. All residents must pay taxes. Previously the kind count did not tax the residents of the slum, but now that you have money you have the obligation to pay taxes. This money is not only yours, but also the tax debts owed by all those who have lived here in the past. He left behind these well-prepared words and turned away, no longer looking at the mother and son. He feared that if he saw the expressions on their faces at that moment he might not be able to execute his task with resolve. I'm sorry, I will return it to you later. Roy comforted himself in his heart. All of this was temporary and part of the plan. What on earth are they doing? Why is it taking so long? The door was pushed open and another soldier from the Count's household, finally unable to wait any longer, urged impatiently. He originally did not want to come if it were not for the substantial relief funds issued by the princess and the strong invitation from Trevor from Streamwood Town. He would not have walked into this pigsty filled with rats and excrement. Ugh, this bunch of lowly peasants hides their money too well. It took quite a bit of effort to find it. Roy spoke in a frivolous tone, just like the deceased Trevor. He shook the bag of money in his hand and said, let's go to the next house. But that soldier did not move. Instead, he stood there staring intently at Wayna, whose face was streaked with tears. He murmured as if in a dream, SSS, this is more exquisite than honey. How could such a beautiful woman exist in this poor wretch's den? His lips slowly curled into a smile, and he began to step one by one towards the kneeling Wayna. Wayna's face turned pale, her body trembled, and she kept retreating. What? What do you want? Roy's expression turned cold, but his tone remained frivolous. Don't make a fuss. If you're looking for fun, don't choose now. The soldier replied without looking back. You can go first. I can take 3 for you and 7 for me, or 2 for 8. You just let me have my way with this woman. I've never played with such high-class goods before. His greedy gaze roamed over Wayna as he began to dismantle the outer layer of his armor. The so-called tax collection was merely an excuse. In essence, it was not for soldiers like them to do. Each noble territory had dedicated tax officials. They were just looking for a reason to facilitate robbery, whether for money or for lust, depending on their needs. This was not the first time, nor would it be the last. In the eyes of the noble lords, these mud-soaked peasants who could not pay taxes were not considered human. And in the eyes of these soldiers, these people were mere toys for them to manipulate at will, for even if they protested in the city, no one would pay them any mind. You? Stay away from me. Stay away. Wayna raised the fruit knife she carried with her, trembling as she pointed it at the soldier. But what does this mean to a noble soldier trained for battle? The soldier sneered and easily swatted the weapon from Wayna's hand, no longer hiding his intent as he lunged at the woman, pinning her beneath him. Ah! The woman's piercing screams echoed in the room. Only at that moment did Wayna truly understand that this was the slum. This was an abyss where the more one struggled, the deeper one sank. To come here meant that there was no longer any hope. Wayna, what happened? You can't bully my mom. The weak male voice from within the house was filled with intense panic and urgency. Little Peter with red-rimmed eyes rushed towards the soldier, trying to bite off a piece of flesh from this bastard who was bullying his mother. Get away, you little brat. The soldier raised his hand and slapped the boy in the face. Little Peter's small body was sent flying, crashing into a slew of furnishings within the room, unconscious. Little Peter. Wayna's eyes widened in horror as she struggled desperately beneath the man. Don't worry, I'll return your mother to you when I'm done. The soldier's smile was ferocious, his breath growing heavier as he eagerly tore at Wayna's clothing. The woman's screams and the man's maniacal laughter mixed together, playing a hellish melody in the dilapidated and narrow wooden house. Roy watched this scene with an unusual calmness. Yes, he had anticipated it. How many of these soldiers, instigated to unleash the darkest parts of human nature, would simply take the money? Certainly not. This scene would unfold throughout the slum, and the frenzied soldiers would seize this opportunity to take away the last remaining value from these impoverished people. This value could be material possessions, or it could be their bodies and dignity. The inner guards would do their best to prevent tragedies, but the total number of inner guards participating in the operation was only a handful, while how many soldiers came to the slum to collect taxes? Hundreds, or even thousands. Roy did not know, but one thing he did know was that at least the tragedy unfolding before his eyes he could resolve. Ha ha ha. The soldier's laughter abruptly stopped. Oh dear, with this money, wouldn't it be better to go to the brothel? With such a vast slum, how could he manage alone? Roy laughed innocently, his tone frivolous. He dragged the soldier by the collar towards the door, looking just like he was pulling his drunken friend. The sharp-sleeved sword had already sprung out, piercing through the soldier's neck and destroying his brain. His lewd smile still lingered on his face, as if he had merely laughed too hard and had lost his breath. Under Wayna's terrified gaze, these two bastards who almost ruined everything walked out of her house. The door slowly closed. Roy dragged the corpse behind him, his expression dark. His actions were somewhat extreme and could potentially affect the plans ahead. But he felt he had done nothing wrong. Lord Mylan would surely understand his actions. For the Lord had once said, those who harm others for the benefit of the many are the greater evil. Those who harm others for their own benefit are the lesser evil. Those who harm others without benefiting themselves are beasts. Everyone, while we may not be good people, let's not become beasts. Roy murmured the last sentence, tossing the corpse into a dark corner. The buildings of the slum lack any planning, constructed wherever one might think of. The residents here have no mood to build a comfortable and spacious dwelling. They struggle just to survive. Thus, the only square here appears to be extremely precious, as it is the only place in the slum free from excrement and garbage. After a long day of toil in the city, these impoverished people gather here, having earned just enough to fill their bellies. They crowd together on the elevated platform at the center of the square, loudly boasting about their experiences in the city. Occasionally, they would pool their meager funds to invite a bard from the Adventurer's Tavern to recount tales of heroes' adventures and the wonders of distant lands. The world described by the bard is both enchanting and beautiful, fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunity. They cannot fathom, nor can they believe that these stories are legends they will never come into contact with in their lifetimes. Even so, they remain undeterred, repeatedly scraping together their already limited resources to listen to these tales they have heard many times before. After all, this is the only entertainment they can find amidst their painful and bleak reality. Today, the square continues to host eye-catching drama, though the protagonist is no longer a bard. Old Eden, dirty and with white hair, kneels on the ground before a soldier who counts a few pitiful golden coins in his hand. Old Eden has a beautiful daughter to whom he has devoted all his love and effort, managing to raise her safely in this filthy and chaotic slum. Years ago, his daughter married into a wealthy family in the Golden Spike district, but since then she has never cared for her old father in the slum, not even willing to bring her son to see him. Yet after receiving welfare, the first thing Old Eden did was go to the Golden Spike district to find his daughter, hoping to share this unexpected joy with her and his grandson. However, he did not see his children. The servant at the door took the money bag he handed over and dismissed him casually. However, it seems that the kind-hearted lady in the mansion noticed as the servant returned to throw a few golden coins to Old Eden, which became all his wealth. Can you leave me a little? I haven't eaten in a long time." The old man's murky eyes were filled with numbness, pleading without any hope. "Tisk, is this all? What bad luck?" The soldier did not even look at the kneeling Old Eden. His colleagues had returned with their arms full, while he had only this little gain. The intense jealousy and dissatisfaction made his mood even darker. "Please, I beg you, get lost. Don't touch me with your filthy hands." The soldier kicked away the old man who tried to tug at his pants and roared at the surrounding commoners. "You lowly scum don't deserve golden coins. You have enough with this." He picked up a gold coin, bit it in half, and spit it on the ground as he strutted away. Old Eden clutched his chest, trying several times to rise, but failing. The people around him watched numbly, with not a single person stepping forward to help. They had long since become accustomed to such treatment and considered it all too natural. Nobles are more noble than soldiers. Soldiers are more noble than commoners, and commoners are more noble than these mud-legged folks. Just as the soldier said, they are merely a bunch of lowly scum. Eventually, Old Eden managed to prop himself up and sat up. He stared at the half-gold coin covered in mud on the ground, frozen in thought, his murky eyes flickering, and finally reached out with his withered hands. However, a black shoe stepped on that half-gold coin. Old Eden looked up to see a figure cloaked in black obscured from view. It seemed to have appeared suddenly, or perhaps had been watching from the side for a long time. "Can we share a bit more?" Old Eden tentatively asked, mistaking the cloaked figure for another resident of the slum. But the shadow in black did not move its feet. Old Eden sighed deeply, hunched his back, and turned away. He was too old and too hungry to resist any oppression. "Are you really going to endure this silently forever?" The air trembled as a clear and high-pitched voice came from behind. Old Eden turned in surprise, seeing the cloaked figure stepping onto the elevated platform in the center of the square, the half-gold coin that had fallen to the ground forcefully pressed into the earth, revealing only a corner that shimmered faintly. Qigfei surveyed the increasingly gathering crowd around him and discreetly tore apart a scroll he had been holding. A gust of wind lifted his cloak, blowing outward in all directions. In the next moment, his voice resonated throughout the entire slum. It was a fourth-tier wind magic scroll, whispering wind from the half-elf Darren. "Fellow countrymen, are you going to keep enduring like this?" Vina, who was silently crying at home while holding her unconscious son, suddenly lifted her head. In the slum, every resident tidying up their homes at that moment lifted their heads in unison to look at the square. Qigfei stood tall on the platform, his posture upright, and slowly began his speech. "This country was once a barren land. Who built the first village here? Who established this kingdom of Moan under the watchful eyes of the demon race and the claws of magical beasts? Was it those nobles? No, it was us. It was our ancestors who rushed to the front lines, staining the sands with blood. It was our forefathers who built one city after another, brick by brick. But why can we only cling to life in this filthy slum today? Is it because we are foolish and dull? Is it because we are born to be lowly? Is it meant to be this way? Is our fate destined to roll in this quagmire? No. Our ancestors survived the brutal rift war 500 years ago. In the face of the strongest demon king in history, when all heroes were defeated, our ancestors endured and survived. So why is it that we who inherit their bloodline can no longer even hope for a full meal? Please tell me why." Qigfei paused, and the square in the slum fell into a deathly silence. No, the entire slum was quiet without a sound. Everyone heard this outrageous speech. Their rational minds told them that such words should not be listened to, should not be believed. Yet at this moment, every single one of them trembled, their eyes reddened. Their instincts told them that every word from this voice was true. Qigfei pointed at the Earl of Constantine's mansion on Golden Spike Street, his voice suddenly rising, and the deceit unleashed its full power. "Because those so-called nobles have monopolized the wealth that rightfully belongs to us. They belittle and humiliate us at every turn, flaunting their noble glory, while making us believe that we are indeed lowly. But the castles they reside in were built by us. The cattle and sheep on their tables were herded by us. Every loaf of bread they consume was made from the wheat we cultivated. Why are these worthless bastards considered nobler than us? Why are we who toiled diligently deemed inferior to them? Why? Fellow countrymen, think carefully. Is the welfare from the princess meant for us to squander? The princess has witnessed too much suffering during her 6 months of fleeing. Only she understands our pain, only she comprehends our plight. Fellow countrymen, do you truly wish to admit your own lowliness? Dignity is not something earned through charity. The dignity of charity can be easily snatched away. Dignity exists only at the tip of a sword. Fellow countrymen, rise up with your weapons. The princess is behind us. Qigfei's speech, or rather incitement, ended without a single sound of applause. The entire slum was enveloped in a dead silence. The people in the square dispersed quietly, and soon after countless ragged and emaciated individuals regardless of gender or age stepped out from their homes. They either carried wooden sticks or held poles, and among them were even some wielding gleaming swords and spears. These weapons had seemingly fallen from somewhere destined to be noticed nearby. But the people did not care about these details. They surged slowly toward Golden Spike Street, carrying a century's worth of oppressed anger. Qigfei looked at the silent crowd and thought of a saying: either erupt in silence or perish in silence. Qigfei knew that only by first letting people see the light could they no longer tolerate the darkness. Qigfei also understood that to unite a group of people it was not wise leadership that was needed, but a common enemy. He was more than aware that this grand play he directed would undoubtedly cause a great number of innocent casualties. Centuries later, when people look back at this history after escaping barbarism, they would surely criticize him, the instigator. He could choose to first popularize education, awaken these numb and ignorant folk, but he could not. The task deadline was only 3 years, and he had no time for that. In the sky a cloud covered the sunlight, as if even the sun was unwilling to cast its brilliance upon this man. Qigfei tugged at his hood, his eyes heavy. In the aftermath, the survivors among you can enjoy a life of abundance, while I will bear the guilt of sacrificing others. After all, I do not care about these sacrifices. As if confirming his resolve, the man spoke again: I do not care. March 4th, 526, in the era of glory known as the March Incident. This is a historic day. For the first time, the impoverished citizens of this continent raised their weapons against their lords, and the ancient kingdom of Mon, which had endured for 500 years, experienced a class shakeup for the first time. However, the historians of later generations did not dedicate much ink to these commoners, for there were simply too many significant events that transpired on this day. If one had to select the most important event among them, perhaps all historians would speak in unison. This was the moment when the black-robed chancellor, Qigfei, who would later sweep through half of Chelan in the following 3 years, first revealed his fangs to the world. Are the reinforcements not here yet? Someone was sent to notify the Earl's residence long ago. Then why haven't the reinforcements arrived? Stop wasting time, they are charging again. Damn it, why are there so few city guards? Where have those bastards gone to slack off? On the main road in front of Golden Spike Street, dozens of guards were lined up, struggling to hold back the riotous crowd before them. These soldiers were the elite among the elite in the entire Earl of Constant, as evidenced by their resistance to temptation and their refusal to loot the slums. But their opponents numbered in the thousands, continuously gathering as a tide of rioters. They were ragged and emaciated, yet the aura they emanated and the fury in their eyes instilled fear. This group of people seemed to have gone mad, brandishing wooden stick sickles and various weapons, charging repeatedly at the wall of soldiers. Have these lowly peasants gone insane? There's no choice, let's fight back. But they are still subjects of the Earl. Have you ever seen subjects wielding knives against their lord? These bastards are rebelling. The guards made up their minds and quickly formed a battle array, raising their spears in unison towards the oncoming tide. The road to Golden Spike Street was the only one, as long as it was blocked, no rioter could approach the Earl. All they had to do was wait for the reinforcements guarding the Earl's residence to arrive and quickly suppress these rioters. The captain of the guard, Knight Zod, wore a grave expression. He knew that facing so many rioters, their small troop could not hold out for long. Earlier they could barely manage with only a few dozen, but now as more and more gathered, it was likely that if the crowd charged a few more times, their defenses would surely collapse. He stepped forward, raising his sword, and shouted loudly, "Everyone listen, what you are committing now is a capital crime against the kingdom. Immediately lay down your weapons and leave this place. The merciful Earl will not hold you accountable. If you have grievances or demands, bring them forth. You will not gain what you desire through such means. It is the most foolish of actions. Think of your parents, think of your children. They too will be affected by your actions today. TSK. Captain Zod narrowly dodged a flying dagger. You scum. Zod followed the direction of the flying dagger, his angry curses caught in his throat. It was a frail boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. He trembled all over, but the hatred and anger in his eyes were no less than those of the surrounding adults. Behind the boy stood a frail, gray-haired old man brandishing a hoe and glaring at him with the same expression. Give it back to us. Give it back to us. What did Zod hear? He heard cries for the return of daughters, fathers, wives, husbands, land, and dignity. Yes, he heard grievances, he heard demands. He had put down rebellions before, he had seen insurgents on a grander scale. But none had ever terrified him like this. These people were not like the rabble of past insurgents. Those could be easily divided and conquered with temptation and threats. But these people seemed to be guided by a single will charging forward for the same belief, even if it meant leaping into an abyss without regret. Parents, children, interests. This was not a joke that could be resolved with such absurd rhetoric. This is like fanatical martyrs. Zod's hands holding the sword began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not even find words to describe the scene before him. Rebellion. Insurrection. No, these poor souls just wanted to reclaim what they had lost. They were entirely different from the past insurgents who only sought profit. This mob was the just side. The tide of people surged again. Zod took a deep breath, his gaze darkening. Even so, as a knight of the Earl, I cannot let you pass. With a flash of cold light, the straight sword swung down in a bent arc through the air. Thud. 6 bursts of blood flowers erupted at once. The 6 nearest civilians to the defense line fell one after another. Martial technique spiral slash. Knight Zod cut down 6 civilians with a single strike. Except for him, many bodies fell around the soldiers as well. At that moment, the surging tide of people seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall of chi, suddenly coming to a halt. These civilians who had been incited by deceitful words finally realized a fact forgotten in their earlier fervor, that there was an insurmountable chasm between them, the unprivileged and those with status before them. Not everyone is like Qigfei, who can possess clever combat power without a rank. Most people in this world are rated E and at most D. These ordinary people had no chance against knights trained in martial arts, even if they were just apprentice knights. An apprentice knight rated D can handle 10 drat civilians simultaneously, while a crated knight can easily topple 100 ordinary people. The elite soldiers of the Earl's territory are all at least apprentice knights. The advantage of strength brought by martial skills and ranks, combined with the fact that every soldier has mastered military techniques, allows their small troop to form a wall blocking the road to Golden Spike Street. If these riders really dared to push forward at all costs, they could indeed break down this door. But would they dare? Zod was betting that these mud-legged peasants from the slums would not dare. Seeing the tide of people falter, his face brightened. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted again. I repeat, retreat now, and the Earl will be merciful. We will address your demands. Whoosh. A black arrow pierced the air and plunged straight into Zod's mouth, its tip covered in blood and flesh emerging from the back of his head. Zod's eyes bulged, the straight sword slipped from his grasp, and his body fell backward. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he heard a clear, resonant voice rich with magnetism carried by the wind from all directions. Comrades, do not fear, do not worry. This is a battle against oppression, a battle for justice. Look around you, you are not fighting alone. At the instant the words fell, shadows began to emerge from the rooftops, from the carts filled with straw, and even from the wooden barrels that held refuse. Some were clad in full plate armor, wielding heavy greatswords, others draped in green capes, drawing wooden short bows, and some donned various robes, powerful magic gathering on their staves. Adventurers. The guild is actually participating in the rebellion. How is this possible? Who issued this commission? How could the guild accept such a commission? Who is it? Popo trembled as he received the large bow from Qigfei's hands, almost wanting to bury his head into his chest. Not far from the rooftop, the wall of guards had been completely overwhelmed. The addition of the adventurers had turned the tide of battle into a one-sided crushing. This was a great show that Popo would never miss, but now he dared not lift his head. Popo knew he was a timid person. As a child, he feared the village bullies. As he grew, he feared the tyrant Hilton, and later, he feared the unfathomable Roderick, but he had never felt such a soul-deep shudder as he did now. At this moment, Qigfei before him radiated an ancient and terrifying aura that Popo had never seen a creature emit. The instinct of a living being was frantically warning him to escape. Hurry, escape. Hey, what's wrong with you? The man's voice seemed to blend with a low growl from nowhere, piercing Popo's ears. He slightly lifted his eyelids and looked up. What met his eyes was not the usual pitch-black, deep-set pupils, but a pair of crimson bright vertical pupils like torches. Currently available information. Knight rank progression, apprentice knight, drank official knight, crank, great knight, rank, golden knight, a rank, holy knight, rank, epic knight, S rank. Most of Mon's soldiers undergo knight training. Rank does not equate to status. Some apprentice knights may already hold their own territory, while some golden knights may still serve as a son-in-law. Bobo's head felt as though struck by a sledgehammer. The searing pain nearly sent him crashing to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? Siegfried leapt in alarm and rushed forward to steady the deputy director of intelligence. This operation had never been planned to include Bobo. He had volunteered himself as Siegfried's personal scout, and only then was he permitted to accompany him. My lord, I am unharmed. Bobo clutched his head and shook it vigorously. Ever since shattering the shackles within his heart, he no longer addressed Roland and the others as my lord. Only Kriemhild retained his formal title, and Siegfried alone shared that distinction. Have you not noticed it yet? Before Bobo could voice the anomaly he'd just witnessed, his breath caught the soul-crushing dread, like an invisible weight pressing upon his very essence, had vanished entirely. He looked up. The crimson vertical pupils were gone. In their place gazed a pair of black eyes, gentle, watchful, faintly concerned. What? Bobo froze, half convinced he'd merely hallucinated the whole thing. Siegfried, relieved to see the round-faced scout's complexion return to normal, pointed toward the distant surging crowd. The main act begins. Go on, join them. He paused, then added wryly, though at your height you'll stand out like a beacon. Wear a hood and pose as a child. Yes, sir. Bobo replied with crisp deference, then dissolved into shadow, vanishing silently across the rooftop. Siegfried rotated his wrist, easing the dull ache in his right arm. That arrow had been his own, a signal intended solely to alert the adventurers lying in wait nearby. Yet today something felt different. His strength surged beyond expectation. The great bow, normally straining to draw 3/4 taut, yielded fully beneath his grip. Ordinarily at this distance hitting his mark would have hinged on sheer chance. Yet now time seemed to thicken slow. The captain of the guard swelled in his vision, growing larger, sharper, impossibly distinct. In that instant Siegfried understood fortune had arrived. Without hesitation he loosed the shaft, true and unerring, striking dead center. It seems I possess the makings of a ranger. Perhaps I should commission one to tutor me in martial arts later. Truth be told, Siegfried truly admired those cloaked rangers. Their bearing exuded effortless charisma. Unexpected indeed, that the Adventurers Guild accepted the commission. Evidently even this so-called neutral institution will act, provided the terms are compelling enough. That had been Siegfried's secondary objective during his visit to the Adventurers Guild days earlier, not only to withdraw adventurers from around the Count's estate, but to enlist them in the assault itself. By founding charter, established by Mars the First Hero, the Guild forbade any involvement in political strife. But this situation defied precedent. First, though Count Constant nominally aligned with Lord Roderick, he had effectively isolated himself from the Civil War, trading grain and little else. Confronting him thus fell outside the realm of political entanglement. Second, Siegfried's commission meticulously enumerated Constant's alleged crimes: oppression of commoners, rape, human trafficking, collusion with foreign powers, worship of forbidden deities, among others. Some accusations held truth, most were fabrications. Yet veracity mattered little. This was pretext, not prosecution. Third, and most crucially, without this final pillar all prior reasoning crumbled to dust. His commission would be tossed into the wastebasket by the receptionist, and he himself blacklisted, forever barred from future requests. What compelled the Guild, against all precedent, to accept a commission targeting a royal count? Not ideology, not justice, but the commission's originator, Milan. Hero candidate, future sovereign of adventurers. As an organization founded by a hero, how could the Guild refuse Siegfried's summons? When the receptionist pinned the commission, highlighted in bold red, upon the highest slot of the bulletin board, the entire Guild erupted. Siegfried had hoped for a dozen volunteers. Instead, it appeared every adventurer in Constant City had answered the call. Phew, heroic authority is terrifying. Siegfried murmured, inwardly recalling his contingency plan should no one except Roland would lead soldiers in a frontal assault. Yet such a move would prematurely expose key elements of the princess's forces. Kriemhild had already revealed herself publicly. If the second prince deciphered their full capabilities, a tenth the Sandstrong army would besiege the city within days. Siegfried brushed non-existent dust from his coat, straightened his collar with solemn reverence, as if preparing to meet his beloved, and declared, "Now, let us pay our dear Count a visit." Vina possessed a rare advantage among the rebellious slum dwellers. She had visited the Count's estate once before, via a concealed path. Constant had built it expressly for the noble women he coveted. After all, the Count preserved appearances. He could not afford for his predilection toward married women to tarnish his image as a wise and valiant lord, though in truth no such image existed. When Vina appeared at the estate's rear gate, the guards stepped aside without hesitation. Every servant who glimpsed her inwardly sighed. More than a week had passed. The Count had finally resumed his usual pleasures. They discreetly withdrew from the Count's bedchamber, granting him undisturbed revelry. Vina's face was grim, tear-streaked, her expression hollowed by grief. Fear still coiled in her chest, but fury burned hotter, overriding dread and propelling her here. She tightened her grip on the fruit knife hidden in her robes and knocked upon the chamber door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" I said. "Do not disturb me." A sharp, irritable voice snapped from within. "My Lord Count, it is I, Vina. I have been here before." She lowered her voice, softening it into honeyed warmth. "Vina." The door swung open, revealing Constant's disheveled hair and gaunt, haggard face. "What do you want?" Constant frowned, bewildered. He hadn't summoned her. For days terror had robbed him of rest. Pleasure was the furthest thing from his mind. "My lord, does our prior arrangement still hold? I desperately need coin." Her voice trembled, her eyes reddened with urgency. Truly the woman was born an actress. Constant blinked, then recognition dawned. A lecherous grin spread across his lips. "Ah, so that's it. Excellent. Come in. I shall satisfy you thoroughly." He stepped aside, ushering her inside. Vina swept her gaze across the chamber. The same opulent decadence remained. The massive bed fit for six, the heat-radiating wormfur rug, the chandelier, studded with gemstones like frozen constellations. "Why? You already live in such splendor. Why must you steal our very existence?" She drew the small blade. All pretense of fragility and allure evaporated, replaced by incandescent hatred and raw, uncontainable rage. "There, my darling, no one shall interrupt us today. Shall I help you undress, or would you prefer to do it yourself?" Constant closed the door behind her, teasing with practiced charm, only to meet the flash of a dagger lunging for his abdomen. "You." The Count's expression hardened. With lightning speed he twisted aside, effortlessly evading Vina's strike. Spinning, he raised his left leg and kicked the blade from her grasp, sending her stumbling backward. Before she regained her footing, he seized her throat, lifting her entire body off the floor. Constant was a grand knight. "Speak. Who sent you?" Veins bulged along his knuckles, his face darkened with wrath. No, you need not answer. I know. How laughable. Mylan, the so-called hero, sends you to assassinate me. Ha ha ha. Where is he then? Didn't he declare my time was short? Over a week has passed, and yet I remain alive. Is he afraid of my army? Of course, he knows all my elite troops are stationed on Golden Ear Street. That's why he dares not come. TCH. So much for Mylan's reputation. GHK. Vina choked, her face flushing crimson as oxygen fled her lungs. She kicked wildly, but against the Grand Knight resistance was meaningless. Am I even powerless to avenge myself? Bitter tears spilled from her eyes. As her dress tore beneath his grip and her consciousness dimmed, her spirit sank deeper into an abyss of despair. That was why peasant uprisings had never occurred on the continent of Chillon. Not even the word uprising existed in its lexicon. Without access to martial training or class advancement, commoners stood utterly defenseless before nobles who effortlessly attained elite combat ranks. Constant laughed, a manic, unhinged cackle, as he vented days of pent-up anguish upon Vina. I've heard from those women at Rumi's. Choking tightens the pleasure. I wonder if it's true. Let's test it on you. Don't fret. If I kill you, I'll send your corpse and your wages to your husband. Oh, you're crying. Why not scream louder? Perhaps timid Mylan will rush to your rescue. Doesn't he adore playing the gallant hero? Ha! Constant, were you calling me? Irk! From behind the curtains atop the balcony, a clear, calm voice rang out. Unexpected, unshaken. Its tone was gentle, tranquil, as if addressing an old friend answering a casual summons. Yet Lagarum Constant, the deeply concealed Grand Knight, the royal direct vassal who inherited the earldom at 18, the man who had dominated this land for 30 years, now trembled uncontrollably. Thud! Wena's body crashed heavily to the ground, surfacing like a drowning person emerging from the depths. She clutched her bruised neck and gasped for air, her oxygen-starved brain gradually regaining consciousness as the scene before her became clearer. On the balcony, a bony hand reached out from behind the curtain and pulled it aside. The glaring afternoon sunlight flooded into Constance's bedroom, causing Wena to squint. A shadowy figure stood in the center, its outline distinct, yet its face obscured. He might have been there for a long time, or perhaps he had just arrived. No one knew. Constance's great knight did not sense him, and among the thousands of soldiers in Golden Spike Street, not a single one noticed him. He seemed to naturally appear there, stroll into the bedroom, and effortlessly choke the life out of Count Constant. Indeed, Wena had surfaced. Now it was Count Constance's turn to drown. Constance's breathing became labored, large beads of cold sweat trickling down from his forehead. You, how should I put this? Qigfei politely drew the curtain back, smiling as he said, Count, you have indeed provided me with quite a bit of amusement. In light of that, I will allow you to ask one question. How did you get in here? Constant blurted out. Qigfei let out a light sigh and shrugged, saying, a foolish and meaningless question. You have only one chance. Are you sure you want to ask that? He truly did not want to answer that question. The reason was simple. The process of entering the Count's estate was exceedingly mundane. He had merely disguised himself and was brought in by the already infiltrated Meihua inner guard. The original entrance would have been even more ordinary, but to amplify the shock value, Qigfei relied on the robust qualities of this body and climbed 5 stories to reach the bedroom balcony. This was also why he hadn't immediately gone to save Wena. Not because he wanted to witness the scene's little filth, but simply because he was utterly exhausted. He had sprinted from the rooftops of the bustling city to Count Constance's estate, and after climbing 5 stories, he truly could not bear it any longer and had to take a moment on the balcony to catch his breath. Constance shook his head violently, cold sweat splattering everywhere. No, Lord Mylan, please let me explain. I had no choice in doing these things to those fellows. Lord Constant. Qigfei raised his voice, saying, what necessity do you have to explain anything to me, a coward like Mylan? Count Constance's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Yet his years of experience in high positions did not completely shatter his calm. Simply as a Lord Lego, Lewin Constant was indeed quite capable. Although he oppressed the common people and engaged in human trafficking under the increasingly decaying circumstances of Moan, his territory of Constant was experiencing a thriving atmosphere. Since he inherited the title, the annual grain output had increased by 1.5 times. More merchants had come to Constance City, and the wealthier families in the residential areas were increasing year by year. Most importantly, due to his skillful mediation between the two princes, he successfully kept the flames of war away from his territory. Otherwise, with Constance's reputation as the granary of Moan, the armies of both princes would have already descended, and that would have truly led to the suffering of the people. Constant was not a good person, but he was indeed a competent ruler. Therefore, he understood that begging for mercy in this situation was utterly meaningless and explanations would be hollow. The only way to save himself was to offer benefits that this Mylan could not refuse. Money was out of the question, and women were also impossible. The women who admired brave warriors could line up from here to Roseland. The outcome of betraying the necromancer cult could be quite tragic, but if he didn't betray them, the present moment would be even more tragic. Constant was not a devout believer. Robert had tempted him to join the cult with the promise of eternal life, but given that he was about to lose his life, what good was eternal life to him? He gritted his teeth and spoke, Lord Mylan, I can take you to the cult. Bang! The bedroom door was pushed open with force. The old butler, pale and gasping, and Master, the Count's estate has been surrounded by a group of rioters. When you came in, you should have. Constant paused for a moment before realizing, what do you mean? It's the slums. Thousands of rioters are pouring in from the slums, and they have broken through the soldiers' blockade. Nonsense. How could these lowly peasants possibly enter Golden Spike Street? No, that's not it. There are adventurers. Those hired adventurers are helping the rioters. The estate's guards were still fighting back desperately, but they couldn't hold out for much longer. My lord, please leave quickly. How could this be? At that moment, Constant seemed to deflate completely. Leave? How to leave? With Milan in front and rioters behind, the phrase disaster never comes alone perfectly described this moment. Wait, disaster never comes alone. Constant suddenly froze as if realizing something and slowly looked back. Qigfei's smile was gentle. To be frank, he did not care about the nonsense Constant was spouting, nor was he concerned about the heinous acts Constant had committed. Ultimately, he had no need to come here in person. As you can see, this count's estate would be brought down by adventurers and a multitude of commoners, while this count would be tied up by adventurers and delivered into his hands. Yet he still came. Qigfei did not have any particular obsessions or hobbies. For some unknown reason, he learned things extraordinarily quickly since elementary school. Whether it was academics or sports, he could grasp knowledge that ordinary people would take months or even years to master in a very short time. This was a talent that many people yearned for, but because of this, few things could pique Qigfei's interest. Revenge was one, wandering in other worlds was another, and there was one more. Qigfei reached out and patted Constant's disheveled hair, saying, Constant, what do you people usually call the Melon family? Monsters. Freaks. Ignorant bastards. Just a mad dog the size of a fist. No worries, don't be nervous, I don't care. You nobles like to compare those weaker than yourselves to the lowly and describe those stronger as barbaric. This is your aesthetic, and it has been so since ancient times. And you are not wrong. To be honest, I also think the Melon are a bunch of lunatics, myself included. So what do you think is the reason I personally came to find you? To punish the wicked and eliminate evil, or to uphold justice? No, those are merely excuses, not the purpose. Qigfei suddenly grabbed Constant's head and forcefully twisted it back. The words squeezed through his teeth, striking the count's face like icy shards. I just simply want to see your expression at this moment. It's one of my few hobbies. That instant when you fools struggle with all your might only to realize it's in vain, that moment from hope to despair. No matter how many times I watch it, it is always so interesting. Constant stared blankly at the chilling smile before him, and in that moment his body forgot to tremble. Nobles are creatures that pursue benefits. Whether through exploitation or contribution, it ultimately must bring sufficient profit to themselves. Constant was like this, and so were the people in his circle. Therefore, he never imagined that there could be someone in this world who would kick over the high walls he had painstakingly built just for the sake of amusement. What are you doing? You! The old butler exclaimed, rushing forward to stop him. Just as he was about to step forward, he caught sight of that black hair and felt as if his feet were glued to the ground. Qigfei let go of his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, I told you have indeed brought me quite a bit of amusement. He ignored the old butler beside him and focused his attention on Weina. You are Weina, right? Qigfei examined the bold woman closely. I must say Weina is indeed a beauty with fair skin and a voluptuous figure. While her looks may not rival those of Kalingsi and Yang Jing, the hint of melancholy between her brows could captivate certain men with special preferences. Hiss, a top-notch mature woman. No, what am I thinking? Qigfei quickly calmed his mind. He did not want to inadvertently become one of those melon who could only think with their lower halves. Weina was stunned for several seconds before reacting, quickly lowering her head and replying, Yes. The main forces are outside, you can go back now. Someone will protect you. Qigfei tossed his black robe to the scantily dressed Weina. He had several more of those robes in his inventory. However, Weina did not leave. After hesitating for a long time, she mustered the courage to ask, was that voice echoing in the slums yours? Are you the brave one? Are you here to save us? Qigfei's expression darkened slightly. He rubbed the hand that had grabbed Constant's hair against his back and spoke, Yes. It is Her Highness the Princess. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. The voice spoke the truth. The princess is truly behind us. The crowd surged and clamored, clearing a path in unison. At the beginning of the road stood the grand entrance of Count Constance's residence at 1 Goldenear Street. At the end of the road stood a breathtaking blonde girl in a red dress. Flanking her were two knights in silver armor, one with a cold expression and a beard, and the other with flowing brown hair, exuding a heroic demeanor, Roland and Katerina. Clinkside looked at the cheering crowd around her, her eyes becoming slightly moist. It had been so long since she had witnessed such a scene. Every face around was covered in dust, and each person appeared emaciated and ragged. Yet there was no longer any numbness on their faces. They were excited, their faces flushed as they shouted her name, wholeheartedly believing that she would bring them a bright future. Clinkside took a deep breath, recalling the afternoon a few days ago in Wind Peach Village, where she held a cup of red tea, while beside her a man with black hair lounged in a chair sipping coffee and watching the children playing nearby. Hope. Is it really that simple? The red tea in Clinkside's cup had cooled, yet it still emitted a soothing aroma. Your Highness. Qigfei lifted his coffee and took a sip, saying, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. How many people on this continent can have such a suffix added to their name? Clinkside, you were born at the pinnacle of this world. Looking down, you only see nobles and high-ranking clergy. They are merely the second tier of the pyramid. But how many layers does the pyramid truly have? Where is its base? You at the top cannot see it. You are the princess of Mon, the saint of the church, luxury and abundance are given to you. You have ample time to cultivate your hobbies, tea tasting, painting, dancing, or culinary skills. The people around you protect you at the center, filtering out darkness and filth. Thus the world appears so beautiful. With everything handed to you on a silver platter, even when the demonic armies press in, there are brave souls to clear the way for you. For you, survival is expected. No, you should call it life. Clinkside fell silent. She set down her cup, and the scent of the tea seemed less appealing now. From the first day they met, the girl could sense a barrier from this man, a barrier that was directed solely at her. She had thought it was respect for her identity, but the man's words carried not a hint of reverence. The barrier did not stem from status, but from something more intrinsic and essential. In the distance, Fafnir and little Tova sat atop Darren's wand, swaying as they ascended into the sky. Qigfei stood up and waved to Fafnir, signaling her to keep Tova safe. He then picked up an old blackened iron kettle from the nearby fire and slowly poured it into the ornate cup adorned with golden edges on the table. But in the 6 months of fleeing, your highness, you should have seen by now. Survival has never been a given. For most people in this world, just staying alive is a struggle. They toil for 12, 14, or even 16 hours in the Lord's fields each day, yet when harvest comes, their share is barely a fraction of a percent. Your highness, you just asked me if it is that simple. My answer is yes. Bring them hope, the hope of survival. Even if it is just a tiny bit, it is enough to make them press forward. Hot water filled the cup, and the tea leaves danced, releasing a fragrant aroma. Is this what you call hopish? Saintess, what is this? Following behind the three, the ignored Cardinal Anthony finally couldn't help but ask. He had been forced to accompany the Saintess on a tour of Constance City since morning, and their last stop was to visit the sick Count Constance. Then he saw thousands of people waving weapons gathered here. Although Anthony had anticipated something would happen, this was truly a grand spectacle. I think it should be Count Constance's good governance that has earned him the love of the people. They possibly heard about the Count's illness and came to visit just like us. Clinkside smirked slyly, responding in a tone learned from a certain man. The old cardinal's face twitched and veins bulged on his forehead. He certainly recognized Clinkside's sarcasm. In fact, every word spoken by this saintess since moving into the church had this tone. But what could he do? This was the saintess. Behind her there might even be an S-level powerhouse backing her. Forget sarcasm. Even if she directly shattered his teeth, he would have to swallow it and still smile, saying, Saintess, your martial skills are impressive. Your highness, please don't joke. This is no trivial matter. Clinkside turned to glance at the old cardinal, speaking flatly. Count Constance colluded with slave traders to traffic people and harm the citizens, inciting public resentment. But even so, these commoners cannot attack a noble residence, especially in Mon. According to Mon law, La Grande Constance should be sentenced to death. Clinkside's green pupils glimmered with a golden hue, a terrifying aura pressing down on Anthony through her gaze. The old cardinal's white beard trembled. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this demure and elegant girl, always wearing a gentle smile, was a cleric capable of rivaling and a level adventurer not inferior to him as a cardinal. Anthony lowered his head and ceased to speak, silently following the three as they continued forward. When they reached the grand entrance of the Count's residence, the massive iron gate, towering 4 meters, blocking the crowd outside, slowly opened inward. A figure cloaked in black stepped out from within. Who is this? Where are the guards inside? Isn't he the cloaked figure from the square? What square? It's the voice echoing in the slums. It should have come from him. Oh, so he is the princess envoy. As expected of the princess envoy, he has achieved such feats. The surrounding crowd murmured. Some had seen Qigfei in the slum square, but most had only heard the voice from the magic. Qigfei passed by Clinkside and the others, giving them a slight nod. Your highness, who is he? Anthony was puzzled. Oh, just as he was about to ask, he saw Clinkside lift her skirt and bow to the figure. The princess of the kingdom, the saint of the church, actually bowed to him. And the 2 silver-armored knights, the most talented knights of the kingdom from this and the previous generation, Roland and Katerina, simultaneously lowered their heads in respect. Anthony's eyes widened and his throat tightened. Even a monkey could tell what this scene meant. The director of this farce, the hidden hand behind the curtain, the pinnacle of Kirin. The mysterious S-level has finally made an appearance. I must know this person. Oh, there are only a few S-levels in the entire kingdom. Damn it, how did this little girl manage to summon such a helper? Anthony focused his gaze on the figure beneath the hood. He wasn't overly anxious because none of the S-levels residing in Mon were loyal to the royal family. These monsters were more arrogant than the last. The Mon kingdom was declining, and the grand spectacle created by the kingdom's founder Lionheart, King Reinhard, had ceased to exist centuries ago. Although he didn't know what benefits the saintess offered to win over this person, the conditions she could provide were something the church couldn't possibly refuse. Doubling the price to bring the other party over was certainly feasible. My lord, I am. The pair of cold, dark eyes beneath the hood suddenly lifted. Hiss. Anthony's body stiffened. His self-introduction was abruptly cut off. Qigfei glanced at the old fraud and then turned away, leaving without a backward glance. He is. Cold sweat broke out on Anthony's forehead as he realized the situation. He had prepared thoroughly. If this mysterious helper was this one, he would offer such benefits. If it was that one, he would extend the olive branch. There were only a handful of individuals, all of whom were already famous. Anthony had met several of them when he followed the Pope in his youth. He firmly believed that as long as he handled it properly, things would not develop in the worst direction. Yet he didn't recognize the face beneath the hood, having never seen it before. But he understood how terrifying this person was and what those unfathomably deep dark eyes represented. You'd better not shout too loudly. Katerina witnessed this delightful scene once again. Since that tiger girl had made Qigfei leave a psychological shadow in Wind Peach Village, she particularly enjoyed seeing others face similar misfortunes, and now she gleefully spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Since that person is concealing their appearance, it means they don't wish to reveal their identity. If you shout now, the Sunlight Church will have to move along with the Count's residence. At this, Anthony immediately swallowed the name that was on the tip of his tongue. He bowed deeply to Clinkside, and this time the gesture lacked any sense of pretentiousness. Before him, she was merely a princess driven to desperation. But now, she was the future queen of Moan, the next pope. Your Highness, who was that just now? The cardinal lowered his voice, already knowing the answer in his heart, but still unable to resist seeking confirmation. Clinkside surveyed the jubilant crowd around her, smiled, and entered the Count's residence flanked by the two knights. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Anthony heard a voice that seemed to be both present and absent. He is Hope. Clinkside's trust in you has increased to 100, and you have gained the complete trust of the faction leader. All tasks for this stage are complete. You may settle your rewards within 24 hours and return to reality. If you do not settle after 24 hours, the system will automatically determine that you have no intention of returning and issue the third stage task. The mechanical and emotionless voice of the system, Shannon, rang out after a long absence. Your voice truly has been a long time coming. This signifies that you are growing quickly and becoming increasingly capable. It's rare for you to speak so nicely. To be factual. So may I ask if you wish to return immediately? Qigfei frowned and shook his head, saying, No, wait a moment, there are still a few things left to handle. Then he sent a message. Yangjing, I've resolved things here. I'm coming over, tell me the location. In the alley on the west side of 9th Street in the slums. I've sent you the location. Yangjing's cool voice echoed in his mind. Her breath was slightly erratic, clearly exhausted. Alright, I'm on my way. 5 minutes ago, Qigfei received a message from Yangjing. They had found the body of the deceased Plum Blossom Guard. As the final boss of this mission, Count Constance was truly lacking. Of course, if following the usual strategy, this great knight Constance, along with his thousands of soldiers, would be enough to give the current princess's faction a run for their money. Unfortunately, Mr. Qigfei never played by the rules, and citing public outrage, he led thousands to beat down the final BOSS, employing exceptionally malicious and cunning tactics. In fact, he enjoyed using charm and provocation in games to make opponents fight among themselves while he watched the fun from the sidelines. The entire plan to attack the Count's residence could be described as smooth and orderly. But there was one problem: the death of that guard. This incident left Qigfei feeling as if a thorn was lodged in his throat, and he could not rest easy until he investigated the matter thoroughly. A strange intuition told him that the real trouble was just beginning. How did you find him exactly? The buildings in the slums were haphazard, the streets a complex maze. Here the houses were often crammed door to door, leaving only a narrow passageway, sometimes so tight that doors could barely be opened. However, it was precisely due to such distorted architectural planning that one might unexpectedly find an open space in a narrow alley. For instance, here the residents nearby never considered how to utilize space rationally when building their homes, always just marking off a piece of land to start construction, resulting in surrounding houses enclosing a patch of open ground. Generally, such places would go unnoticed even by those living nearby, but if discovered, they would either turn into a garbage dump or a dumping ground for bodies. Qigfei pointed to the corpse lying on the ground. The corpse had a horrific appearance, with the eyes missing, leaving only the whites, and the mouth gaping, as if the jaw had been broken. The most terrifying of all was that her neck was twisted at an extremely unnatural angle. Undoubtedly, this was the mysteriously deceased Meihua inner guard Caroline. However, this matter was no longer mysterious. The moment Qigfei arrived at the scene, he had a rough understanding of the situation. He was more curious about how Yangjing had found this corpse, as this place was so hidden that it wasn't even marked on radar maps. Yangjing bent down to stroke the black cat rubbing against her ankle while cradling an orange cat and a calico cat. Then she raised her beautiful eyes to look at Qigfei, saying nothing, simply watching quietly. Qigfei covered his forehead. He understood now animal communication. Yangjing had that exceedingly rare and special expertise. The cold woman before him seemed to convey with her gaze, "Can you do it?" Damn. Qigfei felt that his 40-plus specialties suddenly lost their charm. He no longer wanted to engage with this annoying woman and shifted his attention to the surrounding environment. This spacious open area was extremely damp, the air thick with moisture, and the ground was covered with puddles. It hasn't rained recently. Why is it so damp here? What is this? Qigfei noticed that each puddle had a pile of glowing dust. Just as he was about to pick up a handful for identification, Yangjing spoke. That's spirit dust. Don't touch it, yet its spiritual essence hasn't completely dissipated. Her cold voice carried a clear hint of fatigue. Yangjing's prior silence on Qigfei's question was not only to showcase her expertise, but also due to physical exhaustion. A fierce battle had just erupted here. I told you not to be reckless. Are you all right? Yangjing shook her head, pulling out a broken iron ring from her pocket. Qigfei's expression darkened. So that guild leader reacted so strongly when he saw me. Now it all makes sense. This is quite interesting. This iron ring was the same one that guild leader Robert had worn on his index finger during Qigfei's visit to the Adventurers Guild. Because the leader had been fiddling with it the entire time, Qigfei had paid extra attention. Spirit ring. Type accessory. Quality epic. Status broken. A technological crystallization of the undead cult capable of sealing spiritual entities within and releasing them to assist the wielder in battle. No magic power is required to shatter it for use. The only drawback is that it can only be used once. Passive effects. 1. Increases the casting speed of necromancy spells by 30. 2. Reduces the mana consumption of necromancy spells by 20. Active effect. Summons 13 spirit entities rated as a level for auxiliary combat. Note, quite interesting, these 13 spirit entities are all relatives of the user. Indeed, it is interesting, Qigfei remarked, grinning at the identification data. He initially thought the ring was just another cliché relic of a deceased mother. Now it seemed there might be some connection to his mother after all. Guild leader Robert's deceased mother was likely contained within this ring, serving as an enforcer for her son. The undead cult. Yang Jing approached Qigfei for confirmation, her strength having recovered significantly. The previous battle had indeed caused her some trouble, but it was merely a hassle. Qigfei took a deep breath and said, "Yes, it seems this group of underworld people is eager for me to take notice of them. I will walk my path of light, while you tread your path of despair. But since you don't want to walk your path of despair obediently, don't complain when I leave you with no way out." The Grim Reaper. Do they really think I am afraid? I can handle the living. What can you half-dead wretches do against me? Any other clues? Yang Jing shook her head, explaining that when she followed the cats here, she only saw this one corpse, and just as she was about to investigate the surroundings, a horde of spirit entities appeared. They had long anticipated someone would come looking, and had set an ambush. Qigfei nodded and smiled. No worries, there will be plenty of ways to dig him out later. But you hiding your prowess, how many surprises do I not know about? Yang Jing shot him a disdainful glance. It was no wonder Qigfei would say that although Yang Jing had an overall evaluation of only A, she had single-handedly subdued 13 spirit entities of her level. Though Qigfei had long known that the overall evaluation was merely a reference data and could not represent actual strength, he was still somewhat shocked. The so-called overall evaluation was primarily an analysis of physical capabilities, while true strength was influenced by numerous factors and could not be fixed to a single value through analysis. Take knights as an example. Under the same overall evaluation, it was evident who would be stronger between a knight with a 30 swordsmanship specialty and another with a 60 specialty. Moreover, with the same specialties, different equipment, proficiency in magic, possession of divine miracles, racial differences, etc., could greatly alter the combat power level between the two. For instance, Roland the Golden Knight possessed master-level swordsmanship and the illusionary sword Durandal. Though he was only in a level class and his overall evaluation was merely S, and he had not yet been granted a divine miracle, his combat power had already surpassed that of the majority of holy knights. Even in the face of S-level threats, he had a chance to retreat unscathed. In fact, the reason for Roland's renowned reputation as the strongest Golden Knight in history was due to his successful escape from an S-level powerhouse in the Undead Kingdom during his training at the front lines against the demons. If someone like Roland, a native, could achieve such feats, one could only imagine the capabilities of a being like the Rover. Qigfei, on the other hand, was merely a crated slacker. Yet under favorable conditions, his destructive power could rival that of a nuclear bomb. And Yang Jing, her abilities remained a mystery even now. The mission has already been completed. When will we return? No rush, there's still some time. I need to handle something first. Yang Jing replied after a moment of silence. The next mission may not be together. I thought so. After all, his rapid growth and astonishing adaptability meant that next time Shannon likely would not send help to assist him. The novice protection period was over. Qigfei couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness. Vena returned to the slums escorted by an inner guard. On the way, she was surprised to find that she recognized this guard. Wasn't he the despicable soldier who had barged into her home to rob her? What was his name again? Cui something. Miss Vena, I have other tasks, so I can only take you this far. Wait, you. Vena wanted to stop and ask about the situation, but the guard had already vanished. The woman sighed and pushed open the door to her home. Mom. Inside, little Peter's voice called out. Vena, where have you been? What was that voice? The mother and son lay on the same bed, both appearing equally weak. The Count's mansion had been attacked, the Count defeated, yet life at home had not changed. The son still struggled to find food, the husband still gravely ill, nothing had changed. Don't worry, the bad guys have all been defeated, they won't come back. Vena gently stroked little Peter's forehead, forcing a smile. Really? Who defeated them? Was it the hero? The hero came to save us. Vena's breath caught as the image of the cold-eyed, handsome young man with black hair surfaced in her mind. This was a question she had asked herself. The answer was yes. Yet life had not changed in the slightest, even though she had been saved by that young man once. Mom, have you seen the hero? What does he look like? Tell me. Little Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stories of heroes were his favorite since childhood. The righteous hero defeated the evil demon king and married the beautiful princess, living a happy life. These stories were always the same, yet little Peter never grew tired of them. On this continent, every child's idol was the hero. Vena had not heard much about the feats of heroes. Most of the stories she told were her own fabrications, as the content was always similar. But this time she truly had a story to tell. Just recently, a story that really happened. Vena pondered for a moment, then slowly began. The hero is a... How about I tell it myself? Shall I tell the story myself? A clear and familiar voice suddenly came from behind as a young man with black hair and black eyes accompanied by a cold and expressionless woman walked in. "Brave sir," Vina exclaimed in surprise. Little Peter, who had appeared weak, suddenly lit up and sprang up from the bed. Even the ailing old Peter regained a bit of color on his face at this moment. "Black hair, Melon, family, Vina, what is this?" Cough, cough. Mom, what's happening?" Little Peter kept tugging at his mother's clothes, his voice barely above a whisper, but the excitement and tension in his tone were unmistakable. Vina seemed oblivious, looking around before suddenly realizing and offering her chair. "Brave sir, what brings you here?" "Then why be so formal? I'm not a noble, I'm just a commoner like you." "But that can't be the same." Qigfei looked at the anxious family before him with some amusement. Roy had previously reported the family's situation through the roaming handbook. Qigfei normally wouldn't have personally come for such matters, as there were hundreds, if not thousands, of families like this in the slums, and it was simply impractical to visit each one. But what could he say? He felt a connection with Vina, having seen her in such a vulnerable state. Thus, Qigfei decided to take a moment to check on the family's situation as a way to make amends for the harm his plans had inadvertently caused them. "All right, let's skip the pleasantries. Ms. Vina, I heard your husband is gravely ill, is that correct?" Vina was taken aback, her breath quickening as she hurriedly replied. "Yes, I've consulted the clergy several times, but they haven't been able to heal him. The priest said it's because our faith isn't sincere enough." Her voice gradually trailed off. Those quacks." Qigfei cursed in Chinese, leaving Vina's family stunned. They certainly couldn't understand Chinese, but the essence of the language was such that even if one didn't understand, they could grasp its meaning. Moreover, Qigfei showed no restraint in displaying disdain and mockery on his face. Vina fell silent, for her family were devout followers of the sun god, and this brave man clearly looked down on the church. "If you are willing to trust me, I can take a look at the cause of the illness." "Of course. Thank you so much. Yage, Dad will be saved. The brave one really is just like in the stories." "Little Peter." Vina pulled her son aside to give Qigfei space to work. "Cough, cough, brave sir, how can I assist you?" "No, you don't need to do anything, just lie down." Qigfei snapped his fingers, and the roaming handbook appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Vina quickly pulled her son, who was eager to approach, further away. Little Peter stared with wide, sparkling eyes, eagerly imagining what kind of magic the brave man would chant to heal his father. However, Qigfei merely stared at the handbook for a moment before saying pneumonia. "Pneumonia?" The three of them were bewildered, having never heard that word before. "Brave brother, what is pneumonia? Is it a curse?" Qigfei was not surprised by Little Peter's question. If any illness could be cured by a divine spell, there would be no need for advancements in medical science. In this world, pneumonia, lung cancer, asthma, and colds were all referred to as coughing illness. A divine spell could heal, and that was seen as the grace of the gods. If it couldn't be healed, it was believed that one's faith was insincere, and thus the gods abandoned them. Qigfei shook his head and said, "No, it's just an ordinary illness. If it were a curse, the sun god's spell would have lifted it long ago." "Cough, an ordinary illness? Then why is it always untreated?" Because the priest in charge of healing is just making a fool of you." The common folk didn't know the expertise of the sun god's spells, but surely the priest understood that. "The method of treatment is wrong. The sun god's spells cannot cure illnesses. Tomorrow morning, go to the nearest village and find a harvest church and ask the priest there to treat you." The nearby village refers to Fengtao village, as Qigfei pointed out its approximate location on the map, and continued, "A carriage will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. After the treatment, you can return or choose to stay there to live. The village is in need of a blacksmith." Thank you so much." Vina excitedly bowed to Qigfei while holding onto Little Peter's head, suddenly recalling something she hastily added. "It's so late, you must not have eaten yet." "They'll go make dinner now. A Little Peter, you entertain our guests." The woman hurriedly left, as if escaping. Soon muffled sobs could be heard coming from the kitchen. Old Peter gave Qigfei a bitter smile. "Please forgive us, Vina. She is just too exhausted." "It's all right, I understand." This was the uncontainable emotional outburst of someone who was pushed to the brink and found hope again. Qigfei could relate, as he too had experienced it. "Brave brother, can you tell me about your adventures?" "Hey." Little Peter tugged at Qigfei's black robe, looking up at him with shining eyes. With his mother gone, no one could control this curious child anymore. "My adventure story." Qigfei recalled what he had done since arriving in this world. Impersonating a hero, brainwashing soldiers, seizing others' property, inciting commoners to revolt, and endlessly boasting. No epic battles against demon clans, no subduing of bandits, no dungeon explorations. He suddenly realized that his story was not quite suitable for educating a child. Such matters should be left to Yang Jing, as the tales of the heroine Xing Mei were the true embodiment of heroic adventures. But this didn't faze the clever Qigfei. He tossed the question back. "Child, what do you think a hero is?" "Of course, a nemesis of evil. A great hero saving the world. Just like you, big brother." The boy blurted out without a second thought. Yang Jing, who had been silent, cast a sidelong glance at Qigfei upon hearing this, and the implication was clear. "Do you even deserve it?" Qigfei felt a bit awkward and hurriedly changed the topic. Under his guidance, the seasoned blacksmith Old Peter shared a wealth of information about forging, such as enchanting, embedding, and engraving systems. Enchanting involves adding special abilities to equipment through specific magic with effects that weaken over time until they disappear. Embedding, as the name suggests, is the process of forging magic crystals or materials from magical creatures into equipment with effects that do not diminish over time. However, this method is extremely expensive. High-quality magic crystals are worth their weight in gold, and even ordinary magic crystals provide little enhancement, making it unaffordable for poor adventurers. As for engraving, it is said to involve inscribing ancient characters known as runic glyphs onto equipment, but these glyphs were completely lost during the Great Rift War 500 years ago, and the few remaining runic items are found only in museums, making it impossible to study. Qigfei and old Peter chatted enthusiastically, while little Peter could hardly interject, shifting his attention to Yang Jing, who was sitting nearby. Sister, you are so beautiful. Yang Jing remained expressionless. Sister, are you the brave one's girlfriend? Yang Jing still showed no emotion, though a vein in her forehead twitched slightly. Sister, can you tell me about your adventure stories? Yang Jing stood up, preparing to wait outside for Qigfei. Sister, your outfit is so cool. Yang Jing sat back down and gently patted little Peter's head. The four of them formed pairs, enjoying a warm conversation until they unknowingly chatted until it was dark. I've learned a lot, Mr. Peter. Brave sir, you are the one to be admired. Oh, I've never heard of that type of Damascus steel you mentioned. I never expected there to be blacksmiths capable of refining such high-strength steel. Cough, cough. Don't get too excited. Your illness hasn't been treated yet. Hee, pardon me. Gore. At that moment, little Peter's stomach let out a loud rumble of hunger. Why isn't dinner ready yet? Old Peter looked puzzled. Vina, is dinner not ready yet? It's all right. We can just go to a tavern in the market. It's on me. Qigfei had a fondness for the local specialty golden oat porridge, intending to bring some back for his sister before leaving. This, I couldn't possibly accept. It's precisely because you feel uneasy that you'll stay in Fengtao village to work as a blacksmith for the army. Qigfei mumbled in his heart while standing up. They'll check the kitchen. You just rest comfortably. Thank you for your trouble. In slums, kitchens were generally built outdoors and shared among several families due to the cramped living conditions with only one window available. As Qigfei stepped outside, he caught the aroma of oat porridge following the scent to the back kitchen. Ms. Vina, we intended to. On the stove sat a plate with several slices of black bread stuffed with bacon and thin oat porridge spilled all over, rising in steamy wisps. The woman lay there, her beautiful eyes devoid of pupils, her pale neck twisted at a grotesque angle, her mouth agape, as if something had been pulled out from within. We often hear the saying that a story requires logic, but reality does not. Yet Qigfei felt that reality was often the most logical. Every mistake you make, every compromise you concede will one day transform into a blade stabbing you from an angle you could never predict. Indeed, from the night of the public horse banner, when Qigfei patted Roland's shoulder and decided to steer clear of the madman, it was destined that he would pay a multiple price for his complacency. Vena's hand reached toward that house. The ones she loved most were inside. That was her home, the hope that sustained this woman until now. The long night was finally coming to an end, yet she ultimately collapsed before dawn silently and without warning. Qigfei silently picked up a piece of black bread wrapped in bacon and put it in his mouth. It was dry and hard, though a small piece of bacon was somewhat palatable. There were 5 pieces of black bread, but only 4 were wrapped in bacon. Tisk, this is really terrible. Qigfei closed his eyes and tilted his head back, struggling to swallow the food. Meilon. A cold, hoarse voice rang out from behind. The furious eyes suddenly opened wide, their dark pupils turning crimson in an instant. Fuck your mother. Before him loomed a creature wreathed in ashen mist, its flesh all but gone. Ribbons of bone piercing through pallid skin, leaving scarcely a scrap of intact tissue upon its ravaged frame. Yet from that sunken, deathly white visage, Siegfried still recognized the monster's former identity: Robert Daniel, former guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild in Constant City. Once a revered magic warrior, now a grotesque death knight. The skeletal abomination raised a bony finger and shrieked hysterically at Siegfried. It's you again, always you. Melon, you wretched, revolting aberrations. You trample our sacred aspirations again and again. Where are the people? Who gave you leave to let them flee? Who granted such permission? Robert had long since lost most of his human consciousness. He had performed the divine consecration right ahead of time, sacrificing his own flesh to forcibly ascend to the Shrank Death Knight. The divine consecration rite is a solemn vow of eternal devotion sworn before one's patron deity in exchange for a divine miracle, the divine sigil. With the sole exception of mages, nearly every class must undergo such a rite to ascend from a rank to Shrank. Whether an rank aspirant becomes an elite or a mere footnote among Shrank peers depends entirely on the magnitude of the divine sigil they receive. The stronger one's power and the firmer one's will at the rank threshold, the greater the divine sigil they may endure, and thus the greater their latent potential. To force the reception of a divine sigil beyond one's capacity invites catastrophe. Either the soul is stripped bare, descending into madness, or one meets their god face permanently. Robert was clearly the former. Ha ha, you stay silent. Ha ha, do you truly believe yourself mighty? Even now you feign invincibility. Melon, I tell you the plan has succeeded. Yes, you spirited away our elf. You emptied the Hoover Trading Company's coffers. You even relocated the entire slums. So what? So what? It changes nothing. Siegfried watched the laughing, raging fool in silence, the crimson slits of his eyes boiling with murderous intent. The broken blade Belunk already gleamed in his grip. Ah, you wish to kill me. You're desperate. You're desperate, desperate, desperate. Melon. You lose. Boom. The wall of Vina's house exploded outward, brick and mortar shattering, dust billowing, debris soaring, carrying Robert's severed head high into the air. Ruawar. A dragon's roar, thunderous and celestial, tore through the rising dust. As the haze thinned, a serpentine beast glided through the air. A dragon's head fused to a fish's body, its throat thick and resonant. Fine droplets coalesced, swiftly spiraling upward to form a shimmering airborne stream, within which the creature swam with sovereign grace. Seaborn, scaled like a fishtail, shaped like a chi, spewing waves to summon rain, the Chiwen, ninth son of the Dragon King. Yang Jing stepped calmly from the shattered wall, her radiant face frozen in icy resolve. In her hand rested the jade folding fan she had worn at her waist, never once unfurled. Siegfried had always assumed it a relic of adolescent affectation. Now at last he beheld its true nature. Beneath the starlit sky, the Chiwen arced across the heavens, its sinuous form mirrored in the cascading stream, while Yang Jing stood poised, serene and luminous. The jade fan snapped open, rippling light catching the airborne river as it bent, stretched, and converged upon the fan's surface. What had been blank silk now flowed with liquid clarity, a tranquil pond alive with leaping carp. Mystic art, celestial pond within the fan. The Chiwen lifted its draconic head and swallowed Robert's half-body whole, then coiled back to rest beside Yang Jing. Inside the ruined house pit, and his son slept soundly within the shell of a clam spirit. Siegfried nodded to Yang Jing, but his gaze lingered involuntarily upon the Chiwen. As he took a single step forward, the Chiwen flinched, ducking its head behind Yang Jing's back, trembling, tail quivering in plain sight. Siegfried froze, startled. It dislikes your aura. Yang Jing's complexion was pale. She had already expended her mystic art twice today. Celestial pond within the fan is no passive illusion like deceptive words. Each activation exacts a heavy toll. Siegfried offered a rueful smile. I misjudged this. Yang Jing glanced toward Vina, fallen unconscious in the kitchen, and murmured softly, this is not your fault. No, it isn't only this. Siegfried shook his head, pointing eastward. Yang Jing turned, and her clear pupils contracted sharply. To the east of the slums lay Golden Ear Street, the direction of the Count's manor where Clinchid and the others were stationed. For generations, Constance Counts had refrained from building castles to demonstrate docility before the royal court. Yet now, rising against the horizon, stood a colossal, radiant white fortress. No, not a fortress. A gargantuan skeleton vast as a citadel itself. Name, Lord of the Undead, Nicolothymus. Gender, none. Age, 3034 years. Race, undead. Alignment, chaotic. Class, undead sovereign. Crowned 1,000 years ago as the new monarch of the undead court of the Demon Clan. The fourth undead sovereign to rise after the Tomb King, the Witch King, and the Bone King. Divinely favored by Thanatos, the god of death, and a candidate for demon lordship. Specialization, unknown. Innate talent, unceasing vigil. Divine sigil, Thanatos favor. Strength SS. Agility SS. Mana SS. Intelligence A. Luck B. Leadership A. Overall rating SS. Note, set aside your reckless notions. This is not an opponent you can overcome. Siegfried exhaled deeply as he read the data scrolling across his wanderer's manual, and grinned. Now that's how a final boss should appear. Truly magnificent. Return. The mission is complete. Without hesitation, Yang Jing closed her fan. Siegfried's crimson eyes remained fixed on the distant skeletal colossus. He did not move. We cannot withstand such a foe. Wanderer, this phase of your mission has concluded. Please return immediately. Shannon's voice echoed simultaneously within both Siegfried's and Yang Jing's minds, ethereal and warm, stripped of mechanical resonance. The chronicler herself had descended once more to issue warning. The last time had been before the altar of death. Return, and watch helplessly while that pile of rotten bones dismantles everything I've built over these past 2 weeks. Wanderer, please retain composure. Princess Clinchid possesses the capability to manage emergent threats. Siegfried scoffed bitterly. And at what cost? What price must be paid? Humph. I know precisely what you mean. And yes, even if Clinchid and her companions perish utterly, history remains correctable. I could simply defect to Roderick and claim victory effortlessly. But damn it, I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. His eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. He had possessed both the means and the opportunity to prevent this calamity. Yet he chose not to, deluding himself as though reality were a game, believing that by refusing quests the plot would stall indefinitely. Countless coincidences converged into inevitability, yet the root cause was simple. He had treated this world as mere fiction. The price of that arrogance was Vina's lifeless body, and the deaths of countless innocents, including Clinchid herself. Do not go. For the first time, alarm flickered across Yang Jing's serene features, a startling novelty for Siegfried, who had grown accustomed to her disdainful expressions. Siegfried shook his head. You will die. I know, Siegfried. Her lower lip trembled, her fingers gripped the fan so fiercely her knuckles blanched. Nearby, the Chiwen stole glances at the pair, then quietly drifted onto the clam spirit's shell. Outside remained only Siegfried and Yang Jing. Siegfried shot the clever beast a sidelong glance and smiled. Your mystic art far outstrips mine. Where did that come from? Tamed in another world. When we return, you'll tell me all about your wanderings. Yang Jing uttered not a word, only stepped before him silently, steadily holding his gaze. Siegfried met those deep blue eyes, and after a long pause a quiet resolute smile curved his lips. It began with a conceited fool strutting about like a master strategist, only to unleash chaos on a scale no one foresaw. Now that fool intends to seal the breach he created. Look after my sister. He slipped past her and sprinted eastward unwavering and unhesitating toward Golden Ear Street. Yang Jing watched his retreating figure until a single tear traced her cheek. As if sensing her sorrow, the Qi lunged forward, swallowing Robert's skull in one swift motion. Siegfried had always been an exceptional actor, yet never the sort who loses himself in role, never the fool who mistakes days of playing the hero for being one. That skeletal titan radiated terror, even to the naked eye, and he, merely a crank villager without even a formal class. Shannon had never explicitly stated the consequences of death, but even intuition screamed the truth. Wanderer, I cannot comprehend your choice. To you this world is but a fleeting dream, a game-like realm you shall abandon once history is restored. There is no necessity to sacrifice your life for its common folk. Shannon's voice persisted unrelenting within his mind. Yet Siegfried heard none of it. Their voices echoed louder, so deafening they drowned out even the chronicler's counsel. Truly worthy of Lord Melon. Lord Melon, if battle demands aid, Sir Roland pledges himself as your vanguard. Harasima, may I join your party too? Papa, Nana's hungry. My lord, you're no ordinary hero. You wield both cunning schemes and hidden arrows. Brother Siegfried, please return soon. We're all waiting in the village. Harasima, are you here to save us? Mr. Siegfried, thank you. Siegfried laughed until tears streamed down his face. Then after a long moment wiped them away and replied, Shannon, what are you talking about? For the common folk. Do I look like that kind of person? These cliches, 1,000 lanterns, the people's salvation. I don't care, nor do I possess the power to care. I'm no true hero. I lack the strength to save so many. Siegfried brushed away the tears. Let me confess something shamelessly. Before 16, I thought everyone around me was a fool, chattering endlessly about school idols or League of Legends. How dull. After 16, I realized I was the greatest fool of all. I worked relentlessly, studied obsessively, striving only to cease being one. Shannon, I've never had a friend in my life. But now, a cascade of memories flooded his vision, these past 2 weeks vivid and tender. The plucky female knight bursting in at midnight begging for food, the bearded man staring grimly at a washboard, the silver-haired girl returning triumphantly with for companions dragging a mountain boar for roasting, the diminutive Pukin kneeling before him, sobbing uncontrollably, the golden-haired maiden smile at sunset, outshining all creation. Siegfried straightened his spine and sniffed. Frankly, your accursed contract has caused me endless trouble, but thank you, Shannon. Wandering across worlds. It's truly extraordinary. Around them panic swelled. Crowds surged toward the city gates, clutching whatever possessions they could carry. Among them a black-clad figure darted, fluid, precise, leaping over every obstacle, racing against the tide of fleeing citizens straight toward the source of terror. What then is a hero? A vanguard against demons. A vanquisher of evil. A guardian of hearts aglow. A savior of the masses. No, a hero is neither so complex nor synonymous with justice. Ancient sages of Huaxia defined the word perfectly millennia ago. A hero is one who, though facing 10,000 foes, marches forth alone. Currently accessible intelligence, rank class Death Knight, divine sigil call of the dead. Any devotee accepting this sigil regardless of prior class is transformed into a Death Knight. The recipient becomes half undead lifespan, vastly extended command over undead creations granted, and total immunity to mental affecting magics. Call of the Dead is among the highest tier divine sigils bestowed by Thanatos, far beyond the endurance of any half-trained or rank aspirant. Mystic Art Celestial Pond within the fan, a mystic art acquired by Yang Jing during a prior mission. Its vessel is a jade folding fan, devoid of silk leaves, containing within it a celestial aquatic realm. Aquatic beings captured and bound within may grant stat bonuses to the wielder, or fight alongside them in battle. Yang Jing's specialization Beast Tongue transforms this art. Fundamentally, creatures once requiring prolonged taming may now be enlisted instantly, provided suitable terms are offered. As a mystic art is an extension of the Wanderer's consciousness, the fan cannot be stored in inventory slots. Katarina, take third squad and organize civilian evacuation. In everyone else, raise your weapons if you wish to live. In outside the Constant Count's manor, Roland brandished Durandal, his expression stern as he commanded the troops. Though called an army, it was scarcely more than a handful of soldiers, disguised among the crowd clad in no armor. The elite guards of the manor had already been scattered by the earlier tide of panicked civilians, who what remained were cowardly rabble utterly unreliable. At present, the only true combat force consisted of Clinchide's party and the adventurers hired by Siegfried. Yet, even this meager contingent stood no chance against the monstrous entity looming before them. Damn it! How could it be here? How could it be here? In bloodshot veins webbed Roland's eyes, his jaw clenched so tightly his teeth ground together. Yes, he knew this monster. He knew this colossal white skull that had shattered the roof of the Constant Manor. In Nicolthamus, the Lich Sovereign. Years ago, when Roland had just ascended to the rank of Golden Knight and ventured to the front lines for trial, Durandal's innate supremacy over undead forces had routed the armies of the undead court. His exploits ultimately drew the attention of the undead court's reigning sovereign himself. Nicolthamus struck in person and annihilated Roland's entire squad. Had Durandal not shielded him, Roland himself would long since have become one of the Lich Sovereign's soulless thralls. And he would never forget it. Never. He would never forget Nicolthamus's grotesque skull, missing a single incisor. Nor would he ever forget how his comrades collapsed as though their souls had been ripped from their bodies, necks twisted, pupils vacant. What unfolded before him now mirrored that fateful day exactly. The towering white skeleton was transmuting its surroundings into a spreading wasteland of ash-gray desolation where thousands upon thousands of wailing undead swarmed like locusts. Each was a face, Orcish, elven, human, even demonic. This sovereign of death sought to transform the entire city into his necrotic dominion. Nicol! And Roland roared, Durandal blazing with radiant light as a dazzling arc of swordlight shot forth toward the colossal skull. Yet the giant skull made no move to block it, merely let the blade light strike, shatter, and dissipate into shimmering motes. Insect! A cold, rasping voice issued from the skull's hollow maw. At that instant, hundreds of thousands of undead shrieked in unison. Civilians who had failed to flee along with underprepared guards dropped like wheat before the scythe. The Lich Sovereign opened its massive jaw, missing one incisor. And in the next breath, those fallen writhed necks snapping backward as grayish spirits were violently drawn from their mouths, soaring into the ash-gray void to swell the ranks of the undead host. Jaw snapping shut, Nicolthamus surveyed its own upper half form. A bitter chuckle escaped its bones. The sacrificial souls had proven insufficient. The summoning ritual had manifested only half its true body. Even in devotion to my lord, you are but wriggling flesh. Inhumans, can you not even accomplish this simple task? But it mattered little. The deficit of souls could be replenished from the city's populace. Even at half-strength, the Lich Sovereign could turn the entire metropolis into a realm of the dead within a single night. From this day forth, the Constant County would become the second frontline in the demon race's invasion of the Qilon continent. Katarina clutched her head, kneeling on one knee as sweat streamed down her brow. Surrounding adventurers suffered identical afflictions. Most ranked Class C, none higher than Class B. Utterly incapable of enduring the synchronized shriek of hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of undead. Within 10 minutes of the Lich Sovereign's appearance, the battle had devolved into utter rout, and most terrifying of all, the Lich Sovereign had yet to truly act. In that moment, Roland finally understood why Siegfried Melon had refused, absolutely refused, to let him intervene that night. So that is it. The Lich Sovereign, yes. Knees grip tightened on the sword, trembling faintly. His fury was not directed at Melon for withholding information. It burned inward, against himself, against his own helplessness. Nind, his foe, was a sovereign of the undead. Even knowing the truth, what could he possibly do? Roland was one of only two figures still capable of movement, the other being Clinchide. Durandal shielded him, and Clinchide, her emerald eyes now blazing gold, her exquisite face suffused with serene, merciless detachment, radiated sacred, purifying light that held the encroaching ash-gray desolation rigidly confined behind the manor's gates. Why had the undead legions not yet overrun the city? Why, beneath the crushing pressure of an S-rank undead sovereign, had civilians still managed to flee? Because of Clinchide, the Sun Saintess, who almost single-handedly held back the full assault of the entire undead legion. Soleil's favor, a divine blessing from the sun god Soleil, granting ultimate affinity with light and fire elements, enabling her to command light sprites within a limited radius. Moreover, the blessed bearer may serve as a vessel for Soleil's descent. In divine descent ritual, the Sun Clan's divine blessing. Folly. How long can your frail humanity endure? Nicolthamus's massive skull trembled. Though bone possessed no expression, Roland clearly saw mockery and disdain etched across that skeletal visage. Wretch! Durandal blazed brighter still as torrents of magical energy surged into its blade. Veins bulged on Roland's forehead, crimson blood trickled from his nose. In this would be his final life-pledging strike, in arc flash. The sheath of illusion blade. You fled last time. Pale flame flickered in the Lich Sovereign's eye socket, and then hundreds of spectral forms erupted from the ash-gray void, surging toward Roland. Roland raised illusion blade high, magical energy coalesced at its apex, and yet as he prepared to bring it down, he froze. For the faces of those rushing toward him, he knew them, and they were his comrades fallen fighting the demon race on the front line, slain by the Lich Sovereign himself. You bastard. Two crimson tears streamed from his eyes. The overwhelming surge of magic nearly tore his body apart, but Roland dared not swing the blade. They were the spirits of his fallen brothers in arms. Foolish mortal, flesh that speaks. To stand beside me eternal and unbroken is the highest honor. Nicolthamus raised a colossal hand bone and brought it down like a fly swatter toward the luminous Clinchide. Let you complete divine descent. Troublesome. Be grateful, sons chosen. You shall return to the embrace of my lord. Stop. Roland's eyes burst with fury. Grrrh. Katarina slammed her head once, then raised her shield and charged forward, placing herself squarely before Clinchide. A translucent white shield materialized, enveloping the knight in an invisible barrier. Her frame was dwarfed by even a single phalanx of that skeletal hand. Her defensive technique would hold for less than a second. Even she knew it was futile a death sentence. Yet still, Inch stood before the girl. Because she was her liege, her confidant, her dearest friend. In Clinshide's golden gaze, cold and distant, flashed with sudden clarity as she cried out, voice raw with anguish, "In Lena, no. Fool, don't go." In boom. Na primordial titanic aura, ancient beyond reckoning, erupted from the man's body. Countless phantom stony dragon scales rippled across his skin, twin sharp horns of spectral dragon bone pierced the sky. His silver hair whipped in the wind, crimson vertical slitted pupils blazed like twin torches in the night. In his hand the broken blade trembled violently, blazing with searing incandescent light as torrential power flooded endlessly into its wielder. The earth quaked, and with each step he advanced his presence intensified. As though he had not walked in ages, each footfall pulverizing the stone flagstones beneath him. Were a historian to pass by at this very moment, Tinthe would surely gape in disbelief. And for this man bore the exact likeness of the Dragonblood hero from 1,000 years past. Baramuk, the Dragonblood hero, Siegfried in male, age 20 in race, wander in alignment, order class hero, candidate in the legendary Dragonblood hero, now manifests within you. Though his strength is but a tenth of its former glory, even thus diminished he commands, all before 10,000 foes. Mastery in dragon taming, 100 sacred in dragon slaying, swordsmanship, 99 master in combat techniques in meteor, counter meteor, instant reflection, dragon's weak spot, second wind in peril, Albion's thunder lance, knights and in elemental affinity in all elements, 100 in magic, incapable of casting all known spells. Racial traits in dragon's forge heart, infinite magical energy, so long as the forge heart burns the ancient dragon endures. In imperishable stone scales, scales that never decay, though the ancient dragon perishes its might lingers. Epic talents in golden avarice, Baramuk's unique epic talent, origin unknown, function undisclosed. In Heroes of the Rift War, a collective epic shared by all participants of the Rift War. Baramuk's portion allows reenactment of his legendary duel with the demon king Lucifer. Divine blessings in Chosen of the Elements, a hero-exclusive blessing granting supreme affinity with all elements. Elemental sprites will continuously supply the bearer with mana. In Albion's Love, a unique divine blessing of the great dragon, King Albion, function undisclosed, bestowed exclusively upon draconic beings. Strength SSS in agility, SSS in Anna in intelligence, and luck S in leadership. Sin overall rating SS. The rumor holds that Baramuk was raised by an ancient dragon. Rumor claims he wed his adoptive dragon and shared its blood, becoming history's first Dragonblood knight. Rumor tells he twice rose to save the world. Rumor says he, a mere human, gravely wounded the strongest demon king during the Rift War 5 centuries ago, dying in exhaustion. Rumor whispers his sword light could cleave day from night. The man closed the codex and tossed it aside with weary indifference. And she said I would die. They all said, don't go, in strange. Yet I feel no fear of defeat. Neither in the past, nor now. Ni's voice resonated deep and resonant, not Siegfried's. Inamar, wanderer. Due to unknown causes the former hero has awakened within you. Seize this fleeting miracle. It shall not recur. And Shannon's voice trembled, charged with excitement, astonishment, confusion, and dread. The chronicler had never displayed such emotional intensity. And the silver-haired man seemed not to hear him. After a long silence he spoke, in chronicler. Is there anything further you wish to say? And Shannon fell silent, weighing his words for what felt like an eternity, before replying, Master Baramuk, welcome home, and make a glorious ruckus. Baramuk lifted his gaze toward the towering white skull in the distance, and a pair of vast spectral dragon wings unfurled from his back. He declared, undoubtedly, currently public intelligence and Rift War, a continent-wide cataclysm 5 centuries ago, order versus chaos. The demon race produced its most formidable demon king yet. He defeated the hero of that age, unified all demon courts, and launched a total war upon the order-aligned realms. In short order, only one fortress remained. And all races set aside their enmity, gathering beneath the Lionheart King's banner. Countless heroes sacrificed themselves to stall the demon advance. That same year, Baramuk, the Dragonblood hero, having already fulfilled his destiny and relinquished the title of hero, rose once more for the world's sake. 5 centuries later, he confronted the demon king anew, and fell in glorious combat. Yet his sacrifice bought time for the last hero to mature. And the last hero split the world in two with his axe, and his life his name, ushering in the Dawn Era. The great rift, the chasm cleaving the Qilon continent from the demon continent, bottomless, forever unfilled by seawater. Its emergence heralded the dawn of light, ending the endless total war between humans and demons. Today, the sole point of contact between the two continents is the Nibelungen front, the northernmost border of the Orpheus Empire. Lena. Crinchid murmured in a daze while Roland stared in stunned silence at the scene before him. Every soul present fell utterly still. Huff. Huff. You scared me half to death. Katerina collapsed onto the ground, her legs trembling as she gasped for breath. Ah yes, she was unharmed. The colossal skeletal hand halted its descent less than half a meter above the female knight, suspended motionless in midair, as if time itself had frozen. Above the Earl's manor, the Lich Sovereign's hollow eyes flickered with pale, ghostly flames. What is this? Why, just moments ago this immortal sovereign, This lord of the undead had felt an inexplicable tremor in his being. A tremor. Nicolathymus' heart had ceased beating thousands of years ago. How could he possibly feel such a thing? Fool. Quickly, evacuate his highness. Roland seized the unseen eternity opportunity and issued the command without hesitation. He himself could no longer flee. If the immense magical energy coalescing within Durandal were not released immediately, it would rupture his body from within. Even if unleashed, he would collapse instantly, utterly drained, incapable of escaping the battlefield. Yet, Crinchid, mid-channeling the divine descent, suddenly shrieked in agony. Her levitating form plummeted downward, and the sacred radiance that had suppressed the ashen world dissolved into nothingness. Your Highness! Your Highness! What has happened to you? Katerina rushed to support Crinchid. What a... To her horror, the princess' face had turned the color of yellowed parchment and blood streamed from her delicate ears. Gritting his teeth, Roland forced his battered body forward, throwing himself between the two girls and roaring at the towering skeleton. Damn you! What have you done? She simply proved unworthy of bearing the sun's divine descent. What concern is that of mine? The Lich Sovereign's reply struck Roland like a bucket of glacial water, extinguishing every ember of hope. There truly was no escape now. Yet as Crinchid lay slumped in Katerina's arms, her eyes fluttered open, weak, faint, but lucid. No, it isn't fear. The elves, the light fairies, they are afraid. Afraid? Katerina frowned in confusion. No, it isn't fear either, the light fairies. They are rejoicing. They screamed and sang in ecstatic fervor, pouring their boundless joy toward their master. Their shrieks and jubilant cries pierced Crinchid's eardrums with unbearable intensity. But how can this be? Ugh. Roland barely voiced the question before crying out in sudden pain. Damn it, he too was failing. More precisely, the sword in his hand was failing. Durandal blazed with searing golden light. A searing, bone-deep agony shot up his palm, forcing him to release his grip. The crushing weight of magic vanished instantly. Roland spat a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, barely regaining his footing. The Golden Knight had survived, but his terror remained unshaken, unsoothed. For Durandal, this ancient phantasmal blade bestowed upon him by the Rose Queen, sworn to him as its master and battle-tested 100 times over, had just refused him, refused his grasp. How is this possible? Durandal leapt, danced, and spiraled through the air like a giddy child, and then shot toward the rear of the group. A hand, scaled with translucent dragon hide, its knuckles sharp and defined, reached out and caught it. Long time, Durandal. Apologies, old friend. I cannot fight beside you this time. Durandal's radiance dimmed instantly, its luminous glow receding like a crestfallen child, its once proud blade seeming to droop almost limply in surrender. Ha ha ha, don't take it so hard. Haven't you found a fine new master? The white-haired man's voice was soft, not raised, but carried with crystalline clarity into every ear. His raven hair had turned snow white, his eyes burned crimson like twin embers of hellfire, his entire being had undergone a transformation beyond reckoning. Yet still all recognized him instantly. Tears traced silent paths down Crinchid's cheeks. At last, she had held on. At last, she had endured. He had come. You? Roland stared dumbfounded at the white-haired man striding toward him, words dying on his tongue before they could even form. And shrank, Golden Knight. Even 5 centuries ago such a rarity was seldom seen. You aren't bad. The white-haired man returned Durandal to Roland, then turned toward the fallen golden-haired maiden and said, Sever the connection, for now. Your mind won't withstand it much longer. He extended his left hand. A wave of emerald-green luminescence rippled outward, and the girl's ashen pallor faded, her complexion flushing back to life before their very eyes. Divine arts and miracles are never granted freely. You know this well. Sir Siegfried, that old fool's sword still has the same revolting tastes. Crinchid tried to speak again, but the white-haired man had already turned away. She hesitated, lips trembling, and swallowed the rest of her words. Lady Melon, you're so handsome now. Katerina flung herself forward with open arms, only for the man to flash his hand upward and send her crashing flat onto the ground. Sorry. Reflex. You reminded me of someone. You? The night lay, dazed, stars swirling before her eyes. The white-haired man offered Katerina an apologetic smile, then lifted his gaze. His crimson, vertically slitted pupils locked onto the towering skeletal colossus. My apologies, old friend, for keeping you waiting. Nicolathymus' pale spectral flames roared violently in his eye sockets as he shrieked, nearly hysterical. No. You. It's impossible. You're dead. You should be dead. 1,000 years apart. And your first words are this. Then, perhaps you'd prefer to lose your other front tooth as well. You. Once the undead court had stood supreme among the demonic royal courts. 3 undead sovereigns rose within its halls, the Tomb King, the Warlock King, and the Bone King, each ascending in turn to become a demon lord. For a time the court blazed with unmatched glory, its undead legions marched unchallenged, conquering all before them. And Nicolathymus, chosen as the 4th undead sovereign, was hailed by his predecessors with soaring expectations. All believed he would become the 4th demon lord of the undead court, leading his armies to crush rival courts, defeat the hero, and storm humanity's fertile lands. Such meteoric ascendancy, such fervent anticipation from elders, such zealous adoration from kin, fueled Nicolathymus with unshakable confidence. So he resolved to lead his forces in seizing a human city-state. At first all went flawlessly. Human resistance crumbled effortlessly. His legions arrived at the city walls without loss. Until within that very city he met him. The man who rode a primordial dragon, his hair white as winter's first frost. This man descended like divine lightning from the heavens, shattering Nicolathymus' army with contemptuous ease, and before countless witnesses wrenching one of his front teeth clean from his jaw. An unspeakable humiliation. From that day forth the undead court declined into obscurity, so diminished it did not even participate in the 500-year Rift War. Nicolathymus, destined to be a legend, became overnight the laughingstock of all demonic courts. Even after a millennium, even though this man had fallen in battle 5 centuries ago, that terror remained rooted deep in his soul, and the man's name still echoed unforgettable. That name, Baramuk. The Lich Sovereign roared in gray-white decay exploded outward. Millions of undead shrieked as one surging toward the white-haired man like a tide of rotting flesh. And Baramuk leisurely raised the sword in his hand, its once shattered blade now blazing with crimson light, so fierce it seared the eyes. Boom! Above the clouds thunderheads churned, lightning crackled across the sky in violent arcs. Red, green, blue. Countless prismatic streams of energy spiraled high above, converging into a colossal vortex of raw magic. At the vortex's heart stood Baramuk. Crinchid watched entranced, feeling the light fairies around her surge toward him with frenzied, ecstatic devotion. Since time immemorial, only one event could summon such celestial anomaly. Blinding crimson light erupted from the fractured blade, coalescing into ethereal photon-edged blades. The holy sword drawn. In the square of Fengtao village, it's my turn. It's my turn. Elvish, it should be my turn. You already had your turn once. Elvish, that was Charlotte's turn. Now it was Emila's turn. Please don't argue. Although it was already the middle of the night, the children in Fengtao village were still playing in the square. Children are always full of energy, especially among these kids. A very few of them are actually children. Tova had quickly mastered the Elvish language during the past 2 days, and now she stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed, competing with the elven girl Emily for a chance to fly. Here, fly refers to the opportunity to soar through the night sky riding the Darren wand. The two girls were in a heated debate, but ultimately with Darren's mediation the 3 children managed to sit on the less than amateur-long wand and wobbly flew up into the sky. Woo-woo, I hope nothing goes wrong. It should be fine, and my magic can lift 10 adults into the sky at once. The usually timid half-elf boy proudly puffed out his chest at this moment. However, just as he finished speaking, the wand lost control. Oh no, woo-woo, it hurts. The 3 children fell in a disarray with Tova covering her bottom, crying out, "You're lying, it can't even hold 3 people. Woo-woo, how could this happen? Nana, please help me, my bottom hurts so much." Tova reached out her hand to Fauna beside her. Nana. Fauna seemed oblivious, her crimson dragon eyes fixed intently on the southern direction. The next moment, a terrifying dragon aura swept across the entire square. The silver-haired girl exposed her dragon teeth, raising her hands in excitement as she screamed, "Daddy! It's Daddy! Daddy is back!" Massive wings unfurled from her back, and her thick tail smashed down onto the ground, sending dust flying. In a flash, the girl transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. In an endless sea of flowers, a half-elf youth with light pink long hair whose beauty rendered their gender indistinguishable was playing with various flowers. Suddenly the flowers swayed. The evening breeze enveloped the colorful petals, sending them flying into the sky, gently drifting back down. The youth looked up at the sky, a smile gracing his half-green, half-pink magnificent eyes. Oh my, in the nighttime city of Chant the lights were bright. There is a witch flying in the air on a broom, her gray hair flowing in the wind. This beautiful girl is lovely as a doll, even making the stars in the sky dim their light. Who could she be? That's right. Wow. The girl let out a scream as she fell into a dim alley. She stood up vigorously, brushing off the dust from her hair, then puffed her cheeks and cursed loudly towards the south. "How dare you steal the spotlight from my crystal lady?" In the extreme north, at the front line of the battle between humans and demons, Nibelungen. Commander. A Durahan knelt on one knee before the figure. The one referred to as the commander had a pair of pitch-black wings, his entire body enveloped in magnificent armor, his face hidden from view. "I have a task for you." His voice was gentle but carried an irresistible authority. "Your orders, Commander. Summon all the lords of the realm. In 3 days we will hold a council of kings here. Ensure everyone is present." "What?" The Durahan raised. He had no head, but judging by his Bodis reaction, he seemed very astonished. "Commander, what could be so urgent?" The general of the demon race with black wings took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "A hero has appeared." In the capital of the Orpheus Empire today, the ministers of the empire continued to tread carefully. The one on the throne had aged significantly, yet his majesty had not diminished one bit compared to his earlier years. Julius Orpheus, who ascended to the throne at 23, had fought throughout his 50-year reign, transforming the impoverished Orpheus Duchy into the mighty Orpheus Empire that dominated the northern continent, gazed at his ministers with a sharp gaze. The finance minister stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, this is the expenditure for military supplies this month, please." "Your Majesty." A guard rushed into the hall without announcement, shouting. The ministers frowned in displeasure, but no one spoke out to stop him. Because the emperor on the throne had eradicated the noble system many years ago, they only differed from the guard in rank with no distinction in status. The guard knelt holding a scroll of parchment and said, "Your Majesty, an urgent message from Elder Honglian." Julia's dignified expression remained unchanged. "Open it." The guard placed the parchment on the ground and unfolded it. The next second the parchment burst into fiery flames, transforming into a crimson fire snake that twisted in the air, eventually forming a string of words. How is this possible? Why would it appear there? The ministers were instantly in an uproar. Julia's calm expression remained unchanged, but his deep purple eyes flickered slightly, reflecting that string of words. "In the southern territory of Moan, the hero has descended. Damn it, my newly purchased magic lamp. Why won't it light up? You idiot, I told you not to pick up cheap things at the flea market, and look what you've done, bought a secondhand item." "Bullshit. This was ordered from the Merchant Association. How could it be secondhand?" "Don't yell at me, it just won't light. Damn it, I'm going to find the Merchant Association to settle this." "Fizz. Magic. Fizz, what are you daydreaming about?" "Captain, I can't cast at you, I can't feel the elemental fluctuations." "Damn it. Retreat, everyone." The earth trembled, the atmosphere roared. On this day, all magical devices across the entire Qilin continent experienced anomalies at the same time, and on this day, half the kingdom's mages fell silent. Magical power, a massive amount of magical energy, surged from all directions towards the same location under the guidance of countless elemental fairies. Pure magical energy is colorless, but when the number of elemental fairies reaches a certain level, it transforms into this vibrant, flowing light. Beneath the vortex, Balunk raised his long sword with his white hair flying. Holy sword draw. A crimson lightning bolt crashed down, the soul shattered, the resentful spirits evaporated, and the gray-white world quickly faded in the light. In an instant, the world was clear again. For the hero, neither Klinhider nor Roland had ever seen one in person. They had only glimpsed this small corner of the world-destroying existence in literature and legends. Like most people, they had doubted the authenticity of those exaggerated stories countless times and had secretly mocked those who believed them. However, when the true hero descended before their eyes, when ancient legends walked into reality, they finally understood that those extravagant tales were ultimately somewhat conservative. The swirling thunderclouds obliterated the gray-white world that Klinhider had to sacrifice his humanity to suppress, with his divine descent technique under the illumination of that crimson lightning. But what was truly terrifying was not the lightning, it was the white-haired man in front of them, who did not even launch an attack, merely drawing the holy sword, that was all. Roland's pupils trembled. The scene before him made him doubt the martial arts he had trained for a lifetime. If the Demon King is also such an existence, then the essence of the arc light isn't in the speed of the sword, but in transforming your own body into light. A deep voice came from the front. Roland was stunned for a second before looking up in shock. The winged hero, white hair billowing with the holy sword held upright, crimson lightning swirling around him, crackled with a sharp sound. Arc light flash, starting stance. "He is teaching me." Roland immediately straightened his back, his eyes wide open, as if the previous dejection had never occurred. "I will show this only once, so pay attention." Meteor. A blazing red light shot up into the sky. "No." Nicoletimus let out an angry roar, and layer upon layer of bone walls rose up like steps to block his face. The surrounding undead surged into the gaps between the bone walls to reinforce the defense under his command. However, bang, 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 the walls crumbled effortlessly. Each bone wall that had just risen was instantly shattered by the red light, and the shattered bones flew everywhere. This ultimate defense, the utmost that the undead lord could conjure, couldn't even slow down the speed. The red light grew faster and rushed straight toward his face. Klinhider watched in a daze. In the girl's eyes, pure white bone fragments fluttered in the air, and a streak of red lightning pursued the layers of white walls, rapidly ascending, resembling a red meteor swimming against the current. Bang, bang, bang. No, no, no. A flicker of terror pierced Nicoletimus's furious roar as the bone wall he had conjured at great magical cost shattered before him like dry twigs. Boom. The crimson meteor tore through the final bone barrier and struck the Lich Sovereign square in the mouth, piercing straight through his skull and erupting from the back of his head. Those bone walls could never shield his colossal form, but Nicoletimus raised them nonetheless. He knew precisely what the hero intended. The moment that meteor appeared, understanding struck him like lightning. Layer upon layer of bone did not need to encase his entire body. Only to block that one point was enough. This hero was arrogantly overconfident. Though the Lich Sovereign's chest lay wide open, he still chose to shatter the defense hidden. And indeed, his arrogance was warranted. The outcome mirrored that of 1,000 years ago. The Lich Sovereign's resistance proved utterly futile. The scarlet meteor defied the laws of momentum, bending sharply midair at a 30-degree angle before plummeting back toward the earth. Balunkran hovered midair, wings spread. His right hand held the radiant crimson holy sword, his left raised aloft a glowing white slab. Ah, no, not a slab. It was unmistakably a tooth, a massive luminous incisor. Nicoletimus clutched his mouth in agony, his titanic frame toppling backward and crushing half the Earl's manor into rubble. Balunk tossed the incisor aside. It crashed amid a cascade of shattered tiles and said calmly, "Merely honing sword speed is meaningless. Even the swiftest strike cannot reach an enemy beyond its range. Do you understand? Wait, what are you doing?" The silver-haired hero stared blankly down at the golden knight sprawled on the ground. Roland strained his fingers to force his eyelids apart. Blood vessels webbed across his eyes, tears streaming freely. Yet his gaze remained locked unflinchingly upon Belunk high above. Don't worry, I'm fine. Please continue. Fine. Impossible. When Belunk's meteor ignited a tidal wave of searing crimson, light nearly blinded Roland outright. Instinctively, the Golden Knight had nearly shut his eyes, then instantly recalled this was the hero's personal instruction. To close them would be to learn nothing at all. So Roland's summoning ironclad willpower overrode his body's reflexes and stared unblinking through the blinding red glare until the full arc of the meteor technique had completed. Indeed, Belunk's entire flight, from ascent to descent, lasted but the blink of an eye. The martial art meteor, true to its name, flashed and vanished. A faint tremor crossed the silver-haired hero's impassive face as he murmured softly, "The masters of illusory blades are never ordinary beings." His gaze shifted once more toward the colossal skeleton lying broken amid the ruins. Had Siegfried been in control, a triumphant smile would surely have graced his lips. But Belunk possessed no such habit. His expression remained serene, unmoved, unruffled. There was nothing to boast of. He had simply struck down an immortal sovereign. Though their habits differed, both men excelled at one thing. Now it's symmetrical. Yes, far more pleasing to the eye. Mockery. You wretch. You accursed wretch. Belunk. Nicolademus's hoarse, hysterical roar tore from his throat. 1,000 years ago, before his own undead legion's very eyes, this man had torn out his incisor, plunging the undead court's power and prestige into irreversible decline. For a millennium, he had recuperated, lain dormant, and gathered strength. He corrupted radical sects within the human death god church, twisting their faith into a death-obsessed fanaticism, turning them into willing tools for his ends. He amassed forces, rebuilt his armies, even refusing the summons of the mightiest demon lord to join the Rift War 5 centuries ago. All of it, for this day. Today marked his return to history's stage. The title Undead Sovereign would echo across the world once more. The undead court would reclaim its place at the heart of the demon realm's royal courts. With the feat of opening a second front deep within the human rear camp, he might even be elevated to the next demon lord. That at least was how it should have been. Yet here on this pivotal day, the very zenith of the court's resurgence, he faced him again, that ghost who should have perished 5 centuries ago. Why was he still alive? Why was he here? Why did he still wield the power of a hero? Such questions no longer mattered. All Nicolademus could think was escape. Pale flames raged wildly within the Lich Sovereign's hollow eyes. Millions of undead surged outward in every direction, their shrieks and wails converging upon every civilian within Constant City. Not good. Roland's face paled instantly. Millions of undead. Was he planning to slaughter the entire city? Clinschild gritted her teeth, and rose-golden radiance flaring anew in her eyes. She could not fight, but she could ensure that man remained undistracted by such matters. After all, protecting the kingdom's people was the sacred duty of a royal princess. High above, Belunk watched the spectacle in silent stillness. Millions of undead scattering in all directions, countless streaks of white light filling the sky, truly magnificent. Then the silver-haired man let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Humph, 1,000 years, and you still resort to the same trick. Indeed, a millennium ago this very stratagem had saved him from Belunk's blade. A hero who had suffered once would never stumble twice. His voice lowered, resonant and commanding. Everyone, cover your ears. Yes. Confused yet obedient, they instantly pressed their hands to their ears. Ruoair. A deafening, thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens themselves. The sheer oppressive aura woven into that bellow sent primal dread surging through their hearts. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, the wrathful cry of life's apex predator. The undead nearest the source disintegrated instantly into dust. Then the dissolution spread like plague, wave after wave crumbling into ash. Even those already fleeing froze mid-stride, paralyzed by the sonic command. When the roar ceased, Belunk closed his mouth. The shrieking undead fell silent. The onlookers fell silent. Even the storm-racked vortex crackling with lightning overhead stilled. The entire world holding its breath in reverent, trembling hush. Nicolademus's desperate bid for escape collapsed, along with the last hope of the court's revival. The surviving undead were gripped by pure terror, utterly disobedient beyond command. He gazed at the silver-haired man before him, dazed adrift in memory. My lord, why must we forever invade human lands? Our demon lands are barren. But we undead require no sustenance. Why do we need fertile soil, eh? Ha ha ha. True, we do not. But our kin do. What kin? Those arrogant lords of other courts would never submit. Had you not ascended to demon lordship, they'd never bow. A demon lord bears the fate of all demons upon his shoulders. My lord, this war has dragged on too long. So long I've forgotten when it began. Yet it cannot end. Both sides have shed too much blood. One of us must vanish from this world entirely. Tomorrow I shall lead an army deep into human territory. My lord, I shall march with you. No. You remain here. Why I am a failed demon lord. From the moment I was chosen, I knew I could never best that hero. I used my authority to gather vast resources for the court, while the other lords mocked me in secret. I know this well. My lord, why speak of such things? You are the court's greatest sovereign. This is undeniable. These resources, I leave them to you, You are the most gifted among us. One day you will surpass me as demon lord. Then I beg you, to unite all demon courts under one banner, defeat the hero, and end this endless war once and for all. My lord, forgive me. I could not. I could not defeat the hero. Nickel gazed upon this human city, bewildered. From cultists he had learned of humanity's deepest corruption, yet he remained bewildered. Why, possessing such fertile lands, did they still wage ceaseless conquest? Why, sharing blood and kinship, could they slaughter one another without mercy? By contrast, demons stood united. On their barren soil they took only what they needed, never what they lusted after. Even amidst court rivalries they seldom drew blades, uniting instead beneath the demon lord's banner whenever crisis loomed. Surely such demons deserve dominion over this land. Then why do we struggle for survival upon the desolate demon continent, while you feast in opulence upon the rich, bountiful Kirin, squabbling amongst yourselves for sport? Why do you live? Why do you refuse to die? And you, why do you protect them? Why, over and over, do you shield these greedy parasitic vermin? Why, hero? Thick despair curdled into frenzied counterattack, pale flame engulfing Nicolademus's entire being as he hurled himself forward, heedless of consequence, toward the man before him. The silver-haired hero slowly raised his holy sword. In his mind's eye flashed the silent, forgotten woman who had died unnoticed in some dark corner. A faint, sorrowful smile touched his lips. He spoke, soft, final, inevitable. Night's end has come. As for Vina's death, it would be absurd to claim Siegfried felt profound sorrow. He had known the woman for less than half a day. Even her family's affairs he learned only from intelligence reports filed by the inner guard. Siegfried was not heartless, but neither was he a saint. Had he been, he could never have thrived so effortlessly in this merciless world of tooth and claw. Yet he could not deny it, the mother who charged alone into the count's manor with nothing but a fruit knife to assassinate Constant, the father bedridden, yet animatedly discussing metallurgical techniques, the child eyes bright and fervent idolizing the hero without reservation. These people whom Siegfried had long dismissed as mere NPCs had left an indelible impression upon him. Ordinary, striving, fighting desperately just to survive. They did not deserve such endings. I claimed I had come to save them. Then tell me, how shall I face that father and son? Siegfried knew this was self-indulgence. He had never hesitated before urging commoners to revolt and to die. Hero. Siegfried gazed upon the blazing skeletal figure before him, listening to its frenzied roar, and suddenly felt a surge of bitter amusement. A hero? I am unworthy of such a noble title. I have no desire to be some tiresome mythic hero. I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. Call it atonement for guilt, or mere self-deception. I only wish to stand before that father and son with chest high and tell them at least I avenged you. Yes, I am no hero. I am here solely to beat you to dust. High above the city, the silver-haired man stood tall, his voice resonant and solemn, echoing across the heavens. I stand here, soaring beyond the sky. Roland started in alarm and instantly pivoted, cradling Kriemhild in one arm and lifting Katarina with the other. One girl had been consumed by backlash from an elemental spirit, the other, struck unconscious by the hero's blow, remained unresponsive. Even the dragon's roar failed to stir her. As a golden knight, Roland possessed extraordinary sensory acuity. He could distinctly feel the colossal magical energy, so dense it shimmered visibly, converging from across the entire continent, swirling above the heavens, now surging violently into the crimson glowing holy sword. This was a killing strike. Kriemhild cried out immediately. Roland, warn nearby adventurers. Tell them to retreat far away. Yes. Boom. 3 scarlet lightning bolts crashed down upon the holy sword. The vortex in the sky seemed to bind itself to the hero through those 3 thunderbolts, channeling its full power to him. Paint the night sky with dawn, cleave the firmament with boundless celestial light. Ea, Balmuk. A colossal burning skeleton bore down like a mountain, rendering even the hero seem infinitesimal in its shadow. Adventurers on the ground inevitably descended into panic. What do we do? Take shelter in the nearest building, quickly. What good is that? Can't you see how massive it is? It'll crush the entire street. No, it won't. What are you, Ugh? Your Highness. Kriemhild leaned against Roland's arm. The young woman was frail, yet her face bore a serene smile, utterly untroubled. Her gaze lifted to the figure soaring in the sky, and she repeated softly, No, it won't. The holy sword had transformed entirely into a radiant sphere of crimson light. The silver-haired hero raised it high, like holding aloft a second sun. Awaken from slumber. Be liberated from darkness. Excuse me. Is that voice echoing through the slums yours? Are you the hero? Have you come to save us? I'm sorry. I am not. I am not. With a thunderous descent, the holy sword struck. A pillar of scarlet light erupted skyward, illuminating the streets, the city, in this endless, suffocating night. The long night has ended. Golden capital Ondosaurus, once the largest city on the Chilon continent, famed for its eternal daylight. A luminous orb atop the Grand Sun Cathedral bathed the royal city in golden radiance day and night, thus earning its name the Golden Capital. Given this spectacle, perhaps we should rename it the Crimson Capital, mused Roderick, swirling his goblet with a wry smile as he watched the city bleed red beyond the window. On streets and in alleyways, people stirred from sleep and stepped outside, though they were long accustomed to the false sun and to sleeping only 4 or 5 hours each day. Yet even so, today's sun was preposterous. Even buried beneath blankets, one could feel its glare searing one's own backside. How could anyone possibly sleep? Was life even still possible? They had intended to gather once more before the grand sun, cathedral humbly petitioning the clerics to dim the sun's brilliance. Yes, petition not protest. Sunlight was divine grace, divine grace was boundless ocean. How dare these lowborn dare protest? But the moment they stepped outside, something felt wrong. The sun's color had changed. Your Highness, Your Highness. Flan burst into the office flustered, evidently roused from sleep, his armor loosely fastened, a blue sleeping cap still perched crookedly on his head. Seeing Roderick not only unharmed, but leisurely sipping wine, the young Grand Knight exhaled in relief. Your Highness, I knew you weren't asleep. That was precisely why he'd rushed straight to the office, not to Roderick's private chambers. Sleep? Good thing I didn't. I'd have missed something truly magnificent. Your Highness, what on earth has happened? Nothing too extraordinary. Today the sun rose from the south. Roderick's mood was unusually buoyant, his tone even carried a faint lilt. South, Southern March, Constant County. You're joking at a time like this. This magical resonance, it dwarfs even the pontiffs. Who is it? Flan turned to Roderick, awaiting, as always, the incisive analysis of his brilliant childhood friend. But Roderick offered no reply, only stared intently southward, his gaze sharp, flickering occasionally, as if sizing up someone unseen. Impatient, Flan pressed. Your Highness, don't you wonder? Right now I'm far more curious about the pontiff's expression. Their sun has been utterly eclipsed by the one rising in the south. Flan fell silent. As Roderick's most trusted confidant, he knew well that while the prince publicly professed devout faith, he privately despised the church. Yet in this theocracy where kings ruled by divine mandate, Roderick had always concealed that disdain, until now when he openly reveled in triumph. Flan sensed the prince had already deduced the identity of the one behind this spectacle. Just as he opened his mouth to ask, Roderick spoke first. Flan, where is Lightning now? We received word at dusk. Lord McVees will reach the capital tomorrow afternoon. No, he needn't return. Roderick raised his goblet, pointing southward. Send him directly to Constant. I miss my sister. The 4th day of Bud month, year 526 of the Luminous Era, a date destined for the annals of history. On this day, Nicolethimus, sovereign of the undead court, descended upon Constant City, seeking to open a second front behind human lines. On this same day, an unnamed silver-haired hero emerged, raised the holy sword, and slew the lord of the undead, shattering the demon clan's conspiracy. And on this very day, upon the distant southern horizon of the Chilon continent, a crimson sun rose. Legend says the holy sword of the dragon-blood hero, Balmuk, could cleave day from night. After 1,000 years' silence, that same dazzling blade light, once heralding dawn, dividing twilight from daybreak, shone again upon this land. Balmuk? No. Siegfried surveyed the flattened ruins of the Constant County manor, gripped by a surreal sense of overkill. And this was after redirecting the blade's arc. Most of its force had been channeled skyward. Had he not done so, the strike would have reduced half the county to scorched wasteland. Nicolethimus and his million undead had already departed for their god's realm, swiftly, effortlessly. A foe that would demand every ounce of strength from ordinary mortals crumbled like insects beneath the hero's hand. In the eastern sky, dawn's pale light broke, earlier than ever. Siegfried saw no woman's face reflected in the rising sun, heard no distant words of gratitude. Reality offered no tidy redemptive cliches. Reality was cruel. Reality was that the woman's soul, too, had vaporized beneath that single stroke. Reality was that what was lost could never return. His act was merely belated restitution. A sudden crushing exhaustion overwhelmed Siegfried. Searing pain flared across his body. His ethereal dragon scales receded slowly, his wings, twin banners of obsidian, dissolved into the wind. The black-haired man plummeted from the sky like a broken-winged raven, yet the expected impact never came. He was caught, not by one but by many. Mr. Siegfried, Melon, Hirosama. Voices of all kinds surged from every direction, but Siegfried could barely hear them. Exhaustion dragged him toward oblivion. He felt warm droplets fall upon his face. Straining his eyes open through blurred vision, he saw the young woman's emerald eyes brimming with tears and the gentle, smiling face of another. He reached out feebly, desperate to explain, yet amidst 1,000 lies and hollow justifications, only one phrase emerged. I'm sorry. A soft, warm hand enfolded his own. In the final instant before consciousness faded, he thought he heard a whisper. Thank you. 2 slender ivory hands clasped tightly around his, still partly scaled, fingers. Bathed in the first golden light of dawn, the moment froze in timeless stillness. The long night has ended. Dawn approaches. In back, Na youth in a Western-style school uniform stood before us, pale-skinned, delicate-featured, and scholarly, in bearing the very portrait of a scion from an elite private academy. He loosened his tie and tossed it carelessly aside, then leaned toward the sofa for a languid, sprawling repose, only to catch a sharp, acrid whiff of burnt food. The youth pinched his nose shut and grimaced. And Mom, it's burned again. And instantly hurried footsteps clattered down the stairs, followed by a voice startlingly youthful. I forgot again. Fei, quick. Turn off the gas stove for Mom. And sigh. In rubbing his brow, he strode into the kitchen with practiced ease, switched off the burner, and dropped the charred, desiccated wok into the sink. Then he tied on an apron. An ill-cooked dinner. You handle scrubbing this pot. Perhaps because his mother was so utterly unreliable he had assumed domestic responsibility at a tender age, and thus cooked with remarkable fluency. Within minutes, he placed before them a plate of braised eggplant and another of tomato and egg stir-fry. Simple home-style dishes yet rendered with exquisite balance of color, aroma, and flavor. The woman lifted a golden yellow piece of scrambled egg to her lips, cradled her cheek, and smiled in quiet rapture. My Fei-Fei's cooking grows better every day. And don't call me that nauseating nickname. And then, valiant Siegfried, and shut up. Hey, weren't you absolutely obsessed with that name before? And I don't recall ever being so. And your handmade cape is still tucked away in my closet. What that thing hasn't been thrown out yet. And it's proof of my son's growth. How could I possibly discard it? Proof of what exactly? And clearly unwilling to engage further with his delightfully unhinged mother, the youth lowered his head and ate in solemn silence. The woman set down her chopsticks and gazed at him, chin resting gently in her palms. And my Fei-Fei has truly grown up. Just 2 years until you come of age. Her voice drifted like mist, soft ethereal, so close yet strangely distant, as if echoing from another realm. And when I gave birth to you, it was agonizing beyond words. The youth glanced up at his mother. She was petite, barely reaching his shoulder, with a face so youthful it defied her 30-some years, resembling a girl rather than a woman. Such a slight frame must have made childbirth excruciating. And then why did you have a second child? And because I couldn't bear the thought of you growing up alone. More like you two are still burning with passion, like dry tinder meeting flame. And though inwardly grumbling, he noticed his mother's tone shift, suddenly laced with quiet concern. You're older now, and I know how extraordinary you are, learning everything effortlessly since childhood. But remember, kindness and harmony matter too. The youth unconsciously smoothed his fringe, a gesture betraying his discomfort, as though those strands couldn't conceal the bruise blooming across his forehead. Fei-Fei, you can't keep going like this. And not my problem. They begged for a beating. I merely obliged their wish. His words brimmed with raw, untempered hostility. Though his features were refined and gentle, his temperament was anything but. This path will only bring you hardship, you know. Enough. Anyone capable of besting me hasn't even been born yet. In the woman's side, resigned yet undeniably proud. Her son might be abrasive in character, yet he excelled academically, possessed rare talent, and carried himself with striking handsomeness. As class president, he'd inevitably draw the admiration of countless girls. A sudden wave of unease washed over her. And Fei-Fei, you mustn't run off with some girl from outside. And how precisely had the conversation veered here? Your parents will grow old, will need your care. And Linger is still so young. She'll need you too. And stop rambling. Eat up, and then go pack your bags. You and Dad leave tomorrow for that anniversary trip, right? Our 17th wedding anniversary. And, yes, of course. He often felt profound relief, for his mother's sake, that she'd married his father, a man of unwavering sincerity. Had she fallen for a scoundrel instead, she'd likely hand over her own money while helping him count it. Don't miss me too much, and I won't. You needn't worry. And if you do miss me, just look at my photos. No need. I won't miss you. And here, this is a photo from my youth. And as if deaf to his protest, she drew a photograph from her chest and pressed it into his hands. TCH. I told you not to. And the image was monochrome, grainy, and stark, his mother smiling tenderly at the lens. And it was a portrait meant for mourning. Take good care of your sister. And Siegfried jolted awake, eyes snapping open. And familiar ceiling tiles stared back. And he drew several deep breaths, pushed himself upright in bed, and rubbed his eyes fiercely with his left hand. Yet a single tear still slipped free. A one-way journey. Not preposterous notion flickered through his mind. And could this be transmigration to another world? And he massaged his temples and sank back onto the mattress. Impossible. Utterly impossible. And perhaps exhaustion from battle, or perhaps the shock of Venus' presence, had summoned a dream long dormant. 6 years ago, his parents had vanished during an overseas anniversary trip, declared dead shortly thereafter, their fate unknown, their bodies never recovered. Siegfried's current state was unprecedented. No human being on Earth had ever experienced such a condition. One moment battered, aching, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness after a brutal battle. In the next, radiant vitality, pain dissolved, fatigue erased, reborn, renewed, rebalanced. This sensation, pure euphoria, even surpasses the bliss of self-gratification. And he stretched luxuriously, then murmured softly, and Shannon. Light fractured and danced before him. Phantasmal vignettes flashing in rapid succession. In Kriemhild, Roland, Favner, Vina, Nicorythmus. An empty wasteland. A bearded knight flanked by armored soldiers. A golden-haired maiden laughing beneath the setting sun. An aloof woman's shoulder adorned with plum blossoms. A white-haired dragoness swaying her massive tail. A slave trader riddled with wounds beneath dappled shade. A crowd roaring with fury in a sunlit square. A woman's lifeless form sprawled in a kitchen. A colossal bone-white skull shaped like a castle. A man with dragon wings descending, sword drawn, expression serene. And then, blinding crimson light cleaving the night, heralding the dawn's first star. And welcome back, Wayfarer. All stage objectives for this cycle have been completed. You have acquired 2 historical tale vessels. And you have earned 1 opportunity to awaken an intentional ability. And you have slain the sovereign of the undead court. The spoils have been automatically logged into your Wayfarer's compendium. Siegfried studied his inventory panel for a long moment, then frowned in displeasure. And hey, I just decapitated the Lord of the Undead. Why such meager rewards? And eliminating Nicorythmus was not the objective of this assignment. No additional reward applies. TCH. Stingy. And please understand the Chronicler is not a system. It does not dispense rewards for extraneous actions, and such deviations risk distorting historical integrity. The unspoken subtext hung heavy and you skipped what mattered, and meddled where you shouldn't. Count yourself fortunate I didn't penalize you. And still he let the matter drop. Not least because in truth he hadn't defeated the undead sovereign alone. A fragment of the Dragonblood Valiant's power had lingered within the Holy Sword. When the chaos-aligned archvillain Nicorythmus manifested, that ancient slumbering force awoke and descended upon him, seizing control of his body to fight. Yet his frail mortal frame could barely withstand the Valiant's overwhelming might. After the battle, he nearly collapsed from sheer exhaustion. I wonder how my other body fares. Surely it hasn't perished yet. Otherwise Shannon would already have declared the mission failed. He closed the compendium without opening the vessels, or awakening the new intentional ability. Ni's last attempt had left deep psychological scars. This time he resolved to enlist someone else, someone blessed with exceptional luck, to draw for him. As for the new intentional ability, he'd consult someone first before deciding. And who better to consult than? Siegfried opened WeChat, scrolled to a profile bearing a cat avatar in American blue with an expression of supreme disdain, uncannily mirroring its owner. His contact note read, Ice Queen. And he paused, weighing his words, then typed in, Are you there? I'm back. What about you? Deleted. Didn't see that coming. I'm alive. Let's hit the amusement park. Deleted. I slaughtered the Lord of the Undead. Pathetic. Barely worth a nibble. Deleted. After prolonged hesitation, he sent only 2 characters, sorry. And just as he reached for his trousers, a crisp chime rang out. Her reply instantaneous. 2 terse, incisive characters, idiot. At the ticket booth of Danish Amusement Park. It was the 3-day mid-autumn holiday, and the park swelled with people. Chi Linger's cherry mouth hung wide in astonishment. She jabbed a finger first at her own older brother, then at the cool, stunning beauty standing beside him. Oh, brother, you. The little beauty seemed to question her very reality. How could this be? Since when had her brother paired off with such a beautiful sister-in-law? Qigfei paid no mind to his dim-witted sister and turned his gaze to the youngsters before him. When you came to. Yes, the girl answered. Hello, brother Qi. Today you must let us trouble you. At Chi Linger's side stood a bashful girl, Li Wenwen, her round face warmed with 2 timid blushes. She was Chi Linger's close friend Li Wenwen, quiet and gentle as her name suggested. Qigfei laughed lightly. Haha, it's nothing. Just enjoy yourselves. MHM. Thank you, brother Qi. The girl lowered her head, stole a shy glance at Qigfei, then dropped her eyes again as her face deepened in color. Chi Linger edged closer, elbowing her brother's arm and lowering her voice. Hey, brother, who is that pretty lady? Is she your partner? When did you start seeing her? She must be right. When did you hook up with her? Go play somewhere else. Qigfei pushed the sticky child aside and called toward 2 boys nearby. Ahui Bao. Big brother. 2 hulking boys, each about 1.8 meters tall and overwhelmingly solid. Hardly the image of middle schoolers, stepped forward and by habit flanked the girls to escort them to buy tickets. Qigfei then offered an apologetic smile as he moved closer to Yang Jing. He had no idea when Yang Jing had returned. One thing was clear: she was not the sort of fool who would recklessly charge into danger with companions in a drama. She knew the limits of her strength, and when faced with the undead overlord, she made the most sensible choice. If no miracle had occurred, if the hero Barunk had not descended, Qigfei would most likely have been absorbed into Nicolatemus's undead legion. Though Mr. Qi always wore an air of pragmatic rationality, he was only 22 and not immune to sudden blood-hot impulses. Of course, the Holy Sword played no small part in that. At the moment he first faced the undead overlord, the power sleeping within the Holy Sword stirred. That force gave Qigfei the intoxicating certainty of I can beat this. These things as an onlooker Yang Jing could hardly know. Compared with Qigfei, Yang Jing was the truly rational one. That cool, controlled woman had, out of fear for his life, nearly begged him not to rush to certain death. Could they not withdraw and deliberate their plans first? He, however, had turned a deaf ear, even speaking of entrusting others with his affairs and reducing the stalwart heroine Xingmei to tears. What sin, one might ask, did that deserve? Yang Jing was probably angry. Any fool could see that. But Qigfei had never properly courted anyone in his life, and frankly had no instinct for soothing a woman's heart. The woman's gaze was like water wandering in all directions, and from time to time, she lifted her phone to take a photograph. It seemed her first visit to a cartoon-themed park like Danish. She shot the entrance from every angle. Except notably, she never once glanced in Qigfei's direction. Qigfei's ingratiating smile clung to a cold back, and he had a loss for words to break the emergent awkwardness. The children had gone to buy tickets, and there was no distraction. The air between them grew uncomfortably thin. He strained to recall what those gentle, amiable protagonists in anime would say in such a moment, and forced himself into an endearing smile. That outfit suits you. Yang Jing's hand paused with the camera. The black leather strapless top perfectly sets off your white collarbones. The slim waist shows no excess, and the faintly sculpted abs give a sense of spirited vigor. But it is the choice of the dress that is decisive, neither long nor short, neither frivolous nor prudish, and most importantly, it showcases your greatest asset, those graceful legs, with exquisite effect. Truly, Yang Jing looked up. Damn, what on earth am I even saying? Qigfei mentally berated himself, wishing he could slap some sense into his own mouth. Brother, the tickets are ready, come on in. From over there, Qi Linger waved 6 tickets and shouted back. Nice, perfectly timed rescue. Hey, great, here we come. We're coming. Yang Jing, unlike Qigfei, though he affected refined geniality in public, his nature was hot-tempered and quick to take offense, prone to salty words. Yang Jing, both in public and private, remained cool and reserved, seldom speaking, and certainly not swearing aloud, at least not in earshot. This woman expressed disdain in but one way, by regarding you with the calm, dismissive gaze one reserves for leftover refuse. She simply looked at you, and that was enough. Yes, just like now. On the Princess Avenue, a man in a yellow rodent hoodie tried ingratiating chatter with the woman beside him, but she remained unreadable, occasionally sweeping him with a look of utter contempt. Under normal circumstances, the scene reads like a goddess and her loyal, fawning admirer. But this was an amusement park, a dating sanctuary, which reframed the tableau: an irritated boyfriend desperately attempting to demonstrate his will to survive. In other words, flirtatious bickering. Woo-hoo-ahoo emitted an odd cry. Woo. A Bao was about to join in when Qigfei shot them a frigid glance. The two big boys shivered and immediately fell silent. Chun Hu and Chun Bao, commonly called the Hu Bao brothers, were classmates, friends, and unofficial bodyguards of Qi Linger. The brothers looked identical to the naked eye, the only clue was their clothing. Older brother Chun Hu wore a white tee with a big character for brother on the back. Younger brother Chun Bao had no character printed on his back. He found the idea of a giant younger character mortifying. The two had once been at odds with Qi Linger because Chun Bao liked to bully Li Wenwen. Middle school boys are seldom entirely sane. They like to shout around the girls they fancy, do bizarre things, or bully them in strange attempts to attract attention. Chun Bao was one of those simpletons. His brother Chun, who was no great strategist either and would always join in the mischief. But their true target had never been Li Wenwen. It was Qi Linger, who always stood up to protect her friend. They communicated with girls in this clumsy, boorish way, enduring scoldings and even occasional office visits from teachers, yet they continued undeterred. Until one day, Qi Linger, exasperated, summoned her ultimate trump card. She called forth the divine beast, Big Brother. Qigfei, amused, had not held back and left an indelible psychological impression on those two tough lads. From then on, the brothers became Qigfei's underlings, dedicated to escorting his sister to and from school. Over time, the arrangement blossomed into a genuine friendship. Big brother, don't dawdle. Hurry and get on with your wife. I mean, hurry and sit with the lady. Qi Linger pulled Li Wenwen into the second row of the roller coaster, then jabbed a finger at the third row to urge the adults forward. Neither Qigfei nor Yang Jing felt much enthusiasm. After all, one of them ran faster than a coaster, and the other had recently shattered someone's tooth with a meteor-like blow. At this point, 100 kilometers an hour felt no different from riding a 3-wheeled cart. But clearly most people were not like them. Why are we in the front row? About you sit on the outside. Huh, why should I? Because it's the Big Brother's order. You listen to Big Brother. Get lost, you're only a minute older than me. Anyway, shouldn't a Big Brother yield to his sibling? You take the outside. Get lost, you're only a minute younger than me. Don't try to act young. The twins performed a real-life pantomime of brotherly affection and rivalry. Are you even men? Fussing over who sits where on a roller coaster. Qi Linger mocked them without mercy. Li Wenwen lifted her eyes from beneath her bangs to glance at the pair, then looked down at her empty seat in front. Chun Bao was suddenly electrified, as if injected with 3 jars of adrenaline. He puffed out his chest and planted himself in the seat before Li Wenwen. Wenwen, I'll shield you from the wind, the plump one declared with tender devotion. Linger, I'll block the rain for you, the other retorted, not to be outdone. Don't you dare copy me. Qi Linger looked at the two idiots and sighed. If you two could stop howling like dogs, that would be something. That's impossible. Exactly, we're steadfast to the bone. Ah, Mom. Woo. So thrilling. Wenwen, lift your hands for the photo. Laughter filled the car. Ha ha ha. You two are ridiculous. What faces are those? Ha ha. Qi Linger laughed uproariously at the pictures on her phone. Ugh. Nearby, the brothers were supporting each other at the fountain, retching. Big brother, you two are such bores. Qi Linger looked at Qigfei with mock grievance. She had failed to capture her brother's discomfited expression in the photo. Many modern coasters now have cameras mounted along the track to capture riders' hilarious faces at the drop as keepsakes. Qigfei examined the photo on his phone. It was, he had to admit, a composition full of layers. In the first row, 2 fierce-looking fatties clung to each other, tears streaming and cheeks turned inside out by the wind. In the second row, 2 pretty girls held their hands aloft and laughed with abandon. In the third row sat a man and a woman, 2 adults, composed and unflinching against the gusts, their faces a study in impassivity, even a hint of disdain in their eyes. A ping. A message from the cold-faced woman, send me the photo. Okay. Qigfei sent the picture and then set it as his wallpaper. On the screen, the woman's black hair flew, her expression as still and profound as a meditative master. Qigfei stared for a while, his brow lifting slightly. He enlarged the photo and fixed his gaze. At the corner of Yang Jing's lips, there was the faintest, almost imperceptible curve. Qigfei smiled. Only now did a feeling of having truly come home wash over him. Here you are, 2 caramel macchiatos. A radiant smile barista slipped the 2 Starbucks cups into a paper bag. Siegfried carried his offering toward the open-air lounge area. Yang Jing sat cross-legged in a corner engrossed in Pokemon on her Nintendo Switch. Siegfried adjusted his expression and pasted on a deferential smile. Here, you're welcome to. I don't drink sweet things, Yang Jing replied without glancing up. Siegfried's smile froze, his outstretched hand withdrew awkwardly. Then I'll have both. Chun, who sitting nearby, seized the opportunity and raised his hand. Hey, I'll take one. You can drink your damn grandfather's. Qilinger delivered a sharp kick to Depang's calf and yanked him upright by the collar, dragging him away with astonishing force. Then the young woman turned back and flashed a flirtatious wink at her elder brother. Brother, we're off to the haunted house. You and your sister-in-law rest well. Siegfried's temple twitched as he deliberately averted his gaze. Ha, she probably misunderstood. Middle schoolers aren't exactly known for their mental acuity. Don't take it to heart. Yang Jing kept her eyes fixed on her game. Siegfried squirmed, utterly ill at ease. The silence hung thick and suffocating. Awkwardness coiled like smoke in the air. What the hell? This woman is impossible to please. Siegfried seethed inwardly. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Oh, so it's amusing now. Slap a face and expect gratitude. Fine. Suit yourself. From now on, if I so much as acknowledge you again, I'm a dog. Gee. Woof, I'm here. Your Curlia design is quite impressive, Yang Jing said, taking a sip of her macchiato. Siegfried. Bitch. He rose abruptly, his face darkening. Endurance had snapped. No more restraint was warranted. Just then Yang Jing set aside her switch and looked directly at the man before her. I've settled that, father and son. All right. Haha. Truly you've gone to great lengths. Siegfried scratched the back of his head and sank back into his seat. His earlier fiery resolve utterly vanished. Yang Jing retrieved a conch shell from her bag and handed it to him. They're sheltered within the little wharf. Blow this shell, and the wharf will open its shell. Oh, so that clam spirit. How truly extraordinary. Siegfried couldn't help but marvel. Yang Jing's intent energy was nothing short of preternaturally gifted. But the woman offered no reply, only watched him in silence, her gaze heavy with disapproval. Cold sweat beaded on Siegfried's brow as primal instinct frantically scrambled his thoughts. Did I say something wrong? No, it's not that I spoke wrongly. Rather, I missed a subtle nuance in her words. What did I miss? What is it? Think faster. A sudden flash of insight struck him, and he burst into an exaggerated laugh. Bungbu held. What an ingenious name. You've absolutely nailed it. Ha ha. Yang Jing withdrew her gaze, satisfied. Siegfried was mortified beyond measure. So embarrassed he could have dug himself a 3-bedroom apartment with sheer cringe. He cut off his laughter and asked, Your intent energy functions almost like a pokeball. If you can capture aquatic creatures, could you even seize Kyogre? Of course, it was a jest. A desperate bid for conversation born entirely of conversational drought and his awareness of her interests. Yet her reply left him utterly stunned. Yes, I've encountered it. Oh, but I failed to subdue it. Kyogre is an ultra-ancient being. It doesn't comprehend human speech. In no way. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Jing's face. Clearly missing that legendary beast weighed heavily upon her. Siegfried hurried to console her. Don't worry, it's a vast world. You'll surely meet something even greater someday. Suakun Manafi, even Lugia. I was lying just now. HSSSS. Siegfried sucked in a sharp breath, temples throbbing, his face flushing crimson. He forced his blood pressure down and managed a strained chuckle. Hey, by the way, where did you acquire that Chiwen? His name is Gyarados. Oh, no, I meant that Chiwen. His name is Gyarados. Oh, fine, then that Gyarados. I'm lying again. I see. He choked back the final syllable, swallowing both national expletive and a mouthful of bitter bile. His eyes met hers. Yang Jing stared steadily back. After a long pause, Siegfried suddenly laughed, softly, genuinely. Yes, he'd never dated. Nor did he understand women. It was only in this moment that he grasped with startling clarity the obvious truth. That got rowdy. Far too rowdy. I only stepped in because I was confident I could handle it. It won't happen again. Reckless stunts like that. Best left to others, with a little persuasion, of course. Siegfried took a sip from his own macchiato and shifted to serious matters. I've earned a new opportunity to convert a proficiency into intent energy. Any suggestions? Yang Jing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she studied Siegfried with an unusual intensity. Was it imagination, or did he detect beneath that steady gaze a trace of envy and longing? After a long silence, Yang Jing finally spoke. Typically, intent energy is acquired through extraordinary encounters in alternate worlds. Few deliberately convert a hard-won proficiency into intent energy, since proficiencies demand relentless cultivation and innate talent to master. Intent energy may be wondrous, but it rarely evolves. By contrast, a highly refined proficiency yields far greater returns over time. For instance, certain magical artifacts cannot be equipped without the corresponding proficiency, likewise many rare encounters require a minimum threshold of mastery to trigger. In short, I've never converted any of my proficiencies into intent energy. Siegfried took careful notes, distilling her words into 4 guiding principles. First, proficiencies are generally more versatile, more scalable, and far rarer than intent energy. Second, intent energy can be obtained through wandering alternate worlds. Third, unless absolutely necessary, never convert a proficiency into intent energy. Fourth, all of the above. I suppose I needn't abide by them. I possess over 40 proficiencies. Yang Jing's sharp, unimpressed stare instantly locked onto him. Indeed, that was precisely what she envied most, and what made Siegfried uniquely anomalous. Human capacity has limits. An athlete cannot simultaneously master swimming, javelin, long jump, high jump, and table tennis. Yang Jing's martial aptitude was nothing short of prodigious. She began karate at 10. From absolute novice to beginner, she required only 1 month from beginner to advanced, half a year from advanced to proficient, 2 years, and from advanced to 79 expert level mastery took a full 5 years. From 17 onward, her karate progress ground to a halt, permanently stuck at 79, just shy of the master threshold. During that time, she taught herself Chinese dance and ninjutsu, hoping either might shatter her plateau. Neither yielded meaningful breakthroughs. Then, 2 years ago, she became a wanderer. In her first life-or-death battle across an alternate world, that 79 barrier shattered. At 20, she attained the Master Realm, a pinnacle countless devotees spend lifetimes striving to reach. Because of this, Yang Jing's academic performance during school years suffered, her focus consumed entirely by martial training. Yet Siegfried had simply shattered that very rule. This man possessed an absurd abundance of proficiencies. For ordinary wanderers, proficiencies were vital lifelines. Yet he treated them as disposable luxuries, discarding them freely, simply because he had so many so varied. A single intent energy may lack versatility, but what if 10, 20, 30? When functionally distinct intent energies interlock, their combined effect transcends mere addition. It becomes exponential. Then, as Shannon once prophesied, Siegfried would become a god. What caused this anomaly within him, Yang Jing did not know. Yet one thing was certain. All this knowledge constituted common lore among wanderers. Shannon had laid it bare when she signed her contract. Clearly, however, Shannon had withheld these truths from Siegfried. Perhaps even his contract itself differed. This man's ignorance of fundamental wanderer doctrine was alarming. Yang Jing hadn't understood why, until now. Shiguan Shannon, or rather the Shiguan collectively, those higher dimensional beings, feared Siegfried profoundly. Hey, what's wrong? You look pale. Siegfried waved his hand before Yang Jing's eyes. The woman had fallen silent without warning. Nothing. She brushed aside her unease and added, have you decided which proficiency to convert? Ideally one that complements your existing intent energy, or fills a critical gap. Acting. Siegfried had already made his choice. Acting naturally synergized with deception. Converting it into intent energy would amplify his already formidable ability, deceptive discourse, potentially rendering it utterly unassailable. Soon even a false hero might pass as genuine. To deceive one person is manipulation. To deceive a crowd is fraud. But to deceive the entire world, then falsehood instantaneously crystallizes into truth. Siegfried dreamed. If only deceptive discourse could grow stronger, strong enough to deceive, even cosmic law strong enough for the world itself to believe his words, then, so that's words that shape reality. Discourse that deceives the world. No, wait, better named. The grandest lie. His imagination soared, spiraling ever higher with exhilaration. Shame though. Proficiency growth is agonizingly slow, still only at 75. I recall it was 65 before the mission, just 10% gained over such a span. Yang Jing's cool composure visibly flickered. This man considered such a span to be merely half a month. Blissfully oblivious to her growing irritation, Siegfried continued chattering. Truthfully, archery would be optimal. I lack direct combat capability, and intent energy derived from archery would fill that void. But my proficiency stands at only 59, falling short of the expert threshold required for conversion. Improving it is far simpler. I fired just 2 arrows and gained 4%. A few more shots next time should push me over the edge. Good grief, acquiring proficiencies really is effortless. Say, could you teach me karate sometime? Just basics, enough to get me started. The rest I'll master on my own. What's wrong? Yang Jing's face turned ashen. With lightning speed, she delivered a precise palm strike straight to his skull. So, how did you acquire that folding fan intent energy? A swollen lump rose on Siegfried's head, but the conversation pressed on. By the way, you've been a wanderer for 2 years now. Which worlds have you visited? Tell me about them. He was genuinely captivated by Starplum heroines' tales of interdimensional adventure. Miss Yang Jing's mood today was unusually bright, save for that brief irritation provoked by an insufferably smug fool. She paused thoughtfully, then spoke softly. My first world was a dynasty called Dian, reminiscent of ancient China. Oh, Eastern Xuanhuan. I love it. Siegfried responded with perfect comedic timing. And there, I was. A courtesan of the highest rank in a pleasure house. Thump. Siegfried's Starbucks tumbled from his hand and hit the ground.